Chapter 1 Returning to Before the Apocalypse. Fang Yuxin lay on the ground struggling to get up, but her limbs were all broken, and struggling only increased her pain. Each struggle sent piercing pain through her wounds. Fang Mengyao slowly walked up to her, holding a black miao knife in her hand, which she had snatched from her. The blade was still stained with her blood. Fang Yuxin tried to back away, but her broken limbs were powerless. She groaned, then bit her lip hard, coldly staring at Fang Mengyao. Fang Mengyao wore perfume, the fragrance mingling with the stench of decay on the ground to create a strange and unpleasant smell. She walked up to Fang Yuxin, looking down at her writhing existence, and said triumphantly, "Fang Yuxin, today is your death day." The instant her words fell, Fang Mengyao seemingly casually stepped on Fang Yuxin's injured wrist, grinding it forcefully. Fang Yuxin suppressed the urge to scream. The intense pain contorted her face. She gasped for breath, glaring defiantly at Fang Mengyao. "Fang Mengyao? Why did you do this to me?" These words somehow provoked Fang Mengyao, who almost roared. "Why? Fang Yuxin, haven't you hurt me enough? You're the eldest daughter of the Fang family, while I can only be a shameful illegitimate child. Why? You don't even have superpowers. If you hadn't been constantly clinging to Yiming, how could he still be so hung up on you? Fang Yuxin, I knew you couldn't stand to see me doing well. You wanted to take everything from me." Fang Yuxin stared at her in disbelief. She had never imagined Fang Mengyao would think this way. Cho Yiming was her fiancé, but since the apocalypse, when he chose the superpowered Fang Mengyao and broke up with her, they had become strangers. When had she ever clung to Cho Yiming? So she coldly said, "Fang Mengyao, you're crazy. Cho Yiming and I broke up a long time ago. When did I ever try to take you away from me? What does it have to do with me that your mother drugged my father and secretly gave birth to you?" Upon hearing this, Fang Mengyao's emotions became even more agitated. "Shut up. My mother and father truly loved each other. It was clearly your mother who was shameless and refused to leave, forcing them to break up." Fang Yuxin finally realized that Fang Mengyao had been deceiving herself all along. She looked at Fang Mengyao mockingly. "Fang Mengyao, you're a lunatic." Fang Mengyao was deeply provoked and stomped even harder. She was wearing flat leather boots with hard soles, which made Fang Yuxin break out in a cold sweat from the pain. Hearing her muffled groan, Fang Mengyao said smugly, "Fang Yuxin, do you still think you're the eldest daughter of the Fang family? Look how pathetic you are now, your limbs broken, unable to move at all. Feeling good, huh? Remember this bracelet? Dad personally picked it out for you, but you didn't want it and gave it to me. Let me tell you, it's a good thing." Fang Yuxin looked at her incredulously. "Fang Mengyao." Fang Mengyao became even more smug. "Don't get excited, I haven't finished yet. Don't you want to know why you're not a superhuman, and can only be an ordinary person? Because I added suppressants to your food. Aren't you surprised? Oh right, and also, aren't you curious about how your brother died? Speaking of which, his death was truly gruesome, devoured alive by zombies. Even slow slicing wouldn't be better. But don't worry, you'll soon experience the pain he suffered." Fang Yuxin's face twisted violently, her whole body trembling with rage. "Fang Mengyao, are you even human? What did my brother and I do to you that made you hate me so much?" "You." Fang Mengyao laughed coldly. "The fact that you're alive every day is the greatest harm to me. Especially you, Fang Yuxin. If Yiming hadn't been so hung up on you, I probably wouldn't have killed you so soon, because even killing you would have dirtied my hands. Oh right, I remember now, you had a ragdoll cat named Angela, and I especially hated it. It was just an animal, always so arrogant." Fang Yuxin's face turned even uglier. "You killed it." Fang Mengyao said smugly, "Just an animal. Is that something to get so worked up about? I didn't kill it, I just clipped its claws and threw it in the trash. But there seemed to be a lot of stray dogs around there." Fang Yuxin struggled violently again, ignoring the excruciating pain from her wounds. "Fang Mengyao, don't be so smug. Those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. Your fate won't be any better than mine." Fang Mengyao raised an eyebrow, speaking nonchalantly. "Is that so? Too bad you'll never see it. One last piece of news. Fang Mengyao is already dead." "Ah!" A painful scream pierced the night sky. Fang Yuxin abruptly opened her eyes, only to find herself not lying on the cold, stench-filled ground, but on a warm, soft bed. She hurriedly reached out and switched on the light, but the familiar surroundings stunned her. This was her home before the apocalypse. Fang Mingyao's cold and vicious words still seemed to echo in her ears. At this moment, she suddenly felt uncertain. Could it be that the heart-wrenching pain and despair of losing loved ones weren't real, but just a bizarre dream? Meow, a soft meow rang out, and the next moment, Fang Yuxin felt something furry and warm rubbing against her arm. Fang Yuxin lifted the blanket and saw Angela nestled beside her, pressed against her arm. It raised its head and yawned, its blue eyes looking at Fang Yuxin with a confused expression. Seeing its adorable appearance, Fang Yuxin's still pounding heart suddenly calmed down. She reached out and picked up Angela, her heart clenching as she thought of Fang Mingyao's words, especially those about Angela. Angela was a very beautiful ragdoll cat, quiet, obedient and exceptionally clean. The Fang family all adored it. How could Fang Mingyao treat it so cruelly? How could she be so heartless? As Fang Yuxin was thinking, a knock came at the door, followed by Chu Qianhe's voice. Xin, are you alright? Did you have a nightmare? I'm fine, Fang Yuxin replied, jumping out of bed and running to open the door. Mom, why are you up? I'm really fine, I just had a nightmare and it woke me up. Sorry to wake you. Chu Qianhe was wearing a silk nightgown, the soft, clinging fabric outlining her graceful curves. She closed the door and cupped Fang Yuxin's face in her hands. Fang Yuxin was still shaken, her face not yet recovered. Chu Qianhe pulled her to sit down, poured her a glass of water, and then asked worriedly, Xin, what did you dream about? Fang Yuxin had always been quite bold and rarely frightened, but this time she was clearly terrified, and Chu Qianhe couldn't help but worry. Fang Yuxin subconsciously took a sip of water. It was warm, just right for her taste. Seeing Chu Qianhe's worried expression, she suddenly remembered that in that long dream, Chu Qianhe was scratched by a zombie while protecting her, and later committed suicide to avoid becoming a zombie herself. Fang Yuxin panicked, put down her water glass and grasped Chu Qianhe's hand. Chu Qianhe's hands were exceptionally well maintained, and her fingers were very soft. Feeling the warmth of Chu Qianhe's palm and the strength of her grip, Fang Yuxin gradually calmed down. She had no idea what that nightmare had been about, and before that she couldn't tell Chu Qianhe and make her worry. Fang Yuxin shook her head. It's nothing, I just dreamt of a scene from a movie and got scared without realizing it. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. Look, it's only a little past 2 o'clock, you should go back to sleep, otherwise Dad won't be able to sleep either. Seeing that she wouldn't talk about it, Chu Qianhe didn't ask any further and just said, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine, it's just a dream, nothing to worry about. I'm going back now, your dad is still worried. Fang Yuxin saw Chu Qianhe to the door, watched her go back to her room, then closed the door and slowly sat down with her back against it. Those dreams were so real, that she couldn't help but doubt their authenticity. The apocalypse, zombies, superhumans, the whole world had changed. In the post-apocalyptic world, strength reigned supreme. No matter how high your status was before the apocalypse, without superhuman abilities and formidable martial prowess, you were reduced to an ant, or even fish to be slaughtered. In that dream, only her brother Fang Yuxiang, in the entire Fang family, had awakened a powerful wind-based superhuman ability. Her parents and even herself were ordinary people. In the early stages of the apocalypse, her parents were severely injured by zombies while protecting her, and were forced to commit suicide. To escape the zombies in the city, she and Fang Yuxiang fled to a newly developed villa area in the suburbs, where they bought a villa. Fang Mingyao was with them at the time. But soon other survivors arrived, even fighting over the villa. It was then that Fang Mingyao began to reveal her true ruthless nature, ruining their reputation and eventually even driving her and Fang Yuxiang out of the villa. Fang Mingyao. The thought of Fang Mingyao ignited a surge of hatred in Fang Yuxin's heart. She quickly stood up, ready to go find Fang Mingyao, but then suddenly remembered that Fang Mingyao didn't live with them at all. Her father had bought Fang Mingyao a high-end apartment. Fang Mingyao should be living there right now. Fang Yuxin checked the time. It was 2:30 a.m., very late. Going to find Fang Mingyao rashly would be unwise. She had no idea what the dream was about, and it would be foolish to confront Fang Mingyao now. So she calmed down and decided to wait until tomorrow. According to the dream, her father would bring her a set of jade jewelry tomorrow. The bracelet Fang Mengyao mentioned in the dream was from that set. She remembered that Fang Mengyao was also there, and after seeing it, she cried and demanded it from her father, saying some very hurtful things. Not wanting to put her father in a difficult position, she gave it to Fang Mengyao. But at the end of the dream, Fang Mengyao said that the bracelet was a treasure, which made Fang Yuxin very uneasy. In the dream, Fang Mengyao, upon seeing the jade jewelry set, became incredibly persistent, determined to possess it. At first, Fang Yuxin didn't pay much attention to this part of the dream, but at the end, when Fang Mengyao revealed the bracelet was a treasure, Fang Yuxin couldn't help but think that Fang Mengyao had known from the beginning, which was why she was so determined to get the jewelry. But how could that be? And what did she mean by saying Fang Mengyao was already dead? Fang Yuxin hesitated for a long time, finally unable to resist, picking up her phone, finding her contacts and dialing a number. The call started ringing quickly, but no one answered until the call automatically ended. Fang Yuxin frowned and pressed the dial button again. On the sixth try, the other party finally answered. Hello. Fang Yuxin wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt the other person's voice was very cold, unlike Fang Mengyao's usual tone. Fang Mengyao was her father's illegitimate daughter, but not a product of procreation. She had been drugged, and when she woke up the next day, the woman had disappeared. Her parents were furious. 8 months later, the woman, heavily pregnant, went to her mother's company and knelt down in front of everyone, begging for her blessing. Her parents, who always had a good relationship, naturally refused. However, her belly was already quite large, and the baby was fully developed. An abortion would be too cruel. After the baby was born, her father gave the woman some money as child support, severing all ties. 15 years later, the woman returned to their home with Fang Mengyao, claiming she was dying and wanted to entrust Fang Mengyao to the Fang family. Fang Mengyao thus entered their household. Because of her status as an illegitimate child, she had always felt inferior and had never spoken to her in such a tone before. Perhaps because Fang Yuxin didn't speak, the other party spoke again, impatiently saying, "What do you need so late?" Fang Yuxin actually had many questions for Fang Mengyao, but at this moment she didn't know what to say. She couldn't just ask about what happened in her dream like that. So she opened her mouth and only asked, "Are you used to living alone? Are you all right?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. Since you're all right, I'll hang up." She then hung up the phone without any politeness. Fang Yuxin frowned immediately. She felt that Fang Mengyao's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Was she overthinking it? In the Champelices residential complex, Fang Mengyao threw down the phone, looked at the still bleeding wound on her left side, and hissed. Thinking of that inexplicable phone call, she smiled coldly. "Fang Yuxin? You owe Fang Mengyao, and I will get it all back for her. Just you wait." Chapter 2: Suspicion. Because she hadn't slept well the night before, Fang Yuxin didn't get up until almost 9 in the morning. After changing her clothes and going outside, she saw Chu Qianhe sitting on the sofa in the living room. Chu Qianhe was reading a magazine. Hearing footsteps, she looked up, put down the magazine, and looked at Fang Yuxin gently. "Are you hungry? Come sit down. I'll have Aunt Li get you something to eat." Without waiting for Fang Yuxin's reply, she called out, "Aunt Li, bring Xin some breakfast." Aunt Li, who was busy in the kitchen, responded and quickly came out with a tray. Although the breakfast was simple, it was very nutritious. Fang Yuxin was already hungry, and the aroma made her stomach ache even more. The rich and soft seafood porridge stimulated her sensitive taste buds as soon as it entered her mouth, whetting her appetite. Fang Yuxin practically wolfed down the porridge, looking like a refugee who hadn't eaten in a long time, which startled Chu Qianhe and Aunt Li. Aunt Li couldn't help but ask, "Madam? What's wrong with Xine? Why is she so hungry?" Chu Qianhe frowned slightly, recalling Fang Yuxin's screams in the early morning. Fang Yuxin's appearance was definitely not right. She had waited here specifically because she was worried about Fang Yuxin, intending to comfort her after she woke up. But Fang Yuxin's eating habits had changed so much that she was speechless. Fang Yuxin quickly finished her other breakfast items and then, holding the empty porridge bowl, said to Aunt Li, "Aunt Li, is there any more porridge? Please get me another bowl. I want more." Aunt Li looked at Chu Qianhe with a troubled expression. She felt that Fang Yuxin had already eaten quite a lot, more than usual. If she ate any more, she might overeat. Having studied some nutrition, she was health conscious and preferred to eat until she was only 80% full, so she was in a difficult position. Chu Qianhe shook her head at her. Clean it all up. Aunt Li, hearing this, quickly picked up the dishes, afraid Fang Yuxin would continue eating. A moment of confusion flashed across Fang Yuxin's face. Then she lowered her head and clenched her fists tightly. Last night's dream was too real. Having experienced the struggle for survival in the apocalypse, living a life of constant uncertainty, Fang Yuxin subconsciously felt hungry, as if she could never get enough to eat. But upon closer inspection, she realized she had already eaten enough, and her stomach was even a little full. Chu Qianhe pulled her to sit on the sofa, stroking her head with her hand, and asked worriedly, Xin, are you all right? Tell Mom what's wrong. Is it because of last night's nightmare? What did you dream about? Fang Yuxin couldn't help but throw herself into Chu Qianhe's arms and hug her tightly. Chu Qianhe carried a light and pleasant tea scent, which had a calming effect, very different from the strong fragrance emanating from Fang Mingyao in her dream. Feeling Chu Qianhe's warm body, Fang Yuxin's heart gradually calmed down. Chu Qianhe was alive, and her father and brother were all right too, which was wonderful. As for Fang Mingyao, she believed she would find out the truth. Feeling Chu Qianhe's worried gaze, Fang Yuxin felt ashamed and said, Mom, I'm sorry, I can't say right now, but don't worry, I'll be fine soon. Chu Qianhe had no choice but to give in. All right, since you won't tell me, come shopping with me. Actually, she wanted to take Fang Yuxin out for a walk to clear her head. Fang Yuxin didn't refuse, but once outside, facing the towering buildings and bustling crowds, Fang Yuxin desperately wanted to escape and be alone. Chu Qianhe grabbed her wrist tightly, and seeing her panicked expression, she couldn't help but frown and ask, Yuxin, are you really all right? Should I take you to the hospital? The hospital? No, absolutely not. Just then, a news report was playing on the screen of the shop next door, announcing a global flu outbreak and urging citizens to be cautious and seek medical attention promptly. Fang Yuxin instantly remembered that a global flu outbreak had also occurred in her dream, with many people suffering from persistent high fevers and ending up in hospitals. When the apocalypse came, hospitals became the most dangerous places, and almost no one escaped. They all turned into zombies. So she instinctively said, No, we can't go to the hospital. Her tone was so stern that those around her couldn't help but turn to look at her in surprise. Chu Qianhe quickly pulled Fang Yuxin away, not mentioning the hospital again, but Fang Yuxin was still preoccupied with the news report. She silently counted the time. If the dream was real, the world would end in a month, and she had to do something in advance. With that thought, Fang Yuxin took out her phone and called her assistant. She had used her savings to buy a villa in a newly developed villa area in the west of the city, entrusting the renovation to her assistant. The phone rang briefly before the assistant answered. Hello? Mr. Fang? What's up? Fang Yuxin immediately asked. How's the renovation of that villa in the west of the city going? The assistant replied. It's more than half finished. What's wrong, Mr. Fang? Fang Yuxin recalled the size of the villa and said, Send the information to my email. You don't need to handle this anymore. I'll do it myself. Also, how's the supermarket business? Although the assistant was curious, she wisely didn't ask anything, only saying, Okay, I'll pack up the information and send it to you later. Also, the supermarket business is quite good, but many employees are sick and have taken leave, saying they have fevers and have been hospitalized. We're a bit short-staffed. Mr. Fang, do you think we should hire some temporary staff? Fang Yuxin thought for a moment and said directly, No need. I have other arrangements for the supermarket. Please inform them to have a meeting at 2:30 this afternoon. I have something to announce. Okay, I'll hang up now. She then hung up the phone. Chu Qianhe, who had been silent until now, finally asked after Fang Yuxin finished her call, Xin, what are you planning to do? Fang Yuxin didn't hide anything and simply told her plan. Mom, I want to close the supermarket first. Chu Qianhe was puzzled. Why close it? Even if you want to expand, you can just rent the shop next door and do business while you're renovating, right? Fang Yuxin smiled and said, Mom, don't ask anymore, I have my own plans. Seeing that she finally smiled and her eyes gradually regained their light, and her complexion was much better than before, No longer like a frightened bird, Chu Qianhe felt relieved and didn't ask Fang Yuxin what she was planning to do. Fang Yuxin was smiling, and the shadow cast by her eyelashes perfectly concealed the darkness in her eyes. Fang's home and supermarket was a large discount supermarket, managed by Fang Yuxin. The Fang family opened this supermarket not to make money. The prices were only slightly higher than the wholesale price, and the quality control was extremely strict, all for the purpose of charity. Those with senior citizen cards, low-income cards, or disability certificates can become members at the supermarket, receiving additional discounts and even home delivery services. As a result, the supermarket barely makes any money, often operating at a loss every year. In addition, the Fang family has established a charitable foundation to donate to those in need. Yet, even so, after the apocalypse, not only were their home and supermarket looted, but Fang Mengyao also accused the Fang family of being hypocritical, fake charity, and putting on a show, and many people believed her. Not a single person stood by the Fang family. Fang Yuxin felt heartbroken. However, she had another reason for deciding to close the supermarket. She needed to stockpile supplies. Chapter 3 Beginning Preparation. The assistant was quick. 20 minutes later, Fang Yuxin received the materials in her email. Fang Yuxin quickly reviewed them and already had an idea. Feeling pressed for time, she told Chu Qianhe she had to leave. Chu Qianhe didn't stop her, letting her take the car while she called her driver. Fang Yuxin drove directly to the renovation company listed in the materials. It was a large company in the city, known for its excellent products. Upon arrival, Fang Yuxin identified herself and was respectfully invited into the reception room. The reception room was elegantly decorated, with lush greenery clearly well maintained. Not long after Fang Yuxin entered, the project manager arrived. Her house was a villa with a very high-end renovation, and she wasn't afraid to spend money. It was considered a large project within the company, and the manager took it very seriously. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fang Yuxin explained her purpose: to increase the green space on the villa and replace the rooftop with an ecological farm. She checked the villa's renovation progress. Currently, the main work is on the interior decoration. The villa's garden and roof haven't been finished yet. The original plan was to create a landscape garden, but because of that strange dream, Fang Yuxin changed her mind. Anyway, even if the dream was fake, she could just change it if she didn't like it later. It wouldn't take much effort. The project manager, worried that Fang Yuxin was just acting on a whim, confirmed with her several times. Seeing her insistence, he stopped trying to persuade her. After all, ecological farms are quite popular now, and he had no objection if the customer liked it. His only concern was that Fang Yuxin was just acting on a whim, and the final result might not satisfy her. Fang Yuxin already had an idea and quickly finalized the plan. The project manager told Fang Yuxin that they would soon produce renderings, and once Fang Yuxin confirmed them, they would begin construction. Fang Yuxin was worried about the project's progress. In her dream, the villa's renovation wasn't even finished before the apocalypse broke out. She said, "No need, just follow this plan. Also, I'm in a hurry to move in. Can you speed up the project? Hire more people. Money isn't a problem." The project manager immediately agreed. Recently, many skilled workers had been sick and on leave, causing delays in many projects, and many clients had called to complain. Fang Yuxin's project was quite large, and he would get a lot of commission, so he naturally couldn't afford to offend her. After finalizing the matter, Fang Yuxin drove away. It was almost noon. She went home and had lunch with Chu Qianhe, then used her lunch break to check the news online. She discovered that the flu was already very serious, with many people hospitalized or even quarantined. Both hospitals and the government were taking it very seriously, organizing many experts to work hard to develop a vaccine. Fang Yuxin was alarmed. Besides managing the supermarket, she also made other investments, and she owned shares in the Fang Group. Even if the supermarket continued to lose money, the dividends from these shares would ensure her livelihood. She had known about the flu before, but hadn't paid much attention, since the flu happened every year. As for online discussions, she never read them. She didn't have much time to follow forums and news, so it wasn't until she specifically searched that she discovered the flu had been widely discussed online. An hour passed quickly and Fang Yuxin, seeing that it was almost time, shut down her computer and went to the supermarket for a meeting. The relevant executives were all present and were quite surprised to learn that she planned to temporarily close the supermarket. One of them disagreed, saying, "Mr. Fang, even if we're expanding, there's no need to close the supermarket." Fang Yuxin had already prepared an excuse, so she said, "The supermarket needs renovations, the shelves and everything need to be reorganized. Besides, the flu is so severe right now. Closing the store is like giving the employees a day off, and I don't want anyone working while sick. But don't worry, the supermarket will still pay salaries. Take this opportunity to rest." Hearing that salaries would still be paid, no one objected. Anyway, the supermarket wasn't in it for profit, so there was no need to worry about profitability. The Fang family was wealthy and wanted to have fun, so they naturally played along. But secretly they were a little envious. Fang Yuxin saw all their reactions. She didn't show it on her face, but she felt a pang of irony. She had been so arrogant before, thinking that if she helped someone, even if they didn't reciprocate, they would at least feel grateful. But now she realized how wrong she had been. There are many people in this world who know how to be grateful, but there are also those who only take other people's generosity for granted. Even these employees, who received money and enjoyed the benefits provided by the Fang family, secretly envied the Fang family's wealth. However, at this point, Fang Yuxin was no longer bothered to be stingy with the money. After all, these people had been diligent and hard-working. Fang Yuxin was always clear about right and wrong, and wouldn't arbitrarily hold a grudge. After the meeting, she went to the supermarket to take a look. The supermarket was doing good business. It was 4 o'clock, and there were quite a few shoppers. As far as Fang Yuxin knew, because the goods here were cheap, some people who lived far away would take the bus to shop. She was dressed smartly and was very beautiful, like a big star on TV. She stood out in the supermarket and soon attracted all sorts of attention. Fang Yuxin walked for a while and overheard people talking. "Why are rich people now competing with us poor people for bargains? You don't understand, do you? Those rich people are the stingiest. Besides, don't be fooled by people wearing designer clothes these days. Who knows if they're fake? Even if they aren't fake, they might have been ripped off. Pretty girls these days are so shameless, also materialistic, unlike back in our day." The speakers were 2 middle-aged women. Fang Yuxin glanced at them. They were dressed simply, their makeup light but somewhat tacky. Their voices weren't loud, but they weren't quiet either, and many people around heard them. Some looked at them with complicated expressions, others with embarrassed looks. Several supermarket employees nearby had changed their expressions. Fang Yuxin didn't say anything, pushed her shopping cart away. But in the end, she didn't buy anything and left the supermarket. The gap between rich and poor in society is huge, and many people's minds have long been distorted. She wouldn't argue or get angry over a few words. She just felt sorry for them, for the Fang family, and also for those with distorted minds. Back in her car, Fang Yuxin prepared to drive home. Passing a hair salon, she thought for a moment and decided to go in and get her hair cut. Her hair was quite long, almost waist length, and thanks to regular maintenance, it was in excellent condition, black and shiny. She usually wore it up, which made her look more capable. The hairdresser was quite disappointed when he heard she wanted a shorter cut. Fang Yuxin got a tomboyish haircut and made sure to take the cut hair with her. The apocalypse in her dream was filled with all sorts of strange and evil magic. Although she didn't know if it was real, Fang Yuxin had to be cautious. When she got home, she saw Fang Mengyao sitting in the living room, and her nerves instantly tightened. Fang Mengyao had actually come, just like in her dream. Fang Yuxin checked the time. Fang Jintang would be back soon. Now she just needed to wait and see if what happened next would really be the same as in her dream. Chapter 4: Robbery. Fang Yuxin walked into the living room, and Fang Mengyao and Chu Qianhe were both surprised to see her. Fang Mengyao's expression was a little strange while Chu Qianhe asked, "Yuxin, why did you cut your hair?" Fang Yuxin walked over and sat down next to Chu Qianhe, smiling as she said, "I wanted to change my style, so I cut it. Mom, do you think I look good like this?" Chu Qianhe nodded proudly, saying, "My daughter is beautiful, she looks good even with a shaved head. You look more energetic than before, not bad." Fang Yuxin had been observing Fang Mengyao out of the corner of her eye. Fang Mengyao, sitting opposite them, changed her expression, a slight smirk playing on her lips as if mocking them. Fang Yuxin asked her, "Xiaoyao, what brings you here today?" Fang Mingyao's face stiffened, then she looked up and asked somewhat defiantly, "Sister Exine, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I shouldn't have come?" She came to see for herself what kind of people Chu Qianhe and Fang Yuxin were, and also to ask her cheap father Fang Jintang for money. The apocalypse was coming, and she needed to stockpile supplies early. Fang Yuxin, hearing this, looked at her with a half-smile, remaining silent. Fang Mengyao clearly didn't come without a reason, but she wasn't wrong. She shouldn't have come, and no one in the Fang family welcomed her. Fang Yuxin didn't think she had gone too far. Fang Mingyao's background was too shameful, and the Fang family was already being more than kind by taking her in. Thinking of Fang Mingyao's last words in the dream, Fang Yuxin felt a chill run down her spine, and her face darkened. Seeing this, Fang Mingyao felt a lump in her throat, unwilling to hold back. She blurted out, "Fang Yuxin, I came to see Dad, not to see your attitude." Chu Qianhe's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Looking at Fang Yuxin and Fang Mingyao's unpleasant expressions, she stood up and said, "Xin, come with me." Her tone was stern, clearly blaming Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin obediently followed her upstairs to the second floor. After entering the room and closing the door, Chu Qianhe looked at her helplessly. "Why are you angry with her? If she wants to come, let her come. Why bother with her?" Fang Yuxin was at a loss for words. She couldn't very well say that she was still affected by last night's nightmare and couldn't control her anger, could she? Thinking about Fang Mingyao's attitude, Fang Yuxin couldn't help but say, "I've never seen anyone act so self-righteously as an illegitimate child." "You?" Chu Qianhe shook her head with a smile. "Your father will be back soon. Don't make things difficult for him, okay? I'll go downstairs first. It wouldn't be polite to leave her alone in the living room. You can stay in the room and come down when your father returns." Fang Yuxin nodded, but in her heart, she was thinking that in that dream, she was trying not to make things difficult for Fang Jintang. So when she saw Fang Mengyao making things more and more embarrassing, she gave her the jade jewelry. But the final outcome made her realize that some people shouldn't be given too much credit. There are too many shameless people in this world. Always being humble will only make others think you're weak and easily bullied. Chu Qianhe left, and after she left, Fang Yuxin took a shower, changed into her pajamas and slippers, and immediately felt completely relaxed. Taking advantage of this time, she went online again. Perhaps because she had been paying attention, she noticed that many people online were quite resentful of the rich, their mentality completely distorted. She also searched for things that might be useful in the apocalypse, noting them down one by one, planning to buy and store them later. Just as she finished organizing the information, she heard Fang Jintang's voice downstairs. Thinking of that dream, Fang Yuxin turned off her computer and quickly went downstairs. When she came down, Fang Mengyao was clinging to Fang Jintang's arm, acting coquettishly. Chu Qianhe stood to the side, her expression indifferent, while Fang Jintang's face was somewhat stiff, looking very uncomfortable. Fang Yuxin was also startled. Fang Mengyao had never acted like this before. She walked over quickly. Fang Jintang, feeling awkward, noticed Fang Yuxin and his attention immediately shifted to her. Seeing her cut her hair, Fang Jintang was equally surprised. "Xin, why did you cut your hair?" Fang Yuxin repeated what she had said to Chu Qianhe earlier, then glanced at Fang Mengyao and said, "Dad, you must be tired after just getting back. Go back to your room and change your clothes. Why are you dressed so formally when you're home?" She said this to help Fang Jintang out of the awkward situation. Otherwise, judging from Fang Mingyao's posture, she would definitely cling to Fang Jintang's arm. Fang Jintang nodded upon hearing this, then turned to Fang Mengyao and said, "Yao, let go. Dad will go change first." Fang Mengyao had no choice but to let go, but her face was very unpleasant. This scene made her feel extremely embarrassed. If it weren't for asking Fang Jintang for money, why would she have come to this disgusting place and humiliated herself? Fang Yuxin was really too much. When Fang Jintang came out again, he had changed into casual home clothes and was carrying a mahogany box. The box was flat, with a magnificent peony carving on top. He walked along, beckoning to Fang Yuxin. "Yuxin, come here quickly. Dad just got a set of jade jewelry. See if you like it." Fang Yuxin liked jade. Fang Jintang knew this, so he would keep an eye out and buy her any nice pieces he found. Fang Yuxin had been waiting for this scene. In fact, she was already stunned when she saw the mahogany box in Fang Jintang's hand. This scene was exactly like the one in her dream. She walked stiffly towards Fang Jintang, but just then Fang Mingyao quickly walked over saying, "Dad, what kind of jade is it? Let me see." Hearing this, Fang Yuxin hurried to Fang Jintang's side, almost arriving at the same time as Fang Mingyao. At this moment, Fang Mingyao tried to snatch the box from Fang Jintang's hand. Fang Yuxin quickly made her move, placing her hand on the box first and giving Fang Mingyao a warning look. "Xiaoyao, Dad bought this for me." Fang Mingyao retorted, "Really? But I really like it. Dad, can you give it to me? You've given so many jade pieces to Sister Xian since we were little, and I haven't received a single one. You can't be so biased." Fang Yuxin laughed upon hearing this. The box hadn't even been opened yet, so why was Fang Mingyao saying she liked it? Did she really know what was inside? She calmly took the box from Fang Jintang's hand without opening it, and simply held it in her arms, looking at Fang Mingyao with a half-smile. "You like it? You like it without even knowing what it looks like? If you really like jade, let Dad buy you another one. Don't take my things." These words severely provoked Fang Mingyao, who glared fiercely at Fang Yuxin, wishing she could kill her. The original owner of this body committed suicide after being rejected by Cho Yiming, Fang Yuxin's fiancé. Having regained her memories, she was deeply infatuated with the tall and handsome Cho Yiming. Fang Yuxin's words were practically a slap in the face. Moreover, the game system had just alerted her to a valuable item in the mahogany box. Although she didn't know what it was, she was determined to have it. So she grabbed Fang Jintang's arm and said, "Daddy, please give it to me. I really like it." Then she turned to Fang Yuxin and said, "Sister Xian, you already have so much jade. Can't you just give me this set? Why are you fighting with me?" Fighting with Fang Mingyao? Who was fighting with whom? Fang Yuxin looked at Fang Mingyao with a utterly unreasonable gaze. At this moment, she understood why Fang Mingyao had said those things. Her mind was simply not that of a normal person. Fang Yuxin tossed out a, "I can't be bothered with you," and turned to go back to her room. Fang Mingyao, seeing her leave with the mahogany box, reacted as if she were seeing a treasure slipping away. Her eyes reddened and she pushed Fang Jintang aside, rushing towards Fang Yuxin. "Fang Yuxin, give it to me." Chapter 5 Destruction. Fang Mingyao was wearing 10-centimeter high stilettos, which Fang Yuxin easily dodged, and quickly ran behind Fang Jintang. Fang Mingyao glared at her fiercely, wanting to chase after her, but Fang Jintang suddenly said, "Yao Yao, this is what Dad bought for your sister Xian. Her birthday is coming soon. If you want jade, Dad will buy it for you. Stop making a scene. What kind of behavior is this?" Fang Mingyao was very unwilling, her eyes fixed on the mahogany box in Fang Yuxin's arms, biting her lip and saying, "But I just like this set." Fang Jintang immediately felt that Fang Mingyao was simply unreasonable. Just as Fang Yuxin said, she hadn't even seen what was inside, so what did she mean by liking it? She was clearly just deliberately throwing a tantrum. His feelings towards his daughter Fang Mingyao were very complicated. He had never had a relationship with Fang Mingyao's mother, Zhu Wanxia, and he had never liked Zhu Wanxia, yet she had drugged him, stolen his sperm, and even fathered a child with him, and shamelessly went to Chu Qianhe to force her to step down. Every time he thought about it, he felt more disgusted than if he had swallowed a fly. So even though he knew Fang Mingyao was innocent, he couldn't treat her like his own child, giving her the same respect and love as Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang. Even so, when Zhu Wanxia died, he accepted Fang Mingyao and brought her into his home. Later, when Fang Mingyao wanted to move out, he bought her a luxury apartment and registered it in her name, as she wished. He tried his best to fulfill all of Fang Mingyao's other requests, as long as they weren't excessive. However, this time Fang Ming really made a scene. If she really wanted jade, he would have bought it for her. Why did she have to steal Fang Yuxin's? Fang Jintang deeply loved Chu Qianhe and valued his children, Fang Yuyang and Fang Yuxin, highly. They were both outstanding, which made him very gratified, and he was also grateful to Chu Qianhe for raising them so well. But Fang Mingyao, she had been with Zhu Wanxia since childhood, and was already 15 when she came to the Fang family. Her personality was already set, And sometimes even if Fang Yuxin wanted to teach her, he couldn't say anything when he saw her aggrieved expression. Later, Fang Mengyao proposed to move out, and they saw each other even less often, giving Fang Yuxin even less opportunity to persuade her. He was filled with regret now. If he had known Fang Mengyao would act this way, he would never have taken the things out in front of her. Seeing that Fang Mengyao was still unwilling to give up, he could only sternly shout, "Yo, come and sit down." His cold gaze was fixed on Fang Mengyao, as if he could see through the secrets in her heart. Although Fang Mengyao was unwilling, thinking of the purpose of her visit, she had no choice but to obediently go and sit down. Oh well, if she couldn't get it this time, she could always think of another way next time. Getting the money was the priority. Perhaps she could use this incident to get Fang Yuxin to give her more money. Thinking this way, Fang Mengyao felt a little better. Fang Yuxin carried the rosewood box upstairs to her room. Normally, she would have opened it right downstairs, but now wary of Fang Mengyao, she suppressed her excitement, locked the door and carefully opened the box. Inside was a set of jade jewelry. A necklace, earrings, a bracelet, and a brooch. The jade was of excellent quality with excellent translucency and vibrant green, appearing almost alive, not like cold stones. However, upon closer inspection, Fang Yuxin couldn't discern its true value. Remembering Fang Mengyao's words at the end of her dream, she couldn't resist testing the bracelet to see if it was truly a treasure. But as soon as she picked up the knife, she remembered Fang Mengyao was still downstairs. Fang Mengyao's obsession with the jewelry was highly suspicious. Not daring to risk arousing Fang Mengyao's suspicion, Fang Yuxin put down the knife, locked the items and leisurely went downstairs. But when she went downstairs, Fang Mengyao was nowhere to be found. Startled, she couldn't help but ask, "Dad, Mom, where's Xiaoyao? Did she go back?" Chu Qinhe pointed towards the kitchen and said, "She's in the kitchen. She said she made a mistake earlier and wants to cook you a dish to apologize." Fang Yuxin then beckoned Fang Yuxin to sit down beside him and asked, "Xin, do you like that jewelry set?" Fang Yuxin smiled and nodded, affectionately hugging Fang Jintang's arm. "I like it very much, thank you, Dad." "It's good that you like it," Fang Jintang said. Seeing her happy, his mood improved as well. He thought for a moment and then added, "Yao. You know she was a bit mischievous today, so don't hold it against her." Fang Yuxin didn't want to put Fang Jintang in a difficult position. She wasn't a child who didn't know right from wrong. And now she wasn't sure if that strange dream was something she had actually experienced or a warning from heaven. No matter what, she wouldn't give Fang Mengyao another chance. But there was no need for Fang Jintang and Chu Qinhe to know these things, to worry unnecessarily. So she said, "Dad, don't worry, I know what I'm doing and won't stoop to her level." After saying that, she casually picked up an apple and a fruit knife from the fruit plate, quickly peeled it, divided it into 3 portions, and shared it with Fang Jintang and Chu Qinhe. About half an hour later, dinner was ready. Aunt Li brought out the dishes. Dinner was quite plentiful but not greasy. It consisted of easily digestible foods, and the portions weren't large, so there wouldn't be any waste. When most of the dishes were taken, Aunt Li and Fang Mengyao came out together. Aunt Li was carrying a large bowl of soup. The aroma smelled wonderful and wafted into the living room from afar. Fang Mengyao walked beside her, smiling. "Dad, Aunt Chu, Sister Yuxin, this is chicken soup I made myself. You must try it." She paused, then said to Fang Yuxin, "Sister Yuxin, I was being rude just now. Please don't hold it against me, okay? I made this soup myself to apologize." Fang Yuxin smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, I won't mind even for Dad's sake." She reached for the soup bowl. "Let me take it, thank you, Aunt Li." Aunt Li smiled but didn't say anything, preparing to hand the bowl to Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin usually helped out, so she was used to it. Fang Mengyao, however, instantly became alert and stopped Fang Yuxin's hand. "No need, Sister Yuxin, let Aunt Li do it." Fang Yuxin already had suspicions, and this stop only strengthened her suspicions. With a sudden movement, she knocked the soup bowl to the ground. Hot soup splashed from the bowl, and Fang Yuxin cried out in surprise as if scalded, stumbling backward. She retreated so forcefully that she bumped into the dining table behind her. Taking advantage of the chaos, Fang Yuxin swung her arm, overturning all the dishes on the table to the floor. Fang Mengyao, seeing the mess, was furious, her face turning ashen. She had added an inhibitor to the soup, a gift from a game package, and there was only one dose. Knowing the apocalypse was coming, she harbored resentment after Fang Yuxin stole her treasure. Under the pretext of making food as an apology, she added the inhibitor to the soup. And just to be safe, she added some to the other dishes as well, using up the entire dose. The inhibitor could suppress the awakening of superpowers. Once ingested, these three would be unable to awaken their abilities. What she thought was a foolproof plan had been completely ruined by Fang Yuxin. She glared at Fang Yuxin, her anger finally bursting forth. Fang Yuxin, what do you mean? Are you deliberately going against me? Chapter 6, The Spiritual Abode Space. Fang Yuxin ignored Fang Mingyao's blame and said, "It's all my fault for being so careless. I'll go to the kitchen to cook something. Aunt Li, could you please clean up here?" Aunt Li also felt Fang Yuxin had been careless, and it was such a waste to ruin so many dishes. However, as the Fang family's housekeeper, she naturally treated Fang Yuxin much more kindly than Fang Mingyao. So she smiled and said, "It's nothing, you didn't do it on purpose. I'll clean up here. Yuxin, check if you're burned." Fang Yuxin smiled slightly and turned to walk towards the kitchen. She wasn't sure if Fang Mingyao had used the so-called inhibitor, nor did she know if all the dishes had been tampered with, but even with a 1 in 10,000 chance, she wouldn't dare take the risk, which was why she deliberately ruined the dishes. Fang Mingyao was clearly unwilling to let it go so easily. She only had one dose of the inhibitor, which Fang Yuxin had destroyed, making it unusable. What angered her even more was Fang Yuxin's disregard for her. Fang Mingyao knew Fang Yuxin was in the wrong, so why wouldn't she apologize? Why was she ignoring her? Fang Mingyao shouted, "Fang Yuxin, stop right there. Explain yourself. Did you do this on purpose?" Fang Yuxin initially ignored her, but seeing her persistent nagging, she turned around and looked at her with amusement. "Why would I do it on purpose? What makes you so sure I did it on purpose? What benefit would I get from doing this?" Fang Mingyao was speechless. She felt Fang Yuxin was doing it on purpose, and even suspected that Fang Yuxin knew something. But how could she answer Fang Yuxin's question? Yes, logically speaking, what benefit could Fang Yuxin gain from doing this? Was she supposed to admit that she had tampered with the food? Fang Mingyao thought for a moment and said, "Of course you did it on purpose. You just wanted to ruin the soup I worked so hard to make." Fang Yuxin crossed her arms and laughed. "That's even more ridiculous. If I didn't like it, I could just throw it away. Did I have to ruin the whole table of food so Mom and Dad wouldn't get to eat?" Fang Mingyao was so angry she couldn't speak. She didn't know how to refute Fang Yuxin. She was unwilling to give up and wanted to speak again, but Chu Qianhe suddenly said, "All right, Xin can't handle it alone. Mom will help you. Jintang, why don't you talk to Xiaoyao for a while?" Her tone wasn't harsh at all. On the contrary, it was very gentle. But when her gaze swept lightly over Fang Mingyao couldn't say what she had prepared. She subconsciously felt that Chu Qianhe was much more difficult to deal with than Fang Yuxin. If she continued to pester her, Chu Qianhe would definitely not let her go. Chu Qianhe walked around the mess on the floor, went to Fang Yuxin's side, and then pulled her into the kitchen. Seeing them all in the kitchen, Fang Mingyao hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage and said, "Dad, I have something to tell you." Fang Jintang glanced at the mess on the floor side and said, "Come with me." He knew, of course, that Fang Yuxin had done it on purpose, but he didn't want to scold her in front of Fang Mingyao and Aunt Li, so he pretended not to know. Fang Jintang led Fang Mingyao to the small garden outside. The ground was covered with grass, and many flowers were planted around it. There was a casual table and 4 chairs on the lawn, along with a parasol. The family of 4 would occasionally sit there and talk. After Chu Qianhe pulled Fang Yuxin into the kitchen, she found a bunch of fresh celery to slice, and whispered to Fang Yuxin, Xin, tell Mom the truth. Why did you do that just now? Mom can tell you did it on purpose." Fang Yuxin was washing tomatoes, and her hands paused when she heard this. Then she said, "Mom, I don't trust her. Who knows if she might add something strange to the dishes." "You," Chu Qianhe shook her head, her tone very helpless. "Don't do that next time, okay? My daughter shouldn't be so petty." Fang Yuxin nodded. "Mom, I know." The two of them quickly made 4 dishes, which only took 20 minutes. When they carried the dishes out, Fang Mingyao was no longer there. Fang Jintang sat on the sofa, and the mess on the floor had already been cleaned up. Fang Yuxin couldn't help but ask, "Dad? Where's Xiaoyao?" "She's already left," Fang Jintang replied, clearly not intending to elaborate. "Let's eat." Fang Yuxin knew Fang Mengyao never came without a reason. Remembering what she'd overheard in the kitchen, she guessed that Fang Mengyao's visit to the Fang family wasn't just about drugging someone. It was likely for another purpose. She speculated that Fang Mengyao had probably come to ask Fang Jintang for money, and a considerable sum at that. Otherwise she wouldn't have bothered making the trip herself. Fang Mengyao hadn't continued to cause trouble. Instead she had simply left, presumably having gotten the money. However, Fang Yuxin didn't ask Fang Jintang how much he had given her. She trusted that Fang Jintang knew his limits. The meal was eaten quietly. After finishing, Fang Jintang asked, "Xin, Dad heard you closed the store and the supermarket. Is that right?" Fang Yuxin immediately realized that someone at the supermarket had tipped her off, but Fang Jintang would find out sooner or later anyway, so she didn't bother to find out who had tattled. Instead, she simply nodded and said, "Dad, I have some ideas lately. Can you not ask me yet? I'll tell you when the time is right." Fang Jintang didn't mean to blame Fang Yuxin. He just wanted to know. Both of his children were excellent and sensible people who would never act recklessly. So he said, "You silly child, you're keeping me in suspense. Okay, Daddy promises not to ask, but you know why we opened this supermarket. Daddy hopes you can tell me the answer soon." "Okay." Of course that was no problem, so Fang Yuxin said, "Don't worry, Daddy, you'll know soon enough." After she finished speaking, she watched as Aunt Lee cleared away the dishes and went to the kitchen, so she followed her in, asked her for the food scraps that Aunt Lee had destroyed earlier, sealed them in a food storage container, and took them back to her room. After she returned to her room, she locked the door. Angela, who was eating cat food, looked up and gave a soft meow, then came over and rubbed against her leg. Fang Yuxin didn't have time to take care of Angela at this moment. She took out the mahogany box, then took out a clean bowl, put both bracelets into the bowl, then took out the first aid kit, opened it, took out disinfectant and bandages, and then cut her wrist, letting the blood flow into the bowl. As she did this, she wasn't sure what would happen. Fang Mengyao's words in her dream and Fang Mengyao's previous obsession with the jewelry set bothered her, making her willing to take the risk. The blood dripped onto the bracelets, initially without reaction. But gradually, as the blood submerged the bracelets, Fang Yuxin saw the blood in the bowl being absorbed by the bracelets. Then the green of one bracelet became even more vibrant, while the other remained unaffected. Suddenly, she felt a violent jolt in her mind, and the next moment, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. As if by some unseen force, Fang Yuxin uncontrollably murmured, "Azurewood Spirit Mansion." Chapter 7, Cultivation Inheritance. Fang Yuxin was surrounded by a thick white mist. As she uttered the words Azurewood Spirit Mansion, the mist suddenly dissipated, revealing a vast and spacious hall before her. The hall, spanning over 1,000 square meters, was sparsely furnished, except for a single azure lotus flower floating in its center. Fang Yuxin instinctively walked towards it. The lotus petals were extremely thin, yet it wasn't a real flower. Rather, it seemed to be a manifestation of something. She gently touched the petals with her fingertips. The cool touch felt incredibly soothing. Then the lotus began to melt from her fingertips, transforming into a stream of azure light that entered her body. Fang Yuxin felt her mind grow increasingly heavy. She closed her eyes in a daze, and then gradually, a sense of understanding dawned upon her. It turned out that this lotus flower was formed from the essence of the chaotic azure lotus. While not a true chaotic azure lotus, it was still an extremely precious item, something even immortals would covet. She possessed a single wood spiritual root, which allowed her to absorb it without hindrance. Now her body had been transformed into a pure wood spiritual body. As long as she cultivated the azure wood technique sealed within the lotus, she could embark on the path to immortality. This azure wood spiritual mansion was a spiritual space created by cultivators using their physical strength, which could also be understood as a space of inheritance. After absorbing the lotus, she had essentially received the inheritance of the previous owner of the spiritual mansion. After digesting what she had just obtained, Fang Yuxin was completely stunned. She remembered the dream. In the dream, because Fang Mengyao had caused such a scene, She gave the jade to Fang Mengyao to avoid putting Fang Jintang in a difficult position. Combining this with what Fang Mengyao said at the end of the dream, she had clearly obtained this spiritual mansion space. However, Fang Yuxin remembered that Fang Mengyao hadn't used any wood-based techniques in the dream. Had she been hiding her strength, or had she never received the inheritance at all? Fang Yuxin couldn't find the answer to this question, but now that the spiritual mansion was in her hands, there was no need to dwell on it anymore. Fang Yuxin surveyed the main hall again and noticed 10 doors in total, 3 on each of 3 walls and 1 on the remaining wall. The floor was covered with intricate runes and lotus patterns. The runes formed a spirit-gathering array, while the lotus patterns indicated meditation and cultivation areas. Of the doors, 1 led outside the hall, while the remaining 9 led to 9 different locations: the alchemy room, the weapon-making room, the storeroom, the scripture pavilion, the treasure pavilion, and the trial grounds. Except for the door leading outside the hall and the storeroom, all the other doors were sealed. Only by breaking the seal could one enter. Fang Yuxin first checked the storeroom, but unfortunately it was empty. The valuable items were stored elsewhere. Entry was only possible after breaking the seal on the door. Fortunately, the storeroom was spacious enough to hold a large amount of supplies and had a preservation function. After inspecting the storeroom, Fang Yuxin opened the door leading outside the hall. Outside was a corridor with 99 white jade steps. The lowest level of stone steps forms a platform 9 meters wide and 100 meters long. Below the platform lies a clear lake, where visibility is limited to 9 meters. Beyond 9 meters, a hazy mist hangs in the air. This mist, seemingly ordinary, is actually a seal. Forcing one to look into it will cause dizziness within a minute. Fang Yuxin quickly surveyed the surroundings. To the left of the main hall was a spiritual spring, with a stream flowing between it and the lake. Water from the spring continuously flowed into the lake, but water from the lake never flowed back into the spring. Next to the spring was a medicinal field planted with many spiritual herbs, none of which Fang Yuxin recognized. To the right of the main hall was a spiritual field, completely barren. However, Fang Yuxin could obtain seeds from outside and plant them there. Behind it was a lush and beautiful bamboo forest. However, like the lake, visibility was limited to 9 meters in all these places, with everything beyond that shrouded in white mist. Fang Yuxin vaguely knew that the entire space was not this large, but what lay beyond could only be known after the seal was broken. After investigating, Fang Yuxin left the spirit mansion and returned to her room. The blood in the bowl had completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. Moreover, the bracelet that contained the spirit mansion space had also vanished without a trace. It hadn't truly disappeared, but rather entered Fang Yuxin's brow dantian, protecting her soul. Fang Yuxin tried to store the items in her storage room. At this time, she had not yet cultivated immortality, and her spiritual sense was weak. Only physical contact could store items. However, once she embarked on the path of immortality, anything her spiritual sense could touch could be stored in her storage room. She didn't plan to tell her family about the spirit mansion now, but intended to collect as many resources as possible first. Originally, she still held onto a sliver of hope, treating it as an absurd dream, but the increasingly severe flu and the appearance of the spirit mansion space made her dare not harbor any illusions. Thinking of this, Fang Yuxin picked up her phone and made a call. "Hello? Where are you now? Can you do me a favor? Help me test 2 samples." "Okay, I'll bring them to you right now." Hanging up the phone, Fang Yuxin grabbed the food container and went out. It was only 8 o'clock when she left. Chu Qianhe and Fang Jintang were still awake, watching TV in the living room. When they saw her leaving, they couldn't help but ask, "Xin, where are you going so late?" Fang Yuxin casually said, "Going to see a friend," and ran out, leaving Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe to exchange a smile. When she arrived at the research institute where her friend worked, the other person was already waiting. Fang Yuxin handed her the bag in her hand. In addition to the food container, there were 2 other samples in the bag. "Help me test if there's anything added to these. Also, see if the owners of these 2 samples are blood relatives." The other person didn't say much, took the things and said, "Okay, I'll do the tests when I get back, and I'll give you the results tomorrow." Fang Yuxin thanked her and didn't stay long before driving home. Back in her room, She recalled the scene from her dream and typed out everything she remembered on her computer. It was already 9 o'clock when she got home, and by the time she finished recording, it was almost midnight. After reviewing her notes, Fang Yuxin identified areas requiring attention, made a new list, printed it all out, and stored it in her online storage. The next day after breakfast, Fang Yuxin went out. She first rented several warehouses, then called the supermarket's usual suppliers to order a large quantity of supplies, followed by a large order of fuel, gas cylinders, and engines, all to be delivered to the designated warehouses. After finalizing the orders, Fang Yuxin went to a store and bought a hoodie, casual pants, canvas shoes, quirky glasses, and a mask. She changed in her car and went to a shady internet cafe. The quirky glasses were for pranks. They looked like thick glasses, even distorting the eyes. Combined with the hoodie and mask, her true appearance was completely hidden. Fang Yuxin asked for a computer in the corner, turned it on, and first wrote a post about the apocalypse. Then she opened some popular forums, registered accounts, and posted the posts one by one. After quickly finishing posting, she cleared the computer's history, shut down the computer, and left the internet cafe. Back in her car, she changed back into her original clothes and checked her phone. Her friends hadn't replied to her messages yet. At the same time, in a villa in Bay City, a young man was casually browsing familiar forums when he suddenly saw a post. He was startled and instinctively clicked on it. Then he immediately shouted, "Boss, come look at this." Chapter 8: A Mission. A deep male voice quickly came through the speaker, asking with a hint of impatience, "What is it?" The young man immediately replied, "Boss, I saw an interesting post, I'll send it to you." He opened the chat box and sent the URL. About a minute later, the male voice came through the speaker again. "Check who posted it." The young man was already checking. In less than a minute, he found the poster's IP address. He then said, "The post was made in a shady internet cafe in the market. The poster must have been very careful. But this makes the content of the post quite intriguing." The male voice sounded again. This person definitely knows something. Erase the traces, don't let anyone find out. Also, send me the address of that internet cafe, and check the local surveillance footage to see if you can find the person." This time it took a bit longer. A full 10 minutes later, the young man finally found a few photos in the surveillance video. He sent the photo out saying, "Boss, this person is very careful. Judging from her attire, she looks like a man. She's disguised and keeps her head down, avoiding being caught on camera." A few seconds later, the male voice said decisively, "She's a woman. She definitely knows something. Check the surveillance footage elsewhere and see if you can find her. Also, erase all traces from the surveillance footage. I don't want anyone else to see these things." The young man chuckled and said, "I knew it was a woman. Don't worry, boss, Hosaner will definitely help you find this beauty." But as they continued checking, the figure disappeared from all the surveillance footage. The area where she disappeared was busy with people and cars, making it virtually impossible to find her. Clearly, this person had prepared in advance. Hosaner had no choice but to erase all traces from the surveillance footage and report the results. The boss didn't say anything more. At this moment his phone rang. It was a text message. After opening it and reading the content, the man's face darkened. Although Hosaner hadn't seen it, he instinctively felt something was wrong. He asked worriedly, "Boss? What's wrong? Is it because of that text message?" The man replied listlessly, "Yeah, the master wants me to go over there. There's a new mission." Hosaner immediately became agitated. "Damn it, is that bastard by you up to his old tricks again?" The man didn't answer, which was taken as tacit agreement. Hosaner advised, "Boss, I think we should just ignore them. A bunch of bastards, not a single one of them is good. Especially that bastard by you, how much trouble has he caused us? He's a complete scoundrel." The man said, "I'll go check it out first. This is the last mission of the year. If it's not too much trouble, I'll take it. That way, I'll be free for the rest of the year." Hosaner wanted to persuade him further, but hearing this, he had to give up. Every mission they gave them was troublesome. Even if the mission itself wasn't troublesome, with that bastard by you around, it would be dozens of times more troublesome. But as the man said, this was the last mission of the year, and taking it would mean freedom for the rest of the year, so he didn't try to persuade him further. The man went to his master's house, and the task turned out to be quite simple: find someone in the market and escort them back to Bay City. Of course, if one ignored the fact that the market was currently a flu hotspot and that it was the Cho family's stronghold, the task would be incredibly easy. He hadn't originally planned to accept the task. He knew Bai Yu had definitely set a trap for him in the market. However, thinking about the mysterious post, he decided to take the risk. If the post was true, he would definitely find the mysterious poster. If it was false, he wouldn't need to worry about the dangers in the market. After accepting the task, he went home. He would be away for a few days, and he needed to tell his family. As soon as he opened the door, Bchan, who was sitting on the living room sofa, turned around immediately. His eyes lit up when he saw him, and he jumped off the sofa and ran towards him shouting, "Dad!" The man bent down, picked up the child, and noticed he was a little heavier than before. Looking at the child's chubby face and the cookie crumbs around his mouth, he frowned and said, "You've gotten fatter again. Didn't I tell you not to eat too many sweets?" Bchan narrowed his eyes, then wiped his chubby face against his chest, immediately staining the man's white shirt with cookie crumbs. His face darkened and he put Bchan down, saying in a low voice, "Go do your homework," before going to his room to shower and change. Bchan curled his lip in disdain. "I finished my homework a long time ago." He then returned to the sofa, grabbed a small plate of cookies and started crunching them down. Shut on the sofa, Shui Ro let out a long sigh of relief after the man returned to his room, patting her chest. "Oh dear, that scared me to death. Xiao Yi is getting fiercer and fiercer." She then looked at Bchan and said, "Chan, don't eat anymore. Look, Xiao Yi is angry. Be careful he doesn't beat you up later." Bchan's little hand, which was reaching for the cookies, froze in midair. He turned to Shui Ro, blinked, and then looked at the remaining cookies on the plate with a conflicted expression. He said with a sigh of relief, "Fine, I won't eat them. Little Grape is right. Unwanted old men are the worst." "Bchan, what did you just say? I didn't hear you." Bai Ye's voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling Shui Ro and Bchan. They stiffly turned their heads and saw Bai Yi standing behind the sofa, carrying a travel bag. Shui Ro's brows furrowed immediately. "Xiao Yi, are you going out again?" Bchan's face also looked unpleasant. He pouted and glared at the man, as if he was about to cry. Seeing this, Bai Ye's anger dissipated. He reached out and patted Bchan's head, then said to Shui Ro, "I've taken on a mission and will be away for a few days. I'll have dinner with you before I leave." Bchan looked at the travel bag in his hand, feeling extremely sad. He couldn't help but ask, "What kind of mission is it? Dad, when are you going to bring Mom back?" Bai Yi and Shui Ro's expressions changed upon hearing this. He said with difficulty, "Your mother. She's in a very far place and can't come back for the time being. I'll definitely bring her back later, okay?" Bchan's eyes were red with anger. "You're lying. You said the same thing last year." After shouting this, he threw himself into Shui Ro's arms and burst into tears. "Grandma, I want my mom. I want my mom. All my classmates have moms, why don't I? Please ask Dad to bring Mom back, okay?" Shui Ro and Bai Yi were speechless. Bai Yi had found Bchan from an underground organization. Someone had stolen his sperm to make a test tube baby, and that baby was Bchan. When Bai Yi discovered this, he tracked down the underground organization and rescued Bchan. However, all the data inside had been destroyed, and he had no idea who Bchan's mother was. Bai Yi had lunch with his family and then left in a hurry. Bchan hadn't gotten the answer he wanted, and he was listless. He didn't eat much lunch, and even though Shui Ro had prepared his favorite little cake, he refused to eat it and went back to his room alone. After returning to his room, Bchan turned on his computer, logged onto QQ, and started complaining to his friend Xiao Putao. He had only been complaining for a short while when his phone suddenly rang. Bchan curiously opened the phone, only to find it displayed as an unknown number. His curiosity was piqued even more, and he answered, "Hello? Who is this?" A woman's voice came through the receiver. "Your mother is at Liren Hospital in Changsha. She's dying. If you're late, you won't see her again. Bchan's hand trembled, and the phone fell to the ground, the call immediately ending. Chapter 9 message. Just after noon, Fang Yuxin's phone rang. She opened it and saw a text message from her friend. The message said there was a mysterious substance in the food residue, but the specifics couldn't be determined by the equipment. However, the DNA test results from the 2 samples she had sent were in, confirming that the 2 were blood relatives, sisters. This wasn't the result Fang Yuxin wanted, because at the end of her dream Fang Mingyao said, "The real Fang Mingyao died long ago." A statement that had haunted her. She had thought this Fang Mingyao was fake, but it turned out Fang Mingyao was indeed her sister. So where did things go wrong? She called the other party. "Ching, I received the text message, thank you. By the way, when will the test results for that mysterious substance be available?" The other party quickly replied, "That's hard to say. The composition of this substance is very special, and some components cannot be identified yet. I'll take another look and let you know as soon as there are results. Based on the components detected so far, this substance is likely to have a certain inhibitory effect on cells, but I'm not sure which aspect it inhibits." Fang Yuxin immediately thought of the inhibitor that Fang Mingyao mentioned in her dream. Although Li Qingyun said that the specific results had not been detected yet, she felt that it must be an inhibitor. According to what Fang Mingyao said, its function was likely to inhibit the awakening of superpowers. Fang Yuxin tried to keep her tone calm. "If it's troublesome, there's no need to do any more testing, Qingyun. Thank you so much this time. I'll treat you to dinner another day." Li Qingyun didn't ask any more questions, exchanged pleasantries and hung up the phone. Fang Yuxin checked the time, drove to the supermarket, and specially hired someone to move all the shelves and goods to the supermarket's own warehouse. The warehouse wasn't small, but it was completely full after all this stuff was put in. After seeing the workers off, she put everything in the warehouse into the storage room in her spatial dimension, including the freezers, leaving nothing behind. Then she locked the door and left the supermarket. Since the supermarket closed, she had gotten the warehouse and supermarket keys back from the employees, so she wasn't worried about anyone sneaking in and finding everything gone. Emptying the supermarket took her quite a while. By the time she got home, it was already 7 p.m. When she entered, Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe were both sitting in the living room, but Fang Jintang's expression was quite grim. Fang Yuxin, without even going back to her room to shower and change, went over and sat down asking Fang Jintang, "Dad? What's wrong? You look terrible. Did something happen?" Fang Jintang leaned back on the sofa, looking exhausted. "Yao Yao sold the house and I don't know where she is. When I called her, she said she went on a trip to clear her head and told me not to look for her. After that, her phone was always off. That child. How could she sell such a nice house in such a good location? When he bought that apartment for Fang Mingyao, he had said he wouldn't buy her another house. He wasn't exactly lying, but he was worried that Fang Mingyao at such a young age would be deceived. But he never expected that he had given Fang Mingyao 1 million yuan just yesterday, and she would turn around and sell the house. What did she want so much money for? And where did she plan to live after selling the house? Fang Yuxin, already suspicious of Fang Mingyao, became wary upon hearing this and asked, "Dad, did she ask you for money yesterday? How much did you give her?" She hadn't originally planned to ask, but now she had no choice. Fang Jintang said calmly, "She asked me for 10 million yesterday. I gave her 1 million and she turned and left." His tone was laced with sarcasm as he said the last few words. Fang Yuxin and Chu Qianhe were both shocked. They hadn't expected Fang Mingyao to dare ask for so much. Fang Jintang also found it laughable. His 2 children's total allowance from childhood to adulthood didn't even amount to 1 million. Chu Qianhe was very strict with the children and never gave them extra allowances. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang earned their own money. The most expensive gifts he and Chu Qianhe had ever given their children were a high-performance car for their 18th birthday and jade for Fang Yuxin. Though not frequently, it depended on fate. Fang Yuyang and Fang Yuxin were very sensible from a young age, never asking for things. If they saw something they liked, they would usually save up to buy it themselves. Seeing his troubled expression, Chu Qianhe sat down beside him and patted his hand to comfort him, saying, "Forget it, let her do what she wants. She's an adult now. Can you keep controlling her forever? Fang Yuxin, worried about his safety, thought for a moment and said, Dad, Mom, don't you know the flu is really bad right now? There are rumors online that the world is going to end. Could it be that Xiaoyao saw something like that and sold the house to raise money to buy supplies? To make sure they didn't believe her, she took out her tablet from her bag, found the post she had made, and showed it to them. Look, I saw a post online today. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe initially didn't believe her about the end of the world, but after reading the post, their expressions changed slightly. The post was very convincing, as if the world was really going to end. Fang Yuxin's post was actually somewhat incomplete. She only stated that the current flu is actually a zombie virus, and that high fever after infection is a sign of bodily mutation, turning people into zombies or superhumans. She also briefly described the types and characteristics of zombies and superhumans. In reality, on the day of the apocalypse, a meteorite will collide with Earth. This meteorite appears suddenly, and monitoring satellites from various countries initially fail to detect it. After entering the atmosphere, the meteorite will break into countless fragments. Some of these fragments contain a mysterious crystal. Not all fragments contain crystals, so those containing crystals are called elemental stones, and these crystals are called elemental crystals. There are different types of elemental crystals. Ordinary people, once they absorb them, can awaken corresponding superhuman abilities. Superhumans can only absorb elemental crystals of the same type. While they cannot evolve new superhuman abilities, they can improve their aptitude. Because people are different, the aptitude of superhumans who awaken superhuman abilities varies. Those with poor aptitude awaken weaker superhuman abilities, cannot cultivate powerful skills, and will have limited future achievements. However, those with good aptitude will possess powerful abilities and have a chance to comprehend formidable skills, leading to limitless future achievements. In that bizarre dream, only Fang Yuxiang from the Fang family awakened his abilities because he wasn't home when Fang Mingyao administered the suppressant. He was away on a business trip. His aptitude was quite good, but unfortunately it was later ruined. Now, Fang Yuxin knows that the events in her dream might very well come true. The only thing she can do is prepare early and protect her family. As for Fang Mingyao, if she dares to play any more tricks against her family, she will never let her get away with it. Just then, Fang Yuxin's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Fang Yuxin's feelings instantly became extremely complex. It was him. Chapter 10, Mommy Save Me. The call was from Cho Yiming. Fang Yuxin and he had a fairly good relationship, but they were both busy and didn't contact each other often. However, ever since that bizarre dream, Fang Yuxin's feelings for Cho Yiming had become complicated, even arguably completely worn away by that long dream. For the past 2 days, she had deliberately forgotten Cho Yiming's existence, but unexpectedly, he called. Looking at that familiar yet unfamiliar name, Fang Yuxin's emotions became extremely complex. In the dream after the apocalypse, neither she nor her parents awakened their supernatural abilities, and the Fang family couldn't foresee the future and stockpile supplies. The only one who awakened supernatural abilities was Fang Yuxiang. Originally, they planned to go to the supermarket to get some supplies, but when they arrived, the supermarket had already been almost completely looted. Everywhere was a mess, many things scattered on the ground, trampled and broken. They went to the supermarket's warehouse, but it had already been emptied. Nothing was left except for zombies on the ground. Later, Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe died protecting them, becoming an eternal pain in their hearts. And that wasn't all. Later, the two met Fang Mingyao, and the three went to the villa she had bought. However, Fang Mingyao, along with others, smeared the Fang family and kicked them out. Even Cho Yiming chose to believe Fang Mingyao, and eventually got together with her. She knew that without awakened abilities, she was a burden, unworthy of Cho Yiming, an ability user. Cho Yiming's choice of Fang Mingyao was wise, so she didn't hate him, but her past feelings had completely faded away. Now, even though she rationally knew it was just a dream, and the things in the dream hadn't happened yet, the feelings that had been extinguished couldn't be rekindled. Because she hadn't answered the phone, it rang for a while and then automatically hung up. Then Cho Yiming sent a text message. Xin, are you busy? Why didn't you answer the phone? Fang Yuxin thought for a moment, didn't reply, and simply put her phone back in her bag. Although Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe were curious about her not answering the phone, they didn't ask further. Both were preoccupied with the apocalypse. Rationally, they decided it was nonsense, utterly absurd, but emotionally they couldn't help but worry. Perhaps it was a premonition, but they both felt uneasy, a sense of impending doom. Fang Jintang thought for a moment and asked, Xin, now that you've read the post, what do you think about this? Fang Yuxin had already prepared her answer, so she said, Dad, Mom, I think it's better to believe it than not. Although we're not sure if it will actually happen, it's always good to be prepared. Even if the apocalypse doesn't come with our resources, it won't be difficult to sell the stockpiled supplies. Fang Jintang thought of home and the supermarket, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Xin, tell Dad the truth, did you already know about this? Is that why you've decided to close the supermarket? Fang Yuxin didn't hide anything and said, Dad, Mom, do you remember the nightmare I had the night before last? I dreamt of the end of the world and I was a little worried, so I made up an excuse to close the supermarket. I didn't really believe it at first, but today I saw this post, and it's very similar to my dream. I felt something was wrong, so I believed it to some extent. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe remembered the extremely painful screams they heard in the middle of the night. They were both woken up, and Chu Qianhe went to Fang Yuxin's bedroom specifically because she was worried about her. However, Fang Yuxin refused to talk about the content of her dream, so they didn't press her and had to keep their worries to themselves. Now that they knew she had dreamt of the end of the world and considering the content of the post, they both had a guess. The scene Fang Yuxin dreamt of was probably very terrifying, otherwise she wouldn't have screamed like that. Chu Qianhe couldn't help but ask, Xin, what did you dream about? Did you dream that something happened to me, your dad, and your brother? Chu Qianhe couldn't think of any other reason. She knew her daughter, Fang Yuxin, had always been very strong-willed. If it were just the end of the world, she wouldn't be in such pain unless something had actually happened to them. Fang Yuxin recalled the scene from her dream, her eyes instantly reddening and even glistening with tears. She threw herself into Chu Qianhe's arms, sobbing, Mom, don't say anymore. I won't let anything happen to you. Those things will never happen. Chu Qianhe and Fang Jintang exchanged a glance, immediately realizing that Fang Yuxin had dreamt of something happening to them. Both were heartbroken, but neither believed that dreams could come true. So Chu Qianhe patted Fang Yuxin's back, saying, Xin, don't be afraid. Nothing will happen to us. Fang Yuxin cried for a long time before stopping. That strange dream had kept her on edge for the past 2 days, her heart filled with extreme repression that she couldn't release. Now, by crying, she had released all her pent-up emotions, feeling relieved and even experiencing a sense of rebirth. Because of her crying, dinner was late, and it was already 8 o'clock when she finished. Not long after Fang Yuxin returned to her room, her phone rang again. It was Cho Yiming calling again. This time she hesitated for a moment before answering the phone. As soon as the call connected, Cho Yiming's magnetic voice came through the receiver. Xin, you finally answered the phone. What's up? Have you been busy lately? Fang Yuxin's voice was indifferent. Nothing, just busy with supermarket matters. Is there anything I can help you with? Cho Yiming keenly sensed that her attitude was a bit off, seemingly cold. He wondered if Fang Yuxin knew about Fang Mingyao confession to him. But hadn't he rejected Fang Mingyao? Would she be jealous because of this? Thinking that Fang Yuxin might be jealous, his mood immediately improved, and even a bright smile appeared on his face. His voice became lighter. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'll treat you to lunch at 12 o'clock, the usual place, how about it? Fang Yuxin didn't really want to go, but it wouldn't be good to refuse so easily. After hesitating for a moment, she agreed. Cho Yiming said a few more words, but Fang Yuxin's attitude remained indifferent, so the two didn't chat for long and hung up quickly. The next day after breakfast, Fang Yuxin went to the seed and flower market, buying various seeds and seedlings. Then she drove to a medicinal herb planting base, selecting some herb seedlings. After that, she drove to the seafood market to buy various aquatic products, including live fish, shrimp, and crabs. After buying them, she secretly stored or raised them in her spatial storage in a secluded spot. By the time she finished, it was already 11 o'clock. Thinking about Cho Yiming's invitation, she frowned and drove to meet him. Halfway there, A little boy suddenly darted out. Startled, she slammed on the brakes, but thankfully the car was in good condition and didn't hit anyone. Even so, she got out of the car and walked up to the child asking, "Are you all right? Were you hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital?" The boy was about 4 or 5 years old. He looked up at Fang Yuxin, then suddenly hugged her leg and cried out, "Mommy, save me! A bad guy is chasing me." Chapter 11. Her son. Fang Yuxin had only intended to check if the child was hurt, but unexpectedly, the child hugged her tightly. Feeling the unfamiliar warmth from the child's body, Fang Yuxin froze. Her expression remained calm, but she couldn't help but suspect this was a deliberate scam. She cautiously scanned her surroundings for suspicious individuals, simultaneously regretting not having taken out her phone to call the police. Bchan lifted his chubby face, also staring blankly at Fang Yuxin. This person's eyes looked so much like his. Could she really be his mother? Just then, a man and a woman emerged from a nearby alley, rushing towards Fang Yuxin and trying to grab Bchan. Bchan, terrified, hid behind Fang Yuxin, clinging tightly to her legs and cried out, "Mommy, they're child traffickers. They're going to sell Chan to some remote mountain village." There were still many people on the road, and Bchan, being a small child, had almost been hit by a car, so everyone was paying close attention. Hearing his cries, the surrounding people's gazes towards the man and woman turned hostile, and some even suggested calling the police. The man and woman were well dressed, suggesting they were financially well off. However, Fang Yuxin could tell that these two were skilled in martial arts and definitely not ordinary people. Since experiencing that dream, many changes had occurred in her. Things she didn't have before had become instincts. She instinctively shielded Bchan behind her, warily eyeing the two people. "Are you human traffickers?" The man and woman, having never been accused of human trafficking before, looked extremely displeased. The woman said, "Who's a human trafficker? Don't make false accusations. I'm Chan's mother." Before she could finish speaking, Bchan retorted loudly, "You're the one talking nonsense. You're the human trafficker, not my mother." The man, quick-witted, rolled his eyes and said, "What nonsense are you spouting, child? Just because we didn't buy you a toy, you don't even recognize your parents? Listen to me. Chan, come home with mommy and daddy, and we'll buy you whatever you want." As he spoke, he twisted his body, trying to grab Bchan, who was hiding behind Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin grabbed his wrist, and the man's face instantly changed. He glared fiercely at Fang Yuxin and warned in a low voice, "You bitch! If you want to live, don't meddle in other people's business. Believe me, I'll arrest you too." Fang Yuxin's gaze turned cold. She twisted the man's wrist forcefully, and at the same time, she turned her body and slammed her left elbow into the man's chest. Taking advantage of his pained bend, she executed a clean over-the-shoulder throw, sending him flying. Seeing that things were going badly, the woman didn't bother to hide anymore and tried to grab Bchan. However, Bchan cleverly jumped into Fang Yuxin's car and locked the door. The woman reached her arm through the window to grab him out, but Bchan simply rolled up the window. Fang Yuxin had placed homemade pepper spray next to the seat in an opaque cosmetic bottle filled with pepper spray. Bchan saw it, picked it up and sprayed it at the woman. The woman thought it was just toner and didn't pay attention, only to be sprayed directly into her eyes. The pepper spray stung her eyes, causing her to scream in pain. At that moment, Fang Yuxin had already thrown the man out. Turning around, she saw Bchan leaning against the car window, grabbed her from behind, and threw them both out, landing on the man who was just getting up. Bchan, remembering the woman's appearance, felt guilty. Seeing Fang Yuxin approaching, she quickly threw the pepper spray back into the small box next to the car seat and got out. Fang Yuxin glanced at her but said nothing. She went back to the car, took out her phone and prepared to call the police. However, when the man and woman saw her pick up her phone, they ignored their pain and ran away quickly. Just as Fang Yuxin dialed the number, Bchan suddenly hugged her leg, looked up at her pitifully and said, "Mommy, please don't send me away. Okay? I'll be very good." Fang Yuxin frowned and had to hang up. Although there weren't many cars on the road, she had parked in the middle of the road, which wasn't a good place to talk. She had no choice but to let Bchan get in the car first, then drove to the intersection and stopped, saying to him, I'm not your mother, you've mistaken me for someone else. Also, where's your father? Do you have a home phone number? I'll call your family. She actually quite liked this child. Otherwise she wouldn't have intervened in the street. But liking him was one thing, she couldn't just take him home like that. It was better to contact his family. Bchan certainly remembered Bai Ye's and his home phone number. But he didn't want to say it now. He knew that if he did, Fang Yuxin would definitely send him back, and he didn't want to leave Fang Yuxin. He felt that Fang Yuxin was his mother, even though they looked so alike. In fact, their eyes and mouths did look very similar. Both had phoenix eyes with upturned corners, but not narrow or elongated. Their eyes were both relatively large, but not jarring. Bchan was still young, and with his large pupils, his eyes appeared round and particularly cute. Their lips were full and plump, but not too thick, with slightly upturned corners, but the curve wasn't pronounced, so it didn't look like they were smiling. Bchan, fidgeting with his fingers, stubbornly insisted, "You're my mommy." He quickly lowered his head, afraid to look at Fang Yuxin's face, worried she wouldn't like him. He'd heard before that his mommy didn't like him, which was why she never visited him, but he'd always been very well behaved. Fang Yuxin was helpless. Every time she picked up her phone, Bchan would look at her pitifully, making it impossible for her to call the police. What frustrated her even more was that the child seemed convinced she was his mother. After hesitating for a while, Fang Yuxin decided to ask Li Qingyun for help and get another paternity test done. The child seemed smart. With the results, he shouldn't continue to pester her, right? She called Li Qingyun, made an appointment, and then took Bchan there. She completely forgot about Cho Yiming's invitation. By the time she arrived at the research institute where Li Qingyun worked with Bchan, it was already past midnight. Rushing over now would be too late. Fang Yuxin gave Li Qingyun the sample and then called Cho Yiming, saying she had an urgent matter and cancelled the date. Fortunately, Cho Yiming said he also had an urgent matter and didn't blame Fang Yuxin. Instead, he said they could reschedule. Fang Yuxin didn't care whether Cho Yiming's urgent matter was an excuse or genuine. All her attention was focused on Bchan. Bchan was clever. He knew what Fang Yuxin was up to when she took the sample. He had initially thought Fang Yuxin was his mother, but seeing that she didn't recognize him at all and had brought him for testing, he realized he was wrong. Being a child, Bchan couldn't handle the shock. His chubby little face was filled with confusion and helplessness, and his pitiful appearance made Fang Yuxin's heart clench. The results came out quickly. Fang Yuxin saw Li Qingyun come out with the report and had just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Li Qingyun say, "Tell me, when did you have an eldest son? I didn't know anything about it." Fang Yuxin was instantly struck dumb. Her son? She had never had a child. What was Li Qingyun joking about? Chapter 12, Appraisal. Cho Yiming glared at the man and woman before him. "You mean you were almost caught, but a woman rescued you halfway? And that woman beat you up?" The two men lowered their heads even further in shame. They hadn't expected that the woman, who looked young and pampered, would be so quick and ruthless, catching them completely off guard. The woman gritted her teeth in hatred. That little bastard had gone too far, spraying her with pepper spray. And that woman was so insidious. She even used a toner bottle to hold pepper spray. Her eyes were still burning. Cho Yiming snorted coldly and asked, "Do you know who that woman is?" The two men shook their heads first, then the man said, "I noted down her license plate. I can find her through the license plate." He then gave a number. Upon hearing this, Cho Yiming's expression changed instantly. He frowned and looked at him coldly. "Are you sure you didn't misread it? Is this really the number?" The man nodded hastily, not understanding why Cho Yiming had such a look on his face. Cho Yiming's mood soured. He angrily cursed at the two men and kicked them out. Before leaving, he warned them, "I know who she is. Don't go looking for trouble with her, and don't ever show your face in front of her again." The two men, though curious, dared not disobey. After they left, Cho Yiming dialed a number and immediately asked, "Did anyone report finding a child around 11:30 this morning? A boy 5 years old?" Hearing no reply, he asked again, "And from 11 o'clock until now? Has anyone reported it?" The other person still said no, and Cho Yiming's expression darkened. Fang Yuxin hadn't called the police, so she had likely called Bai Yi or Bai Ye's family. This meant their plan to use Bchan to blackmail Bai Yi wouldn't work. Cho Yiming angrily slammed his fist on the table, picked up his phone to call Fang Yuxin, but didn't know how to bring it up. How did he know Fang Yuxin had found a child? It wouldn't be good if Fang Yuxin misunderstood that he was spying on her. Fang Yuxin was a smart woman. After hesitating for a moment, he made another call. Check this phone number's call history for today. The number is 189XXXXXXXX. Send it to me when you find it. About 3 minutes later, he received a multimedia message showing Fang Yuxin's phone number's call history for the day. Fang Yuxin hadn't made many calls that day. One was to him, another was a familiar number belonging to Li Qingyun, and the last one was a call to the police, though the call was short. The police station said they hadn't received any reports, meaning Fang Yuxin hung up before even mentioning Bchan. Strangely, Fang Yuxin hadn't called Bai Yi or Bai Ye's family. Could it be that she was still with Bchan? Why? But if that were the case, as long as Bchan hadn't contacted Bai Yi or Bai Ye's family, he could take advantage of that. After hearing Li Qingyun's words, Fang Yuxin was completely distraught. She glanced at Bchan's obviously beaming face, not wanting to provoke him, so she pulled Li Qingyun aside and whispered, "Qingyun, don't talk nonsense. I don't know him at all, he's not my son." Li Qingyun, who had been teasing Fang Yuxin, frowned upon hearing this. "Impossible. I just did the test, it couldn't be wrong. Look, here's the report. 99.9% similarity. I don't believe he's not your son." Fang Yuxin took the test report Li Qingyun threw at her, and after reading it, she felt even worse. She had thought Li Qingyun was joking, but the report did indeed say 99.9% similarity, confirming mother and child. But how could this be? She was certain she had never given birth. Seeing her expression, Li Qingyun also sensed something was wrong and asked in a low voice, "You really don't know?" Fang Yuxin nodded, her feelings incredibly complicated. This whole thing was too coincidental. It was impossible for her not to be suspicious. The child suddenly rushed to her car, hugging her leg and calling Mama, while a man and a woman chased after him, forcing her to intervene. He wouldn't let her call the police, nor would he reveal his family's identity. The whole thing seemed like a conspiracy, but DNA doesn't lie. This child was her son. She had never seen him, knew of his existence, yet her blood flowed in his veins. If this was a conspiracy, what was its purpose? Where did this child come from? He was about 4 or 5 years old. Had someone planned everything 5 or 6 years ago, intending to use this child against her? Fang Yuxin found the idea absurd. If it was for the Fang family's wealth, scheming against her father and brother would have been far more effective than scheming against her. Besides, even if someone had created such a child to scheme against her, why wait until the child was 4 or 5 to approach her? Or was it just a coincidence? Or was there a problem with Li Qingyun's test? Or did Li Qingyun himself have a problem? Thinking of her understanding of Li Qingyun, Fang Yuxin secretly shook her head. Li Qingyun wasn't that kind of person. Moreover, in that dream, Li Qingyun had awakened his water-based abilities and helped her a lot. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lasted that long. Seeing her constantly changing expression, Li Qingyun knew something was wrong. Besides, he and Fang Yuxin were both friends and classmates. Given the child's age, Fang Yuxin should have gotten pregnant during her freshman year of college. But at that time, Fang Yuxin wasn't pregnant at all. She herself wasn't sure, so she said, "Take another sample, I'll test again." Fang Yuxin nodded, a hint of expectation even appearing in her eyes. She really hoped that Li Qingyun had made a mistake in the test. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to explain how this child came to be. Although Bchan hadn't heard what Fang Yuxin and Li Qingyun said, he still realized that Fang Yuxin didn't want to accept him, and he immediately lowered his head in disappointment. However, he still cooperated when Li Qingyun took another sample. When Li Qingyun returned to the research institute with the samples, Fang Yuxin looked at the dejected Bchan and suddenly couldn't speak. Even though she was the victim at this moment, she felt guilty and didn't know what to say. Bchan seemed to yearn for a mother. Whatever she said seemed to hurt him. Fang Yuxin simply said nothing and waited quietly, gradually sinking into her thoughts, recalling her freshman year. She attended a prestigious university in Bay City, and during her freshman year she volunteered. For a period she volunteered for a pharmaceutical company, assisting with a research project. Considering the timeline, if this child really was her son, then that pharmaceutical company might have had problems. As she was thinking, Li Qingyun came out with the report. She walked up to Fang Yuxin, handed her the report and said definitively, "He is indeed your son, there's no mistake." Chapter 13 Qianqian's Mother. The young man's fingers flew across the keyboard, bringing up a screen displaying a 3D map of the market. A small green dot on the map was flashing incessantly, emitting signals in concentric circles. The young man visibly relaxed, saying cheerfully, "Boss, I've found Qianqian's location. Should we go rescue him now?" The others gathered around, their expressions changing after seeing the homeowner's information and the homeowner's relationship with the Cho family. One woman with wavy hair, wearing a black vest and a voluptuous figure, said, "Could it be a trap? The Fang family may have some money, but they're just ordinary merchants. Why would the Cho family keep Qianqian at the Fang family's house?" Bai Yi said in a deep voice, "Check where Qianqian has been. Also check the Fang family." The young man, Hosanna, responded, his fingers flying across the keyboard again. He first pulled up Bai Qianqian's route on the map. The route was clearly broken in some places, indicating signal interference and that it hadn't been recorded. In other places, Bai Qianqian had stayed for a considerable amount of time. After eliminating airports, restaurants, and intersections, 4 suspicious locations remain. 2 of these locations experienced signal interference, indicating they had encountered people sent by the Cho family to capture Bai Qianqian. The remaining 2 are a biological research institute and the Fang family's residence, where Bai Qianqian's signal transmitter is still located. The Fang family's situation is relatively easy to investigate. They are business owners, running legitimate businesses with honest profits and a history of charitable work, enjoying a very good reputation. The only issue is the close relationship between the Fang and Cho families. Fang Jintang is a close friend of Cho Hongsheng, the head of the Cho family, and his daughter Fang Yuxin is engaged to Cho Hongsheng's son Cho Yiming. Logically, the Cho family's actions shouldn't have been known to the Fang family, much less allowed to interfere. Therefore, why would the signal transmitter hidden on Bai Qianqian be at the Fang family's residence? It doesn't quite make sense for the Cho family to be deliberately creating a diversion. Seeing Bai Ye's sullen expression, the curvaceous woman sat down beside him to comfort him. "Qianqian is so smart, he'll definitely be all right, don't worry." Suddenly her eyes widened, her voice changing to a sharp, hostile tone. "Who is she?" The expressions of the others also became subtle, all instinctively glancing at Bai Yi. Hosanna pulled up a photo of Fang Yuxin, and her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Bai Qianqian, especially her eyes, mouth, and expression. They were like 2 peas in a pod. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and ordered, "Investigate her past." Back when he tracked down an underground illegal organization after his mitrine was stolen and destroyed it, the organization's higher-ups had already destroyed the database and all the data. Later, he unexpectedly discovered 2-year-old Bai Qianqian and took him home to raise. Actually, his feelings for Bai Qianqian were initially complicated. This child was a complete accident, not what he had expected at all. But the child was already born, such a young life. He couldn't just kill him, and he didn't trust anyone else to raise him, so he decided to take him home to his usually idle mother. As time went on, a genuine father-son bond developed between them. He couldn't bear to part with Bai Qianqian and truly treated him like his own son. His only headache was that Bai Qianqian always wanted a mother. Originally, he wasn't curious about Bai Qianqian's mother at all, and had never thought of finding her, but he hadn't expected that Bai Qianqian would fly here alone on this mission, almost getting captured by the Cho family, and now Fang Yuxin had been implicated. Although it was just a photograph, Bai Yi instinctively felt that Fang Yuxin was Bai Qianqian's mother. What he couldn't understand was how Fang Yuxin, with her identity, could be connected to that underground organization. Hosanna typed away on the computer, and soon Fang Yuxin's information was available. In short, Fang Yuxin has been a top student since childhood, not only excelling academically, but also possessing considerable artistic talent and striking beauty. In other words, she has superior genes just like Bai Yi. This likely explains why she was chosen by that underground organization. Ho Sanner suddenly exclaimed. Found it. She volunteered at XX Pharmaceutical Company during her freshman year, assisting with a research project. He then turned to Bai Yi. Boss, judging by the timeline, she's very likely Qianqian's mother. However, she didn't take a break during her freshman year, nor did she gain abnormal weight. She probably just had her eggs removed and wasn't pregnant. Also, I just checked. Qianqian got into her car here. He pointed to the second location where the signal was being interfered with. Seeing that Bai Yi remained silent, Ho Sanner couldn't help but ask, Boss, what are you planning to do? This isn't bad, why don't you give it a try? Before he could finish speaking, the voluptuous woman with wavy hair glared at him fiercely and said disapprovingly, Ho Sanner, what nonsense are you spouting? Don't you know Qianqian's situation? Even if Fang Yuxin really is Qianqian's mother, she has no relation to you, boss. And don't forget, she's Cho Yiming's fiancé. She took a deep breath, softened her voice and turned to Bai Yi saying, Ah Yi, since Fang Yuxin is Cho Yiming's fiancé, we'd better not get involved with her. She nervously watched Bai Yi's expression, but unfortunately, he couldn't read anything on his face. Enough, he said softly, yet his voice carried a heavy weight. Proceed according to the original plan, but be careful not to alert the Cho family. Fang Yuxin looked at Bai Qianqian, who was staring at her expectantly, and felt a headache coming on. She hadn't originally planned to bring Bai Qianqian home, but she was even more reluctant to contact his family. After Bai Qianqian told her he ran away from home because his family didn't like him, her feelings became even more complicated. In the end, she had no choice but to bring him back. After all, she couldn't bear to leave such a young child in a hotel, and she didn't feel comfortable leaving him there unattended. Bai Qianqian wanted to sleep with her, and although Fang Yuxin felt awkward, she eventually gave in. Bai Qianqian was so excited that he couldn't sleep, constantly talking about how miserable his life had been at home all these years. Looking at his excited little face, Fang Yuxin couldn't believe it at all. Bai Qianqian didn't seem like someone who had been abused growing up. He was confident and intelligent, and had read quite a few books. He spoke fluently with Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe, and most importantly he had a chubby, fair face. Fang Yuxin had specifically looked at him when he wore a little vest and shorts. He didn't have a single scar on his body, and his personality was particularly lively. He seemed to have been pampered growing up. Hearing Bai Qianqian's excited voice, Fang Yuxin didn't know when she had fallen asleep. She didn't know how much time had passed when she suddenly felt a chill, and there was an unfamiliar presence in the room. Fang Yuxin's body tensed instantly, then she abruptly opened her eyes, pulled out the knife from under her pillow, held it horizontally in front of her, and simultaneously threw off the covers and sat up. The window was open sometime during the night, the curtains fluttering in the breeze, and a tall man stood against the light at the window. Chapter 14 Domestication. Fang Yuxin warily watched the man standing at the window. She didn't make a move. The man gave her a strong aura, and she knew she was no match for him. Afraid of waking Bai Qianqian, she deliberately lowered her voice. Who are you? What are you doing here? Because the man was backlit, she couldn't see his face clearly, only his general outline. Bai Yi glanced at Bai Qianqian, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and breathed a sigh of relief knowing he was all right. However, his face remained expressionless as he scrutinized Fang Yuxin. Seeing her in person up close, he was even more certain that Fang Yuxin was Bai Qianqian's mother. Thinking about Fang Yuxin's relationship with Cho Yiming, his feelings were complicated. Not angry nor happy, just uneasy. And thinking about it carefully, if Fang Yuxin married Cho Yiming, their relationship would be quite complicated. Although he and Fang Yuxin had never met before, the fact remained that Bai Qianqian carried both their blood. At this moment he had no intention of being honest with Fang Yuxin or getting closer to her. Thinking only of Bai Qianqian, he couldn't help but say, protect him well and be careful of the Cho family. Without waiting for Fang Yuxin's reply, he pushed off the windowsill and jumped out. Fang Yuxin was completely bewildered. Although she hadn't sensed any malice from Bai Yi, the sudden appearance of such a man in the room was enough to make her wary. She hadn't expected him to leave after uttering such a nonsensical remark. She jumped off the bed and rushed to the window, peering down. It was eerily quiet, There wasn't a soul in sight. The person who had jumped seemed to have vanished into thin air. She closed the window, drew the curtains and returned to bed. Carefully hiding the knife back under her pillow, Fang Yuxin had just settled down when Bchan instinctively snuggled into her arms, unconsciously calling out, "Mommy, don't go." Fang Yuxin's heart softened. She reached out to embrace Bchan, but then she remembered Bai Ye's words. When he said protect him, he was naturally referring to Bchan. In other words, he was very likely Bchan's father. But if he was Bchan's father, why didn't he take him away? Was he really at ease? They hadn't even met before. And then there was the later phrase, "Be careful of the Cho family." This last part bothered Fang Yuxin even more than the earlier, "protect him." She remembered that dream. In the dream, after the apocalypse, the Cho family still controlled the army, and because Cho Yiming and Cho Hongsheng had awakened powerful offensive abilities, their power was even greater than before the apocalypse. The Fang family and the Cho family had a close relationship, and the Cho family had taken good care of the siblings. It wasn't until Fang Mingyao spread rumors, completely ruining the Fang family's reputation and causing them to bear the infamy, that the Cho family's care for them shifted from overt to covert. Speaking of which, many people had designs on her back then. If it weren't for her brother's strength, her own ability to protect herself, and the Cho family's covert protection, she and her brother might have been killed long ago. So when Cho Yiming chose Fang Mingyao, she didn't resent it, only regretting that the two were destined to be apart. But now, thinking about it carefully, if the Cho family truly wanted to protect her and her brother, with their power, how could they have allowed those rumors to spread? They lived in constant fear in that dream, every step fraught with uncertainty, afraid to delve into many questions. Now, in the quiet of the night, Fang Yuxin recalled the entire dream, and many previously overlooked details began to surface. The more she thought about it, the colder she felt, even chilling to the bone. Fortunately, Bchan, like a little heater in her arms, became her only warmth. It was at this moment that Fang Yuxin had the idea of keeping Bchan by her side. Although that man seemed strong, if the apocalypse truly came, everything would be different. Bchan was still a child. Keeping him by her side would be much safer. After all, she still had a cultivation abode. After breakfast, Fang Yuxin left Bchan at home to bond with Chu Qianhe before driving out. Bchan wanted to come along, but Fang Yuxin refused. She planned to go to the live poultry market to buy some poultry to raise in her spiritual space. There was a bamboo grove in her spiritual space, where she intended to keep the poultry. After leaving home, she didn't go directly to the market, but instead found a safe place to park the car, locked the doors and went straight into her spiritual space. With Bchan at home, it wasn't appropriate for her to enter the space, so she went in now, cut some bamboo with a knife, made several simple fences, and enclosed several areas in the bamboo grove, preparing to raise chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, sheep, and the like. That dream was so real. Many times she even felt it wasn't a dream at all, but a real future. In the dream, she and Fang Yuxiang often lacked food and water due to insufficient preparation, sometimes even swallowing unpalatable mutated creatures when they were so hungry. Therefore, after acquiring the spiritual space, she planned to raise live poultry, livestock, and aquatic products there to provide for their future needs. After securing the area, Fang Yuxin got out of the car, went into a large shopping mall, changed her clothes in the restroom, rented a small truck, drove to the live poultry market, and bought chickens, ducks, geese, and even pigeons and quails, loading the truck full, cages and all. After driving to a secluded spot, she put all the cages into the bamboo grove. Then she drove to several nearby livestock farms, buying some miniature pigs, cattle, sheep, and rabbits, which she also put into the bamboo grove. On the way back, Fang Yuxin's phone rang. It was Fang Yuxiang calling. He was still abroad discussing business, but the deal was finalized and he was about to return. He was calling to ask if Fang Yuxin wanted anything, which he would buy for her. Hearing Fang Yuxiang's voice, Fang Yuxin was so moved she almost cried. In her dream, she and Fang Yuxiang supported each other and depended on each other for 2 years. Fang Yuxiang became her only support and spiritual sustenance for living. Therefore, Fang Yuxiang's death was a huge blow to her. So much so that less than half a year after Fang Yuxiang's death, she fell into Fang Mingyao's death trap. "Brother!" Fang Yuxiang called out, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She tried to calm herself, but her voice still trembled with sobs. Brother, I don't want anything. Please come back soon. I miss you. The voice on the phone sounded a little distorted, but Fang Yuxiang could still tell that Fang Yuxin was upset. He instinctively wondered if someone had bullied her and made her sad, and asked with concern, Xin, are you all right? Fang Yuxin tried to calm herself down, her voice regaining its composure. I'm fine, I just miss you. Please come back soon. There's a lot of flu going around lately, take care of yourself. Don't bring any gifts, just come back. After she finished speaking, she tried to recall that in her dream, Fang Yuxiang hadn't contracted the virus and had returned safely. However, she still couldn't rest easy until she saw Fang Yuxiang in person. So Fang Yuxin gave him her instructions again, and only stopped nagging when he promised to fly back immediately. She told him to be careful on his journey. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yuxin took a deep breath. She decided that once Fang Yuxiang returned, she would explain the apocalypse and the spirit mansion to her family. She would have to keep Bchan a secret for now. Although he was only 5 years old, his appearance had been too sudden, and Fang Yuxin couldn't completely trust him yet. Chapter 15 Nightmare. Fang Yuxiang took a 9 p.m. flight and arrived home the next day at noon. Fang Yuxin stayed home that day with Bchan, which made Bchan extremely happy. He followed Fang Yuxin everywhere. When Fang Yuxiang returned home, he was visibly surprised to see Bchan standing next to him. His gaze swept back and forth between their faces before he finally asked Fang Yuxin, Xin, who is this child? Before he could finish, Bchan exclaimed, Uncle, I'm Qian. He looked up at Fang Yuxiang with a nervous expression, his face full of expectation. Fang Yuxin was startled, her face changing instantly. What did you just say? He asked, his tone becoming serious as he looked at Fang Yuxin and asked, Xin, what exactly happened? Fang Yuxin had already figured out what had happened. She had investigated the pharmaceutical company and discovered that it had already been investigated for suspected illegal activities. The whole story definitely needed to be explained to Fang Yuxiang, but it wasn't appropriate to say it in front of Bchan after all. He was still a 5-year-old child. She said, Brother, I'll tell you about this later. Are you tired? Do you want to go to sleep for a while? Aunt Li was preparing the meal in the kitchen. It was almost ready, and the aroma was already wafting out. Fang Yuxiang gave Bchan and Fang Yuxin a deep look, then said to Fang Yuxin, Come with me. After a pause, he considered his words carefully before saying to Bchan, Qian, would you like to watch TV with Grandma? Uncle has something to say to your mother. Bchan obediently nodded, his eyes showing a hint of nervousness and worry, his hands unconsciously gripping his pants. Chu Qianhe walked over at the opportune moment, smiling as she took his hand and led him to the sofa in the living room, softly asking him what he wanted to watch. Fang Yuxiang breathed a sigh of relief, said to Fang Yuxin, Let's go, and dragged his suitcase upstairs. Fang Yuxin followed him upstairs, wanting to help him carry his suitcase because she was worried he was too tired, but Fang Yuxiang refused. He said she was his younger sister and he couldn't bear to see her tired. After entering the house and closing the door, Fang Yuxiang tossed his suitcase aside, casually loosened his tie, and unbuttoned a couple of buttons, feeling much more comfortable. He then invited Fang Yuxin to sit down and asked her, Can you tell me now? What exactly happened? Fang Yuxin briefly explained the whole story. Fang Yuxiang had heard that Bchan had appeared suddenly, and was almost bumped into by Fang Yuxin. Later, Fang Yuxin discovered their blood relationship, and he also became suspicious. Looking at Fang Yuxin's expression, he cautiously asked, Xin, don't you think this child's appearance was too sudden? It's like he deliberately appeared in front of me so I'd discover him, right? Fang Yuxin blurted out his words, then added, Brother, I also find this too strange. There's something else. The night before last, around midnight, a man appeared in my room without me noticing. He came in through the window without alerting the bodyguards downstairs. He told me to take good care of Bchan and be careful of the Cho family. I suspect he's Bchan's father. This man gave me a very dangerous feeling, but unfortunately, he left after saying that and hasn't appeared since. Fang Yuxiang was already worried, and hearing her say this made him even more suspicious. He thought for a moment and asked, "That Bchan, what are your plans?" Fang Yuxin sighed. "I had a friend do a DNA test and he is indeed my son. Although his appearance is suspicious, he's still a child and I can't just kick him out like that. I can only take it one step at a time." Fang Yuxiang nodded. "Be careful with this matter. I'll find a way to get to the bottom of it. By the way, you seemed a bit off when we talked on the phone yesterday. Was it because of him?" Fang Yuxin shook her head. "Not entirely. I had a nightmare a few days ago, but I'll get over it quickly, brother, don't worry." Fang Yuxiang frowned, looking at Fang Yuxin disapprovingly. "How could he not worry?" he asked. "What kind of nightmare was it?" Fang Yuxin replied, "Let's eat first. We'll talk after you've rested." Fang Yuxiang shook his head. "No need. I already slept on the plane. You go downstairs first. I'll take a shower and change my clothes." Fang Yuxiang moved quickly. After showering and changing into casual home clothes, he went downstairs. Fang Jintang had also returned, having rushed back to have lunch with his family knowing he was coming back today. After the family finished lunch, Fang Yuxin asked Aunt Li to take Bchan out to play. Then she said to her family, "Dad, Mom, and brother, I have something to tell you." Seeing her serious expression, as if she had something important to say, Fang Jintang said, "Go to the study." Before going in, Fang Yuxin specifically retrieved her tablet, opened it and pulled up a screenshot. It was a screenshot of the post she had made. Luckily, she took it quickly. When she checked later, the post had already been deleted. Upon entering the study, Fang Yuxin first showed the other three the screenshot. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe had already seen the post, and a quick glance was enough for them to recall it. Fang Yuxiang, however, was seeing it for the first time, but he read it very quickly, finishing it in less than a minute. Then he looked at Fang Yuxin and asked, "Xin, is this the post you wanted to talk about?" Fang Yuxin nodded and said, "I've already told my parents about it. I had a nightmare and the content of the dream was similar to what was written in this post. No, much more so. I dreamt about many more things." Next, Fang Yuxin revealed the key details about the apocalypse, but didn't specify the fate of the Fang family. However, although she didn't say it, Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, and Fang Yuxiang all sensed something was amiss. Fang Yuxiang asked, "You mean in 25 days a meteorite will hit Earth, followed by a massive zombie outbreak, and all the plants, animals, and insects will mutate, leading to the apocalypse?" Fang Yuxin nodded, her heart heavy. As she told her family, the scenes from her dream automatically flashed through her mind. The death of Fang Jintang, the death of Chu Qianhe, and the death of Fang Yuxiang. The successive deaths of her loved ones were the real nightmare and apocalypse for her. The other three keenly sensed Fang Yuxin's unusual mood. Fang Yuxiang hesitated for a moment before asking, "Xin, did you dream about us? Did something happen to us?" "Right. No. No way." Fang Yuxin shook her head violently, gripping Fang Yuxiang's hand tightly. "Brother, and Mom and Dad, I promise you'll all be all right. I'll take you somewhere. This is the second thing I want to tell you today." Chapter 16 Speculation. Fang Yuxin led his family on a tour of the entire Spirit Mansion space and explained its origins. Upon learning that the jade bracelet given to Fang Yuxin contained such a mysterious space, the three members of the Fang family changed their expressions. Fang Yuxiang was unaware of the dispute between Fang Mingyao and Fang Yuxin over the jade bracelet, but Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe couldn't help but suspect something. Both Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe came from prominent families and were not naive. Fang Jintang had transformed his once struggling family business into its current size through his exceptional intelligence and vision. Although Chu Qianhe was now a full-time housewife, she had once been a successful career woman. Fang Mingyao's insistence on wanting the jade bracelet was highly suspicious, but the two had dismissed it as childish behavior, a deliberate attempt to compete with Fang Yuxin. Now, knowing that one of the jade bracelets was a rare treasure containing such a mysterious space, the two couldn't help but wonder, did Fang Mingyao know something? This guess might seem far-fetched, but now that cultivator spiritual spaces have appeared, and Fang Yuxin even mentioned that the world would end in 25 days, it's hard to guarantee there aren't other mysterious things. Seeing their expressions, Fang Yuxiang realized something was wrong and asked, "What happened? Did something happen while I was gone?" Fang Yuxin sighed, explaining that he had bought a set of jade jewelry, brought it home to give to Fang Yuxin, and that Fang Mengyao happened to be there too, and told him about how she had tried to take the jade from Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxiang wasn't stupid. He immediately guessed what Fang Yuxin and Chu Qianhe were thinking and asked, "Mom and Dad, do you suspect that Mengyao knows something?" Fang Yuxin simply told him about Fang Mengyao asking Fang Yuxin for money and selling the house. She said, "I also think she might have obtained some treasure and sensed this space, which is why she tried to steal it. Also, I think she probably knows about the apocalypse. Her recent disappearance is likely because she went to buy supplies." Fang Yuxiang thought for a moment and then asked the crucial question. Her apartment is worth 15 million and Dad gave her 1 million, which means she really needs money. But where will she put all those supplies? If the apocalypse really comes, how can a young girl like her protect them? Could it be that she also has a space? Fang Yuxin thought about it. In the dream, Fang Mengyao did have a space, but since Fang Mengyao stole the jade, Fang Yuxin wasn't sure if Fang Mengyao still had a space. However, Fang Yuxiang had clearly hit the nail on the head. Fang Mengyao's confidence in selling her house and using the large sum of money to buy supplies suggested she might actually possess a spatial dimension. What concerned Fang Yuxin most was Fang Mengyao's attachment to the jade set. Her stubborn desire to seize it, even disregarding her reputation, didn't seem like it was just out of spite. So Fang Yuxin said, "Dad, if she calls you, could you please not tell her about the spatial dimension?" Fang Yuxin nodded. The spiritual dimension was of paramount importance. If even a hint of such a treasure were revealed, the Fang family would likely never have peace again. He naturally understood the gravity of the situation. He didn't believe Fang Mengyao was that malicious, but he worried that she might leak the information in a moment of despair. He said solemnly, "I will never tell her a word about this, but Xin, you must remember, you absolutely cannot tell anyone about this, not even Qian. That child appeared too suddenly and he is still just a child. We don't even know who's behind him, so let's be cautious for now." Fang Yuxiang added, "Dad and I will take care of the supplies. Xin, you and Mom can discuss it more. Buy anything you want and store it. Let's store as many supplies as possible so that if the world really ends, we'll have some protection. Even if the world doesn't end, we can slowly resell the goods without any loss. So Xin, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You still have us." The matter was settled. The family didn't stay in the space for too long. After leaving, Fang Yuxin and Chu Qianhe left the room first. When Fang Yuxin was about to leave, Fang Yuxiang called her back. Fang Yuxiang asked, "Xin, Mom and Dad aren't here now. Tell me the truth, what else did you dream about?" Fang Yuxin opened her mouth, hesitating, unsure whether to speak. "Brother, please don't ask, okay?" "No." Fang Yuxiang's attitude was firm. He reached out and grasped Fang Yuxin's shoulders, looking directly into her eyes. "Xin, tell me what you dreamed about. Tell me and you won't be afraid anymore." The last sentence was very soft, gentle, as if bewitching. Fang Yuxin met his gaze, her psychological defenses completely collapsing. As if possessed, she recounted the entire dream. Half an hour later, she finished speaking. During that time, Fang Yuxiang didn't interrupt her until she reached the part where Fang Mengyao crippled her limbs, attracting zombies that devoured her alive. Only then did Fang Yuxiang roar, "Enough!" Startled by his shout, Fang Yuxin snapped back to reality, only to realize that tears were already streaming down her face. Fang Yuxiang moved closer and pulled her into his arms, gently patting her back. He said softly, "That's enough, Xin, don't say anymore. It's all in the past, it was just a dream. Things in dreams won't happen, I promise you, I'll protect you and Mom and Dad. No one can hurt you." Fang Yuxin, however, remembered Fang Mengyao drugging her. She pushed Fang Yuxiang away abruptly, wiped away her tears and said with a somber expression, "Brother, there's something else I forgot to tell you. Mom and Dad don't know about this. That day, Fang Mengyao tried to take the jade. But because of that dream, I didn't give it to her and took it back to my room. When I went downstairs, Fang Mengyao was helping in the kitchen. She said she'd cook me a dish herself to apologize. Remembering the dream, I worried she'd put an inhibitor. So I deliberately destroyed all the dishes. Later, I had Qingyun test them, and she said there was indeed a mysterious substance in them. She couldn't determine all the components, but based on the tested ingredients, that substance would inhibit cell growth. Brother, I suspect she put an inhibitor in them, but after I destroyed them she didn't do it again. Maybe she'd run out of inhibitors. After hearing about Fang Yuxin's dream, Fang Yuxiang already hated Fang Mingyao to the core. Learning that there really was an inhibitor, he was furious, his face turning ashen, wishing he could kill Fang Mingyao with his own hands. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking, and then he said, I'll tell Mom and Dad about this. We can't hide it from them. Leave Fang Mingyao's matter to me. I want to see who she really is. Chapter 17 Early Stage of Qi Refining. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye, leaving only 5 days until the apocalypse. During these 20 days, Fang Yuxin rarely went out. Her few outings were only because the goods had arrived at the warehouse. She personally checked them, secretly stored them all away, and paid the final payment to the supplier. The rest of the time she stayed at home. However, after the Fang family learned that she needed time and space to cultivate, they rearranged Bchan's room, preventing him from living with Fang Yuxin anymore. Bchan was unhappy about this, but his biggest fear was that Fang Yuxin would ignore him, or even kick him out. So, when he realized that he could only not sleep with Fang Yuxin at night and could still spend time with his mother during the day, Bchan became obedient. The Fang family villa had a gym, a large room with complete fitness equipment, and a swimming pool next to it. Previously, the Fang family would occasionally exercise there. Since learning about the apocalypse, the Fang family converted the gym into a training room, exercising daily. Every day after Fang Jintang and Fang Yuxiang went out, Chu Qianhe and Fang Yuxin would exercise here. Bchan, wanting to stay by Fang Yuxin's side, would also come along. Although he was fair-skinned and delicate, his muscles were firm, and he was very skilled at using the gym equipment, indicating that he exercised regularly. However, his workout intensity wasn't too high, and he didn't have exaggerated muscles, but his physique was noticeably better than other children his age, and he was also stronger. The bodyguards hired by the Fang family were retired Special Forces soldiers, quite skilled. Chu Qianhe selected 3 of them to be their instructors, responsible for teaching them fighting techniques. Chu Qianhe herself was already quite skilled, and Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang had studied Taekwondo with renowned masters since childhood. Although they weren't considered top-tier experts, they were more than capable of dealing with ordinary thugs. Now, with intensive training, Chu Qianhe and Fang Yuxin's skills had improved by leaps and bounds, especially Fang Yuxin's. That dream had had a significant impact on her, one aspect of which was her fighting spirit. Her combat awareness was excellent, and her attacks were fast and accurate. However, her physical strength was insufficient, and she lacked stamina. Some of her attacks were so aggressive that they even strained her muscles. Whenever she got tired from training, Fang Yuxin would sit down and meditate. At first glance it looked like she was simply sitting quietly, but in reality, she was absorbing spiritual energy. The Azure Wood technique was a powerful cultivation method, and Fang Yuxin's body had been transformed into a pure wood spirit body. She had successfully completed the first stage, guiding qi into the body. On the night Fang Yuxiang returned, officially entering the early stage of qi refining, Fang Yuxin felt pressed for time, so she used her nights for cultivation and her days for honing her skills. Every time she pushed her body to its limit and stopped to absorb spiritual energy, the effect was exceptionally good. Her body's acupoints were almost completely open, and she absorbed far more spiritual energy than usual. However, others who hadn't been exposed to cultivation couldn't sense the spiritual energy, and naturally didn't know that Fang Yuxin was cultivating. Bchan, however, whether due to blood ties or some other reason, would deliberately stop whenever Fang Yuxin meditated and run to Fang Yuxin's side, imitating Fang Yuxin's cross-legged meditation. At these times, a small amount of green spiritual energy, invisible and imperceptible to ordinary people, would be absorbed by Bchan. Although the amount was small, it slowly transformed his body, eliminating the hidden injuries caused by his training. The mysterious tall man never appeared again, and Fang Yuxin naturally forgot about him, even planning to keep Bchan by his side. The task of collecting supplies was handled by Fang Yuxiang and Fang Jintang. With the two of them involved, it couldn't be as small scale as Fang Yuxin's efforts. They not only acquired a considerable amount of daily necessities but also collected a significant amount of generators and gasoline, even hiring trusted people to modify their vehicles. Although they were careful, they still attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. So, on this particular day, Fang Yuxin had just finished his meditation and was resting when his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Cho Yiming calling. Remembering the mysterious man's warning, Fang Yuxin instinctively became more wary. She answered the phone after leaving the practice room. Cho Yiming's voice was as enthusiastic as ever, saying they hadn't seen each other in a long time and inviting her to dinner. Fang Yuxin initially wanted to decline, but hesitated before agreeing. The place was the same as always, a private restaurant famous throughout the city for its excellent food. Getting a reservation was impossible without connections. Cho Yiming had arranged to meet that evening. Seeing that it was almost time, Fang Yuxin hung up and went back to her room to change. As soon as she came out, she saw Bchan standing at the door. Fang Yuxin was surprised. "Bchan, what are you doing here?" Bchan was clever and perceptive. Seeing Fang Yuxin in her pretty clothes, he asked, "Mommy, are you going out? Can I take Bchan with me?" Fang Yuxin instantly remembered what Bchan's father had said, telling her to protect Bchan and be wary of the Cho family. Therefore, she naturally couldn't take Bchan with her. She shook her head. "Mommy has to go out. You stay home and be good." Bchan was very unhappy, but he didn't dare to get angry in front of Fang Yuxin. He was afraid that Fang Yuxin wouldn't like him. After Fang Yuxin left, he went back to his room, took out his phone and sent a text message to Baiyi. "Mommy went to see that annoying uncle. She's going to be tricked by someone else. Where are you? If you don't come back soon, Mommy will marry someone else." Baiyi was hiding in an ordinary residential building in the shopping mall. When he saw the text message, his face turned black. This stupid son. Ho-saner couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what's wrong? Is it Bchan? Is he okay?" "He's fine." Baiyi quickly deleted the text message with a dark face, and then asked Ho-saner, "Have you found Shinshi?" Ho-saner quickly buried his head in typing on the computer. "I'll find him right away." He secretly glanced at Baiyi, scratching his head and guessing what Bchan had sent to Baiyi that made him so angry. When Fang Yuxin arrived, Cho Yiming was already there, and he had chosen a very good spot. A window seat with a view of the bustling commercial street. Although it was only evening, the streetlights were already on, creating a dazzling spectacle. Fang Yuxin hadn't dressed up much, and hadn't even put on makeup. However, she was naturally beautiful, and after cultivating immortality, her skin was even more flawless, her eyes bright and her lips rosy. Even without makeup, she looked like someone with makeup in Photoshop. Cho Yiming hadn't seen her for a while, and his eyes lit up when he saw her. His smile softened and he looked mesmerized. As soon as Fang Yuxin approached, he stood up and pulled out a chair for her, his attitude even more enthusiastic than before. Fang Yuxin smiled and accepted his words politely, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Cho Yiming smiled tenderly, his voice deep. "It's nothing. As long as it's you, it's worth waiting for." The tenderness and affection in his eyes were genuine, yet Fang Yuxin saw it all and felt none of the excitement she once felt. Chapter 18: An eyesore. Fang Yuxin looked at the man opposite her. She hadn't even eaten half of the exquisite dishes on the table, yet she had completely lost her appetite. Perhaps because the initial excitement had faded, she had become much more clear-headed, and details she hadn't noticed before were now crystal clear. She saw through Cho Yiming's cautious probing. After some polite exchanges, seeing that Cho Yiming intended to continue testing her, Fang Yuxin felt a surge of annoyance and completely lost interest in continuing the pretense. So she put down her chopsticks and said politely, "I'm finished eating." The words Cho Yiming was about to say stuck in his throat. He wasn't actually full, but since Fang Yuxin had said so, he naturally couldn't continue. He said, "I'll take you home." In the past, he might have invited Fang Yuxin to a movie or something, but too many things had happened recently, and he simply couldn't spare the time. If he hadn't planned to visit Bchan, he wouldn't have even offered to take Fang Yuxin home. It wasn't that he didn't care. He genuinely didn't have the time. Fang Yuxin didn't want Cho Yiming to go to the Fang family home. She was already wary of him, so she said, "No need, I drove here." Cho Yiming insisted, glancing at the dazzling night view outside. His tone was both gentle and domineering, perfectly measured. It's getting late. Things haven't been peaceful in the city lately. I wouldn't feel comfortable letting you go home alone. He quickly signed the bill as he spoke, then continued, Let's go, I'll give you a ride. Fang Yuxin couldn't refuse again, so she went downstairs to the garage with Cho Yiming. He didn't drive his own car but got into Fang Yuxin's. Fang Yuxin's expression was calm as she drove quickly into the night traffic. Neither of them spoke much, and to avoid awkwardness, Fang Yuxin put on a soft, melancholic song. A poignant melody flowed from the speaker, telling the story of lovers who, despite their initial affection, ultimately went their separate ways. Fang Yuxin's mood instantly plummeted as she recalled the dream, sinking into a helpless sorrow along with the song. But then Cho Yiming said, The melody is nice, but it's not suitable for us. He then reached out and changed the song. The sorrowful tune abruptly stopped, abruptly transforming into cheerful, flowing music, expressing the sweetness of love. Cho Yiming smiled contentedly and said to Fang Yuxin, This one's good. You shouldn't listen to sad songs too often. They're not suitable for you. Besides, as long as I'm here, I won't let you have a chance to be sad. His voice grew deeper, until it became a whisper between lovers. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Fang Yuxin, overflowing with an intense, overwhelming affection, as if he wanted to drown her in it. Fang Yuxin's heart trembled violently, a sweet feeling mixed with a deep, piercing pain. She couldn't forget that in the dream Cho Yiming had looked at Fang Mengyao with the same gaze. But when his gaze fell on her, it turned into guilt and unspoken words. No matter how deep the affection, it couldn't withstand the allure of a superhuman. Moreover, Fang Mengyao in the dream wasn't just an ordinary superhuman. She had also obtained the Azurewood Spirit Mansion. Fang Yuxin smiled but didn't reply. She didn't want to say anything now, and she had no idea what to say. She didn't even dare to turn her head to look at Cho Yiming, afraid he would see through her. Just then, Cho Yiming suddenly turned to look out the window. Fang Yuxin looked at him suspiciously and saw Cho Yiming staring intently out the window, his whole body radiating intense hostility, as if he had seen an enemy. Fang Yuxin couldn't help but ask curiously, What's wrong? Cho Yiming had already turned around and leaned back in his seat, his expression showing a mixture of surprise, uncertainty, and resentment. He shook his head. Nothing. Seeing that he didn't want to talk, Fang Yuxin didn't press further and focused on driving. After this incident, Cho Yiming lost all interest in flirting. His face was pale, and he kept thinking about the car he had just driven past. He had a gut feeling that Bai Yi was inside. After thinking for a moment, Cho Yiming took out his phone and sent a text message to his trusted aide. Because Fang Yuxin was also there, he couldn't call and discuss this matter in front of her. Only after giving instructions did he breathe a sigh of relief. Soon they arrived at the Fang family's house. As soon as the car pulled into the garage, before it even stopped, Bchan, who had heard the commotion, rushed out. Mommy, you're back. Then he saw the car door open, and Cho Yiming stepped out. Bchan had never seen Cho Yiming before, but Cho Yiming had seen his picture. However, at this moment, Cho Yiming could only pretend not to recognize Bchan. He turned to look at Fang Yuxin in surprise. Xin, who is this child? Bchan made no attempt to hide his hostility towards Cho Yiming. He instinctively felt that this man's relationship with Fang Yuxin was unusual. He glared fiercely at Cho Yiming, then rushed to Fang Yuxin's side, hugged her leg and looked at Cho Yiming defiantly. I'm Mommy's son. Who are you? Cho Yiming was truly shocked this time. He knew Bchan's identity, so after learning that Bchan had been living in the Fang family's house, he felt something was very wrong. Why hadn't Fang Yuxin called the police? Why hadn't she sent him away? He had speculated on many possibilities, but he never imagined that Bchan would be Fang Yuxin's son. He had come to the Fang family's house specifically to see if Bchan was still there, and to try to get Fang Yuxin to send him away, but he never expected that such a secret awaited him. This was impossible. Fang Yuxin had never given birth to a child. He knew this very well. However, looking at Bchan's face, which resembled Fang Yuxin's, Cho Yiming simply couldn't convince himself that it was fake. His brows furrowed deeply, and he looked at Fang Yuxin with a last glimmer of hope. Xin, what's going on? Ever since that dream, Fang Yuxin had felt that her engagement with Cho Yiming was a problem. Now that Cho Yiming had seen Bchan, she suddenly felt this was an opportunity. So she said, "He's right. Blood-related, he is indeed my son. I only found out about this recently." Cho Yiming instantly recalled Bchan's background. The news from the Bai family said that Bai Yi had a son named Bchan, whom Bai Yi had brought home from an underground illegal organization, and that he was a test tube baby. At the time he didn't pay much attention to this news, only thinking that Bai Yi was too kind, even raising such a child by his side. Now, thinking back, he only felt that Bchan's birth was too much of an eyesore. He didn't actually hate Bai Yi, but he didn't like him either. His actions against Bai Yi were only due to their different stances. But after learning Bchan's identity, he wished he could kill the father and son with his own hands. Bchan shouldn't have been born into this world, and Bai Yi deserves to die even more. Chapter 19. Accept or not. After leaving the Fang family home, Cho Yiming's face darkened completely. He hadn't stayed long. Ever since meeting Bchan and learning about his relationship with Fang Yuxin, he had been so agitated he almost lost control. Fearing he might do something rash, he had to quickly take his leave. The cool night breeze did nothing to calm his rage. Instead, it fueled a bloodthirsty impulse. A black car slowly pulled up and stopped beside Cho Yiming. He got out and into the back seat. As soon as he settled in, he irritably unbuttoned his coat and asked with a grim face, "How's it going? Did you find them?" The driver, his trusted confidant, shook his head. "They were very careful. We checked that section of road but didn't find them. A bunch of useless trash." Cho Yiming muttered under his breath, roughly unscrewed the bottle of mineral water beside him, took a sip and ordered, "Let's go back first." The driver responded without a word, turned around, and drove carefully out of the villa area. Just outside the villa complex, Cho Yiming suddenly spotted someone. On a whim, he instructed his driver to approach. Fang Mengyao stood alone by the roadside, without a car in sight. She was slender, wearing a long white dress that billowed in the night breeze like a butterfly taking flight, beautiful yet fragile. She was startled to see the approaching black car, but before it even got close, she received a notification from the game system. Ding! Side quest. Get to know Major Cho Yiming. Accept. Watching the black car draw closer, Fang Mengyao silently selected yes. She knew Cho Yiming was Fang Yuxin's fiancé, and also the person the original owner had always secretly loved. If Cho Yiming hadn't rejected her confession, leading to her suicide, she wouldn't have transmigrated into this body. Therefore, she had long wanted to meet Cho Yiming. Now that she had the opportunity, she naturally couldn't miss it. The black car stopped in front of Fang Mengyao. The door didn't open. Instead, the window slowly rolled down. Cho Yiming turned to look at her, asking with concern, "Xiao Yao? Why are you here alone so late?" Fang Mengyao looked at him, her whole body jolting violently. It felt as if a hole had been torn in her heart, pouring out endless bitterness and resentment. Her eyes instantly reddened, and tears streamed down her face. Cho Yiming was startled. He was also surprised to see Fang Mengyao. He had come specifically to get some information from her, but seeing her like this, he suddenly remembered Fang Mengyao's shy and hesitant confession from a while ago. Back then, Fang Mengyao had secretly found him, saying she liked him and was willing to be his underworld prostitute, but he hadn't agreed and had directly rejected her. While Fang Mengyao was indeed a beautiful woman, she paled in comparison to Fang Yuxin, and he didn't want to cause trouble for Fang Yuxin and the Fang family for a woman. They hadn't seen each other since then, and now, suddenly encountering Fang Mengyao, he suddenly realized that she was different from before. Not only her appearance but even her aura was different. The Fang Mengyao of the past was rather timid and hesitant. Even during her confession, she kept her head down, only daring to steal glances at him. But this time, Fang Mengyao had become much more aloof, losing all her former timidity and hesitancy. She even dared to meet his gaze, a refreshing change. Seeing Fang Mengyao's tearful eyes stubbornly meeting his, Cho Yiming became more interested in her and asked, "Why are you crying? Are you going home? Do you want me to give you a ride?" Fang Mingyao's eyes flickered slightly as she walked around to the other side, opened the car door and got in. She was wearing a sleeveless long dress and hugged her arms as if she were cold. Cho Yiming glanced at her, then told the driver to turn up the air conditioning and head back to Fang's house. Fang Mingyao quickly said, "I'm not going back to the Fang family." After saying that, she seemed to realize she had been too agitated, turned to Cho Yiming and said in a calmer tone, "Brother Yiming, I don't want to go there. It's not my home. Just find me a hotel and drop me off." Cho Yiming pulled out a tissue and handed it to her, asking with concern, "What happened? Why do you want to stay in a hotel? Don't you have somewhere to stay?" Fang Mingyao shook her head, saying forlornly, "The house was sold and now I have nowhere to go." She suddenly turned her head, staring intently at Cho Yiming. "Brother Yiming, can you promise me you won't tell the Fang family I'm back? They don't know I came back secretly." Cho Yiming didn't refuse. He had the driver take her to a 5-star hotel in the city, found her a room and then left. Turning away, he gave a cold smile. He hadn't expected that the timid and unpresentable Fang Mingyao of the past had learned to be so cunning. Unfortunately, her schemes were utterly futile in his presence. The Fang family was wealthy and powerful. Having bought her that apartment, how could they possibly take it back? Moreover, if the Fang family truly wanted to drive her out of the city, they wouldn't have kept her in the first place. Fang Mingyao understood neither the Fang family nor him. After Cho Yiming left the Fang family, Fang Yuxin returned to her room and went directly into her spatial dimension. Inside was a medicinal field, filled with many spiritual herbs. She hadn't recognized them before, but since successfully entering the early qi refining stage, she had unlocked the seal on the scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilion contained a huge bookshelf filled with jade slips, their contents all-encompassing. However, her strength was low, and the only one she could currently read was the jade slip illustrated compendium of herbs, which recorded basic spiritual herbs. After reading it, Fang Yuxin recognized one of the herbs in the medicinal field as the marrow-cleansing fruit. The marrow-cleansing fruit was the main ingredient for refining the marrow-cleansing pill, which could be taken by ordinary people to cleanse the body of impurities. The marrow-cleansing fruit can be consumed alone, but its effects are too potent when unrefined, causing considerable discomfort. Fortunately, it doesn't damage one's fundamental constitution, only causing pain. The marrow-cleansing fruits are now ripe, 10 in total. Each fruit is only about the size of a thumb, a vibrant red, and its aroma wafts through its thin skin, quite enticing. Fang Yuxin carefully picked the fruits according to the instructions in the manual and stored them in a jade box. She found the jade box in the storeroom. Initially, she thought it was empty, but after reaching the early qi refining stage, she discovered hidden formations within. Unraveling these formations revealed a collection of jade boxes and bottles, all from the cultivation world, inscribed with spatial and sealing formations, providing excellent preservation and preventing the loss of spiritual energy. She took out a marrow-cleansing fruit, then closed the lid. The seal automatically opened, quickly cutting off the dissipating spiritual energy. Emerging from the spatial dimension, Fang Yuxin filled the bathtub with hot water until it was mostly full, then lay down inside and put the marrow-cleansing fruit into her mouth. The fruit instantly transformed into a sweet spiritual liquid, automatically permeating her limbs and bones. Soon a pain like insect bites rose from her limbs and bones. Fang Yuxin could endure it at first, but gradually the pain intensified. She hurriedly grabbed a clean cloth wrung out beside her and bit down hard on it. Chapter 20 arrives as scheduled. The pain lasted for a full hour, after which all the agony receded like the tide, leaving only exhaustion and a foul stench in the room. Fang Yuxin circulated her spiritual energy once, and the fatigue vanished without a trace. She quickly drained the bathtub, washed herself under the shower, changed her clothes and went out. Everyone else was still awake. When Fang Yuxin came downstairs, Chu Qianhe was watching TV with Bchan, while Fang Jintang and Fang Yuyang were discussing matters in the study. The marrow-cleansing fruit could expel impurities from the body, and Fang Yuxin naturally hoped her family could use it. The only thing that made her hesitate was Bchan. He was only 5 years old. How could he endure the pain of the marrow cleansing? Bchan's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw her. He even stopped watching his favorite TV program and happily jumped off the sofa to Fang Yuxin's side. He was stunned when he saw her. "Mommy? How come you've become even prettier again?" Then he frowned in confusion. What to do? Mommy is so outstanding. She definitely won't like Daddy. Chu Qianhe initially thought he was joking, but upon closer inspection, she realized Fang Yuxin had indeed changed. Not only was his skin more delicate and flawless, but he also seemed several years younger, almost unreal, more like an elf from a painting. Chu Qianhe knew Fang Yuxin was cultivating a powerful immortal cultivation technique, but Bchan didn't. Worried that Bchan might discover something, she smiled and said, "You're so young, yet your mouth is so sweet. You're always praising your mother, practically making her feel like she's on cloud 9. Bchan happily grabbed Fang Yuxin's hand and stubbornly insisted, "Mommy is so beautiful. More beautiful than my classmates' moms." Fang Yuxin tried to coax Bchan to sleep, but Bchan refused, insisting that Fang Yuxin tell her a story. Fang Yuxin thought for a moment and said, "You stay here and wait for Mommy. Mommy will talk to your grandparents and uncle for a while, and then I'll come and tell you a story, okay?" After coaxing Bchan, Fang Yuxin found Chu Qianhe. "Mom, let's go to the study. I have something to tell you." Chu Qianhe didn't refuse. When the two went into the study, Fang Jintang and Fang Yuang were still discussing something. She told them about the marrow-cleansing fruit, took out 3 pills and instructed, "It's best to lie in hot water when taking it. It will be very painful during the process, and you'll feel tired afterward. I'll help you cleanse your body then." The 3 nodded. After learning about the marrow-cleansing fruit, they decided to use it without hesitation. Although the process was a bit painful, it was a good thing that could expel impurities from the body without harming it. What was a little pain? Fang Yuxin then mentioned her plan to give Bchan the marrow-cleansing fruit, and the 3 of them had no objections. However, Fang Yuang asked, "Xin, did Cho Yiming say anything to you today?" Remembering Cho Yiming's probing, Fang Yuxin's face turned cold, and she didn't hide anything, readily admitting it. As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Yuang sneered, "It seems the Cho family is keeping an eye on us. They're worried." Fang Yuxin, unaware of this, was startled upon hearing this. "Brother, what happened?" Fang Yuang said with an unfriendly expression. Uncle Cho arranged to meet Dad, and after the meeting, he probed whether Dad knew anything, why he's been hoarding so many supplies lately, and what his plans are. Fang Jintang sighed, looking very tired, seemingly disappointed by his old friend's probing. He said, "I've already brushed him off, but he probably doesn't believe me. Fortunately, we were careful. He probably won't be able to find out everything in a short time." Most of the supplies the Fang family had acquired had already been stored in Fang Yuxin's spatial storage in the warehouse, with only a small portion kept in the Fang family's basement. Some items, ostensibly stored in a warehouse, had actually been moved long ago. Fang Yuang was so angry because the more the Cho family cared about this matter, and the more they probed, the more it indicated they knew something they couldn't share. Moreover, it was clear the Cho family didn't intend to tell them this information. Instead, they worried they might have learned something through other channels. Fang Jintang also felt disheartened, but he didn't want to delve into the matter further. Since the Cho family acted this way, they would simply keep their distance in the future. There was no need to get angry over such people. His only concern was that Fang Yuxin had been wronged. After all, Fang Yuxin and Cho Yiming were still engaged. Fang Yuxin didn't want to bring up the engagement, so she said, "The marrow-cleansing fruit can't be kept for long. Its effects will be greatly reduced once the spiritual energy dissipates. You two go back to your rooms and use it first. I'll go find Bchan." Before she went inside, Bchan was excitedly texting Bai Yi. Hearing the door open, he immediately turned off his phone, tucked it under the covers, and then looked at Fang Yuxin with an unusually sweet smile. "Mommy, what story are you going to tell me tonight?" Fang Yuxin asked him. "Qian, are you afraid of pain?" Bchan immediately puffed out his chest and said smugly, "Qian is a little man. He's not afraid of pain." Fang Yuxin then pulled him into the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and had him take off his clothes and get in. Bchan thought Fang Yuxin was going to give him a bath, and his face turned red with embarrassment. He quickly took off his clothes and got into the bathtub, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin took out the marrow-cleansing fruit and had him eat it. Although curious, Bchan ate it without hesitation, saying, "It's so delicious. Mommy, what kind of fruit is this?" Not long after, he frowned in pain. Fang Yuxin felt sorry for him seeing his suffering, but after eating the marrow-cleansing fruit, she could only endure that hour. There was no other way. She held Bchan's hand and comforted him. "Chan, don't be afraid, it will be all right soon." Afraid that Bchan would bite his lip, she found a clean handkerchief for him to bite on. That hour felt incredibly long for Fang Yuxin. Although it was Bchan who was in pain, she felt even more miserable than him, and even considered refining the marrow-cleansing fruit into a marrow-cleansing pill. Bchan was young, and after expelling the impurities, he fell into a deep sleep. Fang Yuxin washed him clean, used her spiritual energy to cleanse his body, dressed him in pajamas, and carefully placed him on the bed. Afterwards, she went to find Fang Yuxiang and the others. When she went out, Fang Yuxiang and the others had already showered and changed their clothes, looking somewhat haggard. After she used her spiritual energy to groom them, they looked refreshed and radiant. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day the apocalypse in Fang Yuxin's dream began. By this time, the Fang family had moved into the villa Fang Yuxin had bought in the development zone. The villa was already renovated using environmentally friendly materials, and Fang Yuxin had even cleaned it with a cleaning spell before moving in, so there was nothing to worry about. The Fang family didn't sleep that day, they were waiting. Sure enough, when the clock struck midnight, a dazzling and brilliant light suddenly tore through the dark night, looking from afar like countless falling stars. However, as the stars drew closer, they turned out to be countless burning fragments of meteorites, raining down like cannonballs. The world changed color, and many people immersed in their dreams were also undergoing unknown changes. Chapter 21 Energy Riot. The energy surge from the meteorite impact not only destroyed many municipal facilities, but also severely impacted transportation across the region. Most seriously, the energy surge caused viral mutations. Fortunately, every cloud has a silver lining. The mutations not only created zombies, but also triggered the awakening of some individuals. The night of the meteorite impact was a crucial time for awakening. Due to the energy surge, once awakened, absorbing as much energy as possible would give them a significant advantage. Fang Yuxin understood this perfectly, and naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. In fact, the reason she hurriedly had the renovation company finish decorating the villa and moved in with her family was because this newly developed area was unaffected by the meteorite. No one slept that night. Only Fang's family remained in the villa. All the bodyguards and nannies had gradually left. Because the flu was worsening, their family members were all sick to varying degrees, and they were naturally worried. Knowing this, Fang Yuxin simply gave them all leave and money to go back and take care of their families. She didn't know how many of these people would survive the apocalypse, nor did she know what would happen to their families. However, after the apocalypse, many families would be torn apart, separated from their spouses and children. Rather than leaving these people behind, it was better to let them go home and reunite with their families. No matter what the apocalypse brought, being with family was always better than being separated and uncertain of their fate. The Fang family didn't sleep that night, waiting until midnight. As soon as the meteorite appeared, Fang Yuxin led her entire family into the Azurewood spiritual mansion, even taking Bchan with her. The main hall contained many spirit gathering arrays. Since the Azurewood spiritual mansion recognized its master, these arrays had automatically activated, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This time, with the energy surge in the world, the spiritual energy absorbed by the arrays was more than 10 or 100 times more concentrated than usual. As soon as Fang Yuxin led her family into the Azurewood spiritual mansion, she felt the significantly denser spiritual energy within. After entering the main hall, the spiritual energy became even denser, almost like visible mist. Fang Yuxin had her family find places to sit, allowing their bodies to feel the cleansing effect of the spiritual energy. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Fang Yuxiang should be able to awaken his wind-type ability. As for Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, and the remaining Bchan, she didn't dare to even dream of it. The chances of awakening are incredibly low. In the early days of the apocalypse, nearly 2/3 of the world's population turned into zombies, and of the remaining third of survivors, only about 1/10 were awakened. It wasn't until the appearance of yuan stones and yuan crystals that ordinary survivors had the opportunity to awaken. Besides yuan crystals, ordinary survivors who were scratched by zombies and infected with the zombie virus could also awaken, but the chances were extremely low, and most people turned into zombies. Relatively speaking, yuan crystals are much safer. As long as one obtains a yuan crystal, an ordinary person has a chance to awaken an ability, but their aptitude is much lower than those who awaken automatically. Unless they can find yuan crystals to improve their aptitude, their future achievements will be limited. And yuan crystals are hidden within yuan stones. Yuan stones are fragments of fallen meteorites, their surfaces burned and rounded, becoming a type of stone resembling pebbles. The surface of yuan stones is extremely hard, varying in size, and contains yuan crystals of different attributes within. However, not all meteorite fragments become elemental stones. Some fragments contain nothing and are called empty stones. Initially, no one discovered elemental stones or the elemental crystals within them until 6 months after the apocalypse. Afterward, all survivors, whether they were superhumans or ordinary people, flocked to elemental stones. Ordinary people who obtained elemental crystals had a chance to awaken superhuman abilities, while superhumans, although unable to awaken new superhuman abilities through elemental stones, could use elemental crystals of the same element to enhance their superhuman aptitude. In the dream, Fang Yuxin desperately wanted to obtain elemental crystals to help Fang Yuxin awaken her superhuman ability, but even after finally obtaining one, Fang Yuxin failed to awaken her ability. Fang Yuxin refused to believe it and said he would collect elemental crystals of all elements so that Fang Yuxin could try them one by one. Unfortunately, before he could find a second elemental crystal, he was crippled and died a miserable death. Therefore, Fang Yuxin cared deeply about yuan crystals. She didn't choose to have the Fang family leave the market for 2 reasons. First, the newly developed area where the villa was located would become a survivor base. Second, she was very clear about the distribution of yuan crystals in and around the market. These were all things she had dreamed about. Reality might be different, but Fang Yuxin wanted to take a gamble. Bchan, visiting this place for the first time, seemed very uneasy. Holding Angela, he looked down at Fang Yuxin with a blank and helpless expression. "Mommy, where is this?" Fang Yuxin didn't know how to tell him about the apocalypse. Looking at Angela in his arms, she went over and placed her on one of the spirit-gathering arrays. After the apocalypse, besides humans mutating, plants and animals would also mutate. She didn't know if Angela could mutate, so she wanted to try. Survival conditions were harsh after the apocalypse. If Angela couldn't mutate, she would probably only be able to stay in the Greenwood Spirit Mansion. Sighing, Fang Yuxin pulled Bchan to sit down on the spirit-gathering array, instructing him, "Chan, you must feel it carefully, okay? As for the rest, Mommy will explain to you later." Bchan nodded obediently, then felt a very comfortable aura washing over his limbs. Fang Yuxin glanced at the others and saw that Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, and Fang Yuyang had already begun meditating with their eyes closed, while Angela was comfortably lying on the spirit-gathering array, meowing softly before closing her eyes and falling asleep. Fang Yuxin smiled and shook her head, sitting cross-legged beside her family, closing her eyes to absorb spiritual energy. She could no longer awaken her superpowers, but with her wood-based cultivation techniques, disguising herself as a wood-based superpower user would be easy. However, the most important thing right now was to utilize the abundant spiritual energy generated during energy surges for cultivation. The Fang family entered the Greenwood Spiritual Mansion without worrying about the impact of the apocalypse, but the others were not so fortunate. Many people, though aware of the virus, were completely caught off guard by the meteorite's appearance. Even monitoring satellites failed to detect it. It seemed to appear out of thin air, then instantly shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the globe and catching everyone off guard. In the darkness, a black SUV sped into the Fang family's old residence. A slender figure in a tight-fitting outfit stepped out. She glanced at the closed gate, smiled coldly and leaped over the wall. Due to a citywide power outage, the villa's security systems were useless. She easily reached the door, pulled out a key, and inserted it into the lock. The key looked ordinary, unlike any other key, almost comically to the point of resembling a toy. But when she gently turned it, a soft click echoed from the lock. Then she quietly pushed open the door, silently went upstairs and stood before a door. She took out the key she had just used, unlocked the door, and cautiously pushed it open. Then the smile on her face froze completely. Chapter 22 Superpower Awakening. Fang Mingyao's face darkened rapidly as she looked at the empty room. She switched on her flashlight, illuminating the room instantly. At first glance, everything seemed to be there, not at all like someone who hadn't lived there. However, when she opened the cabinet, she found it completely empty. Everything else was the same. Fang Yuxin had moved out. This was something Fang Mingyao hadn't expected. She had always coveted the jade jewelry set Fang Yuxin had obtained, wanting to get her hands on it, but had never had the chance. She had deliberately chosen this time to come, hoping to get the jewelry while the Fang family was asleep. Of course, if she had arrived just in time for the Fang family's mutation, she wouldn't have hesitated to help. But Fang Yuxin had moved out. Where had she gone? Fang Mingyao's expression suddenly changed. She quickly left the room and searched the entire villa, only to find it completely deserted. The Fang family was nowhere to be seen. They had all moved out. Just then, she suddenly heard a shrill scream in the distance, and then she received a system notification. Ding! The apocalyptic instance is open. Main quest: clear out the zombies. Quest accepted by default. Fang Mingyao frowned instantly, looking at the system panel with dissatisfaction. However, when she saw the quest description and rewards, her dissatisfaction turned into determination. Although the zombie clearing quest was mandatory, the system didn't require her to kill every single zombie. Moreover, each low-level zombie killed would earn her 1 point, which could be exchanged for items in the system shop, as well as physique points and skill points. This game system didn't have experience points, but it did have stamina points. As her strength increased, her stamina points would also increase, and reaching certain parameters would allow her to level up. Although she couldn't awaken superpowers like others, as long as she exchanged for skill points, she would have a significant advantage over those superpowered individuals, and might even become a superpowered individual with all abilities. Hearing the screams coming from all around, Fang Mingyao smiled smugly. She refused to believe that with such a powerful cheat, she could lose to Fang Meng. However, now it was time to save people. Everyone living here is either rich or powerful. If she saves them, they'll owe her a favor, making it much easier to do things for her in the future. Thinking this, Fang Mingyao quickly left the villa, rushing towards the nearest source of screams. Fang Yuxin entered a deep meditation while cultivating, waking up at noon the next day. By this time, Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, Fang Yuyang, Bchan Qian, and even Angela were already awake. As soon as Fang Yuxin opened her eyes, she saw them. Seeing her family's worried faces, Fang Yuxin smiled slightly. "I'm fine, how are you all?" Fang Jintang said calmly. "Let's go out first." The Greenwood space doesn't have a day-night cycle, so they couldn't leave while Fang Yuxin was still asleep, and they had no idea how much time had passed outside. If someone were to break in, they would inevitably find the villa empty. After everyone went out, they first checked the time and finding it was only noon the next day, breathed a sigh of relief. At this time it was still quiet outside. No one had come. After taking their seats, Fang Yuxin eagerly asked, "Brother, have you awakened your superpower?" Fang Yuyang smiled and raised his right hand. Everyone saw a small tornado appear in his palm. Fang Yuxin immediately beamed with joy. To achieve such a feat so soon after awakening showed Fang Yuyang's exceptional talent. She was already happy that Fang Yuyang had awakened, but she hadn't expected even more surprises to await her. Fang Jintang gently tapped a potted plant nearby, and the soil within began to move, forming sharp spikes. Chu Qianhe clasped her hands together and then separated them, revealing a burning flame in her palm. Bchan Qian's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow! That's amazing." Then he frowned in frustration. "Mommy, Qian doesn't know how to do this either." Fang Yuxin was about to say that the chances of awakening were low anyway, so it didn't matter if he didn't know how, but then Bchan suddenly said, "I only know this." After he finished speaking, he pointed to a painting hanging on the wall, and the painting slowly started to move, as if it were being pulled by something, swaying and flying towards them, finally coming to a stop in front of Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin stared at Bchan in astonishment, as if looking at a little monster. Chan, you awakened too? Strange, they had all awakened. Could it be because of the marrow cleansing fruit? Bchan asked in confusion. Mommy, what is awakening? Is it like having superpowers like this? Fang Yuxin nodded. You could say that, but we can't tell anyone about this for now. Everyone in their family had awakened. And if someone with ulterior motives found out, it would definitely cause trouble. Fortunately, unless they used their abilities, beginner-level ability users couldn't sense energy fluctuations, so they could disguise themselves as ordinary people. Besides Bchan, everyone else had also thought of this problem. Fang Yuxin said, "It's really too conspicuous that our whole family has awakened. We have to find a way to hide it." Fang Yuxin took the opportunity to explain about the Yuan crystal and the energy fluctuations she sensed. Seeing that everyone understood, she said, "After the apocalypse, being a superhuman is an advantage, and it's also a deterrent to ordinary survivors. There will definitely be a census. I think my brother and I should report our abilities, and Mom, Dad, and Chan shouldn't be exposed for now. When the Yuan crystal is discovered, we'll say you awakened using it." Fang Yuxin was a little worried. "I'm fine with it, but won't you be in danger, Xin? The government might require superhumans to assist in clearing zombies and rescuing trapped survivors. It will definitely be very dangerous." Fang Yuxin had already thought of this, which is why she made this request. Although Fang Yuxin and Chu Qianhe looked young, especially after using the marrow cleansing fruit, they looked like they were only in their early 30s, but their actual age was still there. How could Fang Yuxin feel at ease letting them go out and kill zombies? However, there were 5 people in their family, and relying solely on Fang Yuxin, a publicly acknowledged superhuman, would undoubtedly make life extremely difficult. In the dream, even protecting her, an ordinary person, was a struggle for Fang Yuxin. Having 2 publicly acknowledged superhumans would at least serve as a deterrent to the other survivors. Although Fang Yuxin and Chu Qianhe were equally worried about Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxin's safety, after careful consideration, they agreed to Fang Yuxin's suggestion. However, both of them insisted that the siblings must act together once they were out. Seeing that the two had finally relented, Fang Yuxin hugged Angela tightly. She had vaguely sensed energy fluctuations emanating from Angela earlier, but wasn't certain. Now, as soon as she held her in her arms, the energy fluctuations became exceptionally clear. Chapter 23 Departure. Fang Yuxin carefully sensed it and finally confirmed that Angela had also awakened, and with ice-type abilities. However, Angela didn't seem to have changed at all. She scratched Angela's chin, and Angela looked at her blankly with her big blue eyes, innocently meowing. Chu Qianhe exclaimed in surprise. "What's wrong? Could it be that it's mutated too?" At this, everyone looked at Angela and Fang Yuxin's hands. They had just awakened their abilities and couldn't sense the energy fluctuations on Angela's body. Fang Yuxin was different. She followed the path of cultivation, possessing cultivation techniques, naturally different from ordinary ability users who relied on self-exploration. The Fang family had already learned from Fang Yuxin that plants and animals could mutate, and Fang Yuxin had mentioned it in her previous posts, but seeing it with their own eyes still astonished them. Fang Yuxin's expression quickly darkened. When Fang Yuxin first told him about this, the apocalypse hadn't begun yet, and he had always held on to a sliver of hope. Now, witnessing it firsthand, Fang Yuxin realized the situation was far from optimistic. Humanity already faces enemies like zombies. If plants and animals mutate further, humanity's situation will inevitably become even more difficult. Thinking of this, Fang Yuxin's desire to increase his strength became urgent. Remembering what Fang Yuxin had said, that zombies have crystal cores in their brains that can be absorbed for cultivation, he said in a deep voice, Xin, let's hurry out and see what's going on outside." He had already tried. Not only was the water, electricity, and gas cut off, but communications were also interfered with, and he couldn't receive any signals at all. There wasn't a soul around. To find out what was happening outside, he had to go out himself. Fang Yuxin nodded and the family quickly ate lunch. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxin went back to their room to change clothes. As previously agreed, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang went out to scout the situation, kill zombies and search for yuan crystals, while Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe, along with Bchan, drove to the suburbs for a drive. Because of that dream, Fang Yuxin knew the locations of some yuan stones. These were revealed later, but of course, not all of them. At this moment, Fang Yuxin wasn't sure if the yuan stones were really in these places. She drew some locations on the map, all sparsely populated suburbs, relatively safer. The apocalypse had just begun, and many people were undoubtedly anxious. The effects of the yuan stones would likely remain undiscovered for a long time, giving them an opportunity. After returning to her bedroom, Fang Yuxin took out a 2-meter-long black combination lock box. Inside were 3 sets of black bodysuits and 2 black Miao swords. The bodysuits came with matching boots and belts along with daggers, goggles, night vision goggles, and other tools. All of these items were prepared by Fang Yuyang. Due to time constraints, only these were made, using a new type of carbon fiber composite material. The clothing was highly breathable and durable, and the Miao swords were incredibly sharp. The clothes were form-fitting, accentuating her curves. Fang Yuxin's figure was already quite good, and after more than 20 days of cultivation, combined with the effects of the marrow-cleansing fruit, her physique was near perfect. She possessed a delicate face, a slender neck, full and perky breasts, a supple waist that seemed almost too delicate to be grasped, and firm long legs, almost unreal. A weapon mount was specially designed on her belt. After fastening it, Fang Yuxin attached a dagger. Her flat boots, ending just below the knee, perfectly conformed to her leg shape. The soft material didn't hinder her movements at all. Weapons could also be mounted on the sides of the boots. Fang Yuxin placed a triangular bayonet on each side. Donning gloves, she picked up a slender black Miao knife and fastened it to her waist. The gloves were also specially made. One side of the palm had countless tiny suction cups, providing strong adhesion, and the gloves fit her fingers perfectly, not restricting their movement. Once ready, Fang Yuxin opened the door and went out. Fang Yuyang was already waiting downstairs. He had also changed into a tight-fitting suit, and his weapon was a Miao sword. The Miao sword was more lethal than a gun, making it suitable when no gun was available. Fortunately, both of them had a background in martial arts and had practiced beforehand. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to use such weapons effectively. Bchan had been sitting obediently on the sofa practicing his special ability. His awakened mental power was currently only at a beginner level, limited to simple object manipulation. As soon as Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang came down, his eyes lit up, and he quickly took out his phone to take several pictures of Fang Yuxin. However, looking at the 0 signal bars on his phone, Bchan was conflicted. What to do? He couldn't contact his father. Before leaving, Fang Yuxin anxiously reminded Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe, "Mom and Dad, we don't know the exact situation outside. You must be careful when you go out. It's best to avoid survivors and zombies, and don't act rashly." Chu Qianhe didn't want Fang Yuxin to be worried about them while he was out, so she said, "Your dad and I know all this. We've lived this long, what don't we see? But you and your brother must be careful. If you encounter survivors, don't rush to rescue them. Be cautious. The world is in chaos now, and people's hearts are probably not pure anymore." Fang Yuxin nodded solemnly, then told Bchan to listen to her, and got into the modified SUV and left with Fang Yuyang. As soon as they left, Chu Qianhe said to Fang Jintang, "Let's go too, let's go out and see what's going on outside." Fang Jintang nodded, then went to the garage, drove out another modified SUV, and Chu Qianhe locked the door and got in with Bchan. They couldn't stay hidden at home or in Fang Yuxin's greenwood spiritual abode forever, becoming a burden to him. The apocalypse had just begun, and to gain an advantage, they needed to acquire as many yuan crystals as possible. Going into the city was too dangerous. They wouldn't want to cause trouble for the children, but driving around the suburbs was an option. Even if a zombie appeared, their skills wouldn't be a problem. They had changed clothes when Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang changed. As long as they didn't use their abilities, no one would discover their identities as ability users. In the back seat, Bchan held his phone, looking dejected. Why is there no signal? Where is Daddy? He doesn't come to see Mommy. It's so annoying. Mommy is getting prettier and prettier. She definitely won't like Daddy anymore." This villa area is located in a developing suburb. Besides this villa area, there are large planting bases and several residential communities, all newly built commercial housing. Because the surrounding economy hasn't developed yet, there aren't many people living here, and you can even see large vacant lots. It's a bit far from the city center, but the environment is quite good. The key is the large farmland and existing housing, which is why it later became one of the survivor bases, and eventually developed into the largest survivor base in the market. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuang drove out, and as they passed the residential buildings, they saw zombies wandering around. Apparently smelling the living, the zombies swarmed over. Chapter 24: The Hunt. This was the outskirts of the city, and there weren't many zombies roaming the streets. Seeing the zombies closing in, Fang Yuxin's eyes turned cold, and she gripped her meow-style knife tightly. She would never forget the final scene in her dream, where she lay on the ground, unable to move because her limbs were crippled, while Fang Mengyao deliberately lured the zombies, standing on higher ground and coldly watching her being devoured. At that time she was powerless, but now it was different. She had not only obtained the Azurewood spiritual mansion and cultivated the Azurewood technique, but she had also protected her most important family. After the initial fear subsided, Fang Yuxin's heart gradually calmed down. "Stop the car." Fang Yuang glanced at her in surprise, then slammed on the brakes without hesitation. As soon as the car stopped, the zombies rushed towards it. Fang Yuxin was prepared. As soon as the car stopped, she unbuckled her seatbelt, then opened the car door, got out and closed the door, all in one swift motion. Fang Yuxin coldly watched the approaching zombies. With a gentle push of her left thumb against the hilt, she swiftly drew the blade from the hilt with her right. The black Miao sword emitted a soft clang. Its specially treated blade not reflecting light, but possessing a desolate quality. Fang Yuxin gripped the hilt with both hands, and as 4 zombies drew closer, her eyes narrowed slightly, her lips pressed into a straight line. Then she stomped her right foot on the ground, using the momentum to leap into the air. With a twist of her wrist, the blade slashed horizontally, drawing a large semicircle in midair, instantly decapitating the 4 zombies. She landed lightly on the ground, untouched by blood due to the distance. Fang Yuang also got out of the car, but compared to Fang Yuxin's swift and decisive actions, his movements were far more violent. Because he was worried about Fang Yuxin, he had been keeping a close eye on her situation while dealing with the zombies. Watching her skillfully dispatch 4 zombies, Fang Yuang breathed a sigh of relief, a surge of pride welling up within him. This was his sister. After the lead zombie fell, the others swarmed in. Seeing that Fang Yuxin could handle it alone, Fang Yuang was no longer worried and focused on dealing with the zombies. Fang Yuxin, on the other hand, kept her eyes on the 5 zombies that were closing in. The zombies hadn't gotten close yet, leaving a large gap between them. Fang Yuxin didn't give them a chance to get closer, gripping her knife hilt and charging straight at the zombies. The Miao-style knife had a long blade, and its specially treated edge was exceptionally sharp, capable of cutting through iron like mud. At the beginning of the apocalypse, these zombies were still low-level zombies, their bodies stiffer than normal humans but far from being invincible. Moreover, their limbs were stiff, their movements slow. The only thing to worry about were their mutated nails and teeth. Fang Yuxin rushed forward, nimbly dodging the sharp fingernails reaching out. Gripping the hilt of her knife, she swung it forcefully, decapitating a zombie. Simultaneously, she kicked the headless body, sending it flying backward and smashing into 3 other zombies that had surrounded her. Just then a zombie approached from behind. She gripped the hilt of her knife and thrust it behind her, then sidestepped, kicking the zombie in the stomach with her right leg. As the zombie stumbled backward, she twisted her body, spinning twice, and the blade sliced across its neck, easily severing its head as if cutting tofu. Then she turned, glanced at the 3 zombies that had just been hit and were trying to get up, smiled coldly, strode over, and stepped on the top zombie, decapitating all 3. Once their heads were severed, these zombies were completely dead and could no longer move. Once decapitated, the 3 struggling zombies lay motionless, rotting corpses. A few more zombies remained nearby, some distance away. They would naturally follow the scent of living beings without Fang Yuxin needing to approach. Watching the approaching zombies, Fang Yuxin gripped his knife hilt again, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Low-level zombies possessed no intelligence, only instinct. Their constant craving for fresh flesh and blood drove them to instinctively seek food, unable to discern danger. Like now, if these zombies possessed intelligence, they would have long since fled from Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang, the two killing gods. The number of zombies here was small, and they were all low-level zombies, posing no threat to Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang. The two easily killed the surrounding zombies, then cut open their heads to search for crystal cores. At the beginning of the apocalypse, not all zombies had crystal cores in their heads. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang killed 27 zombies in total, but only found 15 low-level crystal cores. The initial crystal cores were only the size of a peanut, opaque and grayish-white, looking quite inconspicuous, like pebbles in a river. However, any ability user could sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the crystal cores, and might even feel a desire to absorb them. Fang Yuxin directly stored the crystal cores in her spatial storage. These crystal cores contained impurities and viruses in addition to energy. Hastily absorbing them would cause the viruses to enter the body along with the energy. However, ability users' bodies had a certain degree of immunity to zombie viruses, and during advancement the body would automatically expel impurities and viruses. Therefore, each advancement was extremely painful for ability users, but once successful, they felt a complete transformation. In her dream, Fang Yuxin hadn't awakened her abilities. If Fang Yuxiang hadn't awakened his, she wouldn't have known any of this. The spiritual spring in the Greenwood spiritual mansion had purifying properties, and Fang Yuxin planned to purify the crystal cores with the spring water before absorbing them. Furthermore, placing the crystal cores in her spatial storage would isolate their energy fluctuations, preventing the attraction of zombies and ability users. Fang Yuxiang naturally had no objection to Fang Yuxin's actions. After collecting the crystal cores, the two got back into the car. Several residential complexes had been built nearby, mostly commercial housing constructed in the last year or two. There weren't many residents, but the two had no intention of entering. Their main purpose in coming out was to check on the situation in the city. Not long after setting off again, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang saw that some buildings along the roadside had been severely damaged. The falling meteorite had not only brought energy surges and mysterious elemental crystals, but also caused serious damage to buildings and equipment. The once bustling commercial plaza was now a ruin. Fang Yuxiang glanced at the place, his expression immediately becoming heavy. "I can't believe it's become like this." He remembered that a few days ago when they were moving they had passed by here and even gone into browse buying quite a few things. Fang Yuxin, however, laughed. "Let's go in and take a look. Maybe there are elemental crystals inside." The elemental crystals were brought by the meteorite, meaning that the areas damaged by the meteorite could potentially contain elemental crystals. This wasn't a place she'd heard about in her dreams, but since she was already here, Fang Yuxin felt she'd be doing herself a disservice if she didn't go in and take a look. Besides, it was a commercial plaza, and although it was badly damaged, there was always a chance to find some usable supplies. Thinking of this, Fang Yuxin's eyes lit up. Chapter 25, Discovering the Yuan Stone. Fang Yuxin suggested going inside to take a look, and Fang Yuxiang naturally agreed. In fact, he was a doting brother to his sister. He had never refused any of Fang Yuxin's requests since childhood, spoiling her even more than Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe. They drove the car to a secluded but safe corner and got out. This commercial plaza had several entrances and exits. Some were blocked, while others were still usable. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang found one, and as soon as they entered, they discovered zombies inside. At first glance, there were 7 or 8, wandering around near the entrance. As soon as they entered, the zombies, who had been wandering aimlessly, became agitated, stiffly turning their heads, their grayish-white, deathly eyes fixed on the two, like a pack of hungry wolves spotting their long-awaited prey. The two gripped their knives tightly, Fang Yuxiang warily watching the approaching zombies, whispering to Fang Yuxin, "Be careful, don't be reckless." Fang Yuxin nodded, also whispering, "I know, you be careful too." Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the two rushed out, cleanly and efficiently slashing at the zombies. The place they entered was an indoor shopping street. Fortunately, it was the entrance, and there weren't many zombies. The two only spent 3 minutes dealing with the 8 zombies at the entrance, even efficiently digging out 5 crystal cores. After washing them clean with water, Fang Yuxin put them into her spatial storage. There were surveillance cameras installed on the wall, but now that the power was out, they were just for show. The indoor shopping street in front of Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang was not short, and zombies were still lurking in the distance. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang exchanged a glance, then Fang Yuxin pointed outside, and the two retreated together. After they went outside, Fang Yuyang asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you want to go in and take a look?" Fang Yuxin shook her head. "There are quite a few zombies inside. It's too dangerous to go in rashly. Besides, we should look for the Yuan crystal from the outside." She only remembered after entering the entrance that the Yuan crystal was brought by a meteorite. To find it, they should follow the damage caused by the meteorite. Moreover, she vaguely sensed that there were quite a few zombies inside, and even some living people. Those living people hadn't come out yet. They were either trapped inside or, like them, had gone in to search for supplies. Either way, they were a problem for them. If they wanted to find the Yuan crystal, they had to avoid these people first. As for rescuing people, Fang Yuxin didn't object, but she didn't intend to be a savior. Fang Yuyang had no objections. He would basically agree to any request Fang Yuxin made, especially since Fang Yuxin was absolutely right. The two made up their minds and stopped rashly entering the building. Instead, they began searching the perimeter of the commercial plaza. Many buildings in the plaza had been damaged, with very obvious signs of damage. For safety's sake, the two didn't separate but chose to act together. The elemental crystal was encased within an elemental stone, which was extremely hard, and had a surface layer that isolated energy fluctuations. Unless the stone was opened, even holding it in hand or using instruments to test, it wouldn't reveal whether an elemental crystal was inside. The brother and sister followed the trail, finding many scattered fragments on the ground, but unfortunately, none of them were elemental stones. Zombies were still roaming nearby, and their search hadn't been long before they attracted some. Fortunately, there weren't many, and they easily dealt with them, managing to collect several crystal cores in the process. Fang Yuxin was searching for elemental stones when Fang Yuyang suddenly patted her shoulder, unable to contain his excitement, and said, "Xin, look there. Isn't that an elemental stone?" Fang Yuxin looked in the direction Fang Yuyang was pointing and saw a 2-meter diameter pit in a wall. In the center of the pit was a very small protrusion, almost inconspicuous at first glance, almost invisible unless you looked closely. The pit was about 3 stories high, while the entire building was only 4 stories high. The two walked over and cleared away the nearby zombies. Fang Yuxin checked the distance, took out a safety rope with a grappling hook at one end, tried swinging it, and threw it high into the air, finally securing it firmly to the edge of the roof. She pulled hard to make sure she had a good grip, then quickly climbed up the rope. Fang Yuyang stood on the ground watching Fang Yuxin worriedly, while also keeping an eye out for any approaching zombies. Fang Yuxin climbed quickly and skillfully, as if she had done it many times before. Before long, she reached the depression and approached the small protrusion. She wrapped her left arm around the rope, placed her feet on the wall, and secured herself. Fang Yuxin used her free right hand to touch the protrusion, wiping away the surrounding dust, revealing the object, a black stone about the size of an adult's fist. She drew her dagger from her waist and tapped it lightly on the stone, then tested its hardness with the blade. Confirming it was a spirit stone, a smile finally broke through her tense expression. However, the spirit stone was firmly embedded in the wall, and digging it out would take some effort. To stabilize herself, Fang Yuxin had only her right hand free. She gripped the dagger tightly with her right hand and began digging around the spirit stone with the tip. Fortunately, the previous impact had already created cracks in the wall, and Fang Yuxin easily dug out the entire spirit stone. The spirit stone was very heavy in her hand, so Fang Yuxin immediately stored it in her spatial storage. Although she was eager to know if there were any spirit crystals inside, it wasn't convenient to do so outside. She could only wait until she returned. After storing the spirit stone, Fang Yuxin slid down the rope. Once she was safely back on the ground, Fang Yuyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took the initiative to retrieve the safety rope and asked her with concern, Xin, are you all right? Next time something like this happens, let me handle it. You're a girl, don't get hurt. Fang Yuxin smiled. The apocalypse is inherently dangerous. Only by increasing my strength can I be safer. Brother, I can't let you protect me forever. Fang Yuxiang's face showed his disapproval, but he knew Fang Yuxin was right, so he could only say, I don't care. From now on, let me handle these dangerous situations. I'm your brother. You have to listen to me. Fang Yuxin didn't argue with him. Right now they had just entered the apocalypse and this was the suburb, so there weren't many zombies. They could still catch their breath. But later, dangers would lurk everywhere. And even if Fang Yuxiang wanted to protect her, he wouldn't be able to. He couldn't possibly shield her from all dangers. It was like in a dream. Fang Yuxiang had successfully awakened his superpowers, while she was just an ordinary person without any. Fang Yuxiang always wanted to protect her, even going so far as to search for yuan crystals in dangerous places to help her awaken her supernatural abilities. She didn't want to be a burden to Fang Yuxiang, so she diligently practiced her swordsmanship and fought zombies. But neither she nor Fang Yuxiang could ultimately prevail, ending in a tragic tragedy. Chapter 26. Rescue at the movie theater. After acquiring their first yuan stone, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang found 3 more, each a different size and smaller than the first. Fang Yuxin stored them all in her spatial storage. This trip seemed quite fruitful, but whether any yuan stones contained yuan crystals could only be determined by opening them. As far as she knew, many yuan stones were empty, and the probability of finding yuan crystals was incredibly low. The apocalypse was still relatively peaceful at this early stage, but once the value of yuan stones and yuan crystals was discovered, many counterfeit yuan stones would appear, so realistic they could easily fool the real thing. On the black market, even yuan stones that were difficult to distinguish from genuine ones were being sold at extremely high prices. Therefore, Fang Yuxin's initial plan was to find as many yuan stones as possible during the early stages of the apocalypse. Otherwise, once the secret of yuan stones and yuan crystals was discovered, finding yuan stones would not only be extremely costly, but they might also end up buying counterfeit goods. While finding 4 yuan stones, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang had also explored almost the entire area outside the commercial plaza. The shopping center was all inside. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang, remembering that there were still survivors trapped inside, couldn't bear to leave immediately. They decided to go in and check. If they could rescue anyone, they would, rather than let them die inside. After checking the various entrances, they decided the one they had found initially was safer, so they went back and entered the indoor shopping street. The street mainly consisted of small shops selling specialty restaurants, clothing, and accessories. Since the apocalypse occurred at midnight, most of these shops were closed, with only a few remaining open all night, but not on the ground floor. Due to the meteorite impact, the shopping center had suffered severe damage. When Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang entered, they were met with a scene of utter chaos. Many shelves and cabinets were overturned, and items were scattered haphazardly, as if an earthquake had struck. The two collected any unspoiled food they found into their spatial storage, accumulating a fairly substantial haul. As for the accessories and clothing, they ignored them. They had already collected a considerable amount of necessary supplies and had plenty of clothing, so there was no need to loot everything in one place. The basement level housed a medium-sized supermarket, which, being underground, was the least affected. The two went down to take a look. The supermarket door was locked, and it was dimly lit because the lights weren't on. They listened for a while, but there was no sound inside, so no one was home. Fang Yuxiang asked, Xin, do you want to go in? He clearly didn't want to. Fang Yuxin thought of her home and the supermarket she'd looted in her dream and shook her head. There were many residential areas nearby, and it wouldn't be long before survivors would come in teams to collect supplies. If they took everything from the supermarket, those people would probably go hungry. So she said, let's leave the things here for the other survivors. Fang Yuxiang agreed and said, shall we go upstairs and take a look? The two went directly to the second floor via the escalator. Although there was no electricity, it was still walkable. The second floor mainly sells home decor, furniture, lighting, and bedding, as well as some maternity and baby products, children's clothing, and lingerie. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang weren't greedy. They only took some bedding, children's clothing, and items, and stored them in their spatial storage. Then the two went up to the third floor. There was a large cinema on the third floor, open all night, where the trapped survivors were located. Besides the cinema, the rest of the buildings were restaurants, all locked, but some locks had been damaged due to the building's tremors. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang went inside to take a look. The restaurant still had a lot of food in their refrigerated display cases. Although the power was off, the cases hadn't been opened, and the food hadn't spoiled. These things would only spoil if left, so Fang Yuxin stored them directly in her spatial storage. Afterward, the two went to the cinema. Upon entering, they encountered zombies again, but not in large numbers. After dealing with these zombies, they found screening room number 5, where the survivors were trapped. Due to the building's tremors, the door to the screening room was deformed and stuck, impossible to open. This was also why the people inside couldn't get out. The screening room was filled with people, and the strong presence of living beings attracted many zombies. The door to the screening room had long been destroyed by the zombies, yet it stubbornly remained stuck in the frame. Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin had already dealt with the zombies blocking the doorway, but the screening room was very soundproof, and those inside couldn't hear anything outside. Similarly, they couldn't hear anything inside either. Their knowledge of the people inside relied entirely on their superior sensory abilities. Although the door was stuck tightly, it had been almost completely destroyed by the zombies. After a few powerful kicks from Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang, the door shattered into pieces. As soon as the door broke, screams erupted from inside the screening room. The two kicked the door open and went in. The screening room was dimly lit, filled with a stench of decay and a heavy stench of blood, and the corpses on the floor were vaguely visible. A dozen or so people were huddled together in a corner of the screening room, screaming in terror as they saw the two enter. Fang Yuxin took out the flashlight hanging from her waist and shone it around. There were 17 survivors in total. Besides these 17 people, there were 8 mangled corpses on the ground and 5 zombies. All the zombies had their heads smashed open and were beyond dead. The remaining survivors were men and women, all young. They were covered in blood and wounds and looked exhausted, clearly in bad shape. At first, they were terrified, but after realizing they were people and not zombies, they breathed a sigh of relief. Some of the more timid ones even cried. While examining the zombies, Fang Yuxin dug out the crystal cores and stored them in her spatial storage. Then she heard a strange yet familiar voice say, "Are you here to rescue us? There are 9 injured people here. Could you take them to the hospital first?" Fang Yuxin turned her head instantly, her eyes fixed on the woman who spoke. She was a very beautiful woman with fair skin, large bright eyes, a straight and delicate nose, and rosy lips with a natural smile. Her hair was long and straight, with only the ends curled into large waves and braided into a very ladylike style. Her voice was clear and bright, and coupled with her pretty and pleasing appearance, she easily evoked goodwill. However, after Fang Yuxin clearly saw her appearance, she felt not only no liking for her, but also a deep aversion and an uncontrollable resentment. Chapter 27 Mary Sue. Fang Yuxiang stood beside Fang Yuxin. He keenly sensed her unusual mood and turned to see that her face was colder than usual, her hostility obvious. He glanced instinctively at the dozen or so people standing nearby, his gaze quickly locking onto the woman who had spoken earlier. Admittedly, this woman was very attractive, and in this situation she remained composed and poised, a rare quality. Normally, he would have admired such a woman. However, Fang Yuxin clearly harbored strong hostility towards her, so he naturally disliked her as well. Turning his gaze away, Fang Yuxiang slightly tilted his head and asked Fang Yuxin in a low voice, "Xin, what's going on? Do you know her?" Fang Yuxin nodded. Although she had told Fang Yuxiang most of what happened in her dream, she had concealed a lot, including this woman. Her name was Lin Feiying. Although she came from an ordinary background, she was very generous and compassionate. This was nothing unusual. It could even be considered a virtue. Lin Feiying was always generous with other people's money. She was the kind of teammate who always sabotaged her teammates. In the dream, she and Fang Yuxiang had been saved by Lin Feiying, who took them in and formed a team with them. At first, they were very grateful to Lin Feiying, but as they spent more time together, Lin Feiying's saintly nature became apparent. She would give away the supplies they painstakingly gathered, and she always liked to take the lead, never considering the consequences. Since Lin Feiying had saved their lives, even if she became a burden, they couldn't abandon her. They faced countless dangers because of her, and ultimately Fang Yuxiang died a tragic death because of her. How could Fang Yuxin still like her? Her initial goodwill had long been extinguished. Now none of this has happened yet. She won't seek revenge on Lin Feyin because of what happened in the dream, but she also doesn't want to have anything to do with her anymore. Fang Yuxin said in a low voice. We were just passing by and saw that there seemed to be some people here, so we came to check. Since you're all right, we'll be leaving now. She then grabbed Fang Yuxiang's arm and prepared to turn and leave. But Lin Feyin said, Wait, we have 9 injured people here. Since you're here, why not go all the way and help take them to the hospital? By the way, was there an earthquake outside? And what about these zombies? Do you know what happened? Her attitude was very frank, neither begging nor condescending. But it was precisely this matter-of-fact attitude that made Fang Yuxin very dissatisfied. She remembered that in her dream Lin Feyin was just like that. Reckless, disregarding others' wishes, doing whatever she wanted. And her attitude was so natural, without any hint of pretense. If someone refused, they would seem petty. However, the Lin Feyin in her dream had saved her and Fang Yuxiang's lives, so they had to compromise. This Lin Feyin, on the other hand, had nothing to do with them. Fang Yuxin then bluntly said, We have other things to do, so we can't help you. Just a heads up. There are a lot of zombies outside, so you better be careful. We've cleared out most of the zombies in this shopping center, but you should still be careful when you go out. It's best to find some weapons for self-defense. After she finished speaking, she pulled Fang Yuxiang towards the door, but Lin Feyin spoke again, this time with obvious dissatisfaction in her voice. How could you do this? We still have injured people here, how could you just leave like this? Don't you have any compassion? At first, Fang Yuxiang didn't know why Fang Yuxin disliked Lin Feyin, but after Lin Feyin spoke a second time he understood. Originally, he didn't intend to speak up after all, it was really too ungentlemanly to bully a woman. But upon hearing this, he couldn't hold back any longer. He clenched his fists, turned and coldly glanced at Lin Feyin and the people around her, sneering. If we didn't have compassion, we wouldn't have come to save you. Remember, we saved you out of kindness, not out of obligation. With that, Fang Yuxiang grabbed Fang Yuxin and strode away. He was worried that if they stayed any longer, he might lose control and attack the woman. Their steps were quick, and even if the others wanted to chase, they couldn't catch up. Once they were far away, Fang Yuxiang asked Fang Yuxin impatiently, Xin, next time, stay away from that inexplicable woman, don't pay her any attention. Fang Yuxin smiled and nodded, quite satisfied with the result. In the dream, because Lin Feyin had saved him and his sister, Fang Yuxiang initially had a good impression of Lin Feyin. Later, after Lin Feyin's flaws were exposed, Fang Yuxiang was deeply distressed by it. Now that they no longer needed to be associated with Lin Feyin, and even Fang Yuxiang had lost his affection for her, Fang Yuxin no longer needed to worry about Fang Yuxiang being blind enough to fall for Lin Feyin in the future. After leaving, the two got into their car and drove away from the commercial center. Not long after they drove off, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang saw a private car drive into the commercial center in their rearview mirror, presumably going to search for supplies. They glanced at it and ignored it, continuing to drive into the city. Lin Feyin stared in astonishment at the two figures disappearing into the distance, frowning as she said with displeasure, Those two are too much. They won't even help us. She then looked at the injured group, her expression shifting to one of concern, and asked, Are you all right? Why don't we go outside first? We can always find someone to help. The others nodded and someone asked, Feyin, what were those two doing? Why were they dressed like that? They were so cool. Only then did Lin Feyin remember the two people's attire. Both were wearing tight-fitting clothes that perfectly accentuated their figures. The man was handsome and dashing, and the woman was sexy and alluring. Their outfits in particular looked like something out of a movie. She wondered who they were. She curled her lip disdainfully, saying, Who knows what they're doing? Maybe they're cosplaying. Let's hurry up and get out of here. I wonder what the situation is like outside. My phone still has no signal, it's so strange. The group walked out, carefully avoiding the corpses on the ground. In the darkness, the survivors whispered among themselves. Their expressions varied. The 9 injured people, in particular, remained silent, their faces deathly pale. Because of the dim light and the poor condition of the others, No one had noticed anything amiss. Lin Fein checked her phone. It still showed no signal, and the battery was down to 1 bar. Thinking of the zombies and the 2 strangely dressed people from earlier, a deep sense of unease crept into her heart. Could it be the end of the world? Chapter 28 Robbery. The situation was worse than Fang Yuxin had anticipated. Fang Yuxin, although she had seen the same scene in her dream, was still terrified to witness it in person, and even more convinced that everything in her dream was a warning from heaven. The road conditions were poor, even dire. Some sections were damaged with large cracks, and buildings on both sides of the road had collapsed. Whenever Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxin encountered severely damaged areas, they would stop to search for yuan stones. However, the probability of finding yuan stones was extremely low. They had only found 3 by the time they entered the city. They encountered zombies from time to time. If there were only a few, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxin would get out and deal with them. If there were many, they would avoid them. Because of their alertness, they did not encounter any danger. Parking the car at the intersection, Fang Yuxin climbed onto the roof, looked through binoculars, and then shook his head at Fang Yuxin. Xin, we can't go any further. There are only 2 of us. If we get stuck, we might not be able to get out. The situation in the city was much worse than in the suburbs. The city was densely built up with a large population, resulting in a massive number of zombies. The situation on their current stretch of road was already bad. It would get even worse further. There were even many abandoned vehicles on the road. If they continued, it would be difficult to escape once they got trapped. Fang Yuxin nodded. Her desire to go into the city to check the situation wasn't out of bravado. She simply wanted to verify if reality was the same as what she had dreamed of. She was a rational person and wouldn't believe everything was real just because of an unusually vivid dream. Moreover, deep down she didn't want to believe in the apocalypse. However, everything along the way had confirmed that dream. Now, looking at the wandering zombies and collapsed buildings in the distance, even though she was unwilling, she had to believe that the apocalypse had truly arrived. Seeing the zombies gathering again in the distance, Fang Yuxin quickly said, "Brother, let's go back first." They had enough supplies and didn't need to risk going into the city to collect more, so there was no need to get themselves into trouble. Fang Yuxin nodded, and then the 2 of them nimbly jumped off the roof of the car. Just as they were about to get in, 3 cars suddenly rushed out and surrounded them. The 3 cars blocked their way in front and behind, and then the doors opened and 10 men quickly jumped out of the cars carrying weapons. Except for the bald leader who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, the other 9 were all quite young, the oldest in his 20s or 30s, and the youngest only 17 or 18. Judging from their attire, they were thugs, and not the lowlife kind. The bald leader wore a black vest, and his exposed arms were covered with hideous ghost face tattoos. He also looked fierce. He had a cigarette in his mouth and held a 2-foot-long machete in his right hand. He glanced at Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxin, his gaze lingering on the SUV between them. Then with his free left hand, he took a drag of his cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring and said disdainfully, "If you know what's good for you, leave the car behind and follow me. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your lives." No sooner had he finished speaking than a fat man standing beside him said lewdly, "Fourth master, this chick is pretty good looking, why not keep her, hey?" He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. The bald man glanced at Fang Yuxin. Of course, he noticed that Fang Yuxin was quite attractive. If it were before, he would have tried to get his hands on such a gem, but now he wanted that black SUV more. That car was clearly modified. Its performance in all aspects must be excellent. If he could get his hands on it, it would definitely be much safer than the beat-up car he was currently riding in. He had personally witnessed zombies dragging people out of car windows. Every time he thought of that scene, he felt terrified. So the most urgent thing is to get a good car. However, Fatty 7 was right. This girl was indeed a stunner. He'd never encountered such a gem before, and it would be a shame to kill her like this. If this girl were willing to be obedient and follow him, that would be great. Thinking of this, the bald man couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes greedily fixed on the black SUV opposite and Fang Yuxin standing beside it. As for Fang Yuxin on the other side, he completely ignored him. The bald man wasn't good-looking and had never had a good impression of men who were better-looking than him, especially the kind of men who looked rich. He winked at his henchmen, signaling them to surround him. He grabbed a cigarette, took a deep drag, threw it on the ground and stomped it out. What? You won't listen to reason? Don't you even know who I am? He said rudely. With that, he deliberately tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, his arm muscles bulging exaggeratedly. Then he slammed the tip of the blade into the ground, where it easily embedded itself. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang exchanged a glance, understanding that the bald man was intentionally warning them. However, neither was afraid. Fang Yuxin whispered to Fang Yuxiang, "It's probably strength enhancement, brother. Be careful." Fang Yuxiang nodded, saying nothing, and drew his miao sword from his waist. A young man carrying an iron rod nearby saw him draw his sword and instinctively charged forward, raising his rod. Fang Yuxiang kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. The others were taken aback by his sudden attack. Then the bald man shouted, "Attack him all at once! Kill him!" He paused, then added, "Be careful, all of you, don't hit any cars." The fat man behind him glanced greedily at Fang Yuxin, a flicker of hesitation crossing his greasy face before adding, "Keep the girl alive. Take her alive." Upon hearing this, Fang Yuxiang's already unpleasant expression instantly turned icy. He snorted coldly and became even more ruthless, his fighting style clearly aimed at killing. It was the end of the world. He wasn't afraid of being investigated even if he killed someone. The bald man charged directly at Fang Yuxiang. He had originally intended to act himself, but seeing Fang Yuxiang's ferocious moves, he hesitated, slowing his pace and only allowing his men to advance. Though ruthless, he wasn't stupid. The fat man rushed towards Fang Yuxin, saying, "Fourth master, I'll grab that bastard." "He'll submit obediently." The bald man nodded, glanced at the miao sword at Fang Yuxin's waist, his eyes flickering, but remained silent. He hadn't initially taken Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang seriously, but after Fang Yuxiang's move he realized he'd misjudged them. Although Fang Yuxin hadn't made a move, her attire was similar to Fang Yuxiang's, which had made him wary, and he was considering sending the fat man to test her. Fang Yuxin looked at the charging fat man, smiled coldly, and swiftly drew her miao sword. Chapter 29, Taking a Ruthless Step. The fat man wasn't tall, even shorter than Fang Yuxin, standing at around 1.7 meters. His large frame made him appear even shorter. He wasn't fast either, clearly the type who didn't do any physical labor. He held a machete stained with dried, dark red blood, which looked quite menacing. He hadn't originally intended to harm Fang Yuxin. He just wanted to scare her. But the moment Fang Yuxin drew her machete, he realized she was a formidable opponent, so he instinctively tightened his grip on the machete, his gaze towards Fang Yuxin turning fierce. "What are you all standing there for? Attack together!" The fat man practically roared, cleverly slowing his pace to let others die first. The group consisted of young men, some carrying iron bars, others machetes, all their weapons stained with blood, and noticeably more blood. Besides blood, there were other marks as well. Fang Yuxin wrinkled her nose, then her gaze turned cold. Although these weapons smelled of zombies, the bloodstains on them were mostly fresh, normal human blood. She hadn't originally intended to exterminate them all, but this discovery completely chilled her heart. Most people were dealing with Fang Yuxiang, leaving only 3 people surrounding her, excluding the fat man. These 3 looked fierce, but unfortunately, they were just low-level thugs with no real skills. Fang Yuxin kicked the shin of the man on her right, who fell face-first to the ground. The other 2 didn't expect such an outcome from her first move, and their movements paused instinctively. Taking advantage of their hesitation, Fang Yuxin slashed her miao-style knife, striking both of them squarely in the abdomen. Simultaneously, she twisted her body, taking a step back to dodge their machetes and iron bars. Normal people are different from zombies. Zombies only have their head as a vital point. Only by cutting off their heads can they be killed. Normal people, however, are different. Regardless of where they are injured, they will experience pain and blood loss. The long blade of the miao knife easily sliced open the abdomens of the 2 men, leaving deep and long wounds. After the initial chill, intense pain followed, and scalding blood gushed out uncontrollably. The 2 men couldn't even grab Fang Yuxin. They screamed and instinctively covered their wounds, but their hands were immediately stained red with blood. Fang Yuxin didn't give them a chance to breathe. These people were no pushovers. Letting them go would only cause endless trouble. Before the man on the ground could get up, she gripped the hilt of the knife and stabbed him in the back. Using the blade as leverage, she leaped up and kicked the two men in the chest. Severely injured, they had no time to resist. Fang Yuxin's powerful kick sent them both staggering backward. Seeing the situation was dire, the fat man instinctively rushed towards a nearby car, opened the door and prepared to get in. Fang Yuxin's eyes turned cold. She drew the dagger from her waist and threw it. The streamlined blade whistled past, striking the fat man squarely in the back. She landed steadily on the ground, quickly walked over, and easily dealt with the two men lying on their backs. She then finished off the fat man, making sure he was dead beyond any doubt, before tossing his body aside. But just then the sound of a car starting suddenly rang out. Fang Yuxin turned her head and saw that the bald man had already started the car. However, he didn't intend to just run away. Instead, he drove the car towards Fang Yuxiang. Unfortunately, Fang Yuxiang was still being harassed by two thugs. It was too late to stop the bald man at that moment. Fang Yuxin could only shout, "Brother, get out of the way." At the same time, she quickly ran towards the bald man's car. When she was 2 steps away from the car, she used her feet for leverage, leaping into the air and onto the hood. Fang Yuxiang had also heard the car start and was fully aware of the bald man's plan. The moment Fang Yuxin spoke, he had already kicked the two thugs away and moved aside. Seeing Fang Yuxin jump onto the hood, his face paled with fear. Ignoring his own injury, he charged towards the oncoming car. Fang Yuxin, clinging to the hood, was initially unaccustomed to the situation and wobbled precariously. However, she quickly grabbed the windshield wipers to steady herself and slammed her fist into the windshield. The bald man had been in the underworld for a while, and had developed a strong mentality. He only panicked for a moment when Fang Yuxin jumped onto the hood, but quickly regained his composure, gripping the steering wheel and glaring fiercely at Fang Yuxin. He had already regretted his actions. If he had known these strangely dressed siblings would be so troublesome, he wouldn't have brought his men to surround them. Ultimately, it was greed that had clouded his judgment. He should have realized that someone with such a specially modified SUV couldn't be an ordinary person. Sure enough, he'd met his match, but he wasn't about to give up so easily. He'd spent years in the underworld, living a life of constant danger, surviving countless brushes with death, all thanks to his ruthlessness. These two looked like decent guys. He refused to believe that his toughness and skills honed in the underworld wouldn't be enough to handle them. With that thought, he swerved the steering wheel sharply, the car veering sharply to the right, the force nearly throwing Fang Yuxin off. Turning on the wipers, the bald man gripped the steering wheel with his left hand and his machete with his right. The windshield was already cracked with a spiderweb pattern from Fang Yuxin's impact, and he knew it wouldn't be long before it shattered. That would be his chance. With a loud crash, the already cracked windshield finally gave way to Fang Yuxin's blow, shattering into fragments that shot into the car with the force of the impact. The bald man instinctively raised his left arm to shield his face, simultaneously swinging the machete in his right hand towards Fang Yuxin. But immediately he felt a chill on his neck, followed by a sharp pain in his right hand. He jerked his arm away, his eyes widening as he looked down to see a black blade piercing his neck. The hilt was in Fang Yuxin's hand, while his right hand was tightly bound by Fang Yuxin's legs. The menacing machete hadn't even scratched Fang Yuxin. The next moment, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes, and Fang Yuxiang jumped onto the car, unceremoniously stepping on his right hand. Intense pain shot through his arm. The bald man's eyes bulged as he struggled with all his might, only to see a mocking look in Fang Yuxin's exceptionally beautiful eyes. Then he saw Fang Yuxin's wrist, gripping the machete hilt, suddenly twist. Spare me, I please. Before he could finish, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang exchanged a glance, then simultaneously rolled off the hood and disappeared into the distance. As Fang Yuxin left, he pulled the meow knife from the bald man's neck, leaving a large gash. So, apart from the sound of the wind, the bald man couldn't hear anything. He opened his mouth but could only manage a ho-ho sound. Chapter 30 Game System. After dealing with the bald man, the brother and sister didn't drive straight home. Instead, They went to the nearest gas station. They had prepared some gasoline beforehand, but not much, only 20 tons all stored in gasoline drums, taking up a lot of space. If it weren't for the Greenwood Spirit Mansion, the Fang family wouldn't have dared to buy so much gasoline, as it's incredibly dangerous. And it's consumed quickly. Their family currently has 3 modified SUVs and 4 modified motorcycles, all with high fuel consumption. They simply had to find a way to get more gasoline. Fang Yuxin was worried before they left. If the gas station had been hit by a meteorite, they might have gotten nothing. Fortunately, they were lucky. When they arrived, the gas station was intact. Apart from the wandering zombies, there was no one around. A perfect opportunity. There weren't many zombies around, and the brother and sister cleared them all out in less than 20 minutes. The gas station was located in a relatively remote area. Not in the city center, with few people and an extremely open view. The fuel tanks were all buried underground, making it impossible for the brother and sister to take them. Besides, without electricity, the gas pumps were unusable. Even if they knew there was fuel underground, it wouldn't help. Fortunately, there was a tanker truck at the gas station with its door open. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuang checked it and found the truck was malfunctioning and couldn't be driven away. This was probably why no one else had taken it. The fuel tanks were full and hadn't been emptied. The two guessed that the truck had just arrived when the meteorite struck, and hadn't had time to refuel before the accident, which conveniently benefited them. Fang Yuxin quickly put the tanker truck into her spatial storage. The tanker truck was too large, and the sudden insertion caused a tremor in her sea of consciousness. She had encountered this situation before, but it was still very unusual. Seeing her expression change, Fang Yuang immediately became worried. "Xin, are you all right?" Fang Yuxin shook her head, gritting her teeth as she said, "I'm fine, brother, let's go back first." The tanker truck was too conspicuous. Someone might notice, and it wouldn't be wise for them to stay here too long. Fang Yuang naturally understood this. He agreed, got in the car and started it, leaving the gas station as soon as possible. On the way, he kept a close eye on Fang Yuxin's complexion. Seeing that she didn't seem to be in any trouble, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have a spatial dimension and didn't know how Fang Yuxin felt each time she collected items, but he had carefully observed that whenever she collected large items or a lot of items, Fang Yuxin's complexion would change slightly, clearly indicating an effect. He didn't know the specifics of the effect, and Fang Yuxin wouldn't say, so he could only judge whether her health was affected by observing her complexion. Based on his current observations, there was an effect, but Fang Yuxin's health seemed fine. This was evident from her complexion. Fang Mingyao glanced at her character's attributes on the game panel. She was currently level 0, just 500 more experience points away from reaching level 1. Leveling up would grant her a chance to draw a skill randomly. Earning those remaining 500 experience points wasn't difficult, just a bit tedious. There was only one way to earn experience points: accepting and completing quests. Hunting zombies was the main quest. Killing a low-level zombie would grant 1 point and 1 experience point. Other side quests could be triggered by interacting with other players, and she could choose whether to accept them. These side quests varied in difficulty, rewarding different amounts of points and experience points. Points were like currency with many uses: learning skills, exchanging for weapons, equipment, medicine, and even increasing physical attributes. Unfortunately, the game system didn't offer a guide. She had to make her own choices, and there was no option to reload. The game system shop refreshed every hour. What she could buy depended entirely on her luck. This upgrade system also comes with a personal inventory, currently only with 30 slots. Each slot can hold 99 of the same item. To unlock more slots, you have to use points to purchase them. She's already earned 500 points, but she's used most of them to increase her physical attributes. Her current physical attributes aren't good. She's rather thin and weak. She mainly increased her strength and speed, adjusted her appearance and bust/waist/hip measurements, and finally bought a beginner's outfit. The clothes are a tight-fitting design, black and very thin, giving the illusion of being naked. However, the style is nice. The bust-cinching design perfectly showcases her curves, and the clothes have subtle patterns that create different effects under light, making her figure appear even more perfect and very sexy. The system shop doesn't only have this one beginner's outfit, Different outfits have different additional effects. This one has a 10% beauty bonus, while other outfits offer bonuses to speed, defense, and other aspects. After comparing them, Fang Mingyao chose the one that appealed to her the most. After changing her outfit, Fang Mingyao only had 7 points left, which she used to increase her character's attributes. Closing the game panel, she stood in front of the dressing mirror, looking at the alluring and sexy woman in the reflection, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. The body she had transmigrated into not only shared the same name as her, but even bore a resemblance, only far more beautiful than her original self. Now, with her appearance stat increased, her features were even more refined than before, as if she had undergone a Photoshop retouching, perfect beyond human comprehension. She refused to believe that Cho Yiming wouldn't be moved by her now. Remembering the original owner of the body who had been rejected and committed suicide, Fang Mengyao's gaze gradually turned cold. She didn't think the original owner was inferior to Fang Yuxin. It was just that she was looked down upon because of her illegitimate birth. Cho Yiming rejected the original owner's choice of Fang Yuxin because of this, showing how shallow he was. Thinking of Cho Yiming, she couldn't help but recall that night a few days ago. She stood at the door, hesitant about whether to go to the Fang family to try and obtain the jade set that would trigger the game system's reaction. Unexpectedly, she encountered Cho Yiming, who even approached her. That man was the most outstanding man she had ever seen in both her lives. Such a man shouldn't be ruined by someone like Fang Yuxin. She didn't deserve him. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Fang Mingyao parted her lips slightly and murmured as if in a dream, "Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Whether it's what the Fang family owes you, or what you want, I will take it all back for you." Chapter 31 Suspicion arises. After taking one last look at the room, Fang Mingyao opened the door and strode out. Her slender high heels clicked crisply on the wooden floor, and sunlight streamed in, casting a long, alluring shadow. As soon as she stepped outside, a handsome man approached her with concern. "Mingyao, are you all right? Why were you in there for so long?" His voice trailed off, his eyes fixed on Fang Mingyao in astonishment, unable to process what he just witnessed. Seeing the undisguised adoration in his eyes, Fang Mingyao smiled contentedly, her fiery red lips curving upwards. "I'm fine, I just changed my clothes. Are you all ready?" The man's handsome face flushed instantly. He glanced at Fang Mingyao's attire and said worriedly, "Mingyao, aren't those high heels inconvenient?" Fang Mingyao was wearing 10-centimeter stilettos, which, from the front, perfectly elongated her legs, making her look even more sexy and alluring. But with monsters lurking outside, wearing such high heels was definitely inappropriate. In the past, Fang Mingyao wouldn't have dared to wear 10-centimeter heels in the apocalypse. However, after increasing her attribute points, her balance had become incredibly strong. Even wearing such high heels wouldn't affect her. On the contrary, she felt as if she were walking on flat ground. Moreover, these weren't ordinary shoes. The slender heels at the back were actually weapons. If used properly, they could deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at the right time. Of course, there was another reason she chose these shoes. Her current body was 1.6 meters tall, but she remembered that Fang Yuxin was over 1.7 meters tall, and she didn't want to be outshone by Fang Yuxin. So Fang Mingyao said, "Of course not, these aren't ordinary shoes. They're very comfortable to wear." After saying that, she deliberately took several steps in front of the man, looking relaxed and at ease, showing no sign of strain. Although the man was still worried, seeing her relaxed expression, he didn't dare to persuade her further. He secretly resolved to keep a close eye on Fang Mingyao to prevent her from encountering danger. Fang Mingyao didn't care what the man was thinking. She had met him in the villa district where her family lived. Although he was handsome, he was far too ordinary compared to Cho Yiming. While his infatuation pleased her, she didn't take him seriously. They were accompanied by several other people who had escaped from that villa district. This house was just a temporary shelter. They planned to find government and military personnel, as that was the only way to ensure their safety. Fang Mingyao wanted to take this opportunity to find Cho Yiming, so she chose to join them. She also took on several escort missions. She would receive a considerable amount of points for successfully escorting them to rendezvous with the army. The others were also surprised by Fang Mingyao's new appearance. While stunned, Some men looked at her with infatuation. Fang Mengyao looked like a sexy bombshell, easily fulfilling these men's fantasies. Unfortunately, they had all witnessed Fang Mengyao's abilities, and given the monsters outside, they only dared to dream and didn't dare to actually do anything. Fang Mengyao couldn't discern anything deeper hidden in those infatuated gazes, so she paid no attention. However, the young, handsome man from before frowned, somewhat worried at the sight. Unfortunately, such sordid matters couldn't be spoken aloud, so he could only keep his worries to himself, giving the men a warning glare to tell them not to mess with Fang Mengyao. Fang Mengyao glanced around, seeing everyone was almost ready, and said, "Since everyone's rested, let's set off. We'll be safe once we encounter the army." Actually, she didn't really care whether others were rested or not. She was already rested, and that was enough. Apart from her, almost everyone else was trembling with fear. Unlike Fang Mengyao, they didn't have a game-like leveling system or awaken any special abilities. Everything had happened too fast. Only the protection of the army could put their minds at ease. So, despite their fatigue, they said nothing, instead nodding in unison, hoping to encounter the army as soon as they stepped outside. So the group set off. They were lucky. Fang Mengyao wanted more points and valued her life, so she deliberately chose a route with fewer zombies. Leading the group, they navigated the journey without major incident, finally encountering an army 2 hours later. The group they met was large and appeared to be migrating. Besides the military personnel, there were many private cars following behind. Fang Mengyao immediately spotted Cho Yiming in the group and, taking advantage of a pause, walked towards him. "Brother Yiming? Is it really you?" Seeing the fleeting surprise in Cho Yiming's eyes, Fang Mengyao smiled inwardly, but on the surface, she excitedly threw herself into his arms, grabbing his clothes and saying in a tearful voice, "Brother Yiming, it's so good to see you. I went to the Fang family home but no one was there. Brother Yiming, do you know where they went? Why didn't they tell me they left? Don't they consider me family?" She then began to cry, feeling wronged. Cho Yiming was so embarrassed he didn't know where to put his hands. After a moment's hesitation, he tried patting her back. But the moment he touched Fang Mengyao's back, his hand recoiled as if electrocuted. Looking at Fang Mengyao's thin, almost weightless bodysuit, Cho Yiming lowered his eyes, his gaze dark and unfathomable. He knew, of course, where the Fang family was. In fact, they were also preparing to go to that new development zone. It not only had complete facilities but also many farmlands nearby, which could serve as a temporary safe base. Unfortunately, the signal was completely cut off, and he couldn't contact Fang Yuxin at all, nor did he know how she was doing or if she was alright. Meeting Fang Mengyao was an accident, but what surprised him even more was that in just a few days, Fang Mengyao's appearance had become much more refined, as if she had undergone a full-body facial contouring surgery. Although the change was subtle, and most people might not notice it, it couldn't fool his eyes. His eyes were honed over many years. He could distinguish even the slightest differences, let alone such obvious ones. Although he didn't know what had happened to Fang Mengyao, it was clear that she was hiding a secret. It's only been a few days. Fang Mengyao couldn't possibly have actually undergone cosmetic surgery. Therefore, there must be another reason. He didn't care what that reason was, but if Fang Mengyao dared to scheme against him, he would make her regret it. Chapter 32. Are you afraid? On the way back, Fang Yuxin said, "The situation in the city looks terrible. Not only are the buildings and roads severely damaged, but there are also many abandoned vehicles on the road. It won't be convenient to drive into the city next time." Fang Yuxiang also thought of this and sighed. "That's right. Luckily, we prepared a heavy motorcycle in advance. It will be much more convenient to drive it." After he finished speaking, seeing that Fang Yuxin's expression had not improved, he became a little worried and couldn't help but ask, Xin, what's wrong?" Fang Yuxin was actually thinking that it wouldn't be long before the villa area they were in would be occupied by the survivors, and then there might be more trouble. There were only so many villas in the villa area, but many of the survivors were of high status. To be precise, many of the survivors who first came to this villa area were of high status and naturally did not want to squeeze into a small house with ordinary survivors. All the villas would be divided up immediately. If it weren't for the protection of the Cho family, they wouldn't have been able to keep their houses at all. But even with the protection of the Cho family, Their houses were still eventually taken away by Fang Mengyao through a scheme. Fang Yuxin shook her head. Although she kept telling herself it was just a dream subconsciously, she felt it wasn't just a dream at all. It was all real. She closed her eyes, leaned back wearily in her chair, recalled everything in the dream, and then slowly clenched her fists. Regardless of whether it was a dream or not, now that she was back alive, she wouldn't give anyone another chance to hurt her or her family. Fang Yuxiang looked at Fang Yuxin's tired face, feeling increasingly uneasy. He simply pulled the car over to the side of the road, turned to her and asked, "Xin, what are you hiding from me?" Fang Yuxin had already emerged from the nightmare. Hearing this, she glanced at Fang Yuxiang, meeting his concerned gaze. Fang Yuxin's heart skipped a beat, and she decided not to hide it from Fang Yuxiang anymore. She told him, "Brother, I'm worried that the survivors will arrive at the villa area soon. Have you researched the location of the villa area? It has a beautiful environment, complete supporting facilities, many newly built commercial houses around it, and large areas of farmland. It's a very suitable place as a safe base." Fang Yuxiang understood her meaning immediately. "So, you're worried that someone will take our house?" He paused for a moment before continuing. "Xin, you knew about this from the beginning, didn't you? That's why you deliberately had the renovations rushed, and deliberately turned the roof into an ecological farm." There was no need to hide this, so Fang Yuxin admitted it directly. She said, "I knew after I had that dream, but at the time I didn't know that the jade Dad bought would contain the Greenwood Spirit Mansion, so I had the renovation company turn the roof into an ecological farm, thinking that I could grow some vegetables or something. The Greenwood Spirit Mansion was an accident, but also a surprise." Fang Yuxiang had already been inside, so he naturally knew about the Greenwood Spirit Mansion. Now Fang Yuxin has cultivated all the spiritual fields, planting grains, vegetables, and fruits. The medicinal herb fields are filled with herbs, the lake is teeming with fish, shrimp, and crabs, and the bamboo grove is home to poultry and livestock. It's safe to say that as long as the Greenwood Spiritual Abode exists, their livelihood is secure. However, the Greenwood Spiritual Abode is highly coveted and absolutely cannot be exposed. They must find a way to conceal it. Therefore, after moving to the new villa, they planted vegetables in the rooftop ecological farm and the garden. Since Fang Yuxin's wood-type ability was bound to be exposed anyway, with her assistance, they weren't worried about their vegetables dying. The brother and sister, worried that the survivors would cause chaos in the villa area, dared not delay any longer and set off again. They retraced their steps, and when they passed the dilapidated commercial plaza, they found over a dozen private cars parked there, with people loading heavy shopping bags into them. They guessed that nearby residents had come to the supermarket to unload supplies. Upon seeing them, the people loading the truck became noticeably wary. After all, the supermarket was only so big. With more people coming, each person would naturally receive less supplies. Seeing the wariness in the man's eyes, the brother and sister didn't stop and drove away. In the rearview mirror, they could see the man visibly relieved. The two siblings didn't care. They had prepared a large amount of supplies before the apocalypse, and the supermarket stock was simply insufficient. They hadn't paid it any attention, otherwise they wouldn't have left everything for these people. They drove back to their new home and checked the time. It was already 5 p.m. Just as they reached the door, it was open from the inside. Bchan stood at the door, smiling sweetly at Fang Yuxin. "Mommy, uncle, you're finally back." Bchan already resembled Fang Yuxin, and his smile softened not only Fang Yuxin's heart but also Fang Yuxiang's. The Fang family had accepted Bchan so quickly because his eyes and mouth were remarkably similar to Fang Yuxin's. It's said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and looking at Bchan, the Fang family felt as if they were seeing Fang Yuxin as a child. Although Bchan's birth was questionable, he was still a soft and adorable child who looked like Fang Yuxin, so how could the Fang family be heartless? However, even if they accepted him, they only accepted Bchan, not his father. During Bchan's stay at the Fang family home, the family kept silent about his family. When Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang entered, Bchan couldn't help but glance behind them. He was a little disappointed not to see Bai Yi, but he didn't dare show it. Although he was young, he was smart and sensitive, and knew that the Fang family didn't like his father, so he obediently never mentioned it. Bchan didn't know the secret of his birth. His little mind often couldn't help but overthink. What if mommy doesn't accept my stupid daddy? Who will he live with in the future? What if he doesn't want to let go of either of them? How distressing. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuang both noticed Bchan's little movements. They exchanged a glance but didn't say anything. Just then Fang Yuxin felt a soft touch on her fingers. Looking down, she saw Bchan carefully grasping her fingers. The soft touch softened her heart. She bent down and picked Bchan up, watching the surprised smile instantly bloom on his little face. She couldn't help but kiss him on the cheek and said with a smile, "Chan, did you see the changes outside? Tell mommy if you're scared." Bchan shook his head, puffed out his little chest, and said with a very manly air, "Chan isn't scared. Mommy, you don't have to be scared either. Chan will protect you." He wanted to say, "Daddy will protect you too," but thinking of Fang Yuxin's attitude towards Bai Yi, he didn't dare to say it. Fang Yuxin couldn't help but smile brightly, gently kissing Bchan's forehead, and said solemnly yet tenderly, "Mom will protect you too." Chapter 33 Soul Power. After Fang Yuxin kissed him, Bchan froze. Then his face instantly turned crimson, his eyes sparkling as he looked at her. He quickly kissed her on both cheeks before shyly burying his head and saying, "Chan loves mommy the most. Sweet and soft mommy is so much better than stupid daddy." Humph. Fang Yuxin carried him to the sofa and sat down. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe were already waiting there. When Bchan opened the door, they carefully examined Fang Yuang and Fang Yuxin, worried that something might have happened to them. Fortunately, they were both all right. After everyone was seated, Fang Jintang asked, "Yuang, you've been there. Tell me, what's the situation in the city now?" Fang Yuang recounted what he had seen and heard along the way, concluding, "Dad, Mom, the situation in the city is so bad. Xin and I both think that riding a motorcycle will be more convenient for getting into the city in the future. The meteorite has damaged buildings and roads, so driving an off-road vehicle is actually less convenient." Fang Jintang nodded, feeling incredibly fortunate that they had made preparations early on. Otherwise, thinking of those who were completely unprepared, Fang Jintang's face darkened. He then shook his head. Since things had come to this, instead of blindly taking the blame and feeling dejected, he should focus on improving his strength and protecting his family. With that thought, he opened the box on the coffee table. Inside were 8 spirit stones of varying sizes. The largest was the size of an adult's fist, while the smallest was only the size of a longan. These spirit stones had clearly been cleaned and appeared very clean. Although the yuan stones were irregularly shaped, their surfaces were exceptionally smooth and cool to the touch. Fang Jintang said, "These are what your mother and I found. We don't know if they're the yuan stones you mentioned. The suburbs are in a mess, and many roads are destroyed and impassable. We searched around and found these. Take a look." Fang Yuxin took out the 7 yuan stones she and Fang Yuang had found, placed them in a box and said, "These are indeed yuan stones, but we can only find out if they contain yuan crystals by opening them. These stones are very special. They can't be opened by ordinary means. Only soul power can cut them open. Soul power is also called spiritual power. You can feel it." This time she didn't hide it from Bchan. Now that Bchan had awakened his special ability, she couldn't treat him like an ordinary person anymore. She had said she would protect this child, but she wouldn't blindly protect him. Only by giving him the ability to protect himself could she better protect him. Moreover, Bchan had awakened a spiritual ability, and his spiritual power was more abundant than ordinary people. These yuan stones were perfect for him to practice with. After Fang Yuxin finished speaking, everyone took a spirit stone and closed their eyes to sense the so-called spiritual power. Bchan didn't move, but obediently looked at Fang Yuxin, waiting for her instructions. Fang Yuxin couldn't help but reach out and pat his head, then placed a spirit stone in his palm and said softly, "Chan, close your eyes, use your spiritual power to sense it, and try to cut it open." Bchan nodded seriously, subconsciously tightening his grip on the spirit stone. Actually, he had wanted to try for a while, but he noticed that Fang Yuxin seemed to value these stones very much, and he was worried that accidentally breaking them would anger Fang Yuxin, so he hadn't made a move. After he closed his eyes, Fang Yuxin took out a small plastic storage box and placed a spirit stone in her palm as well. Soul power is also called spiritual awareness in the cultivation world. She didn't know whether her current spiritual awareness was stronger or weaker than that of a mental ability user, but she vaguely felt that her spiritual awareness was much stronger than that of an ordinary ability user. Soul power can be cultivated, and using soul power to cut spirit stones is one such cultivation method. Fang Yuxin's azure wood technique allows her to cultivate soul power simultaneously with her cultivation of immortality. Unfortunately, the azure wood technique is a cultivation method, and specifically a wood-based one, with extremely demanding requirements. Only a pure wood spirit body can cultivate it. She needs to find another way to help her family find suitable cultivation methods. Speaking of cultivation methods, Fang Yuxin couldn't help but think of the seal within the azure wood spirit mansion. The main hall of the azure wood spirit mansion contains a scripture pavilion with many cultivation methods, but unfortunately, the pavilion is sealed. Even if she knew there were cultivation methods inside, she could only look on with envy, unable to access them. Unsealing the seal can only be done gradually. Thinking about it further is futile. Fang Yuxin cleared her mind of distractions, calmed her spirit, and slowly extended her spiritual sense, enveloping the spirit stone in her palm. Soon fine, elongated engravings appeared on the smooth surface of the spirit stone, and black powder could be seen beside the engravings. Fang Yuxin used her spiritual sense to slowly cut the elemental stone, while also keeping an eye on the others. She discovered that Bchan was progressing even faster than her. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Bchan suddenly opened his eyes, turned to look at her, and smiled sweetly when their eyes met. Fang Yuxin then handed him another storage box, instructing him to fill it with the elemental stone powder. This powder was actually a refining material. Storage boxes made from it could perfectly isolate energy fluctuations, and Fang Yuxin didn't want to waste it. Perhaps due to talent, after Bchan, Fang Yuyang, Fang Jintang, and Chu Qianhe all successfully left engravings on the surface of the elemental stone using their spiritual power. Fang Yuxin didn't disturb them, simply placing the storage boxes away, and silently continuing to cut the elemental stone. The elemental stone was extremely hard. Soul power was almost its only weakness. But even with soul power, it wasn't as easy as cutting tofu. After all, their current soul power wasn't very strong, so they could only slowly grind it down. At first, everyone was clumsy, but gradually, their control over soul power became more proficient. It was clearly visible that the engravings left on the spirit stone were getting deeper and deeper. 20 minutes later, Fang Yuxin sensed an unusual energy fluctuation. She was overjoyed, but became even more cautious while cutting. 10 minutes later, she lifted a corner of the spirit stone, finally revealing the spirit crystal inside. It was a golden spirit crystal, a very beautiful color. Unfortunately, no one in their family had awakened a metal-type ability, so this spirit crystal was unusable. Fang Yuxin frowned slightly, feeling a little disappointed. Even so, she carefully continued cutting the spirit stone until she extracted the spirit crystal. She had just breathed a sigh of relief when, in the blink of an eye, she saw Bchan holding a gray spirit crystal. That spirit crystal had been completely extracted. It was about the size of a baby's fist, its grayish color making it seem inconspicuous, but it was a spirit-type spirit crystal. Fang Yuxin stared at Bchan in astonishment. Was her son's luck really that good? Chapter 34, Breaking the Calm. Bchan held the gray yuan crystal with obvious delight, his eyes sparkling. Noticing Fang Yuxin's gaze, he turned to look at her, blinking his big eyes, and happily presented the yuan crystal to her. "Mommy, what's this? It feels so nice." Fang Yuxin looked at his face, which seemed to scream praise is needed, and couldn't resist pinching it. Her pinch instantly made Bchan's chubby cheeks turn red. He wanted to pull away but couldn't bear to. He wouldn't let anyone else pinch him, but Fang Yuxin was different. She was the mommy Bchan had been waiting for so long. Fang Yuxin was amused by his expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Bchan's face instantly scrunch up, she coughed lightly and praised. "Qian is so clever." Upon hearing her praise, Bchan's lips curled into a smile. Then he suddenly remembered that Fang Yuxin hadn't answered him yet. He looked at the yuan crystal in his hand, feeling a strange sense of comfort. though he couldn't quite explain it. He vaguely sensed a peculiar energy within it that he desperately craved. Bchan couldn't help but ask again. "Mommy, what exactly is this?" There was no point in hiding it anymore, so Fang Yuxin explained. "This is a spirit-type yuan crystal, the same type as your ability. You can absorb it. After absorbing it, it will enhance your ability's aptitude." "Qian, do you understand?" Bchan thought for a moment and nodded, then asked, "Mommy, can I absorb it now?" The yuan crystal had been drawing him in, and Bchan was eager to absorb it. Fang Yuxin was a little worried. Bchan was still a child, and this was his first time absorbing a yuan crystal. What if something went wrong? Besides, now wasn't the right time. She remembered that absorbing a yuan crystal couldn't be interrupted, so it was best to absorb it within the Greenwood spiritual mansion. She shook her head and instructed Bchan. "Qian, listen to your mother, it's not the right time yet. Let's find another place to absorb it after dark." Bchan immediately thought of Fang Yuxin's Greenwood spiritual mansion and obediently agreed. Although he really wanted to absorb the yuan crystal in his hand right now since Fang Yuxin said so, he did as she said. At this time, Fang Yuang, Fang Jintang, and Chu Qianhe also cut open the yuan stones in their hands. Chu Qianhe was lucky. Inside was an earth-type yuan crystal. Fang Yuang and Fang Jintang were not so lucky. Their yuan stones were empty. However, Chu Qianhe had fire-type abilities, while Fang Jintang had earth-type abilities. Chu Qianhe couldn't use the earth-type yuan crystal herself, which benefited Fang Jintang instead. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, so Fang Yuxin suggested having dinner first. The natural gas had been cut off, but fortunately, they had prepared many gas canisters beforehand, so they weren't worried about not being able to cook. While Fang Yuxin and Chu Qianhe were preparing dinner, the remaining 3 weren't idle either, but instead took out their spirit stones and started cutting things up again. Today was the first day of the apocalypse, and they had prepared ample supplies, so Fang Yuxin and Chu Qianhe didn't intend to make things difficult for themselves. They prepared a lavish dinner, but considering it was evening, they only prepared easily digestible foods. Half an hour later, the aroma of food filled the entire room. The 2 grown men and Bchan all stopped cutting and, drawn by the fragrance, quickly walked towards the dining table. Whether it was psychological or physiological, all 3 felt extremely hungry and couldn't resist the aroma of food. Chu Qianhe and Fang Yuxin served the food and, seeing that the 3 hadn't washed their hands, glared at them and said bluntly, "Go wash your hands first." Fang Jintang and Fang Yuang exchanged a glance and obediently went to wash their hands, with Bchan following behind. Water was already poured into the basin, and the 3 washed their hands before gathering around the dining table again. The family ate their dinner with great relish. Although the situation outside was far from optimistic, the fact that they were all safe and sound was their greatest happiness. However, Fang Jintang was somewhat worried about Fang Mengyao. Although he didn't like this daughter, he had raised her for several years and couldn't possibly have no feelings for her at all. Despite his worries, he didn't show them, nor did he bring them up in front of others. Not long after they finished dinner, as Fang Jintang and Fang Yuang were washing dishes in the kitchen, a convoy of cars drove into the villa area, completely shattering its tranquility. This villa area was vast, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, a beautiful environment like a paradise. All the villas had already been sold and were mostly finished, but the owners hadn't had time to move in yet. Besides Fang Yuxin's family, only 2 or 3 other families had moved in, but because they were far away, they hadn't paid much attention to the others. Now, however, many survivors were pouring in. Some of these survivors were actually the owners of the area, and upon arriving, they instinctively looked for their own houses, ready to move in. The Cho family owns a villa here, and it's already renovated. Cho Yiming didn't go home with his parents. Instead, he planned to go find Fang Yuxin. He knew Fang Yuxin had moved in a few days ago, but he didn't know how she was doing and was worried, so he decided to go check on her. Fang Mengyao came with him. Since they met on the way, Fang Mengyao had broken away from the previous group and stayed by Cho Yiming's side. Cho Yiming's parents knew she was the Fang family's illegitimate daughter and looked down on her, but Cho Yiming wanted to find out what secrets she was hiding, and since she was Fang Yuxin's sister, he brought her along. Fang Mengyao subtly inquired along the way, and learned that the Fang family had moved to this villa area. When she first heard this, she felt very uncomfortable because the houses here were very expensive, and those who could afford to buy houses here were all extremely wealthy and powerful. Originally, she thought her original high-end apartment was quite nice, but compared to the Fang family's villa, it was simply a joke. Fang Mingyao felt a surge of resentment. They were both daughters, yet Fang Yuxin lived in a villa while she only had an apartment. Why? Although Cho Yiming said the house was bought by Fang Yuxin herself, Fang Mingyao didn't believe it at all. Where did Fang Yuxin get the money? Wasn't it Fang Jintang who gave it to her? But when she asked Fang Jintang for money, he only gave her 1 million. It was like giving money to a beggar. When Cho Yiming suggested going to see the Fang family home, Fang Mingyao followed. She wanted to see what Fang Yuxin's place was like. And if only the Fang family members turned into zombies, then that villa would be hers. Thinking of this, Fang Mingyao's gaze turned cold, and a hint of anticipation rose in her heart. Chapter 35 With Ill Intentions. As the convoy entered the villa area, the Fang family heard the commotion. Fang Jintang and Fang Yuxiang, who were washing dishes in the kitchen, exchanged a glance, their expressions changing slightly, both seeing worry in each other's eyes. Judging from the noise, there were quite a few people here. But the number of houses in the villa area is limited. With so many people, disputes were inevitable. Who knew how chaotic it would become? Fang Jintang silently shook his head, quickening his movements. They lived here and they didn't know if any troublemakers would cause trouble. It was better to finish quickly and go out to check. Thinking this, he said to Fang Yuxiang, "Yuxiang, hurry up, let's go out and see." Fang Yuxiang nodded and sped up his work. At the same time, Fang Yuxin and Chu Qianhe were on the roof. The roof had been transformed into an ecological farm, but the renovation company had considered aesthetics, resulting in a beautiful finished product. The farm used only nutrient-rich soil, fertile and loose. On the day Fang Yuxin moved in, she planted seasonal vegetables all over the place, and now they've sprouted, a vast expanse of tender green, growing very well. The villa has 4 floors in total, 3 on the top floor and 1 in the basement. Fang Yuxin stored some supplies there, almost filling the entire basement. This was unavoidable. The Azurewood Spirit Mansion absolutely couldn't be exposed, and her spatial abilities were too conspicuous. The Fang family had bought a lot of supplies before the apocalypse, and even if they were discreet, they couldn't hide it from everyone. If she didn't put some supplies outside, her space would be exposed. Standing on the roof, their view was even wider. They could not only hear the sounds but also see the entire convoy. Chu Qianhe and Fang Jintang, being a married couple, were thinking the same thing. Upon seeing the convoy, she said to Fang Yuxin, "Xin, let's go down first. Be careful, lest someone cause trouble." Fang Yuxin nodded, and Bchan walked over, reached out his little hand to grab Fang Yuxin's hand, and looked up at her with his chubby face, earnestly saying, "Mommy, don't worry, if anyone comes, Qian will protect you." He spoke earnestly, which surprised Fang Yuxin and Chu Qianhe. Neither of them missed the fleeting cold light in his eyes, and they couldn't help but be astonished. Such a small child, yet he had such a sharp gaze. Chu Qianhe squinted at him for a while, and felt a little more satisfied with this adopted grandson. At first, when Fang Yuxin brought Bchan home, saying he was her son, Chu Qianhe simply couldn't believe her ears. Even though the two did look alike, she didn't want to believe it. Fang Yuxin had never given birth. But when Fang Yuxin produced the DNA test report, she had no choice but to believe it. But even though she believed it and reluctantly accepted Bchan as her adopted grandson, she was still resentful. This anger wasn't directed at Fang Yuxin, nor at Bchan, but at the mastermind behind Fang Yuxin's scheme. Bchan was young, intelligent and sensible, and his striking resemblance to Fang Yuxin made her grow fond of him over time. However, seeing the fleeting coldness in Bchan's eyes now, she was surprised, yet liked him even more. She could tell Bchan was an exceptionally bright child, arguably a genius. But what was most precious was his care and protectiveness towards Fang Yuxin. Having lived so many years, her eyes were now highly discerning. She could tell at a glance whether someone was sincere or feigning. This was precisely why she had never been able to like Fang Mingyao. She considered herself quite good to Fang Mingyao, But Fang Mengyao showed no genuine affection for her or her family, instead always being wary, as if she had suffered some great injustice, as if she had been persecuted. How could she possibly like her? Thinking of this, Chu Qianhe suddenly frowned. She suddenly remembered that Fang Mengyao seemed to have changed a lot in the past month. Her former timidity was gone. She seemed to be covered in thorns, and even her ambition had grown increasingly larger. A flash of disgust and coldness crossed Chu Qianhe's eyes. She didn't care why Fang Mengyao had changed, but if Fang Mengyao dared to scheme against her family, she would absolutely not tolerate it. Come to think of it, Fang Mengyao's sudden, reckless attempt to snatch Fang Yuxin's jade was too strange, especially since Fang Yuxin had discovered the Azure Wood spiritual mansion within it. Did Fang Mengyao know something? In the blink of an eye, Chu Qianhe had thought a lot. She glanced at Fang Yuxin without showing any emotion, hesitated for a moment, and then gave up on asking her. She knew that Fang Yuxin was definitely hiding something about that inexplicable dream, but that dream had been too much of a blow to Fang Yuxin, and she didn't want to reopen her wounds. The three of them quickly went downstairs and no one spoke. When they went downstairs, Fang Jintang and Fang Yuyang had already cleaned up the dishes and were waiting in the living room. The three of them went over and sat down, but their eyes unconsciously looked out the window. In the courtyard outside, vegetables were also growing, all sprouting. However, the family wasn't looking at the pleasing greenery, but rather at the wrought iron gate. A car drove past the gate slowly. The people inside were probably looking around, and seeing that there were people there, they didn't stop and drove straight past. After all, this was only the first day of the apocalypse, and not everyone could adapt to the transformation from ordinary people to robbers and feel at ease committing robbery. Not long after, another car arrived. It was a black SUV, quite cool, but it didn't drive directly past the gate. Instead, it stopped. As soon as the car stopped, the Fang family's expressions changed slightly, and their eyes all became wary. The next moment, the car door opened, and the first thing to step out was a sexy leg. Black form-fitting leather pants and slender high heels. Upon seeing this outfit, almost the entire Fang family raised their eyebrows, unanimously thinking 4 words: he's insane. Then Fang Yuxin's face instantly turned ugly. She suddenly remembered that this outfit was incredibly familiar. In her dream, Fang Mengyao had dressed exactly like this. Just as her expression changed drastically, Fang Mengyao's face appeared. She was still wearing that sexy outfit that enhanced her charm. After getting out of the car, she subconsciously looked in the direction of the Fang family, a meaningful smile playing on her fiery lips, but her gaze was somewhat cold. On the way here, she had hoped that the Fang family had all turned into zombies, but unexpectedly, they were all unharmed. But who was that child? What was he doing here? What was his relationship with the Fang family? Cho Yiming had already gotten out of the car on the other side. He walked over, and after seeing Bchan in the house through the window, his face instantly turned gloomy. It was him again. This child shouldn't have been born into this world. Chapter 36 Must Die. Cho Yiming's loss of composure lasted only a moment, but Bchan keenly sensed his malice. Bchan had always been sensitive, and his perception had increased dramatically after his spiritual power awakened. Although it was only for a moment, he still caught Cho Yiming's undisguised disgust. He also noticed the coldness in Fang Mengyao's eyes. He frowned, instinctively disliking Cho Yiming and Fang Mengyao, and grabbed Fang Yuxin's hand, saying, "Mommy, that annoying uncle is here again. Who are they?" His question left Fang Yuxin at a loss for words. What could she say? Cho Yiming was her fiancé, and Fang Mengyao was her half-sister, and an illegitimate child at that. Fang Yuyang got up and walked outside, saying, "I'll go open the door." Even after Fang Yuyang led Cho Yiming and Fang Mengyao in, Fang Yuxin still couldn't come up with a suitable explanation. Seeing that she wouldn't speak, Bchan harbored his own thoughts and disliked Cho Yiming and Fang Mengyao even more. He stared intently at the two people who entered, his gaze a mixture of curiosity and scrutiny. Cho Yiming strode up to Fang Yuxin, giving her a thorough once-over. Relieved to see she was all right, he said, "Uncle, Aunt, and Xin, it's so good you're all safe." He paused, then looked at Bchan, forcing a smile. "Qian, do you remember your uncle?" Thinking of Bchan's father, Bai Yi, and seeing his resemblance to Fang Yuxin, Cho Yiming felt a surge of violent urge, wishing Bchan would disappear completely. Fang Mengyao also noticed their resemblance and quickly said, "This child looks just like Sister Xun. Could he be your son? But wait, I've never seen him before. Did you pick him up from outside?" Before she could finish, Cho Yiming glared at her fiercely. He had been unwilling to accept that Bchan was Fang Yuxin's son, and now Fang Mengyao had blurted it out. Fang Mengyao was shocked that Cho Yiming cared so much about Fang Yuxin. A surge of hatred welled up inside her, and a cold, murderous intent unconsciously flashed in her eyes. Bchan, who had been wary of her and Cho Yiming, turned cold upon seeing this, tilting his head back to glare at Fang Mengyao and saying, "Who are you? Why are you looking at my mom with those murderous eyes?" His voice, though soft and childlike, carried a chilling undercurrent. These words caused everyone present to change their expressions. Cho Yiming stared at Bchan and Fang Yuxin in disbelief, looking utterly devastated. The Fang family, however, were concerned about Fang Mengyao's attitude towards Fang Yuxin. The murderous intent she had inadvertently revealed had not only been noticed by Bchan but also by the rest of the Fang family. The perception of those with supernatural abilities was far superior to that of ordinary people. But no one had expected that a child like Bchan would also notice and speak of it so directly. In an instant, all eyes of the Fang family turned to Fang Mengyao. Fang Jintang frowned deeply. He had previously suspected that Fang Mengyao might know something, but he hadn't dared to believe it at the time, only harboring a sliver of suspicion. However, given Fang Mengyao's attire and attitude, he simply couldn't believe it hadn't been prepared beforehand. Fang Jintang felt deeply disappointed. Although he didn't like this daughter, he believed he hadn't mistreated her since her mother's death, and had almost always granted her every request. Even though Chu Qianhe and the two children didn't like her, they hadn't done anything excessive to her or bullied her. How could she harbor such a deep prejudice against them? Recalling the numerous phone calls he had made, Fang Jintang sighed silently, unwilling to think any further. Fang Yuxiang, meanwhile, stared intently at Fang Mengyao. His gaze icy as he recalled the dream Fang Yuxin had mentioned. A murderous intent surged within him, but his face remained impassive. He had never liked Fang Mengyao, not from the very beginning. He would never forget that when Fang Yuxin was just over 1 or 2 years old, Zhu Wanxia, heavily pregnant, suddenly rushed in front of them. Fang Yuxin was terrified and would wake up from nightmares at night, crying incessantly, before gradually recovering. Because of Zhu Wanxia, Chu Qianhe and Fang Jintang's relationship almost reached a freezing point, nearly leading to divorce. Later, after clearing up the misunderstanding, the two reconciled. Zhu Wanxia was foolish and greedy, thinking that giving birth to a son would drive Chu Qianhe away and secure her status through a son. Unfortunately, she gave birth to a daughter. Fang Jintang gave her 1 million yuan as child support, and from then on the child had no connection with the Fang family. This matter should have ended there, but before her death, Zhu Wanxia came again, asking Fang Jintang to bring Fang Mengyao back to the Fang family. At that time, Fang Mengyao was already 15 years old, and no one knew how Zhu Wanxia had raised her. She was rebellious and stubborn. Chu Qianhe hired a private investigator to investigate and learned that after Zhu Wanxia took the money, she abandoned her daughter with her elderly parents and went to another big city. Still dreaming of marrying into wealth, she befriended many rich men and was sexually assaulted by several of them, but none of the relationships ended well. The men were wary of her and had no intention of getting her pregnant. Later, she managed to conceive, but the man's wife was not easy to deal with and had her beaten half to death, resulting in an abortion and nearly her death. Zhu Wanxia seemed to have gone mad. Even after such a tragedy, she was still unwilling to give up. With her circumstances, finding a man of average means wouldn't have been difficult, but she refused, determined to marry into wealth. In the end, whether by scheme or pure coincidence, she encountered a conman posing as a wealthy man who not only deceived her physically and emotionally, but also transferred all her savings. Not only that, but she also contracted HIV. Of the 1 million yuan the Fang family gave her, she kept 200,000 for her parents to raise their child, and the remaining 800,000 was in her own account. Adding later income, the total came to over 1,300,000 yuan, all of which was swindled away. From then on, her health deteriorated rapidly, and she passed away at a young age. He and Chu Qianhe knew about these things, but they didn't tell Fang Jintang and Fang Yuxin. Therefore, from the beginning, because of Zhu Wanxia, he also looked down on Fang Mengyao. But Fang Mengyao was just a young girl. Even if he didn't like her, he wouldn't do anything to her. At most he would just be indifferent. Fang Mengyao, however, was particularly sensitive, and she wanted everything Fang Yuxin had. Later, when she discovered the Fang family's cold attitude towards her, after a scene, she proposed moving out and asked Fang Jintang to buy her a house. Fang Yuxin might have forgotten these things, but he remembered them all. Originally, he didn't intend to hold Fang Mengyao accountable, but she shouldn't have given the Fang family inhibitors. And those scenes Fang Yuxin dreamed about, although she kept insisting it was just a dream and wouldn't happen, he didn't believe it. He had a gut feeling that Fang Yuxin's dreams were not simple. Even if it was just a premonition, he absolutely wouldn't allow it. If Fang Yuxin's dream was just a reminder, then the murderous intent Fang Mengyao inadvertently revealed towards Fang Yuxin made him realize that Fang Mengyao had to die. Chapter 37 Ambition emerges. Fang Mengyao sensed the Fang family's hostility and made a mental note of it, but she didn't take it seriously. In her view, with her game upgrade system, the Fang family wasn't even worthy of being called an opponent. Her only concern was the jade bracelet in Fang Yuxin's possession. When Fang Jintang took out the jade, she received a notification from the game system. A jade bracelet with a mysterious function has been discovered. It is recommended to collect it. Accept the quest. She accepted the quest, but Fang Yuxin refused to give it up, causing her to lose the quest reward. The jade bracelet with the mysterious function was particularly important to her. Originally, she planned to take advantage of the apocalypse to go to the Fang family and get it, but the Fang family had already moved, leaving her empty-handed. This time she was determined to get her hands on that bracelet. She just didn't know where Fang Yuxin had hidden it, whether she had discovered the bracelet's mysterious function, and what that mysterious function was. That's not urgent. The most important thing right now is to find out the child's identity and make Cho Yiming give up completely. She absolutely couldn't allow the man she had her eye on to have another woman in his heart. So Fang Mengyao deliberately exclaimed, "You? What did you just call Sister Xian? You're really Sister Xian's son." She then looked at Fang Yuxin. "Sister Xian, what's going on? How could you have such a big son? And where's the child's father?" She glanced at Cho Yiming, noticing his increasingly grim expression. Cho Yiming's reaction confirmed Fang Mengyao's suspicions. The child wasn't Cho Yiming's son. This made Fang Mengyao extremely smug. Fang Yuxin had such a big son. Regardless of who the father was, as long as it wasn't Cho Yiming, there was no possibility between them. Even if Cho Yiming liked her, the Cho family wouldn't want a daughter-in-law with such questionable behavior as Fang Yuxin. Fang Mengyao knew too little about Fang Yuxin and the Fang family. She instinctively assumed Bchan was Fang Yuxin's child with another man, never considering the possibility that Bchan was conceived through IVF. She glanced around the house and spoke again, her words pointed. "Dad, why didn't you tell me you were moving? I went to the old house to look for you, but there was no one there. I was so worried. If I hadn't run into Brother Yiming on the way, I wouldn't have known you moved here." She said this intentionally for Cho Yiming to hear, to let him see the true nature of the Fang family. Little did she know, Cho Yiming was different from the men in the novels and TV dramas she had read. He wasn't so naive. He wouldn't feel sorry for her just because of a few words, and wouldn't develop any pity for her. Fang Yuxin looked at Fang Mengyao with a half-smile, too lazy to give her any more face, and said directly, "Fang Mengyao, you sold the house yourself and ran away secretly, and even turned off your phone. Dad called you dozens of times and couldn't get through to any of them. And now you have the nerve to say such things." Fang Mengyao didn't expect Fang Yuxin to reveal that she had sold the house, and her heart panicked. She subconsciously looked at Cho Yiming. She remembered that when she first met Cho Yiming, she told him that she had sold her house and was homeless. Seeing this, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Cho Yiming's expression didn't change. He must have forgotten what she had casually mentioned. In fact, Cho Yiming had known for a long time that Fang Mengyao had sold the house herself. After he and Fang Mengyao separated, he had someone investigate and quickly found out the results. He could tell that Fang Mengyao was interested in him but didn't like the Fang family, so she was intentionally or unintentionally badmouthing the Fang family in front of him. Although he didn't like Fang Mengyao, he was still a man and didn't need to get entangled with her over such a small matter. Moreover, he wanted to uncover the secrets Fang Mengyao was hiding, so it was best to pretend he knew nothing to avoid arousing her suspicion. Fang Mengyao, however, naively believed Cho Yiming hadn't noticed her past lie. She thought for a moment, then feigned ignorance, looking at Fang Jintang with feigned surprise. "Dad? You really called me?" Fang Jintang nodded, asking her expressionlessly, "Why was your phone off?" Fang Mengyao naturally wouldn't tell Fang Jintang that she had changed her SIM card because she felt guilty about selling the house and secretly went to another city to buy supplies. She had long since lost her original SIM card. How could she possibly have received a call from Fang Jintang? The truth couldn't be told, so she said, "Dad, I really didn't mean to. I was feeling down a while ago, so I went out of town to clear my head, and I didn't expect my phone to be stolen." Before she could finish, Fang Yuxin sneered, "Even if your phone was stolen, you could have chosen to keep your original number. Why didn't you? And why did you sell the house? You sold the house without a word and disappeared. Shouldn't you explain that to your father?" Fang Mengyao, of course, couldn't answer. She glared at Fang Yuxin, her eyes gradually reddening, glistening with tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Her voice trembled with sobs. "Big brother, I know you've never liked me, but I really didn't expect that after all the trouble I went through to find you, instead of feeling the warmth of family, I would be questioned by you. What did I do wrong to deserve this treatment?" She cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Fang Jintang. "Dad, even you don't welcome me? If that's the case, I can leave right now." Fang Jintang didn't speak, only sighed, feeling even more disappointed in Fang Mengyao. Having lived for so many years, what kind of people hadn't he seen? Fang Mengyao's little tricks were no match for him. He could tell at a glance that she was guilty. Looking at Cho Yiming standing to the side, the thought that he had seen everything made Fang Jintang's mood even worse. Cho Yiming was somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was an outsider and shouldn't interfere in the Fang family's affairs, yet he had witnessed everything, and Fang Mengyao had even come with him. He thought for a moment, deciding he couldn't let things continue like this, and said, "Uncle and Aunt Yuxin and Xin actually, besides checking if you were all right, I came here this time to tell you something." He paused, then looked at Fang Mengyao and said, "Xiaoyao, you were wrong about this. Quickly apologize to your uncle." Fang Mengyao was actually panicking. She had deliberately said this, thinking Fang Jintang would compromise, but he didn't say anything, leaving her with no way to back down. So when Cho Yiming said that, she gave him a grateful look, followed his lead and obediently said, "Dad, I really know I was wrong." Chapter 38, The Clown. Fang Jintang could tell that although Fang Mengyao said she knew she was wrong, she didn't really mean it. Considering Cho Yiming's presence, he didn't want things to get too ugly and he'd laugh at her. So he said calmly, "Please sit down, everyone." "Yiming, what's on your mind?" Fang Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the matter was over, and sat down on the sofa without saying anything more. Cho Yiming looked around. There were no other seats besides Fang Mengyao, so he sat down. He deliberately avoided looking at Bchan, ignoring his presence, and then said, "Uncle and Aunt, Yuxin and Xian, you should already know what's happening outside, right? I won't go into details, but after the meteorite fell from the sky last night, many people's bodies mutated. Most became zombies and some awakened superpowers. I came today to ask if you've noticed any changes in your bodies." The Fang family was prepared. They had guessed he would ask this question when Cho Yiming appeared, so they weren't surprised but rather remained calm. Fang Yuxin smiled slightly, extended his right hand, and a miniature tornado gathered in his palm. He asked, "Is this the superpower you're talking about? I did find something wrong with my body after waking up today, and after trying a few times I discovered this." Cho Yiming's eyes lit up upon seeing this. He hadn't expected Fang Yuxin to awaken a wind-based superpower. It was a pleasant surprise. Then he couldn't help but look at Fang Yuxin, asking her expectantly, Xin, have you awakened a superpower?" Fang Yuxin was prepared. After Cho Yiming asked, she picked up a small potted plant and placed her hand on the cute ceramic flower pot. It was a mimosa plant, and as soon as her hand touched it, the mimosa plant visibly sprouted new buds, grew new leaves and even bloomed with small pink flowers. Cho Yiming was overjoyed upon seeing this. Great! Xin, you've actually awakened a rare wood-type ability. Although it was only the first day of the apocalypse, he had already witnessed all sorts of ability users. As far as he knew, among awakened ability users, enhancement-type ability users were the most numerous, while nature-type ability users were relatively few, and wood-type ability users were even rarer. Fang Yuxin smiled and didn't say anything. Wood-type abilities were indeed rare, but in reality there were even rarer special-type ability users, such as mental, spatial and temporal types, etc. Among these, spatial and temporal ability users were the most extraordinary, and for this reason their numbers were extremely small, almost to the point of being rare. Fang Mengyao didn't expect that Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang would be so lucky, both awakening abilities, and wood and wind types at that. While wood-type abilities generally had average attack power, they possessed healing abilities, while Fang Yuyang's wind-type ability clearly had powerful attack power. She couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. She regretted not being able to get the Fang family to take the suppressant back then. Otherwise, how could Fang Yuxin have awakened such a rare wood-type ability, making Cho Yiming take notice? Seeing Cho Yiming gazing so affectionately at Fang Yuxin, she grew anxious. She had thought that Cho Yiming would give up after Fang Yuxin had a son, but it seemed he still cared about her. So what if it was a wood-type ability? What was there to be proud of? Her game upgrade system was far more powerful than any other ability. However, Fang Mengyao wasn't stupid. She knew that the game system absolutely couldn't be revealed, at least not yet. So she thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I've also awakened an ability." This finally attracted Cho Yiming's attention. Noticing Cho Yiming's curious gaze, she put the potted mimosa into her game inventory in front of everyone, then took it out again, saying, "After I woke up, I found a 100 cubic meter personal space. I can put things in it. I think this must be a spatial ability." Originally, she didn't plan to reveal that she had a personal space, but to win over Cho Yiming, she had no choice but to do so. She wanted Cho Yiming to know that while Fang Yuxin's wood-type ability was rare, she possessed an even rarer and more powerful spatial ability. She refused to believe that Cho Yiming wouldn't be tempted. Sure enough, as soon as she said this, Cho Yiming's expression changed, and his gaze towards her became fiery. Fang Mengyao secretly gloated, then noticed that not only Cho Yiming, but also the Fang family members' gazes towards her had changed. Fang Jintang looked at Fang Mengyao with disappointment, almost wanting to call her stupid. Spatial ability. Could she just casually mention it in front of outsiders? Did she have no heart? Had she even considered the consequences of saying such a thing? Seeing his unpleasant expression, Fang Mengyao couldn't help but say, "Dad, why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you happy that I've awakened my superpower?" Chu Qianhe, having seen her repeatedly provoke Fang Jintang, had long been fed up and said unhappily, "Xiaoyao, is this how you talk to your father?" Fang Mengyao became even more indignant. "It's clearly Dad who's biased, so how come it's my fault in the end? Because I'm an illegitimate child, you all dislike me, right? It's not like I wanted to be an illegitimate child, but I was born this way, can you blame me? I was born to be looked down upon and treated with contempt, and you never give me a kind look. No matter what I do, it's wrong, why?" The more she spoke, the more heartbroken she became, taking this opportunity to vent all her dissatisfaction. Looking at Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe's unpleasant expressions, she felt no fear, but rather a surge of smugness, a strange sense of satisfaction from successful revenge. Watching this scene, Fang Yuyang and Fang Yuxin felt even more disgusted with Fang Mengyao. Just as they were about to speak, Chu Qianhe spoke first, saying, "So that's what you're thinking." Her gaze made Fang Mengyao uneasy. After a moment's hesitation, she sneered, "Did I say something wrong? Or are you simply too afraid to admit it?" Chu Qianhe suddenly laughed, looking at Fang Mengyao with mockery, as if she were watching a clown. She said, "There's something your mother might not have told you. Originally, I didn't intend for you to know, but since that's what you think, why should I hide it from you anymore?" She paused, then said to Fang Yuxin, "Xin, take Qianqian back to his room first. It's getting late. He should rest." Fang Yuxin knew she didn't want Bchan to hear what she was about to say, so she nodded and led Bchan upstairs. Cho Yiming watched the two figures leave, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. He guessed that Chu Qianhe was about to say something about Fang Mingyao's background, and it would be awkward for him, an outsider, to stay. So he simply said, "Uncle and Aunt, I have something I want to say to Xin. I'll go upstairs now." Chapter 39 Slander. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe agreed. They didn't want Cho Yiming to stay, and it would be best if he could leave on his own. Seeing Cho Yiming get up and head upstairs, Fang Mingyao's face instantly turned ugly, and she couldn't help but plead, "Brother Yiming, please don't go." Her words immediately darkened everyone's expression, including Cho Yiming's. He wanted to know Fang Mingyao's secret, but he didn't want the Fang family to misunderstand that he and Fang Mingyao were too close. He genuinely liked Fang Yuxin, and this visit was partly to avoid suspicion, and partly to ask about Bchan's situation. Fortunately, he had his back to the others, so Fang Mingyao couldn't see his expression. Cho Yiming suppressed his anger and said, "Xiaoyao, I have something to say to your sister. I'm going upstairs first." With that, he quickly went upstairs. The Fang family was relatively satisfied with his actions, but Fang Mingyao's face turned pale with anger. Chu Qianhe pursed her lips, suppressing a smile, and said to Fang Yuyang, "Yuyang, go and get that document. Xiaoyao is all grown up now. It's time for her to know about the past." Fang Yuyang responded, gave Fang Mingyao a deep look, and got up to go upstairs. Seeing that things had developed to this point with no room for maneuver, Fang Mingyao simply sat down again, coldly staring at Chu Qianhe, no longer putting on an act, but clearly expressing her disdain, and sneered, "Speak, what do you want me to know?" Fang Jintang had initially felt some pity for her because she was his own flesh and blood and had no relatives of her own, but now, seeing her so rude to Chu Qianhe, his face darkened, and his gaze towards Fang Mingyao gradually turned cold. This was the first time Fang Mingyao had been looked at like this by Fang Jintang. She felt as if she were bound by a heavy shackle, feeling incredibly oppressed. She shifted awkwardly to a more comfortable position, instinctively avoiding Fang Jintang's gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. She furrowed her brow uneasily, her lips pressed tightly into a straight line. No one spoke. The large living room was so quiet you could hear everyone's breathing. Fang Mingyao had never experienced anything like this before. She grew increasingly nervous, her breathing becoming rapid, her chest rising and falling slightly. Finally, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer, she glared at Chu Qianhe and said impatiently, "Didn't you say you had something to tell me? Say it. Why aren't you saying anything?" Chu Qianhe smiled slightly, even leaning back to a more comfortable position before calmly saying, "No rush, Yuyang will be down soon. You'll understand once you see the documents. Otherwise, no matter what I say, you probably won't believe me." Fang Mingyao's brow furrowed even more deeply. She wanted to yell and scream, but Chu Qianhe's gaze was fixed on her intently. Just that gaze filled her with inexplicable panic, and the words she had prepared vanished without a trace. Fortunately, footsteps sounded just then. Fang Mingyao abruptly looked up and saw Fang Yuyang walking down the stairs. He was wearing a light-colored casual outfit. The soft fabric clung to his body, revealing his slightly bulging, well-defined muscles. Tall and handsome, his features rivaled not only those of top male models, but also those of male celebrities who relied solely on their looks. As he descended the stairs, his movements exuded a leisurely and carefree air, as well as an innate elegance and nobility. Fang Mingyao was stunned. In that moment, she suddenly realized that Fang Yuyang was such an outstanding man. Her gaze was so focused and intense that Fang Yuyang quickly noticed. He met Fang Mingyao's gaze with a mocking smile. Fang Mingyao's face instantly froze. She remembered that Fang Yuyang only had eyes for Fang Yuxin and never saw her, Fang Mingyao. She felt deeply humiliated, yet couldn't help but feel resentful that Fang Yuxin had been pampered since childhood, and even after having a son, Cho Yiming still couldn't forget her. Fang Yuyang quickly walked over and sat down next to Chu Qianhe, then threw the file bag he had mentioned in front of Fang Mingyao, saying coldly, "It's all inside, take a look yourself." Fang Mingyao picked up the file bag and violently tore it open, finding a thick stack of photos inside, with several sheets of paper underneath. The photos weren't very clear, obviously taken secretly, but the woman in them looked familiar. It was her mother in this body, Zhu Wanxia. Besides her, there were other people in the photos. She stared intently as she looked through each photo. In the photos, Zhu Wanxia was always being embraced by different men. There was also a photo of her entering and leaving the obstetrics and gynecology department, and a photo of her being beaten. After looking at the photos, the paper underneath was revealed. It was an investigation document detailing Zhu Wanxia's whereabouts over the years, primarily concerning her alleged sexual relations with different men. Besides this document, there were 2 agreements signed by Zhu Wanxia. One was signed during her IVF treatment at the hospital, and the other was signed with the Fang family. The second agreement clearly stated that Zhu Wanxia had undergone IVF without Fang Jintang's consent, that Fang Mengyao had no relation to the Fang family, and that the Fang family would pay Zhu Wanxia 1 million yuan as child support. In addition to these 2 agreements, there were hospital receipts, lab reports, and Zhu Wanxia's bank account information, recording Fang Mengyao's identity and that Zhu Wanxia had only given her parents 200,000 yuan, keeping 800,000 yuan for herself. Clearly, Fang Mengyao was the one Zhu Wanxia arranged for IVF, and that she had severed ties with the Fang family 22 years ago. Fang Mengyao refused to accept this fact. This body had no memory of this incident, and she refused to accept that her origins were illegitimate. In her heart, it was clearly Fang Jintang who had deceived Zhu Wanxia's feelings, abandoning her after starting the relationship. If it weren't for Chu Qianhe's interference, clinging to the position of the legal wife, how could she have become an illegitimate child? Everything in the Fang family should have been hers. Fang Mengyao deliberately ignored the original owner's inferiority complex about her background, believing that everything was caused by Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe, and that Zhu Wanxia and she were just innocent victims. As for this document, she didn't believe a single word. What was Chu Qianhe's purpose in deliberately preparing such a document? Wasn't it just to attack her? She wouldn't let Chu Qianhe succeed. Slamming the document heavily on the coffee table, Fang Mengyao took a deep breath and said coldly, "You're right, I don't believe it. I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person, fabricating evidence to slander a dead person. You're too despicable, Chu Qianhe." Insolence. Chapter 40 Provocation. In the living room, as soon as Fang Mengyao spoke, Fang Jintang and Fang Yuyang simultaneously shouted, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Upstairs, the atmosphere between Fang Yuxin and Cho Yiming was equally strained. Fang Yuxin and Bchan's bedroom was on the 3rd floor. Bchan wanted to be next to Fang Yuxin, so their bedrooms were adjacent. Fang Yuxin took Bchan back to his bedroom and was putting him to sleep when Cho Yiming knocked on the door saying, "Xin, I have something to tell you." Fang Yuxin told Bchan to stay inside and then opened the door to leave. She didn't take Cho Yiming to her room but instead took him to the rooftop. Although the rooftop was planted with many vegetables, it also had a tea table and comfortable chairs, making it a perfect place for conversation. However, as soon as she left, Bchan's eyes lit up, and he quietly followed her out of the house. As soon as they sat down, Cho Yiming impatiently asked, "Xin, that child. What's going on with him? I don't remember you having a child." He deliberately added the last sentence, implying to Fang Yuxin not to lie to him. Fang Yuxin had completely lost feelings for him, but she didn't want to lie about this, so she said, "I only recently found out that I have such a big son. He suddenly appeared in front of me, hugged me, and called me mom. I thought he had mistaken me for someone else, but after a DNA test, I found out he really is my son. It's such a coincidence, perhaps fate is playing tricks on us." Cho Yiming keenly sensed the desolation in her words, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. He couldn't help but ask somewhat irritably, "Xin, what do you mean by that?" Fang Yuxin shook her head, but didn't answer directly. Instead she said, I volunteered at a pharmaceutical company during college, and that's when I was ambushed and my eggs were stolen. I still don't know who the father is, but I love this child very much. Now that something so terrible has happened, the whole world is in chaos, and it's incredibly dangerous outside, so I've decided to keep the child. Cho Yiming's expression changed instantly. Noticing Fang Yuxin's disapproving look, he realized his attitude was inappropriate and tried to soften his tone, saying, "Xin, you've always been a smart person. You just said it yourself, this child's appearance was too coincidental. Didn't you have any doubts? What do you mean by that?" Fang Yuxin's gaze sharpened as she looked at him, a rare hint of arrogance emanating from her. Yiming, are you saying this child deliberately appeared before me? Cho Yiming knew Fang Yuxin was angry, but thinking of Bai Yi, he nodded. He didn't want Fang Yuxin to be associated with Bai Yi because of a random child, so he said, Xin, I think you've also had your suspicions, haven't you? This child's appearance is too suspicious. How could such a young child suddenly appear before you? Who raised him all these years? Who's behind him? Don't forget, the Fang family is one of the most powerful in the business world. Countless people scheme against them every day. Fang Yuxin knew Cho Yiming had a point. In fact, she had initially been very wary of Bchan, and the man who had appeared in her bedroom was clearly no pushover either. But now it was the apocalypse. The Fang family was a thing of the past, and in the apocalypse only strength could explain everything. Besides, she could feel Bchan's sincerity towards her. So even though she knew Cho Yiming was right, she still didn't like what he said. She gave a self-deprecating laugh. Yiming, don't forget, the Fang group no longer exists. Even if he really has someone behind him, all his schemes are in vain. If that person still intends to target the Fang family, I'm not someone to be trifled with. But Qian, he's just a child. And he's my child. Seeing her resolute attitude, Cho Yiming knew he couldn't persuade her this time. And a surge of anger welled up inside him, his dissatisfaction with Bai Yi reaching its peak. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. A perfectly good plan had ended up with Bai Yi escaping unscathed. Now Bai Yi was missing, the city was teeming with zombies, and the communication systems were all down. Finding Bai Yi was like searching for a needle in a haystack. If only Bai Yi had already turned into a zombie. Yet, he had a vague premonition that Bai Yi wasn't dead. Cho Yiming looked at Fang Yuxin. She was vastly different from before. The sexy wavy curls were gone, replaced by a chic short haircut. Her beautiful face held a more resolute look. Her features were more refined, and her skin was better. Her beauty had gained a touch of wildness, making her even more alluring. Speaking of which, Fang Mengyao was also a rare beauty, and recently, for some reason, her appearance and figure had subtly changed. A beauty meticulously sculpted. But while she was beautiful, the ambition and lust in her eyes were undeniable. Moreover, Fang Mengyao could turn her back on the Fang family who had raised her for years, even betraying them. Such a woman was a ruthless and heartless viper. Even if she liked him, he wouldn't deign to accept it. He didn't want to be bitten by Fang Mengyao one day. Looking at Fang Yuxin, Cho Yiming forcefully suppressed the anger surging within him. He didn't want to argue with Fang Yuxin over Bchan's matter and affect their relationship. The two weren't speaking loudly, but because the surroundings were quiet, and Bchan was a psychic with far superior perception than ordinary psychics, he hid behind the door and heard every word of their conversation, which fueled his resentment towards Cho Yiming. He was clever enough to know Cho Yiming was trying to sow discord, and he gritted his teeth, thinking that once he found his stupid father, he would definitely teach this annoying uncle a lesson. He actually tried to seduce his mother, whom he had finally found while his father was away, and even wanted his mother to abandon him. Fang Yuxin didn't want to continue talking about Bchan with Cho Yiming, so she said pointedly, I didn't expect you to come with Fang Mengyao. She didn't use the more affectionate term Xiaoyan anymore, but directly called Fang Mengyao by her name, which was also a way of telling Cho Yiming her attitude towards Fang Mengyao. Cho Yiming understood immediately. Fang Yuxin didn't like Fang Mengyao. He thought for a moment, then recounted his encounter with Fang Mengyao, specifically mentioning that he'd run into her at the entrance of the residential complex after leaving the Fang family home. He concluded, Xin, I think you'd better be careful. She seems to have some misunderstanding about you too, and she might do something foolish. Fang Yuxin looked at him, unable to help but recall the dream where Cho Yiming abandoned her for Fang Mengyao. While she could understand, she still felt a pang of resentment. So Fang Yuxin deliberately said, she's already done something foolish. Cho Yiming sensed something was wrong, frowned and asked worriedly, Xin, what happened? Did she do something to you? Chapter 41 Rejection. Fang Yuxin gazed silently at Cho Yiming. The concern and worry on his face were genuine, and it was hard for her not to be moved. She believed that at this moment, Cho Yiming truly loved her. But this love ultimately couldn't compete with fame, wealth, and glory. In Cho Yiming's heart, power was ultimately more important. She couldn't awaken her supernatural abilities, while Fang Mengyao possessed the Azure-wood spiritual mansion. No wonder Cho Yiming abandoned her and chose Fang Mengyao. She understood Cho Yiming's choice, but she didn't want to be abandoned by him again. More than Cho Yiming's feelings for her, she wanted to know what the outcome would be for Cho Yiming and Fang Mengyao this time. With her voluntary withdrawal, thinking of the heart-wrenching pain and despair at the end of the dream, Fang Yuxin felt that if she didn't retaliate, she would be doing herself a disservice. So she said, Fang Mengyao has a kind of inhibitor. I don't know where she got it, but this inhibitor inhibits cell activity. And I suspect that this inhibitor can prevent someone from awakening their superpowers. When I was still living in the old house, she used it, but I noticed and managed to avoid it. The next day, she sold the house and disappeared. Cho Yiming's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Fang Mengyao to have done such a thing, and even less that she possessed something like an inhibitor. Thinking that Fang Yuxin had managed to evade Fang Mengyao's plan, he breathed a sigh of relief, but also became even more curious about Fang Mengyao's secret. If only he could possess it. Fang Yuxin looked at the thoughtful expression on Cho Yiming's face, a fleeting smile playing on her lips. Then, using the excuse of worrying about Bchan, she ended her conversation with Cho Yiming. Cho Yiming knew that Bchan's matter could only be discussed later. Bringing it up now would definitely displease Fang Yuxin. Furthermore, he was extremely curious about the secrets behind Fang Mengyao, so he readily agreed. Seeing the two get up, Bchan jogged back to his room, moving very carefully. He wore soft-soled slippers, making no sound as he walked. When Fang Yuxin and Cho Yiming came down to the living room, the conversation between the Fang family and Fang Mengyao had ended. Fang Jintang sat to one side with a sullen face. Fang Yuyang looked inscrutable with a cold gaze, while Chu Qianhe appeared calm and composed, a stark contrast to Fang Mengyao's gloomy expression, quite intriguing. Watching this scene, both men had their own thoughts. Fang Yuxin couldn't help but think of Fang Mengyao's arrogant and smug appearance in his dream, while Cho Yiming couldn't help but think that Fang Mengyao and the Fang family had clearly broken off relations, presenting him with his opportunity. He could see that Fang Mengyao was ambitious and intelligent, but unfortunately lacked wisdom. She thought that holding a trump card made her invincible, failing to consider her opponent's strength and instead indulging in self-satisfaction. Truly foolish. However, the more foolish she was, the more advantageous it was for him. In the past, even if he noticed Fang Mengyao's changes, he wouldn't have wasted time thinking about it too much. But since the meteorite impact, the entire world had undergone earth-shattering changes. Large numbers of people had turned into zombies, and superhumans were appearing everywhere. These scenes, only found in movies and novels, were now reality. So what was impossible? Whatever secrets or trump cards Fang Mengyao held, now that he had encountered her, he was determined to find out the truth. As for the missing Bai Yi, and the inexplicably born Bchan, this was the apocalypse. There were countless ways to make someone disappear without a trace. Fang Mengyao was rendered speechless by Chu Qianhe and Fang Yuyang's words. What angered her even more was that Fang Jintang stood by and watched everything unfold without doing anything. Even when Chu Qianhe and Fang Yuyang slandered Zhu Wanxia, he showed no reaction. Fang Mengyao was so angry that she wanted to kill someone, and even almost took action, but fortunately, a sliver of reason remained, and she managed to restrain herself. She hadn't forgotten that she was now a space-type ability user. If she used other skills, her trump card would be exposed. Compared to the Fang family, whom she despised, protecting her trump card was clearly more important. It was at this moment that Fang Yuxin and Cho Yiming came down. Hearing footsteps, she subconsciously looked up, and seeing Cho Yiming's handsome face and the faint smile on his lips, she suddenly felt a sense of dependence. This place disgusted her, and the people here made her hate them. But Cho Yiming was the only person she could rely on now. As soon as this sense of dependence arose, her gaze towards Cho Yiming became even more eager. Cho Yiming, seemingly oblivious to Fang Mengyao's pale face and eager gaze, entered the living room with Fang Yuxin and proposed that, due to the emergence of superhumans, the military intended to organize a team of superhumans, with him currently as the captain, and hoped Fang Yuyang and Fang Yuxin could join. The siblings, however, refused. Fang Yuxin's secret must not be revealed, nor could the existence of the Yuan stone be exposed. Joining the so-called superhuman team might have some benefits, but the disadvantages outweighed them. Currently, the situation with the military and the government was unclear, and even though the Fang and Cho families had a relationship, they were unwilling to get involved in the military's murky waters. Moreover, once they joined the military's so-called superhuman team, they would inevitably have to obey orders from superiors, their actions would be restricted, and their situation would become extremely dangerous, not only troublesome but also dangerous. Fang Yuxin wasn't particularly concerned about himself, but Fang Yuxin's wood-type superhuman ability had healing capabilities. With the fight against zombies, there would undoubtedly be many injuries in the future, and he didn't want his sister's healing abilities to be exploited. Cho Yiming was deeply disappointed. He valued Fang Yuxin's wood-type ability. If she joined, she would become one of his team members, and he could easily use his position to arrange for her to work alongside him on missions. As for Fang Yuxin, although he didn't particularly like him, Fang Yuxin's awakened wind-type ability was a powerful offensive ability, and his marksmanship was excellent. With Fang Yuxin, his team strength would be significantly enhanced, and he would have more influence within the military. However, he hadn't expected that both siblings would refuse. Cho Yiming tried to persuade them further, even listing various benefits, but the brother and sister remained unmoved. Fang Jintang, who had been silent all along, directly said, "Yiming, I appreciate your good intentions, and I can see that you intend to take care of our Fang family. However, as the team leader, you should set an example. I know how capable you Yang and Xian are. If they become your team members, they will only be a burden. Besides, they can't handle the hardship. Let's just forget about it. I've troubled you." Cho Yiming's expression became somewhat strained upon hearing this. He naturally knew Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxian's abilities, and Fang Jintang's words were far too modest. But Fang Jintang was an elder. What could he do? He could only accept it. Fang Mengyao, however, was unaware that Fang Jintang's words were deliberate modesty, and her gaze towards Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxian became somewhat disdainful. Seeing this, Cho Yiming frowned, unwilling to stay any longer, and simply took his leave. As soon as he left, Fang Mengyao quickly chased after him. Chapter 42: The Engagement. Watching Fang Mengyao leave in Cho Yiming's car, Fang Jintang and Fang Yuxian's faces turned extremely ugly. Even Chu Qianhe, who had been calm and collected, darkened her expression. Fang Yuxin, however, seemed unconcerned. After the two left, she released Angela. Angela, who had been staying in the Greenwood Spirit Mansion, meowed happily as soon as she came out, lying on Fang Yuxin's lap and rubbing her round head against her palm. Fang Yuxin stroked its head with one hand and groomed its fluffy, beautiful long fur with the other. Seeing her seemingly indifferent attitude, the other three became somewhat worried. Fang Yuxin said in a deep voice, "Dad, Mom, Xinxin can't marry that brat Cho Yiming. I've known for a long time that he's a scoundrel and I didn't agree to Xinxin's marriage to him. But you wouldn't believe me. Now he's actually involved with that girl Fang Mengyao. How can Xinxin marry him? I absolutely will not allow this." Fang Jintang didn't speak. He was recalling the past. The Fang and Cho families had a good relationship. He and Cho Yiming's father, Cho Hongsheng, had practically grown up together and were very close. When Fang Yuxin was just born, Cho Hongsheng jokingly suggested arranging a marriage between the two children. He didn't agree at the time, feeling that arranged marriages were outdated and that the children should choose for themselves when they grew up. Later, Fang Yuxin grew more and more beautiful, well-behaved and intelligent, and the two families visited each other frequently. Not only Cho Hongsheng but even his wife Zhou Fanghua couldn't help but bring up the matter. Cho Yiming, who was 2 years older than Fang Yuxin, also liked her very much, often taking care of her and playing with her. Perhaps because he heard about it so often, and given the good relationship between the two children from a young age, he gradually began to have feelings for her. However, even so, he never agreed to the so-called arranged marriage, only saying that he would let the two children develop freely. But from some point on, Cho Yiming gradually began to regard Fang Yuxin as his future wife, and the two naturally became boyfriend and girlfriend. So after Fang Yuxin graduated from university, the Cho family intended for the two to marry. At the time, both he and Chu Qianhe felt it was too early, thinking the child was still young and they should wait until they were more settled before getting married. The Cho family compromised and proposed to arrange the engagement first. Now 3 years have passed, and the two were supposed to get married during the National Day holiday. However, with only 3 months left, the world entered the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, the Cho family's concealment and probing made him realize that he had misjudged them. The good brother he had always thought of was actually wary of him. And now, Cho Yiming was even involved with Fang Mengyao. Even if Cho Yiming made nice promises when he left, saying he would arrange another place for Fang Mengyao to stay, it didn't change the fact that Cho Yiming and Fang Mengyao were involved. What chilled him even more was that Cho Yiming clearly had designs on Fang Mengyao. And this girl's attitude towards the Fang family. It's better not to mention it. Just pretend they don't have this daughter. He had been in the business world for many years, and he could easily see what Cho Yiming was up to. He was clearly after Fang Mengyao's spatial ability. This girl, however, wouldn't listen to his advice. She even dared to mention such a special ability in front of outsiders. Seeing his gloomy face and silence, Fang Yuxiang mistakenly thought he disagreed and became anxious. "Dad, you can't be so foolish. And Mom, say something too." Chu Qianhe glared at him and lightly scolded. "Yuxiang, who taught you to speak to your father like that?" Then she changed the subject, her voice turning cold. "Don't worry, your father and I aren't senile. We won't harm Xin. Cho Yiming is indeed unsuitable. Not to mention that it's the apocalypse now, survival is more important. Who has the mind to get married? Fang Yuxin has Bchan. Even if he's not her biological son, they are still mother and son by blood. How could the Cho family be indifferent and have no resentment towards Fang Yuxin? Besides, even if the Cho family truly had no resentment, she wouldn't tolerate her daughter marrying Cho Yiming. Fang Jintang could see that Cho Yiming had ulterior motives towards Fang Mengyao, and so could she, but so what? Cho Yiming had set his sights on Fang Mengyao, taking her away without considering Fang Yuxin and their feelings. Her daughter absolutely could not marry such a malicious and unscrupulous person. Hearing her say this, Fang Yuxiang knew that Chu Qianhe was angry, and he breathed a sigh of relief, even ceasing to question Fang Jintang. He remembered that from childhood to adulthood, Chu Qianhe had always been the one to make the decisions in the family. He didn't ask, but Fang Jintang still spoke up, though he didn't directly say whether he agreed or not. Instead, he asked Fang Yuxin, "Xin, this is after all a major life event for you. Dad wants to hear what you think." Fang Yuxin hadn't told her family about her feelings for Cho Yiming before, because she didn't want them to worry. But now was an opportunity, so she frankly said, "Actually, not long ago I felt that Yiming and I weren't suitable. I was young and naive before, but now I feel that Yiming and I have many different views. Being ordinary friends is fine, but marriage is not suitable. Now that it's the apocalypse and I have Chan with me, it's even more impossible for us." Fang Yuxiang was glad that Fang Yuxin could see Cho Yiming's true character, but as he listened, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Then he thought of the dream Fang Yuxin had once had, and intuitively felt that Fang Yuxin's attitude was related to that dream. He suddenly remembered that since he returned home from his business trip, Fang Yuxin had never mentioned Cho Yiming, and the number of times they had met had decreased even more, which was very unusual compared to before. At the time, he was preoccupied with the apocalypse and hadn't paid much attention. Now, however, he realized that Fang Yuxin's attitude towards Cho Yiming seemed to have changed after that dream. Then he remembered that when Fang Yuxin described the dream to him, she hadn't mentioned Cho Yiming at all. Did she not dream of him, or was she deliberately ignoring it? Fang Yuxiang instinctively felt it was the latter. Thinking of this, he was both angry at Fang Yuxin's concealment and heartbroken for the suffering she had endured. However, he couldn't ask about this in front of Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe. The two were getting old, and it would be terrible if they got upset and something bad happened. Fang Jintang sighed and said, "Since that's what you think, then your marriage is off. At this point, the Cho family probably has no intention of letting you get married." Chu Qianhe thought of Fang Mengyao, who had left with Cho Yiming, and couldn't help but sneer. Even if the Cho family wanted a daughter-in-law, they probably wouldn't look favorably upon Xin. Now that so many superhumans are appearing, Xin only has wood-type superhuman ability, while your adopted daughter has spatial ability. Didn't you see? That kid Cho Yiming is already interested. If his parents knew, they'd probably have to look at Fang Mengyao differently. Her tone was harsh and Fang Jintang's face turned awkward. That adopted daughter wasn't what he wanted, but he knew Chu Qianhe was so angry with Fang Mengyao that she couldn't help but take it out on him. If he argued with her, it would only make her angrier. So he said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about the next plan." Chapter 43, Seeking Death. The family already had a plan for the future, but Fang Jintang's words were merely a way to change the subject. However, Cho Yiming's arrival and his mention of a team of superhumans served as a wake-up call. Joining the military was unsuitable for Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin. There were too many restrictions, and they might even become cannon fodder. But after Cho Yiming's words, Fang Jintang and Fang Yuxiang considered forming their own team. Currently, the superhuman abilities of Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, Bchan, and even Angela couldn't be exposed. The high probability of their abilities being revealed was simply too alarming. If word got out, it would be tantamount to announcing to the world that their family had something to hide. The Fang family weren't fools. They naturally wouldn't do that. As long as they didn't expose themselves initially, even if their abilities were discovered later, they could claim it was due to the Yuan crystal. Even if concealing the Yuan crystal's role displeased some, it was still better than being coveted. As long as they had sufficient strength, what could others say? The strong are respected. In this world, strength always prevails. In the past, money and power represented everything. From now on, force will determine everything. In the short term, the strength of those with superpowers certainly won't increase much, and the military, possessing firearms and ammunition, will inevitably hold the highest position. The system within the safe zone should still be relatively sound, but it certainly won't be as robust as in peacetime. And the military can't guarantee that everyone's rights won't be violated, or that they'll be protected by everyone. If anyone dares to bully them, they can easily fight back. As long as they don't go too far or provoke the military, there shouldn't be any major problems. The family sat down and talked. Their thoughts were similar. To use this initial period of the apocalypse to find as many elemental crystals and crystal cores as possible to increase their strength. As for the Cho family, they couldn't afford to break ties yet. After all, the Cho family had a military background. Cho Hongsheng held a considerable position in the military, and Cho Yiming was now the captain of the superpowered group. Breaking ties would definitely not benefit them. While they were talking, 2 more cars arrived outside. They were both sedans, internationally renowned brands and quite expensive, but in the Fang family's eyes, they were nothing special. The car stopped directly at the entrance, and the doors opened. The people inside rushed out, some shouting, "Brother Chan, this house is nice. We'll stay here." Their voices were filled with barely concealed excitement. Someone else chimed in, "Of course. This is one of the most luxurious residential areas, full of rich people. How could the house not be good? Look, there are people inside. What's going on? Did someone beat us to it? What are you afraid of? We've got our eye on this house. Who cares who lives inside? We'll kick them out." Exactly. Brother Chan is a superhuman. He deserves to live in a house like this. Damn. The gate's locked. Smash it. 8 people got out of the 2 cars, 6 men and 4 women, all young, around their early 20s. 2 pretty women, one on each side, embraced a gloomy-looking young man. The young man was dressed conventionally, while the remaining 5 men all sported slicked-back haircuts, looking like hairdresser apprentices at first glance, but their demeanor was more like that of good-for-nothing thugs. There were many people talking, their voices chaotic, vulgar, arrogant, and domineering. The meaning behind their words was quite intriguing, their tone sarcastic. As Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin went out, one of them grabbed an axe and swung it down at the door lock. Just as it was about to strike the lock, a small whirlwind suddenly appeared, catching the axe and deflecting it, striking one of the young men watching the spectacle beside him. When the 2 first appeared, someone had arrogantly whistled, and the 2 women had glared at Fang Yuxin with jealousy and hostility. However, the moment the small whirlwind appeared, everyone's expression changed. "A superhuman!" someone exclaimed, followed by a scream. The unlucky young man watching the show was struck in the arm by the axe. The wound was quite deep, but thankfully, no bone was broken. The 6 men all looked grim, some fearful, some wary, as they stared at Fang Yuxiang. The two women, however, their eyes lit up, their gazes towards Fang Yuxiang becoming fiery, clearly intending to abandon the young man beside them and join him. The young man in the middle noticed their gazes, his face instantly darkening, his hostility towards Fang Yuxiang intensifying. Fortunately, he still had his senses and hadn't lost his temper. Instead, he suppressed his anger and said to Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin, "Friends, please don't be angry. We didn't mean anything by it. We just wanted a place to stay. Our brother was ignorant and offended you. I'll have him apologize to you right away." He then pushed aside the woman beside him, walked over, and forcefully kicked the young man holding the axe in the back of the knee. The man screamed and knelt on the ground, repeatedly apologizing to the brother and sister. The brother and sister ignored him, instead warily eyeing the young man who was clearly their leader, the so-called Brother Chan. Seeing their lack of reaction, Brother Chan said, "As the saying goes, no fight, no friendship. He's already apologized. Why don't we just let this go? There are monsters everywhere outside. We survivors should help each other, shouldn't we?" Seeing their continued lack of response, he grew angry, his tone carrying a warning. "This brother is a wind-type ability user, right? His strength is considerable, but he's only one person. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. How about we cooperate? This house is big enough, we should be able to fit in, right? We can unite to resist the invaders and protect this house." Fang Yuxin sneered. "This is my house. Why should I let you live here?" Her voice was melodious and beautiful. Even with its coldness, it was still captivating. These 8 people had noticed her striking beauty early on. The 2 women were jealous, while the 6 men were captivated. Now that she had spoken, the 2 women's hostility intensified, their gazes like sharp knives, while the 6 men's eyes burned with desire, especially Brother Chen's, whose eyes clearly revealed a predatory intent. Fang Yuxiang already disliked these people. He regretted holding back earlier, so he waved his hand, and 8 wind blades appeared out of thin air, shooting out simultaneously. Except for Brother Chan, the rest of them were caught off guard by his sudden attack and screamed in terror, frantically trying to dodge. Brother Chan, however, seemed to have expected it, but seeing Fang Yuxiang release 8 wind blades with a wave of his hand, he still couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. As the wind blades approached, his face hardened, and he grabbed a woman hiding behind him and used her as a shield. The woman clearly hadn't expected him to be so ruthless, and screamed in terror, her voice exceptionally shrill. Chapter 44 No Killing. Fang Yuxiang hadn't expected Brother Chan to be so ruthless, using a woman as a shield. Fortunately, his seemingly vicious move hadn't actually targeted any vital organs. The woman was only injured, not in mortal danger. Not only her, but everyone else attacked was injured. None escaped unscathed. Of these 8 people, apart from Brother Chan the leader, the others were ordinary people. Their safe arrival in this villa area wasn't due to their own strength, but rather good luck. They encountered a military relocation team and followed behind, arriving here without incident. Their strength was mediocre, their backgrounds were quite ordinary, and they even picked up their car on the street. After entering the villa area, they initially didn't dare to act rashly, focusing on finding accommodation. Some houses were occupied by many people, which they dared not provoke, so they chose the Fang family's house. At first, when they saw only Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin come out, they thought they had struck gold, until Fang Yuxiang suddenly made his move, and they realized they had chosen the wrong people. Relying on his own superpowered abilities, Brother Chan tried to coerce Fang Yuxiang into compromising by using threats and inducements, but he ran into a brick wall. After his initial attack, fearing Fang Yuxiang might retaliate, Brother Chan quickly said, "Wait, don't forget, killing is prohibited in the safe zone." His voice was panicked, terrified by Fang Yuxiang's strength. Fang Yuxiang genuinely didn't know about this rule. This regulation was established by the military when they brought the survivors into the villa complex. This area, including a large surrounding area, was designated as a temporary safe zone. To ensure the stability of the safe zone, some rules were hastily formulated, and no killing in the safe zone was one of them. Fang Yuxin knew this, but only from the dream. She hadn't had time to tell Fang Yuxiang yet. However, although Fang Yuxiang didn't know this at first after Brother Chen mentioned it, he believed him to some extent. He was now in a dilemma. These 8 people were not easy to deal with. The relationship had already broken down, and letting them go would inevitably lead to endless trouble. But if they were to kill them openly, it would be difficult to explain to the military. Seeing his dilemma, Fang Yuxin said, "Let's arrest them first." Fang Yuxiang nodded and prepared to act. Chen Ge didn't expect that even after he said that, the two would still not give up. His face hardened and he grabbed the woman from before, using her as a shield in front of him, while quickly walking towards the car door, preparing to escape. The other injured people were startled at first, then clutched their wounds and rushed towards the car. Fang Yuxiang unleashed wind blades again, and the others panicked even more, hurriedly dodging. However, this time the wind blades weren't aimed at them, but at the tires. For puff 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 sounds rang out, and all 4 tires facing Fang Yuxiang were cut with narrow gashes by the wind blades. The air leaked out of the tires, and the car sank at a visible speed. With the tires punctured, they naturally couldn't escape in the car. Seeing this, Brother Bchan abruptly turned his head, glaring viciously at Fang Yuxiang, his distorted face revealing a madness. The others, seeing no way to escape, also looked at Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin with hostility. However, they were ultimately afraid of Fang Yuxiang's strength. Though angry, they were mostly panicked. Fang Yuxin smiled coldly, cracked her neck and raised her hands in a defensive stance, her fingers spreading and then quickly clenching into fists. Brother Bchan opened the car door, took out an iron bar and said hatefully, "Grab your weapons, everyone attack." His voice spurred the others to grab their weapons. Fang Yuxin glanced at her feet. There lay an axe, its blade stained with blood, the very same axe used to break the lock. She stepped on the axe, then kicked it forcefully behind her, sending it flying through the gap under the gate into the courtyard. By this time, the others had already retrieved their weapons from the car. The 2 pretty women, merely pretty faces, were too frightened to get out and remained huddled inside the car. The other 5 men each carried weapons, iron bars, axes or machetes. The last one was unlucky. His weapon was kicked away by Fang Yuxin. Brother Bchan gripped his iron bar tightly, not charging forward directly but shouting, "What are you all standing there for? Charge! Kill them and this house is ours. If they don't die, we will." At first, the 5 hesitated, their eyes darting around, afraid to charge. But Brother Chen's last words had an effect. None of them wanted to die. Suddenly, their expressions changed, and they charged towards Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin with their weapons. The unarmed man clenched his fists. Of the 5, 2 rushed towards Fang Yuxiang, while 4 rushed towards Fang Yuxin, probably seeing her as an easy target. Fang Yuxin immediately spotted the iron bar in one of their hands. The iron bar was as thick as an adult man's thumb, and it made a whistling sound as it was swung. A man wielding a machete charged forward first. She sidestepped, kicking him in the stomach, sending him staggering backward. Then she shifted her body, dodging the swinging iron bar, and forcefully twisted his wrist, wresting the bar from his hand. The iron bar was cold to the touch, its rough texture rubbing against her palm, causing a slight stinging sensation. Fang Yuxin gripped the iron bar with both hands and swung it forcefully, striking one man in the chest with a heavy thud. The man was already injured, and this blow struck his wound directly. He screamed and staggered backward, clutching his wound and looking at Fang Yuxin in terror, no longer daring to approach. At this moment, the remaining 3 looked at Fang Yuxin with a hint of fear. The man who had been kicked in the stomach, although lucky that it wasn't a direct hit to his wound, still felt a lingering pain in the area. Fang Yuxin's kick was powerful and fierce. Although it wasn't as strong as a strength-enhancing ability user, it was comparable to a powerful blow from a strong middle-aged man. Brother Bchan was equally shocked. As a strength-enhancing ability user himself, he immediately recognized the power of Fang Yuxin's attack, and felt incredibly frustrated. He had initially thought Fang Yuxin was just an ordinary pretty woman, but it turned out she was a trained fighter. The more he watched, the more frightened he became. He turned and ran, but the next moment, his vision blurred, and he saw Fang Yuxiang already blocking his way. Fang Yuxiang didn't rush to attack. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, watching the approaching cars in the distance. Hearing the commotion, Brother Bchan knew someone was coming. A thought flashed through his mind and he shouted, "These 2 cars are yours, please spare our lives." Fang Yuxin, hearing his blatant lies and cries of "Stop thief," showed no panic. Instead, he coldly laughed, his gaze towards Bchan filled with contempt. He had already recognized the oncoming car, and naturally knew who was coming. Chapter 45: A Hidden Meaning. Hearing the car horn, Chungu wasn't the only one excited. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like they'd escaped a disaster. But just then, Chungu noticed the cold smile on Fang Yuxin's lips. A strong sense of crisis instantly gripped him. He instinctively knew something was wrong. Before he could think further, a gunshot rang out. His heart seemed to stop. He jerked his head and saw one of his men fall backward. The machete in the man's hand clattered to the ground. Chungu saw that he'd been shot in the chest. Blood gushed from the bullet hole, quickly forming a small puddle on the ground. At the same time the car stopped, the door opened and a man stepped out. Chungu immediately recognized him as Cho Yiming, the captain of the superpowered team. He frowned and, taking advantage of Fang Yuxin's pause, he quickly walked towards Cho Yiming with a fawning smile, saying, "Captain Chiu, luckily you came, otherwise we might have been in danger." However, to his surprise, Cho Yiming only glanced at him coldly before striding over to Fang Yuxin and asking with concern, "Xin, what happened?" Hearing this, Brother Chen's smile froze on his face, and he completely understood that they had truly bitten off more than they could chew this time. He hadn't expected that these two men were not only strong but also had connections with Cho Yiming. And judging from Cho Yiming's concerned expression, their relationship was clearly extraordinary. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curse the person who had initially suggested staying. If that person hadn't suggested staying, he wouldn't have gotten involved with the wrong people. Fang Yuxin hadn't expected Cho Yiming to come, but now that he was here, things were much easier to handle. So she explained simply, "Not long after you left, these people came trying to rob our house." Chun knew something was wrong immediately and quickly said, forcing a smile, "It's a misunderstanding." Cho Yiming scoffed. "A misunderstanding? Do you think I'm blind?" He had just arrived when he saw someone wielding a machete attacking Fang Yuxin, and without thinking he fired. Soon another car arrived, and two men in military uniforms got out. They glanced at the situation, then strode to Cho Yiming and asked, "Captain, what should we do with these people?" Cho Yiming glanced at Chen and the others and, under Chen's pleading gaze, calmly said, "These people violated the safety zone regulations, trespassed on private property, and had malicious intent. Take them all away." By this time, everyone except Chen and the two women hiding in the car was incapacitated and collapsed to the ground. The two men had to pull everyone into the car one by one. Their car had a cargo bed, and everyone was crammed inside, including Chen, the two women, and the unfortunate man Cho Yiming had killed. Cho Yiming dismissed his men before addressing Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxin. "I forgot to tell you earlier, this development zone has been designated a temporary safe zone. Except for law enforcement personnel, no one else is allowed to kill anyone in the safe zone. Things are a bit better now, but once there are more survivors, we'll definitely face a housing shortage. Besides those people from earlier, there will certainly be others eyeing your houses, so from now on, you must be careful and pay attention to your safety." He paused, and seeing that Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxin seemed to understand, he continued, "Actually, if you join my superpower team, you'll be considered law enforcement personnel. Not only will you enjoy better treatment, but no one will dare to target your houses anymore." His words were both a reminder and a warning. Although the two had refused before, he hadn't given up on recruiting them. After what had just happened, he realized their abilities were even greater than he had anticipated, making him even more reluctant to let them go. Fang Yuxin said, "My brother and I haven't made that plan yet, but we'll consider your suggestion. I'm very grateful that you're thinking of us." If it had been Fang Yuxin who spoke, he might have been tempted to object, but since it was Fang Yuxin, he couldn't persuade her further. Fang Yuxin suddenly asked, "Is Fang Mingyao with you? Has she joined your superpower team?" Hearing this, Cho Yiming's expression remained calm, but his eyes flickered slightly. He said, "Yes, she has indeed joined my superpower team and is now a member. The team really needs her spatial abilities. It will make collecting supplies much easier in the future." He spoke with great righteousness, as if he were simply doing his job, without any personal motives. Fang Yuxiang nodded. Since she's with you, that's fine. Anyway, she has no connection with the Fang family anymore. She's free to go wherever she wants and do whatever she wants. Cho Yiming's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He knew that Fang Mengyao and the Fang family seemed to have a falling out, but he hadn't expected that the Fang family would actually intend to completely sever ties with her. He didn't doubt Fang Yuxiang's words. He knew Fang Yuxiang's character and his position in the Fang family well. Since he said so, it must be true. Thinking of this, he felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Fang Mengyao had broken ties with the Fang family, yet he was keeping her by his side. What would Fang Yuxin think? Would she be angry with him for it? Cho Yiming subconsciously looked at Fang Yuxin and couldn't help but say, Xin, I agreed to let Fang Mengyao join the team only because I value her spatial ability. There's no other reason. You won't be angry with me for this, okay? His tone became hesitant at the end. Fang Yuxiang narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, his gaze towards Cho Yiming turning hostile. He thought Cho Yiming was utterly shameless, daring to say such things to Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin smiled slightly, seemingly unconcerned, and said, Of course I know why you value her. It's just to get her to join the superpower team. Why should I be angry? Like my brother said, she has nothing to do with the Fang family anymore. What she does is her freedom, and it's your freedom to admire her. Do you think I'm that petty and narrow-minded? Cho Yiming carefully observed her expression and, seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, breathed a sigh of relief. Because it was late, and he needed to deal with those people from earlier and report to his superiors, he didn't linger and left quickly. On the way back, he suddenly thought of Fang Yuxin's face, and a sudden pang of fear gripped him. He slammed on the brakes, carefully considering the expression on Fang Yuxin's face. His expression gradually darkened, becoming increasingly grim. He suddenly realized that Fang Yuxin was a very intelligent woman, and her words were clearly loaded with hidden meaning. Chapter 46. Who exactly is it? Not long after Cho Yiming left, 2 more people arrived at the Fang family home. However, they weren't there to cause trouble. They were there to register information. Both were dressed in military uniforms. After identifying themselves, they explained their purpose. A black leather notebook about the size of an A4 sheet of paper was opened, revealing hand-drawn tables used to record identity information. Because the disaster had occurred so suddenly, and many instruments had been destroyed in the energy surge, followed by a power outage, all the tables were hand-drawn. They first asked the Fang family members for their names, ages, and occupations, then inquired about any awakened supernatural abilities. As planned, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang revealed their abilities, while the others chose to remain silent for the time being. Upon learning that the siblings were both supernatural beings, the 2 men's faces lit up with joy. They then introduced the military's supernatural ability team, hoping the siblings would join. The siblings naturally refused. Although the 2 men were somewhat disappointed, they didn't try to persuade them further. After all, newly awakened supernatural beings couldn't control the extra energy in their bodies, and their strength was no match for that of rigorously trained soldiers. The military only recruits people with superpowers because they value their future potential. They then explained that this area was a temporary safe zone, and informed the Fang family of the newly established regulations, warning them not to take unnecessary risks. Finally, they mentioned that starting tomorrow the military would be issuing missions, and completing them would earn contribution points, which would determine the benefits they could enjoy in the safe zone. They advised them to pay attention. After they left, Fang Yuxiang said, Dad, Mom, since they said that, let's go see what missions are available tomorrow morning, find some easy ones and earn some contribution points. Fang Jintang nodded and said, That's good. We can all go together as a family, so we can look after each other. Chu Qianhe suggested, I think we should form a mercenary team. It's better if we're all together, so other people won't have to ask you to join. As soon as she finished speaking, Bchan became excited and eagerly asked, I want to join too. I want to join too. Mom, you're not going to leave me alone tomorrow, are you? Humph. He was determined to find his stupid father, and make sure that bad uncle never dared to bother his mother again. Cho Yiming's appearance instilled a strong sense of crisis in Bchan. Originally, he didn't want to go find Bai Yi so soon, but because of Cho Yiming, he decided to find Bai Yi first. They were all going out, and Fang Yuxin naturally couldn't leave Bchan alone at home. It was too unsafe. So, after Bchan spoke up, she nodded in agreement. It was already quite late, so the Fang family ended their conversation and prepared to rest. Thinking of the 2 yuan crystals they had obtained that day, Fang Yuxin suggested, "Let's go to the Greenwood Spirit Mansion first and let Dad and Qian absorb the yuan crystals." Absorbing the yuan crystals could improve their supernatural abilities, making subsequent cultivation much more efficient. Naturally, it was better to absorb them as soon as possible. The family had no objections, so Fang Yuxin led the others into the Greenwood Spirit Mansion. Although Chu Qianhe and Fang Yuyang hadn't found the corresponding yuan crystals yet, they were worried that something might happen to Fang Jintang and Bchan during the absorption process, so they went in together. Fang Yuxin led her family into the main hall. After Fang Jintang and Bchan found a place to sit cross-legged, Fang Yuxin took out the 2 yuan crystals and gave them to the 2 of them. Yuan crystals have a fatal attraction for ability users. As long as they hold them in their hands, they naturally know how to absorb them without needing anyone's reminder. However, Fang Yuxin still reminded them, "Don't rush to absorb them yet. Calm your minds first." Fang Jintang nodded solemnly. His experience far surpassed Fang Yuxin's, so he naturally knew that what she said was correct. Even Bchan, with a serious expression, responded earnestly. Afterward, the 2 closed their eyes and began to calm their minds. Fang Yuxin, Fang Yuyang, and Chu Qianhe sat down around them, at a distance that was neither too close nor too far, so as not to disturb Fang Jintang and Bchan, but also to be able to intervene promptly in case of an emergency. All 3 of them instinctively shut their mouths, even deliberately softening their breathing, their eyes fixed intently on the yuan crystals held in Fang Jintang and Bchan's hands, afraid of the slightest mishap. Fang Yuxin recalled the scene from her dream. She had witnessed Fang Yuyang absorbing the yuan crystal, somewhat similar to the experience after consuming the marrow-cleansing fruit. Because the energy in the yuan crystal altered a person's constitution, the absorption process was accompanied by intense stinging pain, and the body underwent continuous changes, gradually expelling useless impurities. She reviewed the entire scene and, finding nothing amiss, breathed a slight sigh of relief. Even so, she dared not completely relax, fearing an unexpected event. Gradually, the yuan crystals in Fang Jintang and Bchan's palms emitted a faint glow. Then a radiant light seemed to flow within the crystals, which was subsequently absorbed by their bodies. As the energy in the yuan crystals was continuously absorbed, their skin gradually reddened, and their faces contorted in pain. Fang Yuyang and Chu Qianhe were both alarmed by the sight. Although Fang Yuxin knew this was how it would happen, seeing the pain on their faces still pained her. Despite their worry, Fang Yuyang and Chu Qianhe remembered the time they had consumed the marrow-cleansing fruit and didn't intervene. They could only watch helplessly as Fang Jintang and Bchan's expressions grew increasingly painful, their fists clenched tighter and tighter. Fang Jintang and Bchan instinctively clenched their teeth, trying not to scream and worry their loved ones. Even Fang Yuyang, Chu Qianhe, and Fang Yuxin were surprised that Bchan, trembling slightly with pain, could endure without crying out. Such composure and willpower astonished the 3 of them. Fang Jintang was an adult. It wasn't surprising he could endure it. But Bchan was clearly only 5 years old. How could he bear it? Fang Yuyang and Chu Qianhe couldn't help but exchange a glance, their eyes conveying the same meaning. This child possessed such composure and resolve. His future achievements were bound to be extraordinary. They simply didn't know who his father was. Initially, although they had accepted Bchan, they were very wary of his father. While Bchan and Fang Yuxin were blood-related mother and son, he wasn't Fang Yuxin's biological son. His appearance was too sudden and coincidental, making them suspect that there might be someone else behind him, such as his biological father or the person who raised him. They didn't want Fang Yuxin to be involved with a stranger because of Bchan. However, as they spent more time together, Bchan's behavior changed their perspective. Now they were forced to confront the question they had deliberately ignored. Who was Bchan's father? And who raised him? Chu Qianhe didn't have time to think further, but the situation changed again. Chapter 47: Destruction leads to reconstruction. A series of cracking sounds suddenly came from Fang Yuxin and Bchan, as if something had exploded. At the same time, their expressions turned to extreme pain. Their tense faces were almost contorted, veins bulging beneath their skin, and suppressed groans like the roars of beasts escaped from their clenched teeth. Chu Qianhe and Fang Yuxiang stood up tensely, and Fang Yuxin's eyes widened. Seeing the two about to intervene, she quickly reached out and gripped their wrists tightly, shaking her head slightly. She remembered that Fang Yuxiang had encountered a similar situation in her dream, though not to this extent. Fang Yuxin wasn't entirely sure if the two were all right. The torment Fang Yuxin and Bchan had suffered was clearly much more severe than Fang Yuxiang's in her dream, yet she had a nagging feeling that they were all right. Interrupting now would not only ruin everything but could also injure them. She held onto Fang Yuxiang and Chu Qianhe's hands tightly, her mind replaying the details of her dream. Then she finally remembered a sentence Fang Yuxiang had said in her dream. At first, it was indeed very painful, as if my body was being dismantled and reassembled, but later, I felt a very gentle force repairing my body. Considering Fang Yuxin and Bchan's current situation, she guessed that they were at a critical juncture. If they could get through it, the remaining energy of the Yuan crystal would repair their physical damage. If they were interrupted now, their injuries wouldn't be repaired, inevitably leaving lasting problems. Even though the wood-type spiritual energy she absorbed had healing properties and could repair damage, Fang Yuxin couldn't guarantee that the damage caused by absorbing the Yuan crystal could be repaired. Fang Yuxin and Bchan were her closest relatives. She didn't want to take the risk. All three were tense. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the crisp snap sounds emanating from Fang Yuxin and Bchan, and their tense breathing. Because they were so tense, they had no idea how much time had passed. At this moment, time seemed exceptionally long. Perhaps a few seconds had passed, perhaps several hours. Just as the three were beginning to despair and were about to intervene, Fang Yuxin and Bchan underwent another change. Their contorted expressions gradually softened, eventually even showing a hint of satisfaction. Their skin, which had been flushed red, faded and returned to its normal whiteness. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief in unison. After a while, Fang Yuxin and Bchan opened their eyes one after the other. A sharp glint flashed in their eyes as they opened, before returning to normal, though they were a bit darker and brighter than before absorbing the Yuan crystal, making them appear even more radiant. The two of them smiled, very excited. Bchan couldn't wait to pounce on Fang Yuxin, his chubby cheeks puffed out, his big watery eyes blinking, and he said happily, "Mommy! Mommy! I did it! I'm even stronger than before, and I can protect Mommy now." Seeing his "Mommy praise me" expression, Fang Yuxin couldn't help but pick him up from the ground and kiss him on the cheek with a smile. Bchan blushed immediately, then wrapped his arms around Fang Yuxin and quickly kissed her on the cheek. After the kiss, his face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Secretly clutching his wildly beating heart, Bchan was both nervous and happy. He had just kissed her so hard she was numb. Fang Yuxin glanced at him with satisfaction, also a little curious about who his father was. Because of his own experience, he understood more than Chu Qianhe and Fang Yuxiang. The process of absorbing Yuan crystals was extremely painful. Let alone a child, even an adult, unless they had a strong will and a resolute character, would find it impossible to endure. Yet Bchan had endured it, without even letting out a scream. This child was truly outstanding. Chu Qianhe, however, was worried about Fang Yuxin's health. Seeing that he hadn't spoken, she took the initiative to ask, "Are you all right? How are you feeling now? Is anything bothering you?" Her repeated questions showed how anxious she was. Fang Yuxin had no choice but to suppress his earlier curiosity and said seriously, "I'm fine now. I feel great, like I'm 10 years younger with inexhaustible energy." He paused, then wrinkled his nose, his face changing instantly. "This smell, no. I need to take a shower." Bchan, still basking in the sweet glow of happiness, was startled awake by the sound. He twitched his little nose, his chubby face scrunching up. He smelled so bad. Oh no. He had just kissed Mommy. Would Mommy hate him? Thinking this, Bchan nervously turned to look at Fang Yuxin's face. Seeing the cautiousness on his face and the panic in his eyes, Fang Yuxin felt a sudden pang of pain in her heart, like being pricked by a needle. She couldn't help but wonder about Bchan's past life. What kind of environment had he lived in to develop such a cautious personality? The person who raised him was incredibly irresponsible. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered the tall man who had appeared in her room, and a sense of disgust arose in her heart towards him. Gently patting Bchan's back to reassure him, Fang Yuxin softly comforted him. "Don't be afraid, I'm your mother. I'll never dislike you." "Really?" Bchan's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "I knew it, you're the best mom in the world." After saying that, he twisted his body, wanting Fang Yuxin to put him down. Fang Yuxin didn't let go of him but turned to Fang Jintang and said, "Dad, let's go out now." Although there was a lake in the space, it was filled with fish, shrimp and crabs, and she couldn't bring herself to let Fang Jintang and Bchan bathe in it. Fang Jintang naturally had no objection, so Fang Yuxin led the family out of the Greenwood Spirit Mansion. After going out, she first took Fang Jintang back to his room, filled the bathtub with lake water, and then specially left a large bucket of clean water outside for Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe to wash up. Then she went to Fang Yuyang's room and filled it with water for him as well. Finally, she took Bchan back to his bedroom and filled it with water to help him bathe. After coaxing Bchan to sleep, she returned to her bedroom. While taking a shower, she also bathed Angela. Afterward, she cuddled Angela and lay on the bed, checking the time. It was already 1:30 a.m. Sighing, Fang Yuxin closed her eyes. Half asleep, she faintly heard a piercing scream. Startled awake, Fang Yuxin listened carefully and indeed heard screams and chaotic noises coming from afar. Judging from the sounds, it seemed someone had turned into a zombie. She couldn't help but think that with this incident, there would probably be new regulations in the safe zone. Chapter 48. Move aside. Fang Yuxin's prediction was correct. The next morning, after a quick breakfast, the family noticed a significant change in the atmosphere of the neighborhood. Asking around, they found the temporary office of the safety zone's leader, where numerous notices were posted on the walls. Moreover, many people had stayed up all night to repair the neighborhood's generator, which was now operational. The safety zone leader had also worked through the night to produce new resident identification cards for identification and payment. These cards were free for those with supernatural abilities, but ordinary people needed to pay a basic crystal core. Those without crystal cores could place an order on credit, which would be recorded on the identification card. Failure to repay within 7 days would result in forced labor and work for payment. Not only did the identification cards require crystal cores, but housing and utilities within the safety zone also required payment in crystal cores. The Fang family lived in their own villa, and the head of the safe zone couldn't forcibly seize their house. However, other houses, as long as the owner wasn't present, were considered property of the safe zone. Anyone wanting to move in had to not only complete simple check-in procedures, but also pay the corresponding crystal cores, either to buy or rent the property. The electricity problem was barely solved, but water was an issue. The water pipes were cut off, and the situation at the waterworks was unknown, so the immediate priority was to solve the water problem. After the Fang family paid the crystal cores and received their identity cards, the clerk in charge of distributing the crystal cores, seeing their generous spending, clearly indicating they had hunted zombies, suggested they take on some missions to earn contribution points and credit points. Contribution points reflected each person's contribution to the safe zone. The higher the contribution points, the better the benefits within the safe zone. Credit points were like currency used to pay rent and purchase supplies. The Fang family thanked him and went to the mission hall. Many tasks were posted in the hall, roughly divided into 3 categories: rescue tasks, cleanup tasks, and resource collection tasks. The main resources to be collected were food and water. There was also a notice recruiting water-based ability users. After reviewing them, the cleanup task seemed the most suitable for them. Cleanup tasks were further divided into clearing specific areas and clearing specific numbers of zombies. Clearing specific areas usually required working with other teams, essentially clearing obstacles for the rescue and resource collection teams, making it quite restrictive. Clearing specific numbers of zombies was further divided into different levels based on the number of zombies cleared, with varying rewards. The more zombies cleared, the greater the reward. This kind of task suited the Fang family perfectly, so after discussing it, they decided to accept it. The task hall was quite crowded, with many others also reviewing the tasks. Among these were ability users, but most were ordinary people. With so few ability users, ordinary people could only survive in the safe zone by earning rewards through tasks. Besides various missions, there were also many job postings in the hall. The construction of the safe zone required a large number of laborers, and some ordinary people who dared not go out to hunt zombies could choose to work in the safe zone. However, these jobs were mostly physical labor, relatively safer than going out to do missions, but the pay was much less. The Fang family saw the mission window and were about to walk over when a woman suddenly rushed in front of them. The woman had her hair tied in a ponytail and gave off a refreshing feeling. It was Lin Feiyin, whom Fang Yuxin and his sister had rescued and then abandoned. She rushed up to the Fang family, looked them over, and then said generously, "I thought I was seeing things, but it really is you." She seemed to have something to say, but Fang Yuxin didn't want to get entangled with her and coldly asked, "We have something to do, please move aside." Upon hearing this, Lin Feiyin frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with Fang Yuxin's attitude. Before she could even speak, another person strode over, glaring at Fang Yu and saying, "How can you talk like that? How can you say such a thing?" The speaker was a young girl with 2 braids hanging down her chest. She looked quite young, probably a high school student. Fang Yu rolled her eyes inwardly. She knew that running into Lin Feiyin was never a good thing. Because the girl had a loud voice, everyone in the mission hall heard her, and their gazes invariably turned towards them. Fang Yuxin noticed the stares and felt even more annoyed, but she didn't argue with the girl. Instead, she looked at Lin Feiyin and said, "If you have nothing else to do, please move aside. We have things to do." The girl was about to speak when Lin Feiyin stopped her, saying, "I just wanted to thank you for saving me last time. Although you left without a word, I'll remember this kindness. You're here to do a mission, right? That suits me too. Which mission do you want to take? Why don't we go together? I have a team, and we can look out for each other." As soon as she said this, the girl beside her became anxious, grabbing her arm and saying, "Sister Feiyin, how can that be? Everyone in our team is skilled. What's the point of bringing these burdens along?" Hearing the word burden, the Fang family's faces all darkened. Fang Yuxiang bluntly stated, "We have our own plans, so we don't need to trouble you. If you want to repay the life-saving grace from last time, don't ever show your face in front of us again." He spoke very rudely, and even Lin Feiyin, who was usually magnanimous, was so angry that her face turned red, filled with shame and indignation. The little girl beside her was even more enraged, clenching her fist and throwing a punch directly at Fang Yuxiang's abdomen. Although she looked frail, the punch whistled through the air, clearly possessing considerable power. The people in the hall who witnessed this scene all changed their expressions. Some envied the little girl's status as a superhuman, some thought the little girl was too impulsive, some felt that the Fang family's attitude was excessively ungrateful, and some were even gloating. However, at this moment everyone saw a flash of green followed by a smack, and the little girl who had just thrown the punch was sent flying backward. Upon closer inspection, Fang Yuxiang had somehow produced a green vine in his hand. The vine was about the thickness of an adult's thumb, and looked lush and vibrant. Everyone was initially startled, then realized that the vine had struck the little girl, and Fang Yuxin was clearly a wood-type ability user. Realizing this, their gaze towards Fang Yuxin changed. While there were many strong people before the apocalypse, wood-type ability users existed only in legends. This was the first time they had seen one with their own eyes. Chapter 49. The feud begins. As the little girl flew backward, Lin Feiyin's expression changed. She glanced at the girl lying on the ground, then turned to glare at Fang Yuxin, angrily accusing her. "You can do whatever you want to me, after all you saved me, but she's just a 17-year-old girl. How could you hurt her so badly?" Fang Yuxin looked at Lin Feiyin, witnessing this familiar scene, and suddenly found it very funny. In that dream, Lin Feiyin was always like this. She never distinguished right from wrong, only sympathizing with what she perceived as the weak, and righteously condemning the stronger party. In the dream, she and Fang Yuxiang had almost had enough of Lin Feiyin's kindness. They wanted to leave countless times, but Lin Feiyin's life-saving grace became a shackle binding their freedom. At the same time, Fang Yuxiang worried that he couldn't take care of her alone, who had no superpowers. Even though she had experienced this many times in her dreams, seeing it with her own eyes now, Fang Yuxin still couldn't get used to it. She couldn't even suppress the surging anger within her. So she sneered, "What? Just because she's young, she can hit others however she wants, but others can't fight back? Is that your logic? You keep saying you're grateful to me and my brother for saving your lives, yet you keep pestering me. What are you really up to?" Bchan was being held by Fang Yuxin, but Fang Yuxin suddenly intervened and let go of him. Because of this, Bchan felt utterly disgusted with Lin Feyin, who had angered his mommy, and left him without her. So he walked over to Fang Yuxin, looked up at Lin Feyin with feigned cuteness and asked, "Auntie, look how young I am. If I hit you, you can't hit back, okay?" Lin Feyin frowned, her face darkening. She hadn't expected Fang Yuxin to be so glib, and the child beside her, despite his young age, always gave her a dangerous feeling. So she said, "That's not what I meant. Please don't deliberately misinterpret my words. Even if Tian was wrong, you shouldn't have hit her so hard, right?" Seeing that she couldn't give a reasonable explanation, Fang Yuxin became even more disdainful of her and retorted, "She's a strength-type ability user. Didn't you see how powerful her punch was? She hit your savior so hard and you don't think she was wrong but instead blame me for hitting her too hard when I retaliated? Don't you think you're ridiculous?" In terms of eloquence, Lin Feyin was no match for Fang Yuxin. She was speechless and felt that Fang Yuxin was right, but seeing Tian lying on the ground with a pale face, she couldn't help but feel sorry for her. So she tried to reason with Fang Yuxin again. She had only said one word when a loud shout came from behind. "Tian, what happened to you? Who hurt you?" Then a big man rushed to Tian's side and helped her up. Behind him were 7 or 8 people, men and women of similar age, all in their teens and 20s. Fang Yuxin watched this scene, and although the other side clearly outnumbered her, she wasn't afraid. Instead, she calmly observed Tian being helped up by the burly man. Seeing Tian looking at Lin Feyin with gratitude, she deliberately said, "You care so much about her, why didn't you help her up earlier? She's just a 17-year-old girl. It's not good for her to lie on the ground like that." Initially, the onlookers didn't think anything was wrong about Tian being knocked away by Fang Yuxin. After all, Tian had struck first, and anyone with eyes could see that the punch was quite powerful. If Fang Yuxiang had been hit, he would have been seriously injured. Later, when Fang Yuxin intervened, Tian could only blame herself for being less skilled. However, once Lin Feyin spoke up righteously and heard that Tian was only 17, some people's gaze towards Fang Yuxin changed. Like Lin Feyin, they felt that Fang Yuxin had gone too far. Looking at Tian, who lay pale on the ground, looking pitiful, their dissatisfaction with Fang Yuxin grew even stronger, while they began to admire Lin Feyin for her righteous words. However, as soon as Fang Yuxin spoke, some people gradually realized something was amiss. If Lin Feyin cared so much about Tian, why didn't she help her up first? Why let her lie on the ground? Could a verbal argument be more important than helping someone up? Some people saw the problem, while many others simply didn't understand the meaning of Fang Yuxin's words and still felt she was wrong. However, having witnessed Fang Yuxin's power and finding her unreasonable, they dared not speak out despite their dissatisfaction. After all, this was reality, not the virtual world of the internet. They didn't dare to confront Fang Yuxin directly like Lin Feyin did, fearing retaliation, and only dared to whisper among themselves, while watching the people arriving with great interest, waiting to see the arrogant Fang Yuxin get a lesson and a slap in the face. Supported by the burly man, Tian's brows were slightly furrowed from discomfort, and she was almost entirely leaning against him. She had initially been grateful for Lin Feyin's righteous words, but after hearing Fang Yuxin's words, her gaze towards Lin Feyin flickered, and a sense of doubt crept into her heart. Although she was only 17, she wasn't stupid. She knew Fang Yuxin's words were malicious, yet she had to admit that Fang Yuxin was right. If Lin Feyin cared about her, why had she left her on the ground? Why had she only been arguing with Fang Yuxin? Was she genuinely concerned, or simply indifferent? This thought made her recall some events since she had known Lin Feyin. Initially, she thought Lin Feyin was very righteous and kind, so she wholeheartedly accepted her, and often spent time with her. But now, upon reflection, she vaguely felt something was amiss, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. The burly man was clearly the kind of person who was all brawn and no brains, and he had a very fiery temper. As soon as Fang Yuxin finished speaking, he exploded like a firecracker, clenching his fists and roaring at Fang Yuxin. "Don't try to sow discord. Fain is a kind-hearted girl. How could she be like what you say?" Then he turned to Tian Tian and asked, "Tian Tian, did she hit you just now?" Tian Tian nodded without hesitation and said, "That woman is very powerful, Brother Tai. You must be careful." She thought Fang Yuxin's words were true, but that didn't mean she didn't hold a grudge. The burly man sensed Tian Tian's concern and felt a surge of joy. Tian Tian was sweet and lovely, and he had liked her since their first meeting, secretly considering her his little wife. Now that he saw her being bullied, he naturally wanted to get revenge for her. He clenched his fists, cracking them, and was about to make a move when someone pulled him back. "Wait, let's get to the bottom of this first." Chapter 50. That's all. A man emerged from behind the burly man. He was shorter and thinner, with an average appearance, but his calm demeanor and clear eyes made him instantly likable. He gripped the burly man's wrist tightly, preventing him from making a rash move. He politely nodded to the Fang family, then asked Lin Fein and Tian Tian, "Fein, Tian Tian, tell me what happened? Why did they suddenly start fighting?" Killing and fighting are strictly prohibited within the safe zone. Many people are aware of this rule. However, there's a severe shortage of manpower, and the safe zone's leader can't deploy a large number of personnel to maintain order. Therefore, if someone does start a fight, no one will intervene immediately. There were soldiers on guard in the mission hall, but Tian Tian and Fang Yuxin's actions were so sudden, and since neither side retaliated, these guards didn't intervene. The speaker was fairly polite. Several people were behind him, their gazes towards the Fang family carrying a hint of hostility, but unlike the burly man, they weren't impulsive. Instead, they waited for Lin Fein and Tian Tian's response. Seeing that he was reasonable enough not to act rashly, Fang Yuxin spoke before Lin Fein and Tian Tian could say anything. "Let me explain. We were just about to go to the mission window to accept a mission when this woman suddenly blocked our way. I asked her to move aside, but she refused. Instead, this young girl rushed out and accused me of having a bad attitude. I asked her what was wrong, and she said she was thanking me and my brother for saving our lives last time, asking what mission we were planning to take, and inviting us to join her. This young girl thought we were a burden, so my brother refused. Then, this young girl suddenly attacked my brother, and I retaliated. She thought I went too far. That's what happened. Everyone present witnessed it. If you don't believe me, you can ask them if I'm wrong." Before she could finish, Bchan added, "This auntie is so unreasonable. She actually said that the older sister was too young and my mom shouldn't have fought back. If she hadn't run out and stopped us from leaving, and that older sister even tried to hit my uncle, my mom wouldn't have hit her." Seeing that he was getting increasingly absurd, Lin Fein hurriedly said, "That's not how it is. I just recognized them as the people who saved me last time, and wanted to express my gratitude. Besides, I didn't expect Tian Tian to act impulsively and hurt someone. She didn't think it was her fault. Thinking back, if Tian Tian hadn't suddenly attacked, things wouldn't have turned out this way." As soon as she said this, Tian Tian's face changed instantly, staring at Lin Fein in disbelief. If she hadn't stood up for Lin Fein, how could she have fought back? Now Lin Fein was blaming her for everything. Recalling the whole incident, Tian Tian felt a growing resentment towards Lin Fein. Pressing her aching stomach, Tian Tian's expression changed several times before her gaze hardened. She ignored arguing with Lin Fein about right and wrong, instead pushing away the burly man supporting her and saying to the young man who had spoken earlier, "Brother Liu, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive." "Ah!" She suddenly screamed at the end, her brows furrowing in obvious pain. The burly man immediately cried out anxiously, Tian Tian, how are you? I'll avenge you right now." He clenched his fist again as he finished speaking, but Lu Yuan roared, "Stop! Didn't you hear what we just said? This was entirely our own people's fault. What revenge are you talking about?" He then gave a wink to the people around him and whispered, "Keep an eye on him, don't let him act impulsively." Then he walked up to Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang, softening his tone and said, My team members were wrong before, and I apologize on their behalf. Tian is young and impulsive, and Fei Yin meant well. I hope you can give me face and forgive them. Fang Yuxin then said. We never intended to cause any trouble from the beginning. It was your people who kept harassing us. My brother and I. We did save her by chance before, but we had long forgotten about it and didn't expect her to repay us. If she hadn't suddenly stopped us today and brought it up, we wouldn't have remembered it at all. Since you've said that, then let's leave it at that. I don't want anyone to bother us about this again. If anyone wants revenge, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed slightly. He hadn't expected Fang Yuxin to be so assertive, but he still said, Of course. If anyone in my team really comes looking for trouble with you about this and gets injured, then it's their own fault, not yours. Fang Yuxin nodded, acknowledging his words. After that, the two sides parted ways, and the Fang family went to the mission window to accept the mission. Some people who had originally planned to watch the show were inevitably disappointed, but dared not say anything, only glancing back and forth between the Fang family and Lu Yuan's group. When the Fang family arrived at the mission window, there was a queue, with several people waiting ahead of them. Seeing them approach, someone struck up a conversation. Which mission are you planning to take? Fang Yuxin didn't want to make too many enemies. She had been in the limelight earlier, so she wanted to keep a low profile. She replied, A cleanup mission. Her attitude wasn't exactly friendly, but it wasn't unapproachable either. The man seemed surprised by Fang Yuxin's answer, his expression turning somewhat odd. He then added, I'm a strength-based ability user, and I'm also planning to take a cleanup mission. Why don't we go together? That way we can help each other out. This time Fang Yuxin declined, saying, That's not necessary. As you can see, we have a child with us. It wouldn't be good to burden you. This time her attitude seemed exceptionally sincere, as if she genuinely cared about the other person. The man frowned, then said disapprovingly, Such a young child. Isn't it a bad idea to take him out? You probably don't know, the outside world is full of monsters. How can you take a child out? While he did indeed think taking a child would be a burden, he was also somewhat sincere. Fang Yuxin said, I can't protect him forever. He'll have to grow up eventually. He'll have to face those monsters outside sooner or later. Since that's the case, it's better to let him adapt sooner. The person probably thought her words made sense, so he stopped trying to persuade her, but didn't mention forming a team again. Others who had considered forming a team because of Fang Yuxin's strength also gave up after hearing this. After a while, the people in front accepted their tasks and left one after another. It was the Fang family's turn. Chapter 51 Yongsheng. Before accepting the mission, Fang Yuxin registered a mercenary team. The team was named Yongsheng, meaning eternal light. Not particularly imposing, but it expressed the Fang family's hope for the future. The team consisted of only 5 people, 2 with superpowers and 3 ordinary people. Among the 3 ordinary people was even a 5-year-old child. The clerk in charge of registration frowned after looking at the information, but she didn't say much, only stating, There are many zombies outside now. You'd better not take the child out. After this brief instruction, she asked Fang Yuxin which mission she was going to accept. Fang Yuxin gave the mission number, and the clerk frowned again. However, this time she didn't say anything more, but quickly registered the person who accepted the mission. After registration, the person who accepted the mission would receive 10 contribution points. These 10 contribution points were the reward for all survivors who accepted the mission. The clerk hadn't expected Fang Yuxin to plan to bring Bchan along on the mission. She confirmed with her again, and after receiving a positive reply, her gaze towards Fang Yuxin was like thorns, silently blaming her for being too ruthless. Fang Yuxin didn't explain. After accepting the mission, the family left the mission hall. They only drove an SUV. After getting in, the family took off their coats, revealing their tight-fitting protective suits underneath. After setting up their weapons, the family continued on their way. Their destination this time wasn't the city center, but a small industrial area. It was almost entirely food processing plants. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe had already visited it yesterday, saying that the place was severely damaged, a disaster area from a meteorite attack, almost completely reduced to ruins. The military and most survivors wouldn't be interested in such a place. In Fang Yuxin's dream, this place was initially completely ignored until the effects of the Yuan crystal were discovered, at which point the military and survivors began to pay attention to the ruins. For the Fang family, this was an excellent opportunity. However, they had to avoid others and sneak into that place. Otherwise, if the effects of the Yuan crystal were discovered later, their unusual actions would inevitably arouse suspicion. After driving off, the family deliberately took a detour, avoiding everyone, and headed towards the food processing area. Occasionally, zombies would appear along the way, but Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang easily dealt with them. After killing the zombies, the siblings not only dug out the crystal cores but also cut off the zombies' hands, putting them in sealed bags to report back. The small food processing area was also in the suburbs, a 20-minute drive from the safe zone. The family took a detour, killing zombies along the way, and it took them nearly 40 minutes to arrive. When Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe came yesterday, they sensed a considerable number of zombies inside, and since they were with Bchan, they were somewhat hesitant and only looked around from the outside, not daring to go deeper. This time, with Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang present, the siblings were eager to go in and take a look. Just as they had guessed, no other survivors had come here besides them. After confirming that there was no one else around, Fang Yuxin put away the car and planned to walk in. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang walked in front, Bchan and Chu Qianhe walked in the middle, and Fang Jintang brought up the rear. Everyone drew their weapons. Fang Yuxin, Fang Yuxiang, and Chu Qianhe wielded miao swords. Bchan held a military dagger in each hand, and Fang Jintang used a horse-chopping sword, looking very imposing. Because the house was severely damaged, the family was unsure if there were any survivors inside, but they could all sense that there were zombies inside and quite a few of them. Bchan, being a psychic, had the sharpest senses, followed by Fang Yuxin. After all, she no longer possessed a superpower but had embarked on the path of cultivation, and her soul power was no weaker than that of ordinary superpowered individuals, except for psychic superpowered individuals. This industrial area not only had various food processing plants but also employee dormitories, commercial areas, and even residential communities nearby, meaning there were many people living here. However, the place was now almost entirely in ruins, with large areas of buildings collapsed. A truly shocking sight. Fang Yuxin had only just entered the early stage of qi refining, and even with her spiritual sense, she could only sense a distance of about 500 meters around her. Bchan, after trying to release her spiritual power, could sense a distance much farther, a full 600 meters. Fang Yuxin released Angela, stroked its smooth, long fur, and then placed it on the ground. Angela shook its fur and meowed. The next moment, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly surged from its body. Then its soft, smooth fur suddenly transformed into hard steel needles, and its claws, which had been hidden in its paw pads, extended out and gradually grew longer until they reached an inch in length. Angela was already very intelligent, and after the mutation its intelligence had significantly improved, allowing it to understand simple meanings. After Fang Yuxin used the method of establishing a spirit pet contract from her inherited knowledge to take Angela as her spirit pet, communication between master and servant became seamless. Originally, she didn't plan to release Angela this time, worried it would be too dangerous and get hurt. Unexpectedly, Angela kept calling to her through the spirit pet contract, wanting to come out. Recalling the mutated beast she had seen in her dream, she agreed. The current Angela was far from the majestic mutated beast she remembered, but it still needed to grow. Since it had already mutated, keeping it confined in the Greenwood Spirit Mansion would only ruin it. After releasing Angela, its changes finally put Fang Yuxin at ease, but she still reminded it through the spirit pet contract. Angela, you'd better stay in a safe place later, be careful. Angela responded with a soft meow. Meow, I know, master. The others were somewhat worried when they saw that she had actually released Angela. Chu Qianhe couldn't help but say, Xin, isn't it too dangerous for you to let Angela out? Perhaps not wanting her to worry, and also wanting to prove herself, Angela let out a soft cry and nimbly climbed onto a nearby collapsed building. Her sharp claws gripped the wall as if she were strolling leisurely, easily making her way up. The Fang family breathed a sigh of relief. Then Fang Yuxin said, Let's stop here for a bit. Qian, Try releasing your spiritual energy and find the surrounding elemental stones. Last time she and Fang Yuxin went out, she hadn't been able to use her spiritual sense freely, but after that training in cutting elemental stones, her control over her spiritual sense had improved considerably, allowing her to release it and sense her surroundings. The aura of living people was relatively easy to sense, but elemental stones didn't show any energy fluctuations, making it a considerable challenge for them to pinpoint their exact locations. Bchan didn't refuse, but obediently agreed, then clenched her little fists, determined to satisfy her mother this time. He tried releasing his spiritual energy, then slowly extended it outwards. Chapter 52 Evil Thoughts. The houses here were severely collapsed, and all the spirit stones were buried under the dust and smoke, making it extremely difficult to find them one by one. Not only Bchan and Fang Yuxin extended their spiritual power as far as possible, but Chu Qianhe, Fang Jintang and Fang Yuxin also tried to release their spiritual power. However, since they weren't spiritual power users and didn't possess any cultivation techniques like Fang Yuxin, their spiritual power could only extend 7 or 8 meters, with 10 meters being their limit. The 5 of them split up to search for the spirit stones, not daring to spread out too much to avoid zombie attacks. Angela stood on a broken wall, tilting her round head curiously at Fang Yuxin. Seeing her dig out a dark stone from a pile of rubble, she cried out and began to imitate Fang Yuxin, searching the surrounding area. They were all spiritual power users, making them much more attractive to zombies than ordinary people. Not long after they arrived, zombies began to gather, drawn by the scent in the air. At this point, the 5 of them also made a strategic move in their positioning. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxin stood close together, while Chu Qianhe and Fang Jintang guarded Bchan a short distance away. So when the zombies arrived, Fang Jintang and Fang Yuxin went to meet them first, while Chu Qianhe stayed behind to protect Bchan. Fang Yuxin glanced around. There weren't many zombies and they were all low-level zombies, which Fang Yuxin and Fang Jintang should be able to handle. She didn't plan to intervene, but continued searching for the Yuan stone. Bchan also didn't intervene. He was currently digging for a Yuan stone with his military dagger. The Yuan stone was embedded deep in the ground, with many fragments buried on top. It took Bchan a while to dig it out. This Yuan stone was about the size of an adult's fist and very heavy. Bchan needed both hands to lift it. He took off his backpack, put the Yuan stone inside, and was about to put it back on his back when his released spiritual energy suddenly sensed a living person. His expression changed instantly, and he extended more of his mental energy along the direction he had sensed earlier. This time his senses were much stronger. 2 cars were approaching, and he could even vaguely see 7 or 8 blurry figures inside. Bchan immediately exclaimed, "Mommy! Someone's driving by." Hearing this, the others were startled, but upon closer listening, they realized that the roars of the zombies were indeed mixed with faint voices. "Did you hear that? It sounds like zombies ahead. There are zombies ahead. Shouldn't we go? What are you afraid of? So what if there are zombies? We'll just kill them. Don't forget, this area is full of food processing plants. If we find food, we'll be rich. But this place is all ruins. Can we still find food? Even if there is food inside, we can't eat it, right? Don't say such discouraging things. Let's go check it out first. Before the others notice this place, let's take everything we can. With so many factories, we're bound to find food." The voices continued, but they had no interest in listening anymore. The car had probably stopped, otherwise it would have arrived much sooner. Meanwhile, the number of zombies attracted by Fang Yuxin and her group of 5 was increasing. Fang Yuxin decisively said, "Let's hide first." The others had no objections and followed her into the Greenwood Spirit Mansion. Angela, with a spirit stone in her mouth, threw herself into Fang Yuxin's arms and was pulled inside with her. As soon as they disappeared, the gathered zombies became bewildered, unable to understand where their food had gone. At the same time, the people in the car in the distance heard the zombies' noise. One of the young men frowned, cursed his bad luck, and said to the driver, "Forget it. Turn around. Go in through another entrance. Damn it. How come there are so many zombies here?" He was the leader of the group, and his words relieved everyone. The driver immediately turned the car around and drove back, heading towards another road. There were 8 of them in total, including ordinary people and those with superpowers, all for the food. But they hadn't even seen a glimpse of the food, and they didn't want to go out and fight a horde of zombies right now. Avoiding them was the best option. Some zombies smelled the scent on these people and gave chase. However, the zombies had only recently evolved and weren't very agile yet. The people driving quickly left the zombies far behind. After they were far away, Fang Yuxin and the others emerged from the Greenwood Spirit Mansion. The zombies were still there, and as soon as they appeared, they roared and surrounded them. Fang Yuxin and Chu Qian had stayed behind to protect Bchan, while Fang Yuang and Fang Jintang charged towards the zombies. The two were swift and powerful, cutting down 2 or 3 zombies in a single exchange. They could manage for the time being without any real danger. Fang Yuxin held a Miao sword and said to Bchan, "Qian, try using your mental power to confuse these zombies and see if you can. Don't force it, just treat it as training. Be careful when you release your mental power and avoid your own people." Bchan responded, his chubby face serious and his eyes fixed on the zombies not far away. Invisible strands of spiritual energy extended from between his brows, rapidly advancing forward. As they neared the battlefield, their speed slowed, trembling several times before finally veering off course at a certain point, successfully bypassing Fang Yuang and Fang Jintang, and attacking the zombie. The low-level zombies weren't simply mindless zombies. Although they lacked intelligence and possessed only the instinct to crave flesh, they still retained consciousness. However, their consciousness was minimal, used to control their actions. Bchan controlled his spiritual energy, piercing into the zombie's brow, and then he saw the zombie's sea of consciousness. Its sea of consciousness was completely different from that of humans. A deathly stillness shrouded in a dark, eerie energy. Floating in the center of this sea of consciousness was a crystal, emitting a faint glow, the only living entity in this deathly stillness. Bchan tentatively brought the strand of his spiritual energy close to the crystal. However, the moment it touched the fluorescent surface of the crystal, something seemed to explode. Immediately afterward, Bchan felt a strong sense of malice and despair clinging to his spiritual energy strand, even rapidly invading him along it. This was the first time Bchan had encountered such a situation, and he panicked. Seeing the malevolent energy getting closer and closer, he finally regained some composure and severed the strand of his spiritual energy just before it invaded his brow. Without the pull of this strand of spiritual energy, the malevolent energy lost its support and gradually dissipated. Chapter 53 Sound. Because that malevolent thought was entangled with Bchan's mental energy, neither Fang Yuxin nor Chu Qian noticed it. However, they both noticed that Bchan's expression was off and immediately became worried. Fang Yuxin hurriedly asked, "Qian, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" Bchan looked up and seeing Fang Yuxin's panicked expression, couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps influenced by that malevolent thought, many negative emotions arose in his heart. From the time he could remember, he knew he didn't have a mother, only a father. Back then in the Bai family, there were many malicious people who deliberately said hurtful things to him, such as, "Your mother doesn't want you anymore," or "Your mother was killed by your father," or "Your mother was driven away by your father." Because he was smart from a young age, he understood the meaning of those words, and every time he heard them, he would be extremely sad and cry bitterly. Later, gradually no one dared to mention those words in front of him, but he hadn't forgotten a single one of those words he had heard. As he grew older, he saw other children with their mothers and felt incredibly envious, longing to find his own. Every time he mentioned it to Bai Yi would make up excuses, and even his grandparents never told him the truth, only comforting him. When he received that strange phone call, he wasn't without suspicion, but his yearning for a mother was too intense. Remembering that Bai Yi was also at the market, he couldn't resist secretly following her. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the market, he discovered someone was trying to arrest him. His encounter with Fang Yuxin was completely accidental. When the car door opened, he was a little scared, worried that the person was also one of those trying to arrest him. But when he saw Fang Yuxin, he was completely stunned. It was a strange blood-related connection. He only glanced at Fang Yuxin and felt she was the mother he had been searching for so many years. However, Fang Yuxin refused to acknowledge him. Even after she accepted him and took him home, she didn't fully accept him, remaining constantly wary. Moreover, the rest of the Fang family felt the same way. At that time he wasn't unsettled, but he dared not show it. Instead, he tried his best to please everyone in the Fang family, hoping that Fang Yuxin would accept him soon and not abandon him again. Later, Fang Yuxin finally accepted him completely, and the rest of the Fang family liked him very much, so he forgot about the initial unpleasantness. He thought all of that was in the past, but because of that malice just now, he remembered those unhappy things again. Fortunately, that malice didn't invade his mind again. Although it affected him, the impact wasn't significant. After Bchan sensed Fang Yuxin's concern, all the negative emotions surging in his heart dissipated. After laughing, Bchan noticed Fang Yuxin's furrowed brows, clearly still worried. Feeling a warmth in his heart, he said, "Mommy, I'm really okay now." Fang Yuxin carefully examined him, and seeing the gloom that had enveloped him earlier had disappeared, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Qian, from now on, don't try to control those zombies with your mental power anymore. Okay?" She guessed that Bchan had encountered a problem while trying to control the zombies with his mental power, and a wave of fear washed over her. She had been too naive. In her dream, she hadn't awakened any special abilities. She was just an ordinary person. Even though she had learned to use the Miao sword, barely managing to survive, and had heard of the abilities of mental ability users, she wasn't one herself, nor did she know anyone with such abilities. Naturally, she didn't understand the dangers mental ability users would face when using their mental power to influence zombies. Her hasty decision to let Bchan try to influence the zombies with his mental power was far too reckless. Fortunately, Bchan was all right. Otherwise, she would have regretted it terribly. Fang Yuxin dared not let Bchan take any more risks after all. He was only 5 years old, far too young. However, despite his young age, Bchan was very opinionated. He knew the world had changed, with terrifying monsters like zombies appearing everywhere, so he wanted to increase his strength to protect his hard-won mother, and even more so to find his foolish father, Bai Yi. He considered himself a little man and didn't want to be constantly protected by Fang Yuxin. That would be too useless. Moreover, Bai Ye's whereabouts remained unknown, and he was truly worried. Just thinking about the near-death experience still filled him with lingering fear. He was young and simple-minded, but the malice he had just felt was terrifying. A despair and evil he had never experienced before, as if it were an enemy of the entire world. He didn't quite understand what that malice was, and dared not take the same risks as before, only making up his mind to find a way to increase his strength. Therefore, he stopped trying to attack the zombies, and instead focused on finding as many elemental stones as possible nearby. Having experienced absorbing elemental crystals once before, he understood better than anyone the transformative power they had on the body, and the changes in physical attributes. His spiritual power had become noticeably more solid and vast, and even his physical abilities had improved significantly, albeit not by much. Therefore, he was now more eager than anyone else to obtain more elemental crystals. He couldn't affect the zombies now, but he could use his abilities to find more elemental stones, more elemental crystals. With the aid of his spiritual power, Fang Yuxin and Bchan found almost all the elemental stones in the vicinity. Waves of zombies were continuously attracted and slaughtered by Fang Jintang and Fang Yuyang, and even Chu Qianhe contributed significantly. After tallying their spoils, Fang Yuxin collected the elemental stones and the zombie hand in the sealed bag, and the family moved on to the next location. With such a thorough search, the family's harvest was quite rich. They not only found many elemental stones but also hunted down quite a few zombies. Because of the extensive collapse of buildings, many zombies were trapped in the ruins. Furthermore, the industrial area was quite large, and the zombies were scattered, so the number attracted at any one time was small. These waves provided perfect practice for Fang Yuyang, Fang Jintang, and Chu Qianhe, making them easy to deal with. If they encountered a larger number of zombies, Fang Yuxin would join the fray, and even Bchan and Angela would occasionally lend a hand. Working together, they could easily take down a zombie. Initially, they didn't sense any living people, but as they moved around, Fang Yuxin and Bchan finally sensed the presence of living beings. However, the situation was somewhat unusual. They heard a woman's desperate and humble plea. "Please don't kill us, please spare us." Chapter 54, Mother and Daughter. The person speaking was clearly crying, and the voice sounded incredibly pitiful. Hearing this, Fang Yuxin's mind conjured up some horrible images, all from that dream she had witnessed. At the beginning of the apocalypse, survivors still held onto a sliver of hope. Morality hadn't yet degenerated too much, and even those who fell were a minority. However, as the number of zombies increased and their strength grew, people's hearts gradually changed. Back then, people saw no hope. No one knew if they would see the sun rise tomorrow. So they began to drift along, their inner darkness expanding unchecked, capable of anything. As the power of those with superpowers grew stronger, the gap between them and ordinary people widened, gradually forming an insurmountable chasm. The status of those with superpowers rose higher and higher, while the status of ordinary people declined day by day, even gradually becoming slaves to those with superpowers. Equality and the rule of law in peacetime became a thing of the past. Hunger, cold, and uncertainty were the true reality for most ordinary people at that time. Fang Yuxin was just an ordinary person, and a very pretty one at that. She had witnessed the weak being bullied, and she herself had been coveted countless times. Because of this, Fang Yuxin had fought countless battles, each time risking her life and narrowly escaping death. Now, hearing such sounds again, Fang Yuxin immediately understood. Someone was bullying someone again. Although Bchan didn't have those memories, he wasn't stupid. He asked Fang Yuxin, "Mommy, what should we do?" Fang Yuxin replied, "Dad, Mommy, survivors have been found nearby. Something's not right. Let's go check it out." She didn't like meddling, but since they had encountered this situation, she couldn't just stand by and watch them die. The others had no objections. Fang Yuxin strode over, picked up Bchan, and the family quickly ran towards the place Fang Yuxin and Bchan had sensed. However, their movement attracted many more zombies, who swarmed towards them. There were quite a few zombies. Even though they wanted to rescue people, they had to clear them out before they could pass. After all, the situation ahead was unclear, and if they didn't clear these zombies, they would be at a great disadvantage if their retreat was cut off. However, about 500 meters away, the scene was completely different. Several corpses lay scattered on the ground, some zombies, some clearly human. The woman who had been crying earlier was now lying on the ground. She had been hit on the head with an iron rod, but she wasn't quite dead yet. Her body was twitching slightly, her half-open eyes were bloodshot, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Her expression was very sorrowful. She was hunched over, her body curled up, and she was protecting a little girl beneath her. The girl was only 5 or 6 years old, and she was also crying incessantly, sobbing softly. The group of people looked at this scene with a hint of pity on their faces. One of them, mustering his courage, said, Captain, let's just let them go. They're not going to survive here anyway, so let's release them." The captain he was referring to was a tall young man, about 1.8 meters, carrying an iron rod. He must have trained regularly. His muscles were slightly bulging, giving him a strong appearance. He turned his head and stared intently at the man who had spoken, making the man's skin crawl. Suddenly he laughed. "You're right, these two are going to die anyway. No need to waste energy on them." After saying that, he took a few steps, kicked aside the already weakened woman, grabbed the little girl she was protecting beneath her, and lifted her up. The little girl, who had been sobbing softly, was startled by the sight and was about to burst into tears. But he grabbed her by the neck and whispered in her ear, "If you dare to cry, I'll throw you into the zombie horde." After saying that, he threw the little girl to one of his men beside him. "Here, take your men and come with me." After saying that, he glanced deliberately at the several zombies that were already approaching in the distance. The others also saw the zombies and were terrified. Seeing him get into the car, they followed suit, filed in, and sped away. After they left, the zombies nearby immediately rushed over and began to devour the corpses on the ground. When the Fang family arrived, they witnessed the zombies feeding on the bodies. The scene was too shocking for a normal person. Fang Yuxin instinctively covered Bchan's eyes to prevent him from seeing it. At the same time, Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, and Fang Yuxin all rushed forward and hacked the zombies to pieces. The corpses on the ground were already mangled, but to their astonishment, one of the women was still alive. She was clearly severely injured, with many parts torn and bitten by zombies. It was unimaginable how she had survived. The woman, who had been keeping her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. She even struggled to lift her head to look at Fang Yuxin and the others, uttering broken words. Save my daughter. She only managed to say these few words before exhausting her remaining strength. Her head fell limply, but her eyes refused to close, staring intently at Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin went over and checked the woman's pulse, only to find she was already dead. She said, "I'll try." Although she said this, she knew in her heart that this woman's daughter was probably beyond saving. She could guess the intentions of those people who had taken the little girl, and it was precisely because she knew this that she was even more certain the little girl wouldn't live much longer. Seeing that she was emotionally unstable, Chu Qianhe said, "Get the car out, let's go after them. Those people don't deserve to live." Fang Yuxin obediently retrieved the car, and the family quickly got in and followed the tire tracks. On another street in the distance, the little girl in the car suddenly shuddered, then began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing that something was wrong with her, the young man holding her said, "Captain, something's wrong. Why is this little girl trembling?" The person next to him was also panicked. "What's going on? Is she going to turn into a zombie?" Upon hearing this, the young man holding the little girl turned pale with fright, wishing he could throw her out. At this moment, the captain, sitting in the passenger seat, turned his head and looked over. He squinted at the trembling little girl for a while, frowned, and then said, "Biaozi, keep an eye on her. Things get weird, throw her out. Don't drag us into this." However, his words were like a switch. The little girl suddenly stopped trembling and slowly raised her head. Except for Biaozi, who was holding her, everyone else in the car saw her appearance clearly and was immediately speechless with shock. Underneath the girl's pale skin were blue veins, which were inexplicably bulging, forming a bizarre sight. Even more bizarre were the little girl's eyes. Those eyes were no longer human. The black pupils had turned completely blood red, resembling burning flames upon closer inspection. The captain immediately shouted, "Quick! Open the car door! Throw her out!" His voice was panicked, his face filled with chaos. A far cry from the composure he had displayed when killing her earlier. The man holding the girl couldn't see her face, but he noticed a strange change in the skin of her exposed nape, with veins bulging. The captain's panicked voice made him feel uneasy as well, and what terrified him even more was the sudden surge in the girl's body temperature, burning hot like a fireball. He frantically opened the car door, about to throw the little girl out, when suddenly something unexpected happened. The girl suddenly let out a piercing scream, a sound so sharp that everyone in the car was momentarily stunned, as if frozen in place. And then the girl lunged towards the passenger seat. Her feet kicked at the man behind her, using the momentum to leap into the air. Then she used her slender arms to tightly hug the captain's neck. This sudden turn of events instantly jolted everyone else in the car awake. The captain, caught in the grip, flashed anger, his fury even surpassing his earlier panic. But just as he reached out and forcefully grabbed the little girl's slender arm, preparing to pull her off, intense flames suddenly erupted from her arm. Caught off guard, the captain's outstretched fingers had no time to dodge and were burned by the flames. He hissed in pain, then screamed in agony. "Ah!" At the same time, someone cried out in terror. Fire type ability user." Before the person could utter another word, flames engulfed the little girl's entire body. The flames seemed to possess a life of their own, spreading eerily from the little girl's body. Because the captain was being strangled, the flames spread from his neck, quickly engulfing him. And that wasn't all. The flames split into several fiery serpents, shooting towards the others in the car. "No! Don't come any closer! Ah! Get away! Get away! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Some people panicked and tried to open the door to escape, but the fire spread too quickly. After being attacked, the driver lost control of the car, his hand on the steering wheel turning his head away, and the front of the car veered sharply to the left, crashing into a badly damaged wall. Bang! First, there was a loud bang as the front of the car dented into the ground, then the wall collapsed and debris fell onto the car, followed by a series of loud bangs. Some car doors were open, but because of the sudden impact, no one inside could escape. Instead, they were thrown about, and the flames quickly spread to their bodies, engulfing them and burning them silently. There was another car following behind, not far apart initially. However, the people in the other car were startled. The moment the strange thing happened, the driver slowed down, deliberately creating distance between them. Seeing the car in front crash into the wall, the people in the other car realized something was wrong. "Quick! Help!" someone cried out. But the driver frowned deeply and prepared to turn the car around. Just then the wheels got stuck in a ditch. The driver panicked and instinctively stepped on the accelerator. This caused the car to lurch forward, crashing into the car in front. The driver panicked even more, frantically turning the steering wheel, finally managing to steer and narrowly avoid the car in front. The people in the other car instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, then heard a huge roar. Boom! Chapter 55. Mutual Destruction. The Fang family was still on the road when the explosion rang out. The huge roar startled everyone. Bchan instinctively gripped Fang Yuxin's hand, while Angela trembled and threw herself into her arms. Fang Yuxin was uneasy. How could there be an explosion? Fang Yuxin released her spiritual sense to investigate, and Bchan also released her mental energy. Then their expressions changed. Just then another roar came from afar, the sound of a second car exploding. Although the second car narrowly avoided the first, the driver's mistake had caused the two cars to get too close. When the first car exploded, the second car was also affected. The flying flames and debris from the explosion landed on the second car, causing it to explode again. When Fang Yuxin and Bchan released their spiritual sense and mental energy, they saw the second car engulfed in flames and guessed its fate. Witnessing such an explosion, even knowing that the people in the car had long since lost their humanity, still left them feeling uneasy. Fang Yuxin, having experienced more, felt only slightly uncomfortable, but Bchan, being just a child, was overwhelmed by the scene. He grasped Fang Yuxin's hand. The warm touch seemed to have a calming power, gradually calming his wildly beating heart. He withdrew his mental energy, closed his eyes, and tried not to think about what he had just seen. The others were also quick-witted. Seeing the two of them looking unwell, and considering the explosion they had just heard, they wisely refrained from asking what they had seen. Chu Qianhe said, "The situation ahead is unclear. It's best not to rush in. Let's stop the car here. Xin and I will take Qian and look around the area. Jintang, you and Yuyang go scout ahead." Fang Jintang and Fang Yuyang naturally had no objections. They both thought the same thing. So Fang Yuyang stopped the car and, armed with weapons, went with Fang Jintang to investigate. Afterwards, everyone else got out of the car. Fang Yuxin put the car into the Greenwood spiritual mansion, gripped the Miao sword in his hand, and warily looked around. The scene after the explosion was too horrific. Naturally, it was best not to let Bchan see it. However, the three of them staying here also had to be on guard against the sudden appearance of zombies. Fang Jintang and Fang Yuyang walked quickly forward. The two of them regularly exercised, and their physical strength was much better than their peers. After consuming the marrow-cleansing fruit, impurities in their bodies were removed, and the two of them were like reborn. Not only did they look much younger, but their physical strength also improved. After awakening their special abilities, although not in the direction of strength enhancement, their bodies had also undergone a transformation. Therefore, the two of them were now comparable to Special Forces soldiers in terms of physical strength. The two of them were tall and had long legs, so they walked quickly. In addition, the place where they parked was not far from the place where the explosion occurred. It was just around a corner, and their view was only obstructed. After turning the corner, the two men saw the site of the explosion in the distance. Both cars were engulfed in flames, and through the raging fire, they could make out indistinct figures. At first glance, it seemed that no one had escaped. The scene was truly horrific. The two men hurried over and soon arrived, but just then, they noticed something moving inside one of the cars. The flames obscured their vision, making it difficult to see clearly, but the two men instinctively became wary and took several steps back. Then they saw that there was indeed something moving inside the car. No, it couldn't be called a thing. It was clearly a person. This person was very short, looking like a child, and because they were completely engulfed in flames, it was impossible to tell whether it was male or female. However, both father and son instinctively remembered the woman's dying words about her daughter. With this suspicion in mind, a hint of pity appeared on their faces. However, they did not let their guard down. Instead, they stared intently at the person, becoming even more vigilant. The person moved and very slowly crawled out of the car. Whether due to injury or some other reason, her movements were extremely slow. With flames engulfing her body and the situation unclear, the father and son didn't approach, instead retreating slightly, wary of a sudden attack. After a long while, the girl finally crawled out of the car. She first collapsed to the ground, then slowly rose and walked forward step by step. With each step, the flames on her body diminished. After 5 steps, the flames were almost completely gone, revealing her true appearance. The father and son, upon seeing this, both paled and retreated again. The girl before them was no longer a normal person. Her clothes were completely burned, her once delicate childlike skin was withered and shriveled, clinging tightly to her bones, utterly skin and bones. Her body was riddled with holes. With her body shriveled, her head appeared abnormally large. Her hair was burned away, and her withered skin bore numerous burn marks. Suddenly she raised her head, gazing intently in the direction of Fang Jintang and Fang Yuxin. 2 flames reignited in her eyes. Both father and son keenly sensed that the strange little girl's aura was growing stronger, instilling a strong sense of crisis in them. They retreated again, keeping a distance from the girl. The girl swayed as if she might fall at any moment, but she stubbornly stood firm, walking towards them step by step. Fang Yuxin thought for a moment, then tried to speak. "Your mother sent us to rescue you. Do you remember her?" Because the little girl's appearance was so bizarre, not at all like a normal person, Fang Yuxin suspected she had lost her mind, so he tentatively asked. As it turned out, he was right. The little girl clearly still remembered her mother. After Fang Yuxin finished speaking, she stopped in her tracks, the flames in her eyes flickering, becoming uncertain, as if they might be extinguished at any moment. Seeing this, both father and son felt a tightening in their hearts. They weren't particularly afraid, but seeing her like this stirred a pang of pity in their hearts. She had already suffered so much, and they couldn't bear to harm her further. However, despite their reluctance, they remained extremely wary of her. If the little girl were to act rashly, even with their pity, they would have no choice but to end her life. The flames in the little girl's eyes flickered incessantly, sometimes solid, sometimes illusory, as if she were struggling internally. Just as the father and son gripped their weapons, thinking they had no choice but to act, the little girl opened her mouth and let out a very weak call. Her throat was probably injured. Her voice was as soft as a cat's meow, and extremely hoarse, making it impossible to understand what she was saying. Yet she called again and again, her voice gradually growing louder. The father and son finally understood that she was calling Mama. She didn't walk towards them but turned and walked in another direction. Her movements were slow and labored, each step seemingly requiring immense effort. The father and son frowned deeply. When they left, they had burned the corpses to prevent the zombies from devouring them again. Now, even if she went looking, she wouldn't be able to find her mother. And the little girl's condition clearly wouldn't last much longer. Although they hadn't awakened wood-based abilities and weren't particularly sensitive to life force, they could still see that the little girl was on her last legs. They had considered the possibility that the little girl might have met with misfortune when they arrived, but they never expected things to turn out this way. This little girl had awakened fire-based abilities, and it was very likely that she had suddenly awakened them after being taken away. The 2 explosions here were very likely caused by her. But her condition was clearly abnormal. Chu Qianhe also awakened fire-based abilities, but when she released flames, flames didn't appear in her eyes, nor was she burned so severely. This little girl's condition seemed more like going into a demonic possession. Although the father and son hadn't witnessed the entire process, they had a fairly accurate guess at what had happened. It was this guess that made them hesitant to approach the little girl. Her emotions were clearly abnormal. If she had truly gone possessed by demonic possession, they might be attacked if they got close. Seeing her struggling to walk, Fang Yuxiang thought for a moment and tentatively asked again, "Shall I take you to see your mother?" The little girl slowly turned her head. However, just as Fang Yuxiang tentatively took a step forward, flames flickered in her eyes again. At the same time, both father and son sensed a terrifying energy gathering within her. They could only retreat while saying, "Don't be nervous, we won't hurt you." This time, the flames in the little girl's eyes flickered, then finally subsided. Then tears gradually gathered in her eyes, rolling down her cheeks. She cried out, "Mama!" and suddenly collapsed. The father and son were startled and were about to rush forward when they sensed the energy within the little girl becoming violent again. They had no choice but to retreat a few steps. Then they saw flames suddenly erupt from the little girl's body, quickly spreading and engulfing her completely as she silently burned. The father and son didn't move. They both had a premonition that she was dead. If that was the case, it was better to let her turn to ashes in the flames and drift away with the wind, saving her body from further desecration. Sure enough, the next moment, the girl's body turned into sparks, drifting away and gradually extinguishing until nothing remained. After her death, the flames on the vehicle also mysteriously went out, revealing the burnt remains. None of the people on the vehicle had escaped. They were all reduced to twisted and ugly charcoal. The father and son sighed and turned back. With this little girl's potential, if those people hadn't cruelly killed her mother but instead offered help, she might have become an asset to them after awakening. They were utterly inhuman. Not only did they kill her mother, but they also kidnapped her to lure zombies, driving her to a madness that led her to perish along with them. Chapter 56. The ground collapses. Fang Yuxin also saw what Fang Yuxiang and Fang Jintang witnessed. Still worried about the father and son, she secretly released her spiritual sense to follow them, hoping to rescue them if they encountered danger. However, she never expected to witness such a scene. As a purewood spirit, and cultivating profound immortal techniques, she was extremely sensitive to life force. Although not physically present, her perception was far more acute and profound than Fang Jintang and Fang Yuxiang's. The little girl likely possessed fire-based abilities, but she had clearly awakened them suddenly in a moment of desperation, unleashing immense energy at the cost of burning her life force to avenge herself and her mother. When she crawled out of the car, her life force was nearly exhausted. She was already at her last gasp. She hadn't died immediately only because of her unwavering resolve. Fang Jintang and Fang Yuxiang, whom she then perceived as enemies, were the reason she used her last strength to crawl out of the car, intending to kill them. If Fang Yuxiang hadn't been quick-witted and uttered those words, bringing the little girl back to her senses, she would likely have been injured if not killed by the girl's attack. Once she regained consciousness, she naturally thought of her tragically deceased mother. Grief turned to tears and the last vestiges of life within her were consumed. That final fire was both a backlash from her fire-based abilities and perhaps her wish. To be reduced to ashes was better than being ravaged by zombies. She sighed inwardly, yet she had witnessed similar scenes many times in her dreams. As time passed, the zombies would grow stronger and more intelligent. The powerful ones would even lead lower-level zombies to attack survivor bases, while weaker ability users, if surrounded by zombies and unwilling to be devoured, would choose to self-destruct, taking the zombies with them in their demise. At that time, her strength was insufficient, and she often relied entirely on Fang Yuxiang for protection. The two siblings were repeatedly in grave danger, and sometimes Fang Yuxiang was even forced to the point of almost self-destructing. Fortunately, he managed to escape despite serious injuries. After sighing, she became even more determined to improve her strength as soon as possible to protect her family. Otherwise, such a tragedy might happen to them in the future. Fang Yuxiang and Fang Jintang returned quickly. Perhaps stimulated by what had just happened, Fang Jintang said, Xin, let's put the search for the Yuan stones on hold for now. There might still be survivors in these ruins. Let's look for them first so they don't die in vain." He had given this advice considerable thought. He knew that the most important thing right now was to find the Yuan stones and hunt zombies to collect crystal cores. But if there were indeed survivors waiting for rescue, were they really going to just watch them die in vain? That would be too cold-blooded. Fang Yuxin thought about it and agreed. Her original plan was to let things take their course. If she encountered survivors, she would save those she could, and not force herself to save those she couldn't. She couldn't risk getting herself into trouble just to save people. But after Fang Yuxin said that, and thinking about the tragedy that had just happened, she couldn't bring herself to do it. In her dream, she and Fang Yuxin had received help from others when they were in danger. Now that they had such abilities, they should make good use of them so as not to waste the blessings bestowed upon them by heaven. So the family stopped rushing to find the Yuan stones and instead searched the entire ruins as quickly as possible, looking for survivors. Although this industrial area wasn't large, it still took them more than 3 hours to walk through it. They didn't know if the people before them were too lucky or if they were just too unlucky, but they didn't find a single survivor. Most people and the mutated zombies were buried underground, dead beyond any doubt. Even if there were survivors, they had probably all been devoured by the zombies. The ones they had encountered earlier were probably the only survivors left. Unfortunately, they had barely survived, only to die at the hands of another group of survivors who had come to search for treasure. Although they didn't find any survivors, they were at least relieved of a worry. The family had lunch at the Greenwood Spirit Mansion, and then spent the rest of their time searching for spirit stones and hunting zombies. Previously, in the search for survivors, Fang Yuxin had used his spiritual sense to search and deliberately avoided zombies, so they didn't stay in one place for long. Even if zombies followed the scent of living people, their numbers were small. However, finding spirit stones was different. Once found, they had to dig them out, which took considerable time. So while they were digging for spirit stones, zombies almost arrived in droves. Fang Yuxin, Fang Yuxin, and Chu Qianhe closely guarded Fang Yuxin and Bchan, and even Angela was nearby on guard. Although small in size, its claws were extremely powerful, even sharper than those of the zombies, inflicting damage with each strike. Coupled with its agile movements, the newly mutated, low-level zombies couldn't catch it. Initially, there weren't many zombies, so the pressure wasn't too great. But gradually, as they lingered in one place for longer, more and more zombies gathered, and the family began to struggle. Fang Yuxin slashed down an attacking zombie with a single blow, his expression grave. "This won't do. We have to think of something. There are too many zombies. We'll run out of strength sooner or later." Fang Yuxin also knew this couldn't continue. Remembering the scene she'd seen in her dream of superhumans attacking zombies together, she called out, "Dad, try creating earth spikes or ground sinkholes to hinder these zombies' movements." Fang Yuxin nodded. "I'll try." He had only recently awakened his powers, and his control over them wasn't yet at a level of mastery. He needed to comprehend earth-based skills on his own. But without a clear direction, it would take him even longer to grasp the skills. Fang Yuxin deliberately mentioned earth spikes and ground sinkholes, thus pointing him in the right direction. Although Fang Yuxin was still somewhat confused, he was clever. After pondering for a while, he tried squatting down and placing his palms on the ground. "Ground sinkhole." Fang Yuxin silently uttered these 2 words in his mind. Suddenly, the energy within his body surged wildly, forming a torrent that rushed towards his palm. As if guided by some unseen force, he subconsciously pressed his palm down, and a large area in front of him suddenly caved in, forming a huge pit. As soon as the pit appeared, many zombies fell into it. The Fang family members were all stunned by this scene, including Fang Yuxin himself, who had used the skill, and Fang Yuxin, who had already witnessed many such skills in his dreams. Fang Yuxin had been pondering how to create a ground sinkhole when suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he knew exactly what to do. He had only intended to try it out, but unexpectedly it succeeded. Fang Yuxin was equally surprised. Although she had witnessed many instances of superhumans using their abilities in her dreams, as far as she knew, superhumans initially couldn't effectively control the energy within their bodies. Even Fang Yuxin, when he first released wind blades, not only had a small number, but also poor accuracy and short duration. She hadn't expected Fang Yuxin to succeed on his first try, and with such astonishing results. This level of skill far surpassed that of many newly awakened superhumans. After witnessing Fang Yuxin's earth collapse technique, Fang Yuxin and Chu Qianhe were eager to try it themselves. Even Bchan secretly released his mental energy, preparing to try controlling the zombies again. Fang Yuxiang had already successfully released wind blades before. Recalling the feeling, he extended his left hand, silently chanted wind blade, and then spread his fingers. A crescent-shaped wind blade instantly shot out from his palm, spinning as it aimed at the zombie's neck. This time he unleashed more wind blades than before, a total of 27, but that was his limit. Because of the dense zombie horde, these wind blades were incredibly accurate, some even severing the zombies' heads. The rest also inflicted considerable damage on the zombies. Chu Qianhe also made her move. With a flick of her finger, a fiery serpent shot from her palm towards the zombie opposite her. However, she was still not skilled enough. There was only one flame and she couldn't split it. Moreover, this move consumed a huge amount of energy, most of which was wasted. Fang Yuxin, with a thought, grabbed a handful of grass seeds. The seeds were tiny, and there were at least several thousand in this handful. She scattered the seeds towards the zombie, then activated her spiritual energy, casting a simple wood-nourishing technique with her fingers. The seeds landed on the zombie, and in the next instant they sprouted and grew wildly. The slender grass leaves cut through the zombie's rotting flesh, and countless leaves joined together, severing the zombie's head. In this way, the zombie horde that had been suffocating the family was easily crushed. However, whether it was Fang Jintang, Fang Yuxiang, or Chu Qianhe, after using their previous skills, they all had very little remaining supernatural energy. Only Fang Yuxin was in slightly better condition. Bchan had secretly tried to release his mental energy, but before he could even act, the zombies were wiped out by the others, leaving him with a considerable amount of supernatural energy. Although the group of zombies had been wiped out, Fang Yuxin was worried about Fang Jintang and Fang Yuxiang, considering that this was their first time using such a large-scale attack skill, and that Chu Qianhe's complexion didn't look good either. She asked, "How are you all? How much supernatural energy do you have left?" Upon hearing her question, the three of them carefully sensed their surroundings. They discovered that their supernatural energy was almost depleted. Chapter 57 Mission Rewards. The three of them didn't hide anything and told the truth. Fang Yuxin then took out some crystal cores from the Greenwood spiritual mansion and distributed them to the three of them, letting them take turns absorbing them. The spiritual spring water in the Greenwood spiritual mansion has a purifying effect, and these crystal cores had all been purified by Fang Yuxin with the spiritual spring water. The viruses they carried had been removed, so there was no need to worry about absorbing the viruses back into the body. In fact, because zombies contain viruses, the crystal cores dug out of their brains also carry viruses. If these viruses are not removed, the ability users will absorb the viruses along with the energy from the crystal cores. Although ability users have immunity to the viruses on zombies of the same level, the accumulation of viruses in the body is still bad for the body. And if one accidentally absorbs a higher-level zombie crystal core, the viruses contained within will infect the ability user. The crystal cores purified with spiritual spring water are crystal clear, not only no longer containing viruses, but even many impurities have been removed, making absorption faster and safer, reducing the burden on the ability user's body. So, ever since learning about the purifying properties of the spiritual spring water, Fang Yuxin told her family about its power. The others naturally believed her, and they would give her the purified crystal cores they obtained first, only taking the purified cores from her when they needed to absorb them. Their team consisted of only 5 people. Bchan was a child. Although he was a psychic, his control over his abilities was still immature, limiting his combat strength. The other 3 had to take turns absorbing the crystal cores to restore their abilities. Otherwise, if the zombies returned, the situation would become extremely dangerous. All 3 understood the danger, so after obtaining the crystal cores, Fang Jintang and Fang Yuxiang absorbed them first, while Chu Qianhe temporarily protected them. Fang Yuxin and Bchan continued mining for spirit stones. If zombies appeared, Fang Yuxin would intervene to prevent them from gathering in large numbers and increasing the pressure on their team. They worked until evening, finding almost all the spirit stones they could. Whether any had escaped was unknown to the family. This included their initial harvest. They found a total of 132 elemental stones, of varying sizes, a truly gratifying result. Whether they contained elemental crystals or not, only cutting them open would tell. Besides the elemental stones, they also hunted down quite a few zombies that day. Through this day's combat, Fang Jintang, Fang Yuyang, Chu Qianhe, and Fang Yuxin had all significantly improved their current skills. Although those skills were somewhat rough, with continued practice and refinement, they could naturally perfect them. Bchan, while not yet able to control zombies, had some ideas and would gradually make progress through practice. Compared to the others, Yuxin was in a much better situation. She had received a complete inheritance of cultivation techniques, eliminating the need for her to personally comprehend the skills. She only needed to learn many of the inherited spells. With her supernatural abilities, subsequent battles were relatively easy. Although this industrial area originally had a large population, after the large-scale collapse, a large number of people, even mutated zombies, were buried underground. The remaining zombies were either lucky enough to escape the burial or crawled out from below. Their numbers were not large. Just like on the way there, they took a detour on the way back. Fang Yuxin even deliberately released his spiritual sense along the way, carefully avoiding other survivors to prevent their whereabouts from being discovered. Thus, by the time they returned to the safe zone, it was already 7:30 p.m. Roadblocks were set up at every intersection of the safe zone, guarded by soldiers. These soldiers were wary, all heavily armed, and exuded a fierce and imposing aura. All survivors entering the safe zone had to have their identities verified, their bodies checked for injuries, and their belongings examined. Those with identification cards had to show them. Newly arrived survivors had to register. Registration was simple. There were designated personnel at the intersections. After filling out a registration form, one could enter the safe zone to obtain an identification card and find a place to settle down. Of course, only those without injuries after the check could receive a registration form. Those with injuries were sent to the nearest observation room and had to stay there for 12 hours before being released to receive their registration forms. Those like Fang Yuxin and his group who were on a mission had their mission items checked again. Their mission item was a zombie hand, which couldn't be brought into the safe zone. A supervisor issued a certificate, recording the number of items, which the supervisor signed. The mission item was then collected and incinerated, and the survivors took the certificate to the mission hall to collect their rewards. Since they all had identification cards and no injuries, things went smoothly. However, besides them, other survivors nearby were also unable to enter the safe zone and were temporarily held in custody. Some of these survivors were injured while on missions, while others had come from elsewhere seeking refuge, also injured. To prevent them from turning into zombies after entering the safe zone, they were all sent to the nearest observation room after registering their identities. Armed soldiers were on duty outside the observation room. If any of them turned into zombies, they would be eliminated immediately. When Fang Yuxin and her group received the certificates, they saw the survivors who had been temporarily held in captivity being escorted to the observation room by soldiers. Some of them were quite dissatisfied, muttering complaints under their breath, their faces grim. Others, probably fearing they would turn into zombies, were ashen-faced and filled with despair. They glanced at them briefly and then returned to their car with the certificates, driving to the mission hall. Fang Yuxin knew that using the spiritual spring water to wash wounds could remove the zombie virus, but it was only effective immediately after the injury. These people clearly hadn't just been injured. While ability users were immune to the virus carried by zombies of the same level, ordinary people, although much less immune, still had a chance of awakening as ability users after infection, not necessarily mutating into zombies. Therefore, she had no need to use the spiritual spring water to save them. Moreover, the Qingmu spiritual mansion absolutely could not be exposed. Right now, her strength was insufficient. Using the spiritual spring water would only bring disaster to her family. After leaving, Fang Yuxin put the matter aside and stopped caring about the survivors locked in the observation room. Their fate was left to their own hands. Because they returned so late, the mission hall was deserted except for the staff. To save electricity, only one window shone light, making the entire hall dimly lit. Walking through the hall, they could only hear their own footsteps, a chill running down their spines and making them uneasy. They hurried to the window and saw the staff member in charge of distributing rewards, a very serious-looking female soldier. She appeared quite young, probably only 25 or 26. Her stern face gave her a cold and unapproachable air, making people instinctively wary and hesitant to act rashly. She raised her eyes, her gaze sweeping across their faces, before speaking in a businesslike tone. "You're here to collect your reward after completing the mission? Give me the verification form." Fang Yuxin handed over the form, which Fang Yuxin glanced at quickly. Her expression changed abruptly, her brows furrowing slightly as she exclaimed in surprise. 3561 zombies? Her tone was clearly astonished. After carefully verifying the form's authenticity, she looked up again. This time, her gaze softened, and her attitude warmed considerably. A total of 3,561 zombies were killed. You can receive 3,561 contribution points and 3,561 credit points, plus an additional 300 contribution points and 300 credit points. How do you plan to distribute them? The additional reward was for every 1,000 or more zombies killed. For each 1,000 zombies killed, there was an extra 100 contribution points and 100 credit points. They killed 3,561 zombies, so they naturally received an extra reward of 300 contribution points and 300 credit points. Because the zombie count is recorded uniformly, the team has to decide how many contribution points and credits each member should receive. Other teams would typically distribute them based on the number of zombies each member killed. Since they were a family, there weren't so many taboos. Fang Yuxin handed over 5 identity cards and 1 mercenary card, saying, "Give the captain 900 contribution points, the vice captain 861, and everyone else 700. Give everyone 700 credits, and the remaining 361 to the mercenary team's public account." The mercenary card is similar to the mercenary team's identity card. Everyone registered in a mercenary team must obtain one, which is kept by the captain. They were small, with only 1 captain and 1 vice captain. The captain was Fang Yuxiang, and the vice captain was Fang Yuxin. Actually, the two preferred Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe to be the captain and vice captain, but currently the only ones in the team were the siblings with superpowers, so they naturally had to take on the roles themselves. The mercenary card records all the team's contribution points, serving as both the team's identification and a shared account. Whether or not to deposit credits onto it is up to the mercenary team. Seeing that no one else objected, the female soldier took the card and efficiently transferred the money. Afterward, she reminded them, "A safe store has opened in the safe zone. It's run by the military. You can go there to exchange for the supplies you need." Fang Yuxin nodded her thanks, and the family left the mission hall. Once outside, Fang Yuxiang suggested, "Shall we go check out the safe store?" The others quickly understood. They had plenty of supplies and didn't need to buy anything from the safe store. However, only by going there could they understand the current situation of the safe zone. For example, what goods were available in the store? What were the prices? These were things they could only find out by going there themselves. Chapter 58: The Safe Shop. The safe store was located in a large shopping mall near the villa complex. Before the apocalypse, the mall had already been built, and some businesses had moved in, but the shops weren't fully furnished, and the mall hadn't officially opened. After the military designated this area as a safe zone, they decided to open a safe store in this mall to supply the survivors with their daily necessities. So early this morning, the military dispatched a team to collect supplies from various locations. Some of the supplies were stored in the safe warehouse, and the rest were sold in the safe store. Since it was only the first day, the teams didn't bring back much, and the safe store had a very limited selection of goods, nothing like the supermarkets before the apocalypse. Fang Yuxin's family quickly found the safe store. It was on the first floor, and although the store was quite large, only 2/3 of the area was neatly filled with shelves and counters, leaving the remaining third empty. This arrangement wasn't due to a lack of shelves or goods, but rather to prevent survivors from stealing or looting. The shelves were densely packed, displaying a wide variety of goods, and in front of them was a row of waist-high counters. The containers were fitted with transparent glass, allowing a view of the goods inside while simultaneously blocking the survivors' path. Armed soldiers stood guard on both sides of the row of containers to prevent any survivors from causing trouble. Survivors could only stand in front of the containers to buy goods. Several printed brochures were placed on top, detailing the types and prices of the goods. Survivors simply told the sales assistant what they wanted. This shopping method was rather primitive, but the quantity of goods was limited, far from meeting the demand. Some survivors lacking credit points or crystal cores might inevitably cause trouble. This arrangement was also to ensure the safety of the goods as much as possible under the current conditions. Apart from this safe shop, the other shops were still empty, but it was expected that as the number of survivors in the safe zone increased, the number and variety of shops would certainly expand. When Fang Yuxin and the others entered, they saw that the lights in the shops were still on. 5 survivors were selecting goods. They quickly walked in, first scanning the shelves and containers. The shelves were arranged vertically, making the goods on them difficult to see clearly. Inside the store, convenient meals, instant noodles and instant vermicelli were clearly displayed. Fang Yuxin picked up a booklet and looked through it with her family. The booklet listed a considerable number of items, most of which were relatively easy to preserve. Besides the convenient meals, there was bottled water, salt, rice, cooking oil, candy, cigarettes, various canned goods, and some vacuum-packed pickled and cooked foods. In addition, there were some common vegetables such as potatoes and cabbage. However, many foods that were common and even frequently eaten before the apocalypse were now priced beyond the reach of many survivors. Moreover, there were purchase limits on the items in the store. Even with extra credit points, one could not buy more. This was to prevent malicious hoarding. In addition to food and water, this safe store also supplied weapons. However, not all weapons were displayed. They were only listed in detail in the booklet, and survivors could choose to purchase them if needed. Among the listed weapons were not only various types of knives and bayonets, but also pistols and rifles, as well as different types of ammunition. However, these weapons are extremely expensive. While only pistols and rifles are available, and more powerful firearms are unavailable. This is a concession by the military. Before the apocalypse, ordinary people couldn't possibly own guns. In fact, the military's decision was a well-considered one. Most survivors are ordinary people, and even those with superpowers haven't had time to fully utilize their abilities since the apocalypse has just begun, limiting their offensive capabilities. But the number of zombies is enormous, and killing them and rescuing more survivors requires a large manpower. Soldiers are limited, so the remaining survivors naturally need to become part of the fighting force. Using melee weapons against zombies demands too much skill from the user. Unless someone has considerable fighting ability, an average person can't kill zombies even with melee weapons. Firearms are different. With a little training, they can be used for long-range shooting, making them a powerful tool. However, the military is also concerned that survivors might not be able to control the firearms, potentially causing even greater chaos. Therefore, not only are the guns expensive, but their quantity is also limited, and ammunition is strictly controlled. Without bullets, even if survivors had guns, they were nothing more than exquisite toys. Fang Yuxin finished reading the brochure but didn't intend to buy anything. Their skills were decent, and they had awakened their special abilities, developing some new skills. With more proficiency in these skills, their strength could advance further, making the pistols and rifles, which relied solely on bullets, seem useless. What they truly desired were submachine guns, machine guns, and even rocket launchers. However, it was obvious that unless the situation became extremely dire, the military wouldn't allow such powerful weapons to fall into the hands of ordinary survivors. Besides her, the others also read the brochure, including Bchan. However, he was sensible. After glancing at it, he didn't ask to buy anything, but carefully placed the brochure back on the shelf. The female sales assistant in uniform waited quietly, not making any aggressive sales pitches. Seeing that they didn't intend to buy anything, she simply smiled and remained silent. The goods in the safe shop are still in short supply. It's easy to imagine that as more survivors arrive, the demand will only increase, and there's no need to worry about unsold stock. Naturally, she doesn't need to actively promote them. The other 5 survivors, however, look at the booklets in their hands with long faces, seemingly struggling to decide what to buy. Just as Fang Yuxin and the others were about to leave, one of them hesitated and asked, "Why are they so expensive? Can't you make it cheaper?" His words were echoed by the others. "Yes, too expensive. Make it cheaper." Someone even said, "Can you give me a discount? I'll buy more items." The pretty saleswoman politely replied, I'm sorry, the prices are set by the higher-ups. There's no way to lower them. Seeing the 5 survivors' grim expressions, she explained, all the goods here were risked by the military to find in other places at great cost. The price is already very reasonable. As more survivors arrive, the price might even go up. Upon hearing that the price might increase, the 5 survivors' faces darkened even more. Then one of them gritted his teeth and said, I'll buy it. He then pulled out his ID card and pointed to the items in the catalog, saying, I want this, this, and this. After hesitating for a moment, the other 4 also decided to buy. Fang Yuxin paid special attention. These 5 people mainly bought guns and food. Guns were expensive, and they probably didn't have many credit points left, so they only bought a relatively cheap pistol and some bullets. Fang Yuxin and the others turned to leave. Just as they stepped out the door, they saw a large green truck pull up and stop right in front of the gate. As soon as the truck stopped, the door opened and heavily armed soldiers jumped out, standing guard beside the truck. Some of them were facing them, their gazes piercing. Seeing that Fang Yuxin was holding a child's hand, these people didn't make any aggressive moves, but their expressions remained wary. One of them said, Unrelated personnel, get out of the way. Don't block the way. His attitude was fierce, which made the Fang family somewhat resentful. However, these men were all armed with submachine guns, and confronting them would be like throwing an egg against a rock, so the Fang family prepared to leave. Just then, another truck pulled up behind them, and a man jumped out and strode over. Xin. It was Cho Yiming. Upon hearing this, the man who had spoken earlier immediately changed his expression. He looked nervously at Cho Yiming and asked anxiously, Boss, do you know them? Cho Yiming glared at him, pointing at Fang Yuxin and saying, Look closely. That's your sister-in-law. Don't be disrespectful to your elders. We're soldiers, not bandits. He then quickly walked to Fang Yuxin and greeted Fang Yuyang, Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe. Uncle and Aunt Yuang, what are you doing here? Are you here to buy something? He was somewhat puzzled at the end. He knew the Fang family had bought a lot of supplies before the apocalypse. Why would they need to buy from this safe store? Thinking of the Fang family's supplies, he frowned slightly. Before the apocalypse, when he learned that the Fang family had purchased a large amount of supplies, he had investigated and found that they had stored most of their supplies in several large warehouses. Unfortunately, those warehouses had been occupied by zombies after the apocalypse, making them difficult to access. As for the remaining supplies, he believed the Fang family still had a considerable amount, likely hidden in the villa's basement. However, given his relationship with Fang Yuxin, he naturally couldn't presume to take those supplies. Speaking of which, he and Fang Yuxin were originally supposed to get married during the National Day holiday this year, but unfortunately, the apocalypse forced them to postpone the wedding. What's more, there's Bchan. Looking at Bchan being led by Fang Yuxin, Cho Yiming's gaze instantly deepened, a dark undercurrent surging within him. Bchan, however, immediately sensed Cho Yiming's hostility. He glanced at Cho Yiming, then shifted his position, hiding behind Fang Yuxin, only revealing half his body, and said in a pitiful voice, Mommy, they have guns, I'm scared. Upon hearing this, Cho Yiming's face darkened instantly. At the same time, the person he had previously scolded also changed his expression, looking at Fang Yuxin with a playful gaze. He only realized today that this was the kind of person his boss liked. Just then, the car door opened again, and a woman with a seductive figure stepped out. Her slender high heels clicked softly on the ground as she swayed gracefully to Cho Yiming's side. A smile played on her fiery red lips as she said with amusement, Captain, let's catch up after we've arranged these supplies. My sister is always understanding. I doubt she'll be angry with you. Chapter 59 Schemes. Upon hearing Fang Mingyao's mention, Cho Yiming remembered the matter of supplies. Although he did have something to say to Fang Yuxin, Fang Mingyao was right. Dealing with the supplies was indeed the priority right now. However, before he could speak, Fang Yuxin preemptively said, You go ahead with your work. It's getting late, we should head back. Seeing Fang Yuxin about to leave, he became anxious and hurriedly grabbed her wrist, saying, Yuxin, can you wait here? I have something to tell you. Fang Yuxin lowered her eyes to look at his hand holding hers, instinctively wanting to pull away, but then felt that doing so would be too deliberate. After all, Cho Yiming was still her boyfriend, and a falling out so early would be very disadvantageous for the Fang family. She hesitated. Bchan ignored all of that. He flew into a rage when he saw Cho Yiming holding onto Fang Yuxin's wrist. He slapped Cho Yiming's hand hard, yelling, "Don't you dare pull my mom! Don't you dare pull my mom! Let go! Let go!" Caught off guard, Cho Yiming's hand slapped hard with a sharp smack, and it hurt quite a bit. His face immediately turned ugly, and he glared fiercely at Bchan, but in front of Fang Yuxin, he couldn't really do anything. Fang Yuxin, worried that Cho Yiming might hurt Bchan in his anger, pretended to be displeased and scolded, "Chanshan, don't be rude. Apologize to Uncle Cho." Bchan wouldn't listen, stubbornly tilting his head back to look at Fang Yuxin, his eyes gradually reddening. "Mommy, I don't like him." Cho Yiming's face darkened even more. This was outdoors. With Bchan causing such a scene, how could he save face? Seeing his displeasure, Fang Yuxin had no choice but to hold his hand tightly. She said, "The child is just being silly, don't be angry with him." Her fingers were long and soft, her skin delicate and smooth. Cho Yiming's expression finally softened after she squeezed his hand. He glanced at Bchan, then squeezed Fang Yuxin's hand and said to her, "I have something to do first. You wait for me here, okay?" Although it was a question, his tone left no room for refusal. Fang Yuxin didn't want to argue with him, so she had no choice but to agree. She was worried that Bchan would continue to cause trouble, so she turned to Fang Jintang and the others and said, "Dad, Mom, brother, you take Chanshan back first. I'll wait for Yiming." The three of them looked rather grim, and Fang Yuxiang clenched his fists in anger. But seeing the heavily armed soldiers, they had no choice but to suppress their anger and prepare to take Bchan back first. Bchan didn't want to leave and clung to Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin could only say, "Be good. Go home with Grandpa and Grandma first, Mom will be back in a bit." Bchan glanced quickly at Cho Yiming, pursed his lips and finally nodded. Fang Yuxin was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he said again, "You must be back in half an hour." Fang Yuxin nodded in agreement. Only then did he reluctantly leave with Fang Yuxiang and the others. After the car drove away, Cho Yiming thought for a moment and said to Fang Yuxin, "Xin, why don't you just stay with me?" Fang Yuxin had no objection. She also wanted to see what these people had gotten. Fang Mingyao, seeing that Cho Yiming was still persistent with Fang Yuxin, felt a surge of jealousy and resentment. She had been following Cho Yiming on missions all day, almost inseparable from him. The two of them had been chatting and laughing on the way, the atmosphere was harmonious, and judging from Cho Yiming's expression, he clearly admired her. But as soon as Fang Yuxin appeared, Cho Yiming only had eyes for her. She couldn't understand what was so good about this woman. She always puts on a saintly face, yet she still got pregnant and gave birth to a bastard. What's so good about such a shameless woman? Why is Cho Yiming so obsessed with her? So she said, "Brother Yiming, isn't Sister Xine a wood-type ability user? She's here, why don't we have her take a look at the wounded in the team? Ability healing is much faster than ordinary healing." Hearing this, Cho Yiming frowned and hesitated. After all, Fang Yuxin wasn't one of his team members, and asking her to heal their injuries, the man who had spoken earlier said, "Boss, so your wife is also an ability user, and a wood-type one at that. Why don't we have her take a look at Xiaochan and the others? They're injured, and it won't be good for them to go on missions tomorrow." Soon as he spoke, the other soldiers looked at Cho Yiming with a pleading gaze, while their gazes towards Fang Yuxin became more eager. They were all ability users, but they couldn't control their energy well yet, and since Fang Yuxin had concealed her energy fluctuations, they naturally couldn't detect it. Otherwise, that person wouldn't have been so rude to Fang Yuxin. Since discovering that wood-type ability users possess healing abilities, their attitude towards them has naturally changed. A healer who can heal and save lives is someone best avoided. Cho Yiming is in a difficult position. He's now the captain of the ability team, with many people under his command. To gain their respect, he needs not only strength but also the demands of his team members. After careful consideration, he said to Fang Yuxin, "Xin, why don't you give it a try? Consider it helping me, okay? Don't refuse, please. Give me some face." He lowered his voice, deep and magnetic, sexy and alluring, appearing very charming. The other soldiers didn't hear this, but Fang Mingyao, who was closer, heard it clearly. She glared angrily at Fang Yuxin, like a resentful woman whose husband had been seduced by a vixen, and Fang Yuxin was that vixen. She just forgot that Fang Yuxin is now Cho Yiming's official girlfriend. Even if Fang Yuxin were to act inappropriately towards him, it would be perfectly legitimate and not shameful at all. Fang Yuxin couldn't refuse Cho Yiming's request. After all, they were still boyfriend and girlfriend, and had even reached the point of discussing marriage. Cho Yiming's request wasn't unreasonable, and if she refused, she would seem heartless. However, she was unwilling to be manipulated by Fang Mingyao like this. So she said, "I'm fine, but I've treated injuries before and I don't know how to do it. What if something goes wrong?" Upon hearing this, Cho Yiming couldn't help but think, it seems Xinxin and her family haven't been injured yet. Then he reassured her, "It's all right. I have a teammate who also has wood-type abilities. I'll call him over and have him teach you." Fang Yuxin was puzzled. Then how come some people are still injured? Cho Yiming explained. His ability was only recently awakened, and he can only treat a limited number of people at a time. Right now, his ability has been completely depleted, and he's absorbing crystal cores to recover. He hasn't fully recovered yet. If you can heal them, please help them. It's not good to keep carrying injuries. We have a mission tomorrow, and we need to help them recover as soon as possible. There aren't many survivors in the safe zone yet, and even fewer awakened ability users. Although he has recruited some people, many more are unwilling to be recruited, either acting independently or being recruited by others. So, in reality, he doesn't have many usable people under him. Today, during the mission, because there were too many zombies, many people were injured. If he couldn't cure her today, tomorrow's mission would definitely be affected. That's why he spoke to Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin nodded. "Then I'll give it a try." She then casually added, "It's a pity I only awakened a wood-type ability. I don't know how useful it will be, unlike Xiaoyao who awakened a space-type ability. She helped you a lot today, didn't she?" Upon hearing this, many people's expressions changed. Cho Yiming even gave Fang Yuxin a subtle look. He knew she was doing it on purpose. After all, they had grown up together, and he knew Fang Yuxin's temper. Fang Mingyao had deliberately schemed against her, so naturally she wanted to retaliate. However, Fang Yuxin's actions had ruined his plans. He had concealed Fang Mengyao's space-type ability from the others, and during the resource gathering today, he had secretly allowed Fang Mingyao to hoard a considerable amount. Now this secret was likely out. He discreetly observed the expressions on his team members' faces, and sure enough, he saw suspicion on some of their faces as they looked at Fang Mingyao. Fang Mingyao hadn't expected Fang Yuxin to say that. After a moment of panic, she slowly calmed down and said coldly, "Sister Exen, Brother Yiming said that spatial abilities are no small matter, and must not be easily revealed. Even if you don't like me, you shouldn't have said such an important thing in public." This was an accusation that Fang Yuxin was petty and acted without considering the consequences. Fang Mingyao couldn't sway Fang Yuxin's resolve. There was no trace of panic on her face. She only said to Cho Yiming with remorse, "I thought you would tell the teammates about Xiaoyao's abilities. I didn't expect you to have such a plan. I'm sorry." She was usually strong-willed, and it was rare for her to soften her stance in front of Cho Yiming, showing such a gentle and considerate appearance. Even though Cho Yiming knew she was doing it on purpose, seeing her soften her stance now, he couldn't bear to blame her anymore. He said, "I do have many concerns. After all, there are too few spatial ability users. If other survivors knew about Xiaoyao's abilities, they might try to harm her." This was his explanation to his teammates, but Cho Yiming knew he would have to explain again later, offering a better reason. After he finished speaking, he had someone summon Josh, the wood-type ability user in the team, to teach Fang Yuxin how to treat the wounded. He also had the others move the supplies to the safe store's warehouse. Josh arrived quickly. He was a young man, fairly handsome. He had been absorbing crystal cores to recover in the back vehicle, but after learning that Cho Yiming had found another wood-type ability user for him to guide, he quickly followed. Once there, he began to scrutinize Fang Yuxin, his gaze filled with examination and criticism. Because of his experience treating wounded multiple times, and being a wood-type ability user himself, his perception of energy and life force was more acute. But after meeting Fang Yuxin, he found that the energy fluctuations around her were extremely weak, almost non-existent. He then lost interest in her, thinking that even if she had awakened wood-type abilities, she wouldn't have much power. So he simply said coldly, "Come with me." Chapter 60, Healing the Wounds. Seeing that Fang Yuxin was about to leave with Cho Yiming said, "Wait a minute," and then called his deputy, instructing him to handle the supplies and the handover with the person in charge of the security store. His deputy was the young man who had been rude to Fang Yuxin earlier. He agreed, and seeing that Cho Yiming was going to accompany Fang Yuxin, his gaze became playful again, and he even glanced at Fang Mengyao. He had already figured out that Fang Mengyao was interested in Cho Yiming, and he believed that with Cho Yiming's intelligence, he couldn't possibly not see it. However, it seemed that his boss was more interested in that woman named Fang Yuxin. He wondered what her wood-type ability was like. If it was good, she could be recruited into the team. This would lighten Xiaoxi's burden and allow his boss to enjoy the pleasures of having two women. It would be quite interesting. But Fang Mengyao was actually a space-type ability user. No wonder. He was wondering why his boss insisted on bringing her despite everyone's objections. He thought his boss was blinded by lust. Cho Yiming accompanied Fang Yuxin and Xiaoxi away, and Fang Mengyao's face turned extremely ugly. She felt as if countless eyes were watching her, mocking her. Her expression changed again, and she gritted her teeth, chasing after Fang Yuxin and Cho Yiming in her high heels. The remaining people watched her retreating figure, their gazes also filled with amusement. However, compared to Fang Mengyao, dealing with the supplies was naturally more important. So they quickly withdrew their gazes and stopped looking, secretly pondering the matter. Once Fang Mengyao's identity as a space-type ability user was revealed, it wasn't just Cho Yiming's second-in-command who was concerned, the other members of the ability team were also interested. However, now was not the time to discuss it, so they only thought about it in their hearts. Besides, some were also curious about the capabilities of Fang Yuxin's wood-type ability. On the other side, Fang Yuxin followed Xiaoxi to the last truck. As soon as she got close, she smelled a strong stench of blood coming from inside. Just from the smell, she knew that the people inside were seriously injured. This wasn't surprising. If they weren't so badly injured, Cho Yiming wouldn't have grouped everyone into a separate vehicle, let alone had a wood-type ability user treat them. Upon entering the vehicle, Fang Yuxin saw a single energy-saving light on. To conserve power, only one light was on. The light wasn't very strong, not bright as day, but not dim either. As soon as she got in, the people in the vehicle instinctively turned to look at her. When Xiaoxi was called away earlier, they had overheard some things and knew there was a new wood-type ability user. So when Fang Yuxin came with Xiaoxi, their eyes were fixed on her, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and above all anticipation. At times like this, no amount of thought or calculation could compare to their own lives. Therefore, these people were mostly selfless, genuinely hoping that Fang Yuxin's wood-type ability was quite good and could help their injuries heal quickly. Xiaoxi, being a wood-type ability user himself, didn't think much of Fang Yuxin and had an instinctive aversion to her, as she was also a wood-type ability user. Furthermore, given the extremely weak energy fluctuations emanating from Fang Yuxin, he concluded that her strength was definitely lacking, and calling her over was completely unnecessary, only causing the wounded soldiers unnecessary joy. Unfortunately, Cho Yiming had also come along, and while he was displeased, he dared not show it due to Cho Yiming's status. Therefore, his attitude towards Fang Yuxin improved considerably, his voice becoming warmer. He walked to a wounded soldier and beckoned to Fang Yuxin. "Miss Fang, please come here." After Fang Yuxin followed, he unwrapped the bandage from the soldier's arm. The bandage was soaked in blood, and because Fang Yuxin was close by, she felt a strong pungent smell of blood hit her the moment the bandage was removed. Mixed with the bloody smell was a strong medicinal odor, indicating that it had clearly been treated. The unwrapped bandage revealed a gruesome wound, crooked and about 7 or 8 centimeters long, quite deep, already stitched up, though the stitching appeared hasty and crude, resembling a twisted centipede. Fang Yuxin frowned after examining the wound. The suturing technique was far too crude, If it healed like this, it would definitely leave a very unsightly scar. However, since she wasn't part of the superpower team, she couldn't say anything. Josh said, "Now place your palm on his wound and try to control your wood-type superpower within your body, channeling the energy into the wound to promote healing." This method was naturally very simple and direct. However, many people had only recently awakened their superpowers and were still in the exploratory stage of controlling and utilizing them. Fang Yuxin didn't know Josh's aptitude, but the fact that he could think of such a method to treat the wounded was already quite good. However, this didn't mean she had to do it the way he suggested. Although the Azurewood Spirit Mansion couldn't be exposed, if she remained in hiding and didn't reveal her abilities, she would be looked down upon. This would be very disadvantageous for the Fang family. In the dream, Fang Mengyao was able to successfully scheme against them, even inciting most of the survivors in the safe base to be hostile towards them. Wasn't that all thanks to her extraordinary strength? Fang Mengyao was now watching her intently from the sidelines, and Xiao clearly looked down on her as well. She needed to do something to prove her abilities. So Fang Yuxin said, "Remove the stitches first." Although Xiao had to be polite to her out of respect for Cho Yiming, he still secretly despised Fang Yuxin. So as soon as she finished speaking, he instinctively retorted, "No. What if you can't heal the wound after removing the stitches?" Fang Yuxin frowned. Xiao might have been deliberately targeting her, but what he said wasn't entirely unreasonable. If she removed the stitches but couldn't heal the wound, the injured person would have to suffer again, having to restitch the wound. However, she was quite confident in her abilities. Leaving the stitches would only create more trouble. So after thinking for a moment, she asked the wounded man, "I can try to treat you, but I must remove the stitches first. Are you willing to take that risk?" She then raised her voice. "Anyone willing to take the risk can step forward and I will treat them. If no one is willing to take the risk, then I cannot help you." If these people weren't even willing to take such a risk, she wouldn't need to waste her spiritual energy treating them. The wounded men looked at each other, none of them speaking. Xiaoxi's face darkened. She felt Fang Yuxin was deliberately causing trouble. Fang Mengyao watched the scene with schadenfreude, arms crossed but didn't speak rashly. Cho Yiming thought for a moment and asked, Xin, how confident are you?" Fang Yuxin said, "This is my first time trying to treat someone, but my intuition tells me I have about a 70 to 80% chance of success." Cho Yiming immediately stopped hesitating. He knew Fang Yuxin's personality. She always spoke her mind. If she said she had a 70 to 80% chance, she definitely wasn't just making things up. He said directly to Josh, "Remove the stitches." His tone was firm, and although Josh's expression was unpleasant, he dared not say anything more. The wounded soldier said, "Okay, do as the boss says. I trust the boss." Josh took the first aid kit, disinfected the tools and quickly removed the stitches. Because the wound hadn't healed yet, blood flowed out again when the stitches were removed, and Josh kept wiping the blood with medical cotton, which quickly became stained red. So he turned to Fang Yuxin and said, "Now do it." His tone was even somewhat fierce. Fang Yuxin didn't show the slightest nervousness. Instead, she simply extended a finger and casually placed it on the gruesome wound. Then, everyone saw a point of emerald green light appear at her fingertip, and then that point of light converged into a thin line, shooting into the wound. The next moment, the gruesome twisted wound healed at a visible speed. About a minute later, it was completely healed, leaving not a single mark on the skin, only traces of blood that hadn't been wiped away, indicating that the injury had occurred. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed, staring at Fang Yuxin in disbelief. Cho Yiming even excitedly grabbed Fang Yuxin's shoulder, pulling her into his arms and exclaimed, Xin, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. I knew you could do it." He then specifically checked Fang Yuxin's complexion, seeing that she looked normal and showed no signs of weakness, which further improved his mood. He had witnessed Xiaoxi treating the wounded and knew that although Xiaoxi also possessed wood-type abilities and could heal the wounded, his healing speed was far slower and less effortless than Fang Yuxin's. The difference perhaps lay in Xiaoxi's far less refined control over energy compared to Fang Yuxin. Therefore, he once again considered recruiting Fang Yuxin into the team. If Fang Yuxin could be with him when he went on missions, he would naturally be more confident. However, he didn't bring it up directly. Instead, he asked Fang Yuxin, "Xin, how many people can you save now?" Fang Yuxin was very uncomfortable being held so intimately by Cho Yiming. Although Cho Yiming would hold her shoulder intimately when they were together before, since that dream, her feelings for Cho Yiming had been completely worn away by the dream, and she resisted such intimacy. After Cho Yiming asked, she excused herself and stood up, creating some distance between them. "I'm not sure how many more people I can save. Different injuries require different amounts of supernatural power. I'll check on the other injured first, and I'll stop if I reach my limit." The sudden emptiness in his arms left Cho Yiming feeling quite disappointed, but he wasn't one to neglect his duties and indulge in women. Right now, business was more important, so he said, "Then thank you for your trouble." Chapter 61 Shocking. Josh looked at Fang Yuxin with a complex expression. He hadn't expected her to possess such strength. He couldn't understand it. Fang Yuxin's energy fluctuations weren't strong, even quite weak, so how could she be so powerful? Then he suddenly remembered Fang Yuxin's healing technique. That green thread was clearly wood-type ability. He suddenly realized how abnormally powerful Fang Yuxin's control over wood-type ability was. Her energy fluctuations weren't truly weak. They were deliberately controlled. Josh was both jealous of Fang Yuxin's terrifying control over wood-type ability, and felt that if she hadn't deliberately concealed her energy fluctuations, how could he have misjudged her strength? Thinking this way, he became even more dissatisfied with Fang Yuxin. Although Fang Yuxin wasn't paying attention to Josh, she still sensed his malice. She remained calm, pretending to know nothing, and after healing 6 more seriously injured people, she deliberately feigned weakness due to excessive energy depletion. Seeing her pale face and fine beads of sweat on her forehead, Cho Yiming worriedly went over and stopped Fang Yuxin again, letting her lean against him. Although Fang Yuxin resisted, she appeared weak and couldn't openly refuse. Fortunately, although Cho Yiming was holding her, he was very polite and didn't try to touch her like some men would. After all, they had grown up together, and while Cho Yiming liked her, he also respected her greatly. Of course, he wouldn't be frivolous or deliberately humiliate her in front of others. Seeing her pale face, Cho Yiming offered to take her home. As he left with Fang Yuxin, he specifically instructed Qiao Shi, once your abilities recover, continue treating their injuries. Don't slack off." After Qiao Shi agreed, he ordered someone to bring 100 crystal cores, and gave them to Fang Yuxin as her reward. Fang Yuxin hadn't expected Cho Yiming to give her a reward, but she didn't pretend to refuse and accepted them directly. Cho Yiming said, "You used up a lot of your supernatural power to heal my men this time, so these crystal cores are rightfully yours." He said this in front of everyone, which was also an explanation to his subordinates. It has to be said that the amount of crystal cores Cho Yiming offered was no small sum. If Fang Yuxin wasn't capable, his men certainly wouldn't have agreed. However, Fang Yuxin proved her strength. Although she only healed 7 wounded soldiers, their injuries were quite serious, yet they recovered completely after her treatment. This ability was enough to shut everyone up. Moreover, they all knew that Cho Yiming's offer of such a large reward was also intended to win over Fang Yuxin. If she joined the supernatural ability team, they wouldn't have to worry about getting injured on missions in the future. Although Qiao Shi was also a wood-type supernatural ability user, before witnessing Fang Yuxin's strength, they were quite respectful to him and very obsequious towards him. But after witnessing Fang Yuxin's strength, compared to her, Qiao Shi's abilities seemed far too ordinary. Fang Yuxin was able to heal her wounds completely in a short time, something Qiao Shi couldn't do. Therefore, these people not only didn't object, but also greeted and said goodbye to Fang Yuxin very warmly. Their attitude was completely opposite to when Fang Yuxin first arrived. Fang Yuxin knew what these people were thinking, and she also knew that Cho Yiming wanted to recruit her into the superpowered team. But as long as he didn't mention it, she pretended not to know and didn't say anything. Just as the two were about to leave, Cho Yiming's deputy had finished dealing with the supplies and came over specifically to see how Fang Yuxin's treatment was going. When he arrived, he saw Fang Yuxin leaning against Cho Yiming, pale-faced, and was surprised. While thinking to himself that Fang Yuxin was incredibly useless, he asked with concern, "Boss, what happened to your wife?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the bag in Fang Yuxin's hand. The bag was slightly bulging, radiating a rich energy, clearly a zombie crystal core. His expression changed slightly, but he wisely didn't ask any further questions. Cho Yiming noticed the change in his expression and knew he was probably somewhat dissatisfied, so he explained, Xin healed the 7 seriously injured people, which exhausted her supernatural abilities. I'll take her back first. The deputy instantly understood Cho Yiming's implication, and was even more surprised. He thought Fang Yuxin was useless, but it turned out she was incredibly useful. However, he didn't ask any further questions, only exchanging a few polite words. After Cho Yiming took Fang Yuxin into the SUV, he went into the truck bed and quickly spotted the 7 people Fang Yuxin had treated. As Cho Yiming's deputy, he naturally remembered these 7 seriously injured people. Seeing that their complexions were rosy and they were no longer as weak as before, they had obviously recovered. He said, "Let me see where you were injured." The 7 people naturally didn't refuse and lifted their clothes or pants to reveal their previous injuries. The bloodstains on the wounds had been cleaned up, and they looked completely intact, not at all like they had been injured. The second in command remembered their injuries, even the appearance of each wound. Seeing that all their wounds had healed completely, he was astonished and couldn't help but ask, "Are they really completely healed? Does it hurt when you press on them?" Josh could heal wounds, but only the surface healed. The internal injuries remained, requiring slow recovery. So he asked the question. Everyone else shook their heads. One of them said, "Deputy Captain Lee, we've all tried it, and they're definitely completely healed." Deputy Captain Lee immediately laughed. "That's great. With your wife being so amazing, the boss will definitely let her join our superpower team. The brothers will be so lucky." The others smiled, looking very expectant. Fang Mingyao, however, sneered at this moment. She hadn't left with Cho Yiming and Fang Yuxin but stayed behind. Although she appeared calm, she was inwardly burning with jealousy. But with Cho Yiming's attitude and so many eyes watching, if she went with them, she would only be humiliating herself. She was simply in a bad mood. So when she saw these people so eager for Fang Yuxin to join the superpower team, she couldn't help but sneer. Her cold laugh drew the attention of Vice Captain Lee and the others. These people weren't fools. They could all see she was interested in Cho Yiming, but clearly Cho Yiming was after Fang Yuxin. So, seeing her unpleasant expression, they could guess the reason. But knowing was one thing. But Fang Mingyao's actions were tantamount to a slap in the face. Thus, some of them looked displeased. Vice Captain Lee, remembering she was a space-type superpower user, couldn't afford to offend her, so he suppressed his anger and asked gently, "Miss Fang Ming, is there something you want to say?" He hadn't realized the sisterly relationship between Fang Mingyao and Fang Yuxin before, but now, seeing them address each other, he suddenly understood. Both shared the surname Fang, and Fang Mingyao even called Fang Yuxin sister. Clearly, they were genuine sisters, not just Cho Yiming's confidants as he had assumed. His pause made Fang Mingyao guess that he knew about her relationship with Fang Yuxin. She curled her lips into a mocking smile. She said coolly, "Stop dreaming. Fang Yuxin won't join the superpowered team. When we first arrived yesterday, Brother Yiming mentioned it to her. And more than once, but she refused every time. You probably don't know her identity. She's the eldest daughter of the Fang family, pampered and spoiled since childhood. She can't stand the hardship of missions." These people naturally knew about the Fang family, but the Fang family was always low-key, and Fang Yuxin had never appeared in the media, so they hadn't connected her to the Fang family. Now that Fang Mingyao mentioned it, they all suddenly understood, so she's the eldest daughter of the Fang family. No wonder the boss likes her so much. Looking at Fang Mingyao again, some people's gazes became somewhat complicated. They all knew about the Fang family, and some even knew that the Fang family only had an eldest daughter, not a second daughter. Fang Mingyao's identity. That was intriguing. Deputy Captain Lee suddenly remembered that the Fang family had an illegitimate daughter. His position as Cho Yiming's deputy captain indicated a high status. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so arrogant towards Fang Yuxin. Naturally, he knew quite a bit about things that hadn't been exposed. Fang Mingyao hadn't expected that her deliberate badmouthing of Fang Yuxin would lead people to guess her illegitimate daughter identity. Noticing the strange looks from some people, she felt a pang of anxiety, and after careful thought, finally understood. Once she understood, Fang Mingyao felt she had to do something to protect her position. But right now the only thing she could rely on was. So Fang Mingyao's expression turned serious, and she said in a low voice, "Deputy Captain Li, I hope you won't tell anyone about my spatial ability." Deputy Captain Li raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, while the other team members who didn't know about it looked at Fang Mingyao in astonishment, with one of them exclaiming, spatial ability? Watch your mouth," Fang Mingyao warned, and seeing that the person shut their mouth, she continued, "Yes, I do have a spatial ability, but I'm sure you all know that this is no small matter, and absolutely not a single word can be leaked. Brother Yiming has his reasons for keeping this a secret. You all know that the military isn't a united front. Countless eyes are watching Brother Yiming and watching us. Since I've been fortunate enough to awaken this ability, I will do everything I can to help him. I hope you will do the same." Her expression was serious, her attitude solemn, and although she lowered her voice, her words still carried weight. The news of her spatial abilities caused those who initially looked down on her, because of her status as an illegitimate child, to change their attitudes. They were all somewhat stunned by her words, except for Vice Captain Li, who looked at Fang Mingyao with a playful smile. What exactly was her role in saying those words? Chapter 62 Coercion. Cho Yiming drove Fang Yuxin home himself. Because Fang Yuxin didn't look well, he worried that her family would be concerned and misunderstand him. Also, he had some things he wanted to say to her, so he drove very slowly. Fang Yuxin sat in the passenger seat. She didn't look ahead, nor did she gaze at Cho Yiming like other women in love. Instead, she looked out the window. Although the generators in the safe zone were running, there were no streetlights to conserve electricity. Only the houses along the roadside emitted light, some bright, some dim. The brighter lights were probably flashlights or emergency lights, while the dimmer ones were likely candlelight. The safe zone shops also sold candles, price per candle. A standard candle cost 1 credit point and could burn for about 10 hours, so they had to be used sparingly. Besides candles, there were also several different types of emergency lights and flashlights, both battery-operated and rechargeable, at different prices. Those who bought emergency lights and flashlights can buy new batteries, or recharge them at the safety store when the batteries run out. Recharging costs money with a minimum of 1 credit. Different survivors have different purchasing power, so their choices will naturally differ. Cho Yiming felt uneasy seeing Fang Yuxin looking out the window. He felt that Fang Yuxin had become increasingly cold towards him lately, so he reached out his right hand and grasped Fang Yuxin's hand. The moment he grasped it, he keenly noticed that Fang Yuxin's hand trembled slightly, as if she was resisting. Fang Yuxin's reaction displeased him greatly, and he subconsciously thought of Bchan. It seemed that Fang Yuxin's attitude had changed since Bchan appeared. Realizing this, he felt even more dissatisfied with Bchan. He didn't let go of Fang Yuxin's hand. Instead, he took a deep breath, parked the car on the side of the road, turned to look at Fang Yuxin and asked, "Xin, what's wrong with you lately? Are you under too much pressure?" He didn't ask Fang Yuxin why she was being so cold towards him, feeling that if he did, things would escalate to an irreversible point. Fang Yuxin turned to look at him. She saw his brows furrow slightly, a worried expression on his face, and his grip tighten. A thought struck her. Cho Yiming had noticed her coldness. Cho Yiming wasn't stupid. It wasn't surprising he'd noticed. Fang Yuxin knew even more clearly that he was angry. She considered her words carefully before saying, "I just don't know what to do now. Did you go into the city today? The situation inside must be terrible, right? Have you thought about it? So many zombies, when will it ever be cleared out? And isn't there any other way?" Cho Yiming, still angry, was also stirred by Fang Yuxin's words. Having served in the military, he naturally knew more secrets. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The orders from above are to rescue survivors and supplies as much as possible, and eliminate the zombies. As for weapons, some people are already developing them, but there hasn't been much progress. The zombie virus is very strange and highly mutable. Biological weapons not only have no effect on zombies, but will also promote their mutation. The same goes for nuclear weapons." He paused here, squeezed Fang Yuxin's hand, and said in an extremely solemn tone, "Xin, I will always protect you. Don't think too much about these things. Fang Yuxin hadn't expected the situation to be so dire. In her dream, she had been very curious as to why the country hadn't used more powerful weapons to deal with the zombies. She had many guesses at the time, but she had never been sure. Now, hearing this news from Cho Yiming, her mood became heavy. But then she thought, she now possessed the Azurewood Spirit Mansion. Her family was not only still alive, but had even awakened their supernatural abilities. The situation was much better than what she had dreamed of, and much better than that of other survivors. There was really nothing to worry about. After the initial tension subsided, she calmed down and said to Cho Yiming, "I understand, you can continue driving." Cho Yiming replied, "Xin, I have something to tell you. Your wood-type ability is very important. Would you like to join my ability team?" Of course, Fang Yuxin couldn't agree to this request. She had her own mercenary team to manage. She shook her head and told Cho Yiming about the mercenary team. "My brother and I have formed a small mercenary team. All the members are my family. I can't abandon them." Cho Yiming was unaware of this and was unhappy to hear her say this. If Fang Yuxin were willing to help him, his ability team could definitely unleash its full potential. Although he was currently the captain of an ability team, he also faced considerable pressure in the military, and he wasn't the only one with an ability team. Others had also formed their own. If his team were stronger, he would naturally have more influence in the military. But Fang Yuxin refused to help him. In his haste, his grip on Fang Yuxin's hand became uncontrollable, so tight it felt like he was about to crush her bones. She cried out in alarm and struggled violently. "Yiming, let go. You're hurting me." Cho Yiming only snapped out of his daze upon hearing her voice. He then saw Fang Yuxin's brows furrowed as she tried to pull her hand away. He held onto her hand tightly, but controlled his strength, instead grabbing her wrist and examining her hand for injuries. "Xin, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just too hasty. Let me see if you're hurt." This time he didn't use too much force, and Fang Yuxin cleverly freed her hand, rotating her fingers as wood elemental spiritual energy flowed over the injured area, leaving it completely healed. This time her attitude was quite cold. "No need, I'm fine now. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I can't abandon my family. Besides, your team already has a wood-type ability user, but in my family, besides my brother, I'm the only one with an ability." Cho Yiming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she was all right. However, Fang Yuxin's cold attitude and words enraged him again. He snapped, "Can't let go of your family? I think you can't let go of Bchan." Fang Yuxin didn't deny it but simply admitted, "I really can't let go of him. He's so young. A slight mishap could kill him." Cho Yiming became even angrier. He forcefully unbuckled his seatbelt, then lunged forward, grabbing Fang Yuxin's shoulders and pressing her onto the car seat. "Xin, you're my woman. Why are you raising another man's son? Have you forgotten? We're getting married soon." Fang Yuxin hadn't expected Cho Yiming to be so agitated. She panicked and struggled desperately. "Let go. Don't be so agitated, okay? Can't we talk things out?" Seeing her struggle, Cho Yiming became even angrier. He lowered his head to kiss Fang Yuxin's lips, but she turned her head away in fright, and his kiss landed on her cheek. Cho Yiming narrowed his eyes angrily, pressing one hand against Fang Yuxin's collarbone while the other gripped her chin, forcefully turning her face towards him. He looked at her dangerously. "Xin, tell me, do you know who that man is? Have you fallen for him? Is that why you don't want to be with me anymore?" Fang Yuxin had been dating Cho Yiming for years, but this was the first time he had treated her like this. She forcefully pushed up with her knee, then kicked Cho Yiming in the stomach, creating distance between them. Then she took the opportunity to unbuckle her seatbelt, quickly opened the car door and got out. Cho Yiming grunted, then opened the car door and chased after her. He was a man after all, and even though Fang Yuxin walked quickly, he still caught up with her. He reached out to grab Fang Yuxin's wrist, but she dodged him. She turned to face Cho Yiming, her eyes burning with anger. "Cho Yiming, I'm very angry about what happened just now. I don't want to talk to you about anything right now, go back." The night wind blew and Cho Yiming's feverish mind finally calmed down. He quickly said, Xin, I acted impulsively just now. I was just worried that you were thinking about another man. Fang Yuxin, recalling his earlier attitude, felt something was off and asked, "Who's the man you're talking about? Qianqian's father? Do you know him?" Cho Yiming was silent for a moment, then said, "Yes, I know him. That man isn't a good person. You'd better stay away from him." As he said this, he had already decided that when he went into the city tomorrow, he must find Bai Ye's whereabouts and eliminate him. He knew Bai Ye's strength and was even more aware that Bai Yi was the kind of man Fang Yuxin would admire. If the two met, with Bchan present, something might really happen between them. He absolutely wouldn't allow it. Fang Yuxin was his. Bai Yi shouldn't even think about it. Fang Yuxin noticed that Cho Yiming seemed very wary of Bchan's father, becoming emotional whenever he mentioned him. Worried that Cho Yiming would lose his temper, she stopped mentioning Bai Yi and said, "Don't overthink it. Also, I'm going back." Cho Yiming strode up to her and stopped her. "I'll take you." Fang Yuxin wanted to refuse, but seeing his unpleasant expression, she had no choice but to agree. Cho Yiming took a deep breath and assured her, "Don't worry, what happened just now won't happen again." He then suddenly leaned closer to Fang Yuxin, lowering his voice, "I'll make you willingly follow me. I won't force you anymore." Fang Yuxin breathed a sigh of relief. Since Cho Yiming had said that, he wouldn't act recklessly again. It wasn't that she was completely without options, but that would expose her true strength. Now that Cho Yiming had backed down, that was for the best. Back in the car, Cho Yiming was indeed very well behaved, but he still held Fang Yuxin's hand firmly. Fang Yuxin didn't want to provoke him further, so she let him be. They drove in silence, and as they approached home, she saw a group of people blocking her doorway. Chapter 63, Forced Purchase. Fang Yuxin panicked when she saw a crowd gathered at her doorstep. Realizing something was wrong, she urged Cho Yiming to drive faster. Although Cho Yiming was in a bad mood, he knew the gravity of the situation. Seeing that something seemed to have happened at the Fang family's house, he quickly drove over. As they approached, they heard someone arrogantly say, "Brother Wan is doing you a favor by buying your house. I advise you not to be so stubborn, or you'll end up with nothing." Before he finished speaking, another person said, "Name your price. How many credits will you sell it for?" Then Fang Yuxin heard Fang Yuyang's voice, who said, "You can leave now. I won't sell this house for any amount of credits. Don't waste your time." His words clearly angered the group, and someone shouted, "Give me a break. Shameless, right? Brother Wan, I think this guy is very tough-talking, and he won't give in unless he is taught a lesson." After he finished speaking, someone said, "Fang Yuyang, Master Fang, things are not as good as before. Do you think it is necessary for you to live in such a big house with your family? I won't take advantage of you either. I like this house. I bought it with 3,000 credits. How about it?" Fang Yuxin was furious when she heard this. Although she guessed that there would be many people interested in their house, she didn't expect that they drove away a group yesterday and another group came today. She turned around and asked Cho Yiming, "What's going on? Can I forcefully buy someone else's house in a safe zone? No one cares about this kind of thing." Cho Yiming sighed and explained to her, "It does happen. Many houses in the safe zone have owners. How can there be enough remaining houses to accommodate so many survivors? The military cannot forcibly expropriate the owner's house, but if someone trades the house privately, as long as it doesn't go too far, the military won't care." As he said this, he stopped the car. Fang Yuxin hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door and got out of the car. The people surrounding the Fang family's gate initially thought they were just passing by, but became wary when the car stopped. Now, seeing Fang Yuxin get out, their eyes instinctively turned towards her. Some even whistled at her beauty, their attitude quite arrogant. But then their gazes immediately fell on the bag Fang Yuxin was carrying. Among them were both superhumans and ordinary people. Ordinary people couldn't sense the energy fluctuations of the crystal cores, but superhumans could. Therefore, these superhumans no longer paid attention to Fang Yuxin's appearance, but instead stared eagerly at the bag in her hand, wishing they could snatch it immediately. They dared to buy houses from the Fang family because, like the Fang family, they had formed a mercenary team. They had even gone on missions with the military, earning a considerable amount of credit points. However, they didn't have many crystal cores. Fang Yuxin's bag contained 100 crystal cores, which explained their intense gaze. Fang Yuxin glanced at them and found there were 20 people in total, all men, with superhumans making up the majority. There were 12 people and the remaining 8 were ordinary people. These people seemed to be quite strong, much stronger than the group that caused trouble yesterday. No wonder Fang Yuxiang, though angry, didn't fight them. Otherwise, so many people attacking together would definitely be very troublesome. Noticing that the 12 ability users were all staring intently at the bag in his hand, and the remaining 8 ordinary people also looking at him with hostility, Fang Yuxin's face darkened, and he felt very displeased. Just then Cho Yiming got out of the car and walked over. Upon seeing him, the expressions of the 20 people changed. Cho Yiming was wearing camouflage combat uniform, and they all recognized his face. The person leading them on their mission with the military today was none other than Cho Yiming. Therefore, all of them changed their expressions, their previous arrogance vanished without a trace, and they all became obedient and polite. One of them stepped forward, strode up to Cho Yiming, and asked with a fawning smile, "Captain Cho, are you just passing by?" Clearly, he still harbored a sliver of hope. Cho Yiming, however, gave them a cold look, then in front of everyone, put his arm around Fang Yuxin's waist. Seeing the man's eyes narrow, he said coolly, "What are you all planning to do blocking my fiancé's doorstep?" Fiancé? Hearing this, the 20 men couldn't help but look at Fang Yuxin. They saw her with a cold face, clearly very unhappy. They were immediately filled with regret. If they had known this house belonged to Cho Yiming's fiancé, how could they have come to buy it? The leader's expression was even more uncertain. He suddenly remembered that he had brought people to buy this house because of a single sentence from someone. That person was a woman who had always been by Cho Yiming's side, beautiful and with a seductive figure. Although she wore high heels that were at least 10 centimeters high, she walked very steadily, and even her agility was quite impressive. She was practically a sexy superheroine from a movie. He noticed the woman was always by Cho Yiming's side, seemingly on good terms with him, and he took her words to heart. Later, after returning to the safe zone, he took his men to see the house she mentioned. It was indeed very nice and he liked it very much. However, he wasn't stupid. After finding the house, he didn't immediately approach the owner but did some investigation. He learned that the owners were the Fang family, and the Fang family currently consisted of only 4 people, plus a 5-year-old child from who knows where. Moreover, of these 5, only Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin had awakened their special abilities. Knowing this, he made up his mind and decided to buy the house. He felt that offering 3,000 credits for the house was a good price, considering that no one knew how long the safe zone would last, and 3,000 credits was almost all of their income for the day. But he didn't expect the Fang family to be so unreasonable. It was just a house, yet they refused to sell. They only had 5 people. Didn't they find such a large house too empty? What he hadn't expected was that Cho Yiming and Fang Yuxin had this kind of relationship. Although Cho Yiming and Fang Yuxin were engaged, only people in their circle knew about it. They didn't let the media report it. Therefore, many people were completely unaware of it. Seeing his uncertain expression, Cho Yiming angrily said, "Your name is Wan Yuan, right? Didn't you hear me asking you a question?" He was already seething with anger, and Wan Yuan had come at him. Why should he be polite? Although Wan Yuan was also a superhuman, and had awakened a powerful fire-based ability, Cho Yiming didn't take him seriously. Wan Yuan was just an ordinary person before, without rigorous training. Even with his fire-based ability, his attack power was completely inadequate. Wan Yuan knew Cho Yiming was someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he immediately said, "Captain Cho, you've misunderstood. I'm just so surprised. I never imagined Captain Cho would have such a beautiful fiancé. It's truly enviable." However, this only enraged Cho Yiming further. His face darkened completely, like a furious lion, radiating a terrifying energy that seemed ready to explode at any moment. He warned, "Xin is mine. Don't even think about taking her. Now, take your men and leave this place immediately, and don't cause any more trouble for the Fang family." Wan Yuan never expected that his polite remark would stir up such a hornet's nest. The energy emanating from Cho Yiming felt incredibly violent, even making his fire-based abilities uncontrollable. Wan Yuan's face paled, and he quickly led his men away. They walked very fast, as if someone was chasing them. Only after they had gone quite a distance, turned a corner, and could no longer see the Fang family's house did he stop. His men all watched his expression cautiously, and seeing his grim face, they were all filled with unease. After a terrifying silence, one of them finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Brother Wan, have we offended Captain Chiu?" Wan Yuan's face was extremely ugly. He now realized he had been tricked by that sexy woman. So he asked, "Did you all get a good look at Captain Chiu's fiancé?" The others, not understanding why he asked this, obediently nodded. He smiled coldly and asked again, "So what do you think of her looks?" The others were even more confused, looking at Wan Yuan with bewilderment, not understanding why he asked this. After a while, one of the bolder ones said, Needless to say, she's prettier than those female celebrities on TV." Wan Yuan's smile grew even colder, his tone filled with disdain. "How can those female celebrities compare to her? She's the daughter of the chairman of the Fang group. Otherwise, do you think she could become Captain Chiu's fiancé just because of her face?" Humph. Hearing this, some people gasped softly. But these people were even more confused about why Wan Yuan was saying these things. The bolder one, Wan Yuan, still asked, "Brother Wan, what exactly are you talking about?" Wan Yuan glanced at his subordinates with exasperation, finding them incredibly stupid. Yet simultaneously, he couldn't help but feel a surge of intellectual superiority. He had always believed he was no less capable than others, except for not having a privileged birth into a wealthy family. Once, those rich second-generation heirs and subsequent generations were figures he looked up to, but the apocalypse changed everything. Even the Fang family, the richest family in the market, what did it matter? Now that he had awakened his fire-based abilities, he could stand even higher than those former prodigies. Even if Fang Yuxin was Cho Yiming's fiancé, the Fang family no longer possessed their immense wealth. He refused to believe the Cho family wouldn't change their minds. Even if Fang Yuxin was once a wealthy heiress, now she could only be Cho Yiming's appendage, using her beauty to serve him. This was truly incredibly exciting. As for the sexy woman beside Cho Yiming, he remembered today's scheme and sooner or later, he would retaliate. Chapter 64, Formation. Cho Yiming didn't stay at the Fang family's house for long. As the team leader, he had many things to deal with. Moreover, the matter of Fang Mengyao possessing spatial abilities needed to be properly arranged. At this time, he was unaware that Fang Mengyao had already revealed her spatial abilities to improve her position within the team. Shortly after Wan Yuan and the others left, Cho Yiming said goodbye to Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, and Fang Yuyang before driving away from the Fang family's house. After he left, Fang Yuyang asked Fang Yuxin with a grim expression, Xin, did that kid bully you?" Fang Yuxin shook her head, not intending to tell her family, especially Fang Yuyang, about what happened between her and Cho Yiming on the road. He had a rather volatile temper and had always clashed with Cho Yiming. If he knew about this, he might do something in a fit of anger. Fang Yuyang looked at her carefully again, seeing that she didn't seem to be in any trouble, and considering she hadn't lingered outside for long, he figured Cho Yiming wouldn't dare do anything, so he relaxed. Bchan threw himself at Fang Yuxin, hugging her waist tightly and refusing to let go, saying unhappily, "Mommy, you promised me you'd be home in half an hour, but you were a whole half-hour late." Mommy lied. Of course, he was even more unhappy about Cho Yiming's arms around Fang Yuxin's waist. He felt that Mommy belonged to him and his stupid dad. How could that annoying bad uncle be holding her waist? It was so awful. No way. He had to find his stupid dad. If this continued, his mommy would be taken away by that bad uncle. Fang Yuxin felt a little uncomfortable from his grip, so she rubbed his head and coaxed. Mommy didn't lie to Qian on purpose. Mommy was helping someone heal their injuries. It took a lot of time, so I came back late. Bchan's eyes darted around and he said slyly, "Then Mommy has to promise not to lie to me again." Fang Yuxin pinched his cheek and smiled, saying, "Okay, Mommy promises you. Now, can you let go of Mommy?" Bchan frowned, reluctant to let go of Fang Yuxin. But after hesitating, he finally released her and sat down next to her. Chu Qianhe said at the right moment, "All right, look at the time. Let's have dinner first." Fang Yuxin said, "Then I'll go prepare dinner." After she finished speaking, She led the whole family into the Greenwood Spiritual Mansion. Since she was the master of the Greenwood Spiritual Mansion, she directly sent the others into the main hall to cultivate. At the same time, she also placed the spirit stone she had harvested that day in the main hall for them to use. Then she turned on the simple stove and began to prepare a nutritious dinner. She discovered that after awakening their superpowers, their bodies were modified, and their digestive functions were much better than normal people. They also needed more nutrition. They had been busy all day, and if they ate a light dinner as usual, their bodies wouldn't be satisfied and they would get hungry easily. Therefore, Fang Yuxin no longer adhered to her previous health habits. This meal was particularly lavish. While she was cooking, everyone else was cultivating in the main hall. Even Angela was sent there by her. Although Angela had become a mutated beast, its current strength was still too weak, and Fang Yuxin hoped it could grow stronger as soon as possible. Apart from Angela, everyone else was cutting elemental stones to train their mental power. After absorbing a mental crystal core, Bchan's mental power was much stronger than before, and with the training that day, his speed in cutting elemental stones had become very fast. He could cut one in 20 minutes, sometimes even 10 minutes. The others were not mental ability users, so their speed was much slower, but it was still better than yesterday. While Fang Yuxin was preparing dinner, Bchan had already cut open 4 elemental stones, 2 of which contained elemental crystals and 2 were empty stones. The others had each successfully cut one and were cutting their second, having already partially opened one, with one even revealing the elemental crystal inside. This time they finally obtained fire and wind elemental crystals, but still no wood or ice elemental crystals. Fortunately, Fang Yuxin was already a pure wood spirit, so wood elemental crystals were useless to her, and there was no need to be disappointed. As for Angela, she was a cat after all, and even if they found an ice elemental crystal, Fang Yuxin would worry whether she could persevere until the end and successfully absorb it to improve her aptitude. After dinner, Fang Yuxiang said, "Xin, I plan to stay in the main hall to train after absorbing that wind elemental crystal tonight." This was a statement rather than a question, clearly indicating that Fang Yuxiang had already made up his mind and was simply telling Fang Yuxin, not seeking her opinion. In the past, the Fang family wouldn't have needed to fear the Cho family so much. After all, while the Cho family was powerful, there were always those stronger than them. But things were different now. After the apocalypse, their money was worthless, while their supplies had become coveted prey. If Cho Yiming hadn't forcibly kept Fang Yuxin, and Wan Yuan hadn't led his men to forcibly buy their house, he might not have been so eager to cultivate. But these 2 events, happening one after another, made him realize once again the Fang family's current weakness. If he couldn't become stronger quickly, how could he protect his sister and his family? Before, Fang Yuxin liked Cho Yiming, and even if he didn't get along with Cho Yiming, he wouldn't interfere too much. But now it was different. Fang Yuxin had seen through Cho Yiming's true colors and given up on him. He had to protect his sister and couldn't let her be bullied by Cho Yiming. On his way home after parting with Fang Yuxin, he had already started thinking about this. After meeting Wan Yuan and the others, he became even more determined to spend all his nights cultivating. Fortunately, one doesn't feel tired after cultivation, so not sleeping isn't a problem. After he said this, before Fang Yuxin could refuse, Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe also said, "Xin, we're also going to stay in the main hall to cultivate." Fang Yuxiang, as the older brother, wanted to protect his younger sister Fang Yuxin. How could they as parents not want to protect their son and daughter? As soon as they spoke, Bchan joined in the fun. He was extremely clever, actually saying, "I want to cultivate too. I want to protect mommy." Fang Yuxin was completely helpless with them. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Then let's try it tonight. If it works well, we can do it this way from now on." However, if they all stayed in the Greenwood Spirit Mansion, what if someone broke in the middle of the night? Fang Yuxin thought for a moment and decided to set up a simple protective array around the house. If someone really broke in, she could detect it immediately, preventing others from discovering they weren't in the house. Her inheritance contained many derivative chapters, including many array formations. Her current strength was too weak to set up the simplest one. It just so happened that one of the formations was the 5-wood formation, which used 5 plants as its core elements, essentially a maze. While it lacked offensive capabilities, it was highly deceptive once set up. Anyone who strayed into the formation would be quickly bewildered and unable to enter the house, and she would be immediately aware of their presence. If the 5 plants she used possessed offensive capabilities, the formation would also have some offensive power, making it a rather practical formation. After observing it, Fang Yuxin quickly learned the formation, and then left the Greenwood Spiritual Mansion to begin setting it up. During the house's renovation, she had specifically ordered ivy to be planted on the roof. The slender vines hanging down were quite beautiful. Now she could put them to good use. She formed hand seals and then channeled several streams of spiritual energy into the ivy. The ivy spread rapidly at a visible speed, enveloping the entire house. The doors and windows weren't completely sealed off. Instead, the ivy formed curtains, completely obscuring them. Afterward, she took out a dozen or so dandelion seeds. With her palm open, the seeds slowly floated up and then remained still. Next, she formed a hand seal again, channeling several streams of spiritual energy into the seeds. A faint light flashed across the seeds, then they flew to the corners of the house and garden, taking root and growing rapidly, blooming into fluffy white flowers. After blooming, the seeds detached and scattered throughout the garden, taking root again upon landing. This was repeated several times, until the area around the house was filled with dandelion seeds, slowly floating in the air. Afterward, Fang Yuxin selected 3 more plants and arranged them accordingly. When the entire formation was complete, she felt a mysterious aura around her, as if the entire space had changed. At the same time, through the formation's influence, she could clearly see every corner around the house, a much clearer perception than simply relying on her spiritual sense. Knowing this was the effect of the formation, she felt more at ease. She didn't linger on the rooftop, returning directly to the house and then entering the Azurewood spiritual abode. Once inside, she found she could still see the outside world, which completely put her mind at ease. While she was setting up the formation, Fang Yuxiang and Chu Qianhe were also preparing. To absorb the Yuan crystal, they needed to get their bodies into peak condition to avoid any accidents. Fang Jintang shared his experience with them, explaining the details of his own experience absorbing Yuan crystals to prepare them mentally. Bai Qianqian continued cutting Yuan stones to hone her spiritual power. Everything proceeded smoothly and methodically. Seeing Fang Yuxin return, Chu Qianhe asked, "Xinqin, have you finished setting everything up?" Fang Yuxin nodded. Seeing Bai Qianqian's eager eyes fixed on her, she walked over and sat cross-legged beside him, saying, "The 5-wood formation is set up. If anyone breaks in, I'll know immediately, so you don't need to worry." The others had already guessed that things had succeeded, but hearing her say it herself, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Qianhe then looked at Fang Yuxiang. "Yuxiang, let's begin." Chapter 65, Mandatory Mission. After breakfast, the Fang family went to the mission hall again, intending to accept a mission. However, upon arriving, they found the situation was quite different. They had left early, but when they arrived, they found the hall already filled with people, all with grave expressions. These people were gathered in various groups, clearly divided into factions. The Fang family initially wondered why everyone looked so serious. Then they noticed a new notice posted on the wall. Instead of immediately asking anyone, they patiently read the notice. After reading it, their expressions changed. It was a mandatory conscription notice. It stated that in order to rescue as many survivors as possible, anyone who had successfully completed a mission within the safe zone must accept a rescue mission to enter the city and assist survivors, and could not accept other missions. Below, it detailed the mercenary teams and personnel required to accept rescue missions, including the Yongsheng mercenary team founded by the Fang family. No wonder this notice made the survivors so alarmed. Compared to simply hunting zombies, rescuing people is naturally much more difficult. It's obvious that most of those rescued are in poor condition, and bringing them to the safe zone would pose even greater dangers. These people are practically a living burden. However, the higher-ups have issued this mission, and refusing will result in severe punishment. Each refusal will deduct 100 contribution points and place the individual on the safe zone's blacklist, affecting their future shopping at safe stores. This approach by the higher-ups might seem harsh to many survivors in the safe zone, but considering their efforts to save lives, it's understandable. After all, the number of soldiers is limited. How many could they possibly rescue on their own? Moreover, there are still a large number of zombies in the city. Each day of delay will reduce the number of survivors. Furthermore, the higher-ups only require survivors who successfully completed their missions yesterday to accept the rescue mission. This is clearly a well-considered decision. Those who successfully completed their missions demonstrate their capabilities. Not only that, they will also work alongside the soldiers. Moreover, everyone forcibly conscripted receives a free pistol and 6 bullets. Upon completion of the mission, the pistol becomes their personal property, along with a generous reward. The better the mission, the greater the reward. Anyone injured is taken to a safe hospital for treatment upon return. If someone dies, their family receives a substantial compensation payment. For those without family, the payment goes to their friends. Clearly, the higher-ups don't intend for survivors to be sent to their deaths. The treatment offered is quite good. Fang Yuxin's Yongsheng mercenary team, though small with only 5 members, had performed well yesterday and was naturally included on the list. Unlike other survivors after their initial shock, they quickly calmed down. Although forcibly conscripted, they felt no resentment considering the higher-ups' intention to rescue more survivors. Moreover, Fang Yuxiang and Chu Qianhe successfully absorbed the Yuan crystal last night, further modifying their bodies and significantly improving their aptitude. Coupled with a whole night of cultivation, their strength had advanced further, giving them more confidence in entering the city, so they had no complaints. Therefore, they didn't delay and went directly to the mission window to accept the rescue mission. Because this was a mandatory mission, each person received 100 contribution points upon accepting it. In addition, because they accepted the mission early, each person received an extra 10 contribution points. As for the pistols and bullets, they would be given to them after they met their captain at the designated location. After accepting the mission, the family didn't linger in the mission hall and went directly to the assembly point with their credentials. That place was located at the east gate of the safe zone, and they arrived quickly by car. When they arrived, their captain and his soldiers were already there. He had 30 soldiers under his command, along with 4 large trucks to transport the rescued survivors. Besides these people, there were also some people driving cars, presumably mercenaries who had been forcibly conscripted. Fang Yuxiang drove the car over and parked it on the side of the road, then everyone got out. Seeing the new people arrive, many looked over. But upon seeing Bchan, some frowned unhappily. Someone loudly mocked. "We're here to rescue people, right? Why did someone bring a child? Beautiful lady, we're not going on a picnic." Bchan glared at them when he heard the mockery. He was delicate and cute with large, watery eyes. Logically, anyone would find him likable, and he posed no threat whatsoever. However, those stared at by him suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Fang Yuxin, worried that Bchan would be exposed, patted his head to reassure him, then looked at him with equal rudeness. "Since we brought him, we'll naturally protect him. What are you worried about?" Hearing this, someone objected. "Don't forget, we're going to rescue someone. How can you rescue someone while you're protecting a little kid?" Fang Yuxin glanced at him and realized he wasn't a superhuman, just an ordinary person. However, he was tall and muscular, so he must have some skill. She said, "Don't worry, I'm definitely more useful than you." The man felt Fang Yuxin look down on him and continued speaking, but then someone else said, "Stop talking. She's a wood-type superhuman." Fang Yuxin glanced at the person who had spoken earlier and recognized him. Then she remembered that this person must have been present when she taught Tian a lesson yesterday and witnessed everything. Many people initially thought Fang Yuxin was arrogant for bringing a child, but their attitude changed after learning she was a wood-type superhuman. They all knew that wood-type ability users possessed healing abilities. Although they weren't yet clear on the extent of Fang Yuxin's healing power, having a wood-type ability user in the team was better than none. Since there was only one wood-type ability user, there would inevitably be choices when healing. It was impossible to heal everyone, so they all nodded to Fang Yuxin in greeting, expressing their goodwill. Fang Yuxin wasn't ungrateful. She naturally wouldn't continue to be arrogant and cause offense after their goodwill. She nodded in response. At this moment, a tall, thin young man in his 30s approached. He appeared to train under the sun year-round, his skin a bronze tan. He exuded a subtle aura, his eyes sharp. Most people would feel intimidated upon seeing him. Fang Yuxin and her group were no ordinary people. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe had seen countless figures. They wouldn't be intimidated by such a person. Although Fang Yuyang was younger, his own strength was considerable. Having seen many retired Special Forces soldiers, she was naturally unaffected. Fang Yuxin had witnessed countless masters in that bizarre dream, and after cultivating immortality, her state of mind had become even more different. This person, though not bad, wasn't someone she would even notice. Even Bchan, though the youngest at only 5 years old, had been trained by his father, Bai Yi, who was abnormally strong. This person's aura was far inferior to Bai Ye's. He only glanced at her before looking away, incredibly calm. Their reactions astonished the others. Putting aside the 4 adults, how old was that child? He looked only 5 or 6, yet he wasn't affected by Captain Zhou at all, and judging from his expression, he wasn't just dazed. He completely disregarded Captain Zhou. Where did this little monster come from? Even the mercenaries were intimidated by Captain Zhou's imposing presence. Those who were initially unhappy that Fang Yuxin and her group had brought Bchan now had a strange thought. Taking such a little monster on a mission wasn't so bad after all. Captain Zhou observed everyone's reactions and was equally curious about Bchan's. People like them, who spent years in the military, possessed such a strong aura that most children would be afraid of them. But this one was so calm, not afraid at all. He couldn't help but give Bchan a second look, then walked up to Fang Yuxin and asked, "Are you a wood-type ability user?" Fang Yuxin nodded, took out a seed, and was about to prove herself when Captain Zhou said, "Wait, no need for that." Then he pulled up his left sleeve, revealing a bandaged wound on his arm. The white bandage was stained with blood, and the air was thick with the smell of medicine. He almost roughly tore off the bandage and gauze, revealing the wound underneath. The wound, about 3 or 4 centimeters long, had been stitched up and treated with hemostatic medicine. It had initially only bled slightly, but because of his rough handling, the blood immediately gushed out. He stretched out his arm and asked Fang Yuxin, "Can you treat it?" For him, being able to induce fertilization was nothing special. Healing injuries was the most important thing. He didn't know Fang Yuxin's abilities and was hesitant to let her treat his soldiers. Since he was injured, he simply decided to use himself as a guinea pig. His action caused the soldiers who followed behind to exclaim in alarm, "Zhou the captain!" their faces showing disapproval. He shook his head, signaling Fang Yuxin to proceed. Fang Yuxin had tools brought and quickly removed the stitches. While she was removing the stitches, another soldier objected, but Captain Zhou stopped him as well. Fang Yuxin gave him a deep look, somewhat admiring him, and then skillfully treated his injury. Seeing the wound healing at a visible speed, the others looked at Fang Yuxin with increasing eagerness. Although they didn't know the healing abilities of other wood-type ability users, in their eyes, Fang Yuxin's healing ability was already quite good. With such a wood-type ability user accompanying them on missions, their chances of survival were much higher. Chapter 66, Too Cruel. After witnessing Fang Yuxin's abilities, Captain Zhou suggested that she treat the wounded first. None of the people who came were seriously injured, but all had minor wounds. While these injuries weren't serious, they still affected their performance, and the smell of blood would attract more zombies. If conditions allowed, the higher-ups wouldn't send these people out on missions while injured. However, the safe zone was currently short-handed, and the higher-ups had no choice. Those with more serious injuries were either staying in the safe hospital or doing simpler tasks within the safe zone, making the best use of their abilities. Now that they had Fang Yuxin, a wood-type ability user with healing skills, Captain Zhou hoped she could treat the wounded first. He didn't insist that Fang Yuxin heal every single one, but fewer wounded would naturally be more advantageous for them, increasing their chances of survival. He didn't intend for Fang Yuxin to heal the wounded for free. Instead, he instructed each wounded soldier to give Fang Yuxin a crystal core as payment. He also promised to remember Fang Yuxin's contribution and secure a more generous reward for him upon returning from the mission. While a single crystal core wasn't much, the injuries weren't severe, and there were multiple wounded soldiers. After treating them all, Fang Yuxin collected 23 crystal cores. After the wounded were treated, Captain Zhou had the bloodstained bandages and gauze collected and burned by fire-type ability, users to prevent the smell of blood from attracting zombies. When they set off, their group was clean and tidy. The entire group consisted of 100 people. Besides the 4 large trucks driven by Captain Zhou's soldiers, the mercenaries also drove many smaller vehicles. However, a long convoy could easily lead to accidents, so Captain Zhou suggested that all the mercenaries ride in the trucks instead of driving their own vehicles. There were soldiers guarding the area, so there was no need to worry about car thieves. So the mercenaries who had driven the vehicles locked themselves and boarded the large truck, none of them objecting to Captain Zhou's request. All the drivers were soldiers under Captain Zhou's command. Besides the 8 men in the hood, the remaining 22 soldiers were divided into 4 teams of 20, armed with submachine guns, responsible for guarding the roof of the truck. The rest stayed in the first truck bed. Although it was a bit crowded with dozens of people inside, it felt reassuring. The Fang family occupied a corner, with Captain Zhou sitting beside them with the remaining 2 men. He glanced at Bchan and couldn't help but ask Fang Yuxin, "Aren't you worried about taking such a young child out on missions?" Fang Yuxin smiled, saying meaningfully, "Leaving him alone in the safe zone is what worries me more." Hearing this, Captain Zhou fell silent. The safe zone was indeed quite chaotic. Due to a shortage of manpower, the military couldn't allocate more personnel to maintain order, leading to frequent incidents. With the apocalypse just beginning, many survivors were emotionally unstable and prone to impulsive actions. It would indeed be worrying to leave Bchan alone in the safe zone. He thought for a moment and said, "I can find someone to watch the child for you." Fang Yuxin shook her head. "I appreciate your kindness, but I need to watch him to feel at ease." Captain Zhou didn't insist further and said, "There are no zombies yet. You should absorb the crystal core first. You used up so much of your power earlier. Use this time to replenish it. Once we enter the city, someone might get injured at any time, and we'll need your help then." Fang Yuxin had already anticipated this, so she didn't refuse. She nodded and took out the purified crystal core to absorb. Holding the crystal core in her hand, others couldn't see it and therefore didn't know it was different. After she began absorbing the crystal core, the Fang family members watched their surroundings warily, keeping watch for Fang Yuxin. Occasionally, zombies would appear on the road, but they were all shot and killed by the soldiers. After the gunfire subsided, 2 soldiers beside Captain Zhou would jump out of the vehicle, quickly dig out the crystal core, and then set the zombie on fire. The closer they got to the city, the more zombies appeared. At first, the number of zombies was small, and the people on the roof of the vehicle dealt with them. Later, as the number of zombies increased, Captain Zhou ordered the mercenaries in the truck to get off and clear them out. He thought Bchan was just a child and let him stay in the truck. Fang Yuxin knew he meant well but still refused. They were there for a mission and would receive a large reward upon their return. If it were just their family, they wouldn't mind Bchan sharing the credit, but there were many other mercenaries present. If Bchan did nothing, they would definitely have reservations. Even Bchan himself didn't want Fang Yuxin to be criticized because of him. So after everyone else got off the truck, he deliberately glanced at Captain Zhou and then followed Fang Yuxin off. To avoid attracting too much attention, Fang Yuxin and the others not only wore tight-fitting protective suits but also wore looser sportswear over them, with small waist bags for carrying small items, and their usual weapons were carried in their hands. When Bchan got out of the car, he was carrying a pair of military daggers. He followed Fang Yuxin, maintaining a safe distance. When Fang Yuxin hunted zombies, she would deliberately kick them towards her, controlling the force to make them fall to the ground. At this moment, Bchan would rush forward, step on the zombie's back, and plunge his daggers into the back of its head. After a day of training yesterday, Bchan was quite proficient at this. The angle at which he thrust the daggers would perfectly hit the crystal core. If there was a crystal core, he would flick the dagger upwards, prying open the bone to remove it. If not, there was no need to waste his energy. Fang Yuxin and he worked together seamlessly, and each time they timed it with remarkable precision. Her movements were more ruthless, and she killed more zombies, with Bchan practically following behind, picking up the scraps. Later, Fang Yuxin simply used the daggers to kill the zombies, while Bchan was responsible for digging out the crystal cores. The rest of the Fang family scattered around them, ruthlessly killing the zombies, even more ferociously and skillfully than many other mercenaries. The others only saw them relentlessly hunting down zombies. The ferocious creatures were like lambs to the slaughter before them, their sharp claws and teeth completely useless, left only to be killed. Their ferocity influenced the other mercenaries, inspiring a surge of heroism within them, and they too fought without hesitation, clearing the horde of zombies in half an hour. While the others killed the zombies before mining the crystal cores, the Fang family did it differently. Because Bchan's crystal core mining speed increased rapidly, by the time they finished clearing the zombies, he had almost finished mining all the crystal cores. These crystal cores were all theirs to keep. After Bchan collected all the crystal cores, Fang Yuxin took them all, pretending to put them in his pouch. Back in the car, everyone continued their journey. However, while the Fang family remained unharmed, the others did not possess such strength. After getting on the bus, a dozen or so people approached Fang Yuxin, offering her crystal cores for treatment. Their injuries weren't serious, but untreated wounds would inevitably hinder their future operations. They had collected quite a few crystal cores this time, so using one or two for treatment wasn't a waste. Moreover, they had all noticed that Fang Yuxin hadn't used her powers while hunting the zombies, so they weren't worried that she lacked the ability to heal them. She didn't refuse, accepting the crystal cores and treating their wounds. These crystal cores were freshly extracted from the zombies' brains. Although they had been cleaned, they still had a foul odor. Fang Yuxin didn't mind, taking the crystal cores and putting them into her pouch. Captain Zhou had already told them that their mission was to rescue people at a prestigious university in the city. With so many people at the university, there were naturally many zombies. Besides them, there were many other rescue teams, each with different objectives. The university they were going to wasn't in the suburbs, but in a relatively bustling part of the city, meaning they would face greater risks to get in. Furthermore, the city roads were severely damaged, forcing them to take detours, making the journey longer and the danger even greater. Once inside the city, the zombies appeared more frequently, and in larger numbers each time. Captain Zhou didn't send men to clear the zombies every time, as their primary mission was rescue. Unless a small horde of zombies blocked the road, Captain Zhou would send them through if possible. The soldiers on the roof of the vehicle were responsible for both guarding the way and clearing the path, or attacking the pursuing zombies. Their marksmanship was quite good. Even if they couldn't get headshots every time, they were close. They carried packs filled with spare magazines, yet they never wasted bullets, practicing remarkable frugality. The situation was dire. The safe zone had only recently been established, and all the arms factories were paralyzed. Their ammunition was practically their last remaining stock, and every single bullet was precious. After nearly an hour's journey into the city, including dealing with several hordes of zombies, they finally arrived safely at their target university. What was once a bustling district was now a scene of desolation, the surrounding streets ravaged by the meteorite impact. The once beautiful university was now riddled with debris. Many parts collapsed, and zombies roamed freely, a sight that evoked a profound sense of desolation. After the car entered the university town, Captain Zhou took out a map, pointed to it and said, "Now we'll split up. Each team will be responsible for one area. Try to find as many survivors as possible. If you encounter danger, evacuate first and regroup here." "Understand." Everyone answered in unison. "Understood." Chapter 67 Who's Spying On? Seeing that they had no objections, Captain Zhou continued. "Alright, let's begin. Everyone will be divided into 10 teams. 10 people per team. My men can be divided into 3 teams, and the remaining people will make up for mercenary teams. The remaining mercenaries will form their own teams first, and then the remaining people will be assigned to other teams. These 4 mercenary teams wouldn't each have 10 people, so additional people would need to be added. For example, Fang Yuxin's team only had 5 people, so 5 more would be needed to form a team. These mercenaries had witnessed their skills, and given that Fang Yuxin was a wood-type ability user, no one could underestimate them anymore. Even Bchan had proven his strength with his agile and precise movements, so no one considered him a burden and was unwilling to join the team. On the contrary, because of the strength displayed by the Fang family and Fang Yuxin's wood-type ability user status, Many scattered soldiers were eager to join their team. After Captain Zhou had the group automatically divided into teams, someone stepped forward and asked Fang Yuxin, "Your team is 5 people short, right? Can I join you?" Fang Yuxin had used his spiritual sense to observe the skills of others while killing zombies, and this young man who stepped forward was among those with decent skills. Although he couldn't compare to the Fang family members, he wasn't a burden. However, Fang Yuxin didn't immediately agree. Instead, he said, "If you want to team up with us, say so now and I'll see who's available." Upon hearing this, more than a dozen people stepped forward, expressing their desire to join their team. Among these people, some were quite skilled, while others were simply not very capable, and felt that the Fang family members were strong enough to be safer with them. Fang Yuxin didn't need any burdens, so he selected the 5 most skilled individuals to form a small team. After a while, the others were also divided into teams. Mercenary teams that were short-handed added more people. Mercenary teams with more than a dozen members split into 2 small teams, adding some scattered soldiers. Seeing that they had divided into teams, Captain Zhou took out 10 walkie-talkies from a box in the corner and distributed them to the team leaders. Because of the current shortage of supplies, the walkie-talkies could only be used by the team leaders. It wasn't possible for everyone to have one. The others didn't object. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, each team member would be working together, so there was no need for everyone to have one. After distributing the walkie-talkies, Captain Zhou took out the floor plan. "Alright, now let's assign tasks. Our main target this time is the university's dormitories. As you can see, the university is divided into 4 campuses, with a total of 20 dormitory buildings. So now each squad will be responsible for 2 dormitory buildings. There are 4 trucks here which can be divided into 4 companies, each company responsible for 1 campus. Drive 1 truck to the dormitory building to pick up people. If there is any danger, call for help via walkie-talkie. If others are available, send someone to help. If not, you should find a way to hide and wait for rescue. Do you all understand?" "Understood. Okay. Let's divide into companies now." Captain Zhou's soldiers were divided into 3 squads, and each squad formed a company with other squads. The Fang family's Yongsheng squad, because of its good strength, formed a company with other squads. The dormitory buildings in the 4 campuses of this university are not completely evenly distributed. Some campuses have more dormitory buildings and some have fewer. Correspondingly, in areas with more dormitories, 3 teams formed a squadron, while in areas with fewer dormitories, 2 teams formed a squadron. Captain Zhou already had a general understanding of the strength of these individuals and considered the strength of each team when dividing the units. Fang's Yongsheng team and another team formed a squadron responsible for the southern area with fewer dormitories, and they were assigned a truck. Afterwards, Captain Zhou gave everyone some words of advice, telling them to take care, and then the team split up. Fang Yuxiang and the captain of another team sat in the front of the truck, while the others sat in the back. Although no one was on guard on the roof this time, Fang Yuxin released his spiritual sense, and Bchan also released his mental energy to investigate the surrounding situation. Upon investigation, the 2 had a strange feeling, as if they were being watched. They felt that there was a pair of eyes watching them from the shadows. Fang Yuxin lowered her head and whispered to Bchan, "Chan, have you noticed anything?" Bchan looked up at her, cautiously lowering his voice. "Mommy, did you feel it too? It seems like someone is watching us." He frowned, feeling very uncomfortable being secretly watched. Fang Yuxin nodded, and seeing his pale face, she reached out and ruffled his hair. "Don't think nonsense. If this person has malicious intentions, just kill them." Her tone was fierce, her voice carrying a chilling aura. However, Bchan not only didn't feel scared, but nodded seriously, echoing, "Mommy's right, kill them." Except for Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe, everyone else was too far away to hear their whispered conversation. Although Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe heard it, they wisely refrained from asking any questions given the presence of others. Not long after the car started moving, zombies began to swarm in from all directions. Fang Yuxiang didn't stop. Instead, he drove straight into the zombies, blocking his path. Only when the number of zombies increased to the point that the truck could barely move did he stop, allowing the people in the truck bed to get out and fight them. Because the front of the truck was blocked, He didn't jump out immediately after opening the door. Instead, he climbed onto the roof, walked to the back of the truck bed, and jumped down. Another person did the same, but he was less skilled and agile, and it took him some effort to climb onto the roof, almost being pulled off by a zombie in the process, but Fang Yuxin saved him. By the time he got onto the roof, Fang Yuxin had already led his men out to fight their way out. These men didn't have submachine guns, so their strength was definitely much weaker than the other teams. If it weren't for the Fang family's overwhelming strength compared to the others, and Fang Yuxin being a wood-type ability user, Captain Zhou wouldn't have trusted them to lead the team. After getting out of the car, Fang Yuxin saw large patches of flowers and trees on both sides of the road. With a thought, she flicked her fingers, releasing several streams of spiritual energy. The plants visibly expanded towards the zombies, trapping a third of them. She immediately shouted to Fang Yuxin, "Brother, use wind blades. I can't hold them for long." Fang Yuxin thought for a moment, then unleashed countless crescent-shaped wind blades with a flick of his fingers. This time he didn't decapitate the zombies. The wind blades all aimed at their heads. Any zombie touched by a wind blade had its head split in two, rendering it utterly dead. He continued to unleash wind blades, finally killing all the zombies the moment they tried to break free. From Fang Yuxin using the plants to trap the zombies to Fang Yuxin using wind blades to slice open their heads, only 2 minutes had passed. In those short 2 minutes, the brother and sister had eliminated a third of the zombies. The others were thrilled. Having witnessed Fang Yuxin's healing abilities, they were already quite content, and no longer expected her wood-based powers to have much offensive capability. Therefore, apart from the Fang family, no one had anticipated that the combined abilities of Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxin would possess such terrifying destructive power. Knowing that Fang Yuxin hadn't reached his limit, Fang Yuxin said, "Brother, let's wipe out these zombies first and get back to the dormitory building as quickly as possible." Fang Yuxin readily agreed, saying okay, and starting preparations. At the same time, Fang Yuxin released several streams of spiritual energy, manipulating plants to trap some of the zombies. The instant the zombies were trapped, Fang Yuxin unleashed wind blades, this time releasing even more, eliminating all the trapped zombies in just 2 strikes. Afterwards, the brother and sister repeated their method, eliminating the remaining zombies. They wiped out the zombies and no one else objected. They knew they would encounter many more zombies, so they naturally wanted to conserve their strength. Bchan quickly retrieved all the crystal cores, and everyone got back into the truck. After the truck drove past, the fire-type ability users unleashed flames, burning the corpses. The short journey took 15 minutes due to the frequent stops and starts to reach the dormitory building. There were 4 dormitory buildings, not completely adjacent, with a distance of over 100 meters between them. Fang Yuxin parked the truck between the 2 dormitory buildings, and everyone got out. Each team chose a dormitory building to enter. Each building was 7 stories high with no elevators, only stairs. Each floor had 20 rooms with 8 students living in each room. This was before the apocalypse. The current number of people in the dormitories was unknown. Furthermore, there were definitely many zombies still inside. Although Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxin had expended a lot of energy, they had absorbed the crystal cores along the way and had almost recovered. Dozens of zombies roamed in front of the dormitory buildings. They didn't use their abilities anymore and, together with the others, quickly dealt with them. Fang Yuxin said, "Let's just rush to the top floor and start searching from there." The others had no objections. After all, they would have to come back down if they went up. If they started searching from the bottom, would they have to bring people up again? Obviously not. So they didn't hesitate and went straight to the stairwell and rushed upstairs. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxin led the charge, followed by Bchan, and then Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe. They still didn't trust the others, so the family didn't separate. The rest followed behind them. Unless zombies chased them up from downstairs, they basically didn't need to lift a finger. After reaching the top floor, the team headed into the stairwell. The stairwell was long and dimly lit due to the lack of electricity. There were about 20 zombies in the stairwell, some forcefully banging on the dormitory doors. Listening closely amidst the chaotic banging, there were also terrified but suppressed cries. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxin exchanged a glance. There were still living people. Chapter 68 Boss. The corridor was very narrow, only about 1.5 meters wide, making it impossible to maneuver freely. The only advantage was that they didn't have to worry about being surrounded by zombies. The zombies, who had been ramming the door, turned around after Fang Yuxin and his companion appeared, abandoning the people inside and charging towards them. These zombies emitted a putrid stench, their lifeless eyes glaring as they charged at them. Fang Yuxiang simply unleashed his wind blades, annihilating the zombies in one go. The corridor was too narrow for wide-ranging, sweeping attacks. The Miao sword was too long, limiting its use. The wind blades were much easier. Moreover, because the corridor was so narrow, the zombies swarmed towards them, almost touching tightly, allowing Fang Yuxiang to unleash his wind blades without worrying about missing or the zombies dodging. After killing the zombies, Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin strode forward. Fang Yuxin had already used her spiritual sense to detect 5 survivors on this floor. This is the girls' dormitory. The 5 survivors are all women, and they all appear weak and in poor condition. Besides these survivors, some dorm rooms still contain zombies, seemingly locked inside. They were likely trapped by others during the initial escape. Except for Fang Yuxin and Bchan, the others are unaware of the situation in the dorm rooms and are very wary. Fang Yuxiang said, "Everyone spread out in search room by room. Be careful. There might still be zombies inside." Besides the Fang family, the other 5 are quite capable, and most importantly, they are extremely cautious. After Fang Yuxiang finished speaking, they nodded to indicate they understood. Then Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin strode forward. At first glance, it seemed like Fang Yuxin was following Fang Yuxiang. Actually, it was Fang Yuxiang following Fang Yuxin. In a dorm room at the end of the corridor, there were 2 survivors. Fang Yuxin led Fang Yuxiang over and found the door locked from the inside, indicating that the people inside were very cautious. She knocked on the door and said, "Is anyone home? We're here to rescue people. If anyone's here, please open the door or answer." Soon, a crisp sound came from inside the dormitory, like something falling to the ground. Then a female voice asked nervously, "Are you really here to rescue us?" Fang Yuxin laughed. "This is a student dormitory. Why would we be here if we weren't rescuing people?" The person inside seemed to think she was right and opened the door. Inside, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang saw 2 girls with messy, haphazardly tied long hair. Clearly, they hadn't been in the mood to groom themselves. Their faces were pale, and their lips were cracked, showing signs of dehydration. However, they hadn't brought any food or water. Fang Yuxin had some in her greenwood spiritual abode, but couldn't take it out. She said, "Just bear with it for now. It'll be fine once we get to the safe zone." She was beautiful and Fang Yuxiang was handsome. Neither looked like a bad person. The 2 girls, who had initially been hesitant, finally breathed a sigh of relief and burst into tears of joy. One of them said, "We haven't eaten for 2 days. There might still be food in the other dorms. Could you help us look?" Her attitude was very polite, and her eyes were pleading, showing her utmost caution. Fang Yuxin nodded and let them follow behind. Then she and Fang Yuxiang knocked on the door opposite. At this point, the 2 girls said, "There's no one left in this dorm." Fang Yuxin knew, of course, that no one was inside, but she had to put on an act. Hearing the girls say this, she stopped knocking and kicked the door open. After confirming there was no danger inside, she let the 2 girls go in to find food. The 2 girls didn't stand on ceremony. After all, they were more familiar with the area and could find things more easily. Because the dorm was empty, and the original students had left in a hurry, they hadn't had time to take any food with them, which the girls found. In the student dormitories, the easiest food to store was naturally various snacks, instant noodles, biscuits, and the like. After finding them, they put them in a backpack and carried them on their backs. By this time, the remaining zombies had been cleared out, and the other 3 survivors had been rescued. After being rescued, their first task was also to look for food in other dormitories. Besides the Fang family, the remaining 5 mercenaries also wanted to take the food, but being men, they hesitated and didn't compete with the 5 girls. After clearing this floor, Fang Yuxiang suggested going to the next floor. The 5 survivors were protected in the middle to prevent any accidents. In another part of the school, a young man quickly darted through the woods. When he saw the white building ahead, his eyes lit up, and he transformed into a whirlwind rushing inside. It was the university hospital. After entering, he went straight to the second floor and entered the third room. It was a ward with 4 single beds. A pale-faced, handsome young man was lying on one of the single beds. His eyes were closed. He had fallen into a deep sleep, and his condition didn't look good. Besides him, there were 6 other people in the room, 5 men and 1 woman. Some sitting, some standing, their brows furrowed, their expressions somber. When the young man entered, all 6 turned to look at him. Seeing the joy on his face, the tall man standing by the bed asked, "Ho-saner, what's going on?" The young man, Ho-saner, immediately said, "Boss, I just saw Chan. He's with his sister-in-law." Hearing the word sister-in-law, the tall man frowned slightly, his face showing displeasure. "Ho-saner, don't talk nonsense. She's just Chan-chan's mother." He remembered that Fang Yuxin was Cho Yiming's fiancé. Although he didn't like Cho Yiming, he wouldn't go so far as to steal Cho Yiming's wife. As soon as he finished speaking, the only woman in the room said discontentedly, "Boss is right. That Fang Yuxin has nothing to do with you. She's Cho Yiming's fiancé. Ho-saner, don't call her that again next time." Ho-saner was too excited when he saw Bchan, so he blurted it out without thinking, but he didn't expect it to cause such a consequence. He glared at the woman who had spoken earlier and then said, "Brother, I saw them heading towards Nanyuan. Should we go find them?" Bai quickly grasped the key point and asked, "Why are they here? Chan is only 5 years old. Fang Yuxin doesn't seem like such an irresponsible person. Why would she bring him to such a dangerous place?" Ho-saner had already found out about this matter and said, "They came here with the military to rescue people. Boss, don't worry. I think Chan is being well protected by Miss Fang." He secretly thought Fang Yuxin was quite good. Not only was she Bchan's biological mother, but she was also Cho Yiming's fiancé. If Bai Yi could snatch her away, it would definitely infuriate Cho Yiming, so he couldn't help but speak well of Fang Yuxin. After he finished speaking, the fiery beauty who didn't get along with him snorted, Chan is so young, how could she bring him to such a dangerous place? Boss, we have to bring Chan back. It's too dangerous for her to stay with Fang Yuxin." Bai Yi was also worried about Bchan. Before the apocalypse, he believed Fang Yuxin could protect Bchan. But with the apocalypse and zombies everywhere, he had little confidence in Fang Yuxin. Although it was just as dangerous for Bchan to be with him, it was still better than her staying with Fang Yuxin. At this moment he didn't know Fang Yuxin's strength, so naturally he had little confidence in her. He asked Ho-saner how many people were with Bchan, and after learning that there weren't many, he decided to go and bring Bchan back. Glancing at the unconscious young man lying on the bed, he began to make arrangements. Li Er, Su Wu, and Qing Luo stay behind to protect Chan Si and Mr. Shan. Ho-saner and I will go and pick up Chan. Everyone else had no objections except for the fiery beauty Meng Qing Luo, who asked worriedly, "Boss, isn't it too dangerous for just you and Ho-saner?" She knew Bai Yi was the strongest among them, but she couldn't help worrying. Bai Ye's voice wasn't loud, but his words brooked no refusal. "Ho-saner and I will be fine. But you two must protect Chan Si and Mr. Shan." Meng Qing Luo had no choice but to shut her mouth, watching Bai Yi and Ho-saner stride away. After leaving the school hospital, they headed straight for the student dormitories in the South Garden. Since Fang Yuxin was there to rescue people, she must have gone to the student dormitories. As for Fang Yuxin, she and Fang Yuyang led their men, searching for survivors floor by floor. However, just as they reached the 3rd floor, Fang Yuyang's walkie-talkie rang. Another squad leader's anxious voice came through. "Captain Fang, this is Lin Nan. I found an injured girl here. Her left leg is broken. Could you please help her, Miss Fang?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yuyang looked at Fang Yuxin, asking for her opinion. A broken leg is indeed a big problem because it will affect walking. If she can't be saved now, this girl will be a huge problem, unless they give up on her. After thinking about it, Fang Yuxin decided to save her. After asking Lin Nan for her exact location, she rushed downstairs. Chu Qianhe and Bai Baiqianqian were worried about her and followed her. Fang Jintang also wanted to go, but after thinking about it, he chose to stay with Fang Yuyang. When they went down, some scattered zombies gathered outside, which the 3 of them easily dealt with. Then they went to the dormitory building next door. Lin Nan's team also went up to the top floor first, and then started the search and rescue from there. Their speed was only slightly slower than Fang Yuxin's team, and they searched up to the 4th floor. The girl Lin Nan mentioned was the last survivor on the 4th floor. She was trapped in the dormitory because of a broken left calf. After Fang Yuxin arrived, she first examined her injury and found that the fracture was not serious, just some bone cracks, and her calf was swollen. Such an injury would not consume too much spiritual energy, so she began to treat the girl's leg. Chapter 69 Stupid Dad. Bone injuries are more difficult to treat than muscle and skin injuries. Fortunately, it was just a fracture. Fang Yuxin gently placed his fingers on the girl's swollen leg, condensing his spiritual energy into thin threads that passed through the skin and penetrated the fracture, stimulating bone cell regeneration. The girl was very nervous, her face was pale, her expression panicked, and she looked utterly helpless. However, she soon felt the injured area begin to itch, and the sensation grew stronger. She subconsciously moved her leg, biting her lower lip, and whimpered in discomfort. Fang Yuxin glanced at her and immediately, the girl felt a comfortable coolness coming from the itchy area, suppressing the itch. With a thought, she looked at Fang Yuxin gratefully and weakly said, "Thank you." Fang Yuxin carefully examined the area and found that the fracture had healed, so he stopped and then channeled his spiritual energy into his fingertips, repeatedly tapping on the acupoints on her leg. The spiritual energy stimulated her acupoints, flowing through her muscles, and the girl's swollen calf visibly slimmed down, returning to its original size. Fang Yuxin then completely withdrew her hand, saying calmly, "The bones that have just been healed are a bit fragile, so you'd better be careful these next few days and don't let them get injured again." The girl tentatively reached out and pressed her injured spot, finding that it really didn't hurt at all. Overjoyed, she burst into tears, gratefully thanking Fang Yuxin. "Thank you. Thank you." Fang Yuxin nodded slightly and looked at Lin Nan. "Since she's all right, let's go downstairs quickly." Lin Nan naturally had no objections, and he also thanked Fang Yuxin, then led everyone downstairs, with the rescued survivor also protected in the middle. Fang Yuxin quietly released her spiritual sense, intending to check if Fang Yuyang in the next dormitory building was in trouble, but unexpectedly discovered 2 uninvited guests. Those 2 people. Fang Yuxin's expression changed slightly. She recognized that one of the tall men was Bchan's father. Why was he here? She subconsciously glanced at Bchan, instinctively knowing this person was after him. Upon seeing him, Fang Yuxin noticed Bchan's expression had changed. His usually tense face couldn't hide his joy, and his big eyes sparkled. But after noticing Fang Yuxin's gaze, he became anxious. "Mommy? I." He grabbed Fang Yuxin's hand tightly and said quickly, "I saw Daddy. Did you see him?" Last time Bai Yi visited the Fang family, Bchan was already asleep, so he had no idea that Fang Yuxin and Bai Yi had met. After seeing Bai Yi, he couldn't help but feel hopeful. If Mommy and Daddy met, would they make up? He didn't know his own background, only that Fang Yuxin and Bai Yi had a fight and separated. Fang Yuxin realized he wanted to see Bai Yi, so she said to Lin Nan, "You go save people first, I'll go back." After all, they weren't on the same team. Although Lin Nan hoped Fang Yuxin would stay, she didn't say anything. After parting ways with them, Chu Qianhe asked in a low voice, Xin, did Chan's father really show up? Are you planning to take Chan to see him?" Fang Yuxin nodded. "Mom, you go and meet up with Dad and the others first. I'll take Chan to see that man. He's probably here to see Chan." Chu Qianhe was a little worried, but because Bchan was present, she didn't say much. After opening her mouth, she finally only said, "Be careful." After going downstairs, a few more zombies were attracted. After Fang Yuxin and Chu Qianhe killed the zombies together, Chu Qianhe returned to the dormitory building next door. Fang Yuxin pulled Bchan towards the place where Bai Yi and Ho San'er were hiding. As soon as they arrived, the 2 of them came out from their hiding place. Ho San'er was wearing a military green casual outfit, while Bai Yi was wearing a black trench coat with matching trousers. Both of them had witnessed Fang Yuxin and Chu Qianhe killing the zombies, and knowing her skills were quite good, they held her in higher regard. Ho San'er in particular kept glancing between Fang Yuxin and Bai Yi, feeling the 2 were a better match. Bai Yi didn't think as much as he did. He looked deeply at Fang Yuxin, sensing an unfathomable depth about her, far from the simple person she appeared to be. Bchan hadn't seen Bai Yi for almost a month, especially after the apocalypse, with zombies everywhere. He had been desperately worried about him. Seeing him safe and sound, Bchan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, instead of excitedly rushing over, he stood beside Fang Yuxin, his face stiff and coldly said, "Who are you? I don't know you." Fang Yuxin found his earlier excitement and his current deliberately cold expression amusing. But with Bai Yi present, she couldn't relax. She looked at Bai Yi warily and said, "Chan is doing well here with me. You don't need to worry about his safety. I can protect him perfectly well." The implication was clear. Don't even think about taking Chan back. He should go back to where he came from. Bai Yi and Ho Saner weren't fools. They naturally understood her meaning. Bai Yi had originally come intending to take Bchan away, but after finding Fang Yuxin unfathomable, he hesitated. But that alone wasn't enough to change his mind. So he said, "I remember you're already engaged." Because Bchan was present, he didn't spell it out explicitly, but Fang Yuxin understood that he was implying she was engaged to Cho Yiming and couldn't take care of Bchan. Fang Yuxin gave Bai Yi a deep look, her hostility and wariness intensifying. Then she laughed coldly. "You're in big trouble now, aren't you? Do you really think you can take good care of Chan after he leaves with you?" Bchan had originally planned to spite Bai Yi, to let Bai Yi know he was angry, and that he wouldn't be allowed to be separated from his mother again. But upon hearing this, he realized that Bai Yi actually intended to take him away from his mother. How could this be? He had finally found his mother, and he didn't want to be separated from her. So he immediately hugged Fang Yuxin's waist, glared at Bai Yi with his big eyes and said fiercely, "I don't want to be separated from mommy." At this moment, he hadn't realized that Fang Yuxin was engaged to another man. Ho Saner originally thought that this matter shouldn't be his concern. He was better off standing aside as a backdrop. But after hearing Fang Yuxin's words, he immediately became alert. Then he realized that Fang Yuxin was, after all, Cho Yiming's fiancé. Had she learned something from Cho Yiming? He discreetly slipped his right hand behind his back, reaching for the pistol at his waist and said, "What do you know?" Fang Yuxin raised an eyebrow, looking mockingly at Ho Saner and Bai Yi, who also appeared wary. "What are you worried I'll know? One of your companions is injured, and quite seriously, aren't I right?" She was only guessing, but seeing the instant change in Bai Yi and Ho Saner's expressions, she knew she was right. Bai Yi and Ho Saner reeked of medicine and blood. These smells mixed with the foul air and not very noticeable to the average person, but they couldn't fool Fang Yuxin's spiritual sense. Even so, she wasn't certain that Bai Yi had a seriously injured companion. She just felt that Bai Yi should have more than one companion with him, but only Ho Saner had come. Why weren't the others here? Were they held up by something? Therefore, she guessed that Bai Yi had a seriously injured companion. Clearly she was right. Bai Yi and Ho Saner became increasingly vigilant. Ho Saner instinctively pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Fang Yuxin. "Speak! How did you know? What else do you know?" Fang Yuxin's gaze turned cold and he said to Bchan, "Chan, go to the side." Bchan suddenly stood in front of Fang Yuxin, spreading his arms in a protective stance. "Uncle Ho, put down the gun. I won't let you hurt my mother." A flicker of hesitation crossed Ho Saner's face. He suddenly remembered that Fang Yuxin was Bchan's mother by blood. If he shot Fang Yuxin in front of Bchan, it would definitely break the child's heart. But thinking of his companion's safety, he couldn't worry about that anymore and said, "Chan, step aside. Uncle has something to ask your mother." Bchan, of course, refused. He knew that Ho Saner was holding a special pistol, much more powerful than a regular pistol. If he really fired, his mother, whom he had finally found, would be in danger. He cried out to Bai Yi in a panic, "Dad, tell Uncle Ho to stop. He'll hurt Mom." Before he could finish speaking, Bai Yi had already snatched the gun from Ho Saner's hand with lightning speed, giving him a cold look. "If you can't control yourself, go back first." Ho Saner, of course, refused to leave just like that. He wasn't sure if Fang Yuxin was friend or foe. What if something happened to Bai Yi and Bchan? He didn't dare ask Bai Yi to return the gun, only glaring fiercely at Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin looked deeply at Bai Yi. This man had timed things perfectly. Just now, he seemed to have taken the gun from Ho San'er protecting her. In reality, he had prevented Fang Yuxin from taking action himself. Fang Yuxin didn't want to get into any more trouble with Bai Yi, so she said, "You can't protect Qianqian now. Only I can protect him. You should leave." Bai Yi didn't answer but looked at Bai Qianqian and asked him, "Qianqian, would you like to come with Daddy?" Bai Qianqian hugged Fang Yuxin's waist again. I want to stay with Mommy," he said. Then, seeing a fleeting look of disappointment in Bai Yi's eyes, he quickly added, "Daddy, you stay too, okay? Don't leave me and Mommy behind." Bai Yi didn't answer. He sighed silently in his heart, then composed himself and calmly asked Fang Yuxin, "How can you prove you can protect Qianqian? If you can't prove it, I'll take Qianqian away. He's not suitable to stay with you any longer." Before the apocalypse it was manageable, but after the apocalypse the Cho family held a very important position in the safe zone. It was too dangerous for Bai Qianqian to stay with Fang Yuxin. He looked at Fang Yuxin, waiting for her response. Chapter 70. Everyone get out. Instead of proving his strength as Bai Yi had expected, Fang Yuxin countered with a question. "How are you going to prove you can protect Qianqian? You kept Qianqian with me before because you were in big trouble, right? And now your companion is seriously injured. Do you really have that much energy to protect Qianqian?" Bai Yi hadn't expected Fang Yuxin to turn the tables on him. He extended his hand, a bolt of lightning appearing in his palm before disappearing, replaced by golden light that coalesced into a bullet. He then said, "I should be a dual elemental ability user of metal and lightning. I believe I can protect Qianqian." Fang Yuxin was astonished by Bai Yi's incredible luck, awakening two elemental abilities at once, the powerful metal and lightning elements. Such talent was simply enviable. Ho San'er had always idolized Bai Yi, practically a die-hard fan. Seeing Fang Yuxin speechless, he smugly said, "Now you understand, right? Only the boss can protect Qianqian, and Qianqian is safest only by staying with the boss. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and give Qianqian back to the boss." Bai Qianqian glared at him fiercely. "Uncle Ho is the worst. I don't want to be separated from Mommy." Ho San'er awkwardly touched his nose. Could he blame himself? He hadn't done it on purpose. Besides, Fang Yuxin was Cho Yiming's fiancé. If the boss were with her, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? He couldn't tell Bai Qianqian about her past, so he could only look down at the ground, pretending he didn't exist. Fang Yuxin thought for a moment and said, "I can heal your companion's injuries on the condition that you promise to keep Qianqian by my side." Neither Bai Yi nor Ho San'er expected Fang Yuxin to say such a thing. She could actually heal injuries. Ho San'er instinctively wanted to retort. They already had a skilled physician and didn't need Fang Yuxin. Bai Yi, however, felt that Fang Yuxin's healing methods likely involved more than just medication. She must have other methods, perhaps even related to her abilities. So he gave Ho San'er a warning look to stop him from speaking, then asked, "You mean, you have healing abilities?" Ho San'er's eyes widened. Wait, he hadn't misheard, had he? Healing abilities? Such abilities really existed? He opened his mouth about to ask, but Bai Yi glared at him again. He had no choice but to shut his mouth. Fang Yuxin nodded. "I have wood-type abilities. I can heal people. But I don't know the extent of your companion's injuries yet, so I'm not sure if I can completely heal him." Bai Yi didn't see anything wrong with this. If Fang Yuxin had boasted that she could definitely heal him, he would have been suspicious. Thinking that Chan Si's injuries couldn't be delayed, he said, "All right, come with me now." Fang Yuxin thought that her family didn't know about this yet, and leaving abruptly would surely worry them. She thought for a moment, then plucked a leaf from the tree. She touched it with her finger, releasing a wisp of spiritual energy to seal her words inside, then released her finger. The leaf flew away. Bai Yi and Ho San'er witnessed this, becoming more convinced of Fang Yuxin's words and increasing their anticipation for her ability to heal Chan Si's injuries. After sending out the message, Fang Yuxin no longer hesitated and followed Bai Yi and Ho San'er. Although she didn't know how many people were on the other side, she wasn't worried that Bai Yi would harm her. Although Bai Yi's attitude was cold and somewhat aloof, He gave off a very upright feeling, not the kind of treacherous person. To speed things up, Bai Yi held Bchan in his arms. Fang Yuxin was initially stunned, then noticed that Bai Yi's cold face had softened somewhat, making him look like a loving father. She suddenly felt strange. Bchan was her son by blood. Bai Yi was Chan's father by blood, but she and Bai Yi had no relation whatsoever. But now together they looked more like a family of three. She frowned and subconsciously distanced herself from Bai Yi. Bai Yi was only thinking about getting back as soon as possible so that Fang Yuxin could treat Chen Xi's injuries, so he didn't pay much attention to Fang Yuxin's little actions. On the other hand, Bchan leaned on Bai Yi's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Daddy, what did you do to make Mommy angry? Mommy isn't talking to you." Bai Yi felt embarrassed and said in a low voice, "Children shouldn't meddle in adults' business." Bchan continued, "There's an annoying uncle who keeps bothering Mommy. If you don't apologize to Mommy, he'll take her away." Bai Yi knew that Bchan was talking about Cho Yiming, and his brows furrowed slightly. Cho Yiming was Bai Yu's cousin, while Bai Yu was the eldest son of the main family, and they had always been at odds. Because of Bai Yu, Cho Yiming had always been hostile towards him. He himself didn't like Bai Yu and Cho Yiming either. Unfortunately, Fang Yuxin was Cho Yiming's fiancé. They were destined to be enemies. Seeing his lack of reaction, Bchan was very dissatisfied and pinched his shoulder, yelling, "Dad, are you even listening?" Bai Yi's muscles were strong. Bchan's pinch was barely a tickle. Bai Yi gave a perfunctory, "I'm listening," then quickly added, "Chan, stop talking now, Dad knows everything." Bchan was very unhappy with Bai Yi's attitude. He wanted to continue, but they had already arrived at the school hospital. There were also some zombies gathered there. Hosanner said, "Boss, take Miss Fang upstairs to treat Lao Si's injuries. I'll handle this." These zombies had gathered again after they left. There weren't many. Bai Yi knew Hosanner could handle it, so he nodded and led Fang Yuxin upstairs. Fang Yuxin followed him quickly upstairs to the second floor. She then saw Bai Yi push open the third door and beckon her in, saying, "Miss Fang, please come in." Those waiting inside breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Bai Yi return unharmed, but paused upon hearing his words. Their expressions changed when they saw Fang Yuxin enter, and they all looked at her with suspicion, inquiry, and intense wariness and hostility. Fang Yuxin saw that the room was a hospital ward. Besides a pale, handsome man lying unconscious on the bed, there were 3 other men and a woman, all young, in their early 20s and quite attractive. 2 of the men were injured, while the remaining one, who looked frail, seemed unharmed, likely well protected. The only woman was very attractive and had a stunning figure. She was staring at her coldly, making no attempt to hide her hostility and wariness. The other 3 men, while also wary, did not show obvious hostility. The frail-looking young man stared at her with gleaming eyes, his gaze filled with deep inquiry. His gaze was strange, as if she weren't a living person, but a novel experimental subject. Fang Yuxin instinctively became wary. She felt this seemingly weak man was even more dangerous than the hostile woman. At this moment, Meng Qingluo spoke, her tone filled with strong dissatisfaction. "Big brother, why did you bring her here?" She looked at Bai Yi, her eyes filled with grievance and disappointment, practically accusing him of being lustful. A young man with an injured arm also asked, "Yes, boss, why did you bring Miss Fang here?" Bai Yi placed Bchan on a hospital bed and helped him sit up, then said, "Miss Fang is a wood-type ability user. I brought her back hoping she can heal Chen Xi's injuries." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yuxin keenly noticed that the frail-looking young man's gaze towards her became even stranger, filled with both inquiry and intense excitement. A wood-type ability user? Everyone else was also startled, instinctively looking at Fang Yuxin and scrutinizing her curiously. However, after the initial surprise, Meng Qingluo said, "Big brother, how do you know she can really cure fourth brother? What if she's lying?" Fang Yuxin noticed that the woman who spoke had a strong and mixed medicinal smell, but she didn't seem injured. The smell seemed to come from years of dealing with medicine. Furthermore, this woman had a strange energy fluctuation emanating from her. She was also a superhuman. Fang Yuxin could tell that this woman was hostile towards her. Not wanting to get entangled with this person, she said to Bai Yi, "I don't have much time. You better make a decision quickly. If you decide to give up, I'll take Qianqian away. Since Bai Yi had asked her to come along, how could he possibly give up such an opportunity? He gave Meng Qingluo a warning look, then led Fang Yuxin to Qian Xi's bedside and lifted the thin blanket. As soon as the blanket was lifted, a strong smell of blood and medicine instantly filled the air. At the same time, Fang Yuxin also noticed that the young man on the bed was shirtless, with a thick bandage wrapped around his waist. A large patch of dark blood soaked into the bandage, and coupled with his pale face and weak vitality, Fang Yuxin was quite certain that this person was severely injured. She had a vague feeling that if Bai Yi hadn't encountered her, this young man wouldn't have survived until today. She reached out, about to place her hand on the bandage to assess the young man's injuries, when Meng Qingluo couldn't help but shriek. "What do you want to do?" Fang Yuxin, unable to bear it any longer, withdrew her hand, frowned and said unhappily, "I'm going to treat his injuries. Tell everyone else to leave." After saying this, worried that Bai Yi might refuse, she added, "He's already very weak. If he doesn't receive treatment soon, he won't survive. Are you really going to continue wasting time?" Bai Yi felt innocent. He hadn't meant to waste time. Fang Yuxin spoke without even taking a breath, giving him no chance to answer. However, Qian Xi's condition was indeed very bad, and it was clearly not the time to argue with Fang Yuxin. He said to the others, "You all go out." Meng Qingluo opened her mouth wanting to say something more, but hesitated after being swept over by Ye's cold gaze. The other two injured youths exchanged glances and pulled Meng Qingluo out. Only the frail-looking youth said, "Can I stay here? I promise I won't bother you." Of all these people, this was the one Fang Yuxin was most wary of, so naturally she refused. Moreover, she noticed that Bai Yi seemed to be wary of this person as well. He gave the others a look, and that person turned around and pulled the frail-looking youth out. Fang Yuxin looked at Bai Yi, who was still in the room, with dissatisfaction. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Chapter 71. They are all yours. Bai Yi said matter-of-factly, "He's my brother. I'll stay here. Go ahead and do it." Fang Yuxin knew in her heart that Bai Yi definitely wouldn't leave. He had just asked casually, so she didn't pester him any further, but instead asked Bai Yi for surgical tools and alcohol. After a simple disinfection, she prepared to remove the gauze. But just then, she sensed a subtle fluctuation of mental energy. She was immediately shocked. There was a mental energy user here, and he was monitoring her. Her face turned cold, and she cautiously released her spiritual sense. After searching carefully, she discovered some subtle mental energy tentacles in the room. The next moment, her spiritual sense surged towards those mental energy tentacles like a tidal wave, directly shattering them all. Then she continued to release her spiritual sense, following the shattered mental energy tentacles, and finally found the person monitoring her. It was that seemingly frail young man. Seeing her expression, Bai Yi asked, "What's wrong?" Fang Yuxin gave him a cold look and said rudely, "You're right here, yet you have your companion monitoring you. You're quite cautious." However, Bai Yi was even more surprised than her, his face instantly turning extremely ugly. "You said someone is monitoring you? Who is it?" Fang Yuxin raised an eyebrow, looking at Bai Yi suspiciously. "Your companion is a psychic, didn't you know?" Bai Yi thought of the 5 people who had just left and guessed. "The person you're talking about. Is it that seemingly frail young man?" Seeing Fang Yuxin nod, he frowned and said, "He's not my companion, just my mission target. I can't tell you the specifics. Believe it or not, I only just found out he's a psychic." Fang Yuxin looked at him but didn't speak. Whether Bai Yi was telling the truth or not, that frail young man had already learned his lesson, and she wouldn't give him another chance to monitor her. Thinking this, she took out a small handful of grass seeds from her pouch and blew on them. The fine grass seeds scattered, distributed in the 4 corners of the room. They floated silently. She made hand seals, releasing several streams of spiritual energy, setting up a simple defensive array, and confirming that the person could no longer monitor her. She deftly removed the gauze. Bai Yi watched this scene impassively, but was inwardly astonished. He discovered that Fang Yuxin possessed far more abilities than he had anticipated. However, he wisely said nothing, only observing silently. Fang Yuxin ignored Bai Yi. Instead, she frowned as she examined the young man's wound. The wound on the young man's waist was long and particularly deep, having damaged his internal organs. After wiping away the blood around the wound, she carefully released her spiritual sense to probe the exact extent of the injury. She discovered that the young man's injured internal organs had been carefully stitched up using a biosuture that could be absorbed by the body, so there was no need to remove it. The problem was that a dark energy had accumulated in the young man's wound, preventing natural healing. This was why the young man remained unconscious. Next, Fang Yuxin examined the young man more carefully. This time she discovered that he was actually awakening. However, due to the severity of his injuries, he couldn't awaken normally. She suddenly felt uncertain. If she treated him, he might fail to awaken. But if she didn't treat him, he still wouldn't be able to awaken successfully in his current state, and he might even die from the delay. So what should she do? After a brief hesitation, Fang Yuxin decided to tell Bai Yi and let him decide. After all, this young man was Bai Yi's companion, and no matter what Bai Yi chose, she wouldn't be blamed. She asked, "He's awakening his ability. If I treat him now, it might cause the awakening to fail, but if I don't treat him now, he might die. You choose." Bai Yi didn't hesitate at all and said decisively, "Treat him now." Becoming an ability user was good, but even that couldn't compare to life. He wasn't willing to risk his brother's life for that 1% chance. Fang Yuxin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Without further hesitation, she placed her palm lightly above the young man's wound, channeling her spiritual energy into his body to heal him. Wood-type spiritual energy is vibrant, and Fang Yuxin, being a pure wood-type spirit, absorbed and refined it, making it even more vital than ordinary wood-type spiritual energy. Therefore, when her spiritual energy entered the young man's wound, it gradually dissolved the dark energy clinging to it. Then, under the stimulation and nourishment of the spiritual energy, the wound healed at a visible speed. From the inside out, because the young man's injury was quite severe, and his wound was still covered with a layer of dark energy, it took Fang Yuxin a full half-hour to completely heal his wound. Then she discovered that the young man's awakening not only didn't stop, but because his body had regained its vitality, the awakening process accelerated. Judging from this, he had a high probability of successfully awakening. However, he would have to remain unconscious until he successfully awakened. Fang Yuxin, worried that Bai Yi might misunderstand, said, "His wounds have healed, but he's still awakening. Once he successfully awakens, he'll wake up." Bai Yi nodded to indicate he understood. He carefully examined Chanxi and saw that although Chanxi hadn't woken up, his previously pale face had regained its color, making him look much healthier. He gratefully said, "Thank you so much this time." However, he was always reserved, and even his gratitude still made him seem very cold and unapproachable. Fang Yuxin didn't care about this. Seeing that Chanxi was alright, she said, "Now that he's alright, shouldn't you keep your promise and let me take Qianqian away?" Bai Yi didn't answer but subconsciously looked at Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian stared with wide eyes and pursed lips, looking very hurt. He didn't want to leave Fang Yuxin, nor did he want to leave his foolish father whom he had finally seen. But now, he could only choose to follow one person. He felt terrible. He couldn't understand why mommy and daddy couldn't be together. Seeing his sadness, Bai Yi reached out to pat his head to comfort him, but Bai Qianqian dodged. Bai Qianqian stared stubbornly at Bai Yi with his large, clear eyes on the verge of tears. Bai Yi sighed inwardly and said, "Qianqian, Daddy has something to finish and needs to stay at the mall for a while. Why don't you stay with mommy for now?" Bai Qianqian huffed and turned away, ignoring him. Bai Yi shook his head and stood up, but as soon as he turned around, Bai Qianqian asked anxiously, "Where are you going?" He was flustered. Seeing Bai Yi turn around, he thought he was going to abandon him and panicked without thinking. Bai Yi noticed his panic and reassured him. "Qianqian, don't be afraid. Daddy's just getting some things." Bai Qianqian then realized he had misunderstood, and his face instantly turned red. Seeing that he had been calmed down, Bai Yi pulled a bulging black backpack from under the bed, opened it, took out a black stone and asked Fang Yuxin, "I wonder if Miss Fang knows what this is?" Fang Yuxin recognized it at a glance. It was a spirit stone. However, before she could speak, Bai Qianqian exclaimed, "Dad, is this the spirit stone you found?" Elemental stones? Bai Yi muttered these two words, his gaze towards Fang Yuxin deepening. He didn't ask Bchan but continued speaking to Fang Yuxin. It seems Miss Fang does indeed know what they are. But could you tell me what the uses of these elemental stones are? Fang Yuxin glanced at Bchan, stopping him from speaking before saying, Sure, but you have to tell me first how many of these stones you have. Bai Yi didn't hide anything. He took a smaller bag from his backpack and placed it on the bed. This bag was also bulging. Upon opening it, Fang Yuxin saw it was full of elemental stones. A quick scan with her spiritual sense revealed a staggering 81. Her gaze towards Bai Yi changed. This person didn't even know the uses of elemental stones. Yet he had collected so many. Was he lucky or clever? Moreover, Bai Yi had chosen to ask her, and she, of all people, knew the answer. This made Fang Yuxin think that Bai Yi's luck was truly exceptional. At this moment Bai Yi added, As long as you tell me what these stones are used for, they're all yours. Fang Yuxin was even more surprised. This man was incredibly generous. Bai Yi, however, had his own plans. He had encountered these spirit stones by chance and instinctively felt they might be useful, so he collected them. Although collecting so many wasn't easy, he currently knew nothing about these stones, so they were useless to him. On the contrary, if he could use these stones to obtain information about them from Fang Yuxin, he could collect even more stones and truly realize their value. In his view, this deal was a win-win situation. Moreover, he could tell that Fang Yuxin was a very good person, and he trusted that she wouldn't deceive him. Fang Yuxin hesitated only slightly before agreeing to the deal. Okay, I'll do this deal. She then picked up a yuan stone and continued. This kind of stone is called a yuan stone, a type of meteorite from outer space. What's different is that this stone contains a special substance that can isolate energy fluctuations. And inside it may contain a crystal called a yuan crystal. She paused here, then began to cut it with her spiritual sense, saying as she cut, You must use spiritual power to cut the yuan stone like this. Bai Yi saw that scratches appeared on the yuan stone, each about 2 millimeters deep, with fine black powder visible at the scratches. Thinking of the yuan crystal Fang Yuxin had just mentioned, he couldn't help but feel excited. Although Fang Yuxin hadn't explained the specific uses of the yuan crystal, he had a hunch it was very useful.